beauty, merely the first breath of terror. Death, perhaps the opening act of eternity. I've sought proof my whole life. The cost insignificant. I give the dead an eternal shadow, the living a face untouched by time. What I truly desire is not to freeze the now into forever, but to bring the once into this moment. I long for silence to break, for light to turn for you again. I long for you to breach the album and speak my name again. I long for you before my very eyes.
Joseph?
Claude, I'm back.
Life is an endless adventure, and danger waits at every turn. The more you flinch and hide, the deeper you sink into despair. Only courage can cut through the darkness and reach the dawn. Only those who have walked the world with their own 2 feet earn the right to be called the greatest explorer.
Well said. What a thrilling day we've had. Time to catch our breath. Shh. What is it?
Wolves!
Kurt, look out! Kurt!
Get away from me, you filthy beasts! Get away from me, you filthy beasts!
Call the doctor! Hurry! I'm sorry, Kurt.
I beat the wolves, but lost my freedom.
Given your condition, we can't let you leave yet. Please rest.
I must leave this cage. Because my next adventure is about to begin.
あれ？みんなまだ来てないじゃん。
お疲れ。おい、遅えぞ。
で、いつの間に来てたのみんな。もうずっと待ってて俺たち。マジで。
じゃあみんな使ってるキャラにするのがいいんじゃない？
いいね、確かに。
まあいいんじゃないですか。
じゃあはいはい、みんなが S バッジ取ったことあるオフェンスどうすか？オフェンス。
確かに。言われてみれば全員取ってるね。
確かに。
確かに。
ハンターの衣装も決めようよ。
忍者でいいんじゃないですか。
忍者か。
でも俺使えないんだよな。
確かに。
確かにな。
じゃあでもどっちも使えるのサングリアじゃない？どう？
待って。確かに。
天才やん。
最強じゃねこれ。
じゃあ衣装どういう感じにする？
まあかっこいいやつがいいよね。
確かに。
そうね。なんかこのゼータのね、やっぱこのマークとかやっぱ外せないと思うんだよ。
確かに。
あとこのユニフォームやっぱさ、めちゃくちゃかっこいいから、この雰囲気やっぱ取り入れていきたいよな。
確かに。
雷も欲しいよな。
確かに。ゼータといえばね。
ゼータといえば雷。
贅沢に入れてほしそうにしてる。
贅沢
入れてあげる。入れてあげる。
そんな感じにしますか。
はい、
行きましょう。行こ
じゃあリーダー、あとはお願いします。
ありがとうございます。はい。そうか、俺らの夢が叶ったんだな。
おい、もう練習始まるぞ。
ごめん。それじゃあやろうぜ。やりますか。やべ、90は。
やべ。何やってんだよ。
The same dream again. Chaos. Turbulence. Darkness closing in. In unseen corners. Sinners hide behind virtue. Power spills into blood and ruin. I stand at the edge, believing I could fly. Father, I once dreamed of reaching your sky. High, far, free, to spread my wings, to guard Libero's sky. You said an honest heart matters more than flight. Do not fear falling. Do not fear loss. Do not fear being alone. Because someone on the ground will always reach up to hold another sky. That is the true meaning of flight. Father? It was only after the fall that I understood. Some losses can never be undone. Hatred is the only wind strong enough to make us rise again.
Hello and welcome everyone. I'm your caster, Spice. As our protagonists gradually unveil the secrets of the ultimate question, the curtain finally rises on the 2026 Identity V Call of the Abyss 9 Global Finals. As the grandest offline celebration event of the year in the Identity V tournament scene, the Call of the Abyss 9 Global Finals boasts an impressive total prize pool of 8 million Chinese yuan. The Call of the Abyss 9 Global Finals is divided into two stages, the group stage and the playoffs. The group stage kicks off at the Shanghai Yangtze River Delta International Esports Cultural Center from April 10 to April 19, spanning a total of 10 days. 20 teams bound for the global finals. The results of the group draw are in. Here are the groups. Group A, Weibo Gaming, DFM, ARTERC. Group B, GG, Axiz Wave, Xteam, Wolves, GR. Group C, Omni, PRR, FPX.ZQ, FL, ACT. Group D, MRC, RT, LX, B4U, Zeta. Each group will compete in a single round-robin format using a best-of-3 system. The top 3 teams in each group will advance, while the bottom 2 teams will be eliminated. The top teams in each group will directly advance to the playoff quarterfinals. After 10 intense days of competition, the 12 advancing teams will head to the Shanghai Oriental Sports Center to battle it out in the final showdown. The Call of the Abyss 9 Global Final Playoffs will span 5 days. The first day will feature a best-of-3 single elimination format, while the subsequent 4 days will adopt a best-of-5 single elimination format. Will it be the legacy of the veteran giants that prevails, or will the dark horse rise to glory in a single battle? Who's your champion? Share your predictions in the comments, and together we'll witness greatness.
欢迎回到深渊驿站特别节目，我是主持人小小。那现在我们也是来到了本次的第2站，在正式开始今天的体验之前呢，我们也是有请到了一位特殊来宾，让我们欢迎摩西萨桑，来和我们大家打个招呼吧。
皆さんこんにちは。日本地区解説、キャスターさせていただきます摩西萨です。よろしくお願いいたします。
欢迎欢迎欢迎摩西萨桑。那他今天呢也会和我们一起来进行接下来的挑战。那今天的话也是要请你先来做一个我们刚才也完成过的环节，那就是从夯到拉，给自己今天的体验来进行一个预测和排名。好啦，那么现在也是选完了他自己的评级，小明有人陪你了，你不是唯一一个夯了，而且他还在后面加了2个感叹号，感觉他比你更有自信。那下面也是要来问一下嘛，就像为什么会非常自信的给自己选择到一个夯呢？
毎日朝コーヒーを飲んでます。もうたくさん飲んできたんで、味は完璧です。
那在这里其实也是想要稍微提醒你一下，因为确实我们今天第1站小笼包的制作还是非常有难度的。你现在想要退出，还有机会，还来得及。
任せてください。コーヒー大好きなんで、1番取ります。
从生豆到熟豆，每一颗咖啡豆都历经烘焙的蜕变，萃取出醇厚浓郁的浓缩，细腻绵密的奶泡缓缓打发，温柔融合，再以巧思雕花，随心所欲 DIY 自己想要的图案，一杯专属的咖啡就此诞生。
谢谢。ああ、いい匂い。
美味しいのができました。
老师没有 line。
1/3。
こんぐらい。雪みたいに綺麗です。
可以自己想画什么画什么。对，你可以自己想画什么画什么。OK， 那谢谢。OK。
なんだろうな。
Yeah, I'm enjoying it.
好了，那我们的选手也是在经过了学习和制作中，现在我们的面前就已经摆了7杯非常非常浓郁的咖啡了。接下来就从我身边的我们今天特殊的来宾AbyssⅨ上开始，我们来问他一下，今天你选择进行创作的会是哪一杯咖啡呢？
僕のやつはこちらです。どうですか？かわいい、かわいい、かわいいですね。かわいいですね。もうめちゃくちゃ美味しく仕上がったかなと思うんですけど、まあ絵力についてはちょっとこれから練習が必要かなって思います。S ランクですね。いただきます。あー、真好喝。
哇，这趟没白来啊！没白来，又学了技术，又喝了这么好喝的咖啡，感觉AbyssⅨ今天的体验感完全拉满了。好，那下面问到我身边的 Yuki， 哪一杯是你的咖啡？哇，这一杯看起来是最专业的。你之前有接触过咖啡拉花相关的吗？
没有。
所以今天第一次学，第一次做就做成这个样子。
是。
哇，那你今天在选择图案方面有进行一个怎样的思考？
没有吧，是老师全靠老师教的。
然后就到了我们的 Green 选手，来拿出那一杯你亲手制作的咖啡吧。
Yeah, this is my coffee. I made this design because I felt very happy today to participate. So yeah, I have a happy face to represent my feeling.
感觉自己亲手做的就是好喝一点。那接下来我们问到所有选手，哪一杯是你做的？
일단 이런 경험한 것도 굉장히 좋았고요. 근데 특히 세계 각지에서 이제 온 다양한 선수들과 같이 이제 만들 수 있어서 더 뜻깊은 시간이었던 것 같습니다.
那请他来和我们分享一下，怎么样想着今天制作了一个有点像 X 这样的一个图案。
오늘 행운 같은 날이라고 생각해서 이제 네잎클로버를 그리려고 했습니다.
那下面的话也是问到我们左手边这位选手，哪一杯是你的咖啡？
因为我自己本身没有什么想法，所以我是跟着老师的教学一步一步去做的。
那你觉得对于你来说，今天整个的学习和制作会是比较难的吗？
不会，因为老师教的比较慢，会一步一步教。
那接下来问到白木選手。
私が作ったコーヒーはカフェラテはこれです。なんかそのお花とかその葉っぱみたいなやつを作ろうと思ったんですけど、それをうまく表現するのが難しかったなって思ってました。
但还是尽力尝试去还原了。能够感觉到大家对于今天的学习还是非常非常认真的嘛。那下面我们来问到小明同学啊。
因为我本身自身比较喜欢小狗嘛，所以说我想的是在拉花上也画了一只小狗，就是2个耳朵变成一个开心的笑脸。有点色跑了。
你要喝吗？
可以啊，喝。
你想喝就喝吧。从小明的表现来看，确实今天他这一杯咖啡可以给到一个非常非常高的一个评价了。那我们本次的深渊驿站到这儿就要告一段落啦。在这里呢，也想要对我们所有的选手还有屏幕前的观众说，希望大家都可以好好吃饭，好好睡觉，好好喝一杯，身体健康快乐才是最重要的。也请大家继续关注深渊的呼唤9全球总决赛，拜拜，
拜拜。
Beauty. Merely the first breath of terror. Death. Perhaps the opening act of eternity. I've sought proof my whole life. The cost insignificant. I give the dead an eternal shadow. The living a face untouched by time. What I truly desire is not to freeze the now into forever, but to bring the once into this moment. I long for silence to break, for light to turn for you again. I long for you to breach the album and speak my name again. I long for you before my very eyes.
Joseph?
Claude, I'm back.
Life is an endless adventure. And danger waits at every turn. The more you flinch and hide, the deeper you sink into despair. Only courage can cut through the darkness and reach the dawn. Only those who have walked the world with their own 2 feet earn the right to be called the greatest explorer.
Well said. What a thrilling day we've had. Time to catch our breath. Shh. What is it?
Wolves!
Kurt, look out!
Kurt! Get away from me, you filthy beasts! Get away from me, you filthy beasts!
Call the doctor! Hurry! I'm sorry, Kurt.
I beat the wolves, but lost my freedom.
Given your condition, we can't let you leave yet. Please rest.
I must leave this cage. Because my next adventure is about to begin.
あれみんなまだ来てないじゃん。
お疲れ。おい、おせ座。
で、いつの間に来てたのみんな。もうずっと待ってたよ、俺たち。マジで。
じゃあみんな使ってるキャラにするのがいいんじゃない？
いいね、確かに。まあいいんじゃないですか。
じゃあはいみんなが S バッジ取ったことあるオフェンスどうすか？オフェンス。
確かに。言われてみれば全員取ってるね。確かに。
ハンターの衣装も決めようよ。
忍者でいいんじゃないですか。
忍者か。
でも俺使えないんだよな。
確かにな。じゃあでもどっちも使えるのサングリアじゃない？どう？
待って。
確かに。
天才やん。
最強じゃねこ
れ。じゃあ衣装どういう感じにする？
まあかっこいいやつがいいよね。
確かに。
そうね。なんかこのゼータのね、やっぱこのマークとかやっぱ外せないと思うんだよ。確かに。あとこのユニフォームやっぱさ、めちゃくちゃかっこいいから、この雰囲気やっぱ取り入れていきたいよな。
確かに。
雷も欲しいよな。
確かに。ゼータといえばね。
ゼータといえば雷。
ゼータ君も入れてほしそうにしてる。
贅沢かわいいな。
入れてあげる。
そんな感じにしますか。
はい。
はい、行きましょう。行こう。
じゃあリーダー、あとはお願いします。
ありがとうございます。はい。そうか、俺らの夢が叶ったんだな。
おい、もう練習始まるぞ。
ごめん。よいしょ。やろうぜ。やりますか。やべ、90は。やべ。
何やってんだよ。
The same dream again. Chaos. Turbulence. Darkness closing in. In unseen corners, sinners hide behind virtue. Power spills into blood and ruin. I stand at the edge, believing I could fly. Father, I once dreamed of reaching your sky. High, far, free. To spread my wings, to guard Libero's sky. You said an honest heart matters more than flight. Do not fear falling. Do not fear loss. Do not fear being alone. Because someone on the ground will always reach up to hold another sky. That is the true meaning of flight. Father? It was only after the fall that I understood. Some losses can never be undone. Hatred is the only wind strong enough to make us rise again.
Hello and welcome everyone. I'm your caster, FPX.ZQ. As our protagonists gradually unveil the secrets of the ultimate question, the curtain finally rises on the 2026 Identity V Call of the Abyss 9 Global Finals. As the grandest offline celebration event of the year in the Identity V tournament scene, the Call of the Abyss 9 Global Finals boasts an impressive total prize pool of 8 million Chinese yuan. The Call of the Abyss 9 Global Finals is divided into two stages, the group stage and the playoffs. The group stage kicks off at the Shanghai Yangtze River Delta International Esports Cultural Center from April 10 to April 19, spanning a total of 10 days. 20 teams bound for the global finals. The results of the group draw are in. Here are the groups. Group A, Weibo Gaming, DFM, ARTERC. Group B, GG, Axiz Wave, Xteam, Wolves, GR. Group C, Omni, PRR, FPX.ZQ, FL, ACT. Group D, MRC, RT, LX, B4U, Zeta. Each group will compete in a single round-robin format using a best-of-3 system. The top 3 teams in each group will advance, while the bottom 2 teams will be eliminated. The top teams in each group will directly advance to the playoff quarterfinals. After 10 intense days of competition, the 12 advancing teams will head to the Shanghai Oriental Sports Center to battle it out in the final showdown. The Call of the Abyss:IX Global Final Playoffs will span 5 days. The first day will feature a best-of-3 single elimination format, while the subsequent 4 days will adopt a best-of-5 single elimination format. Will it be the legacy of the veteran giant that prevails, or will the dark horse rise to glory in a single battle? Who's your champion? Share your predictions in the comments, and together we'll witness greatness.
欢迎回到深渊驿站特别节目，我是主持人小小。那现在我们也是来到了本次的第2站，在正式开始今天的体验之前呢，我们也是有请到了一位特殊来宾，让我们欢迎AbyssⅨさん，来和我们大家打个招呼吧。
皆さんこんにちは。日本地区解説、キャスターさせていただきますAbyssⅨです。よろしくお願いいたします。
欢迎AbyssⅨさん。那他今天呢也会和我们一起来进行接下来的挑战。那今天的话也是要请你先来做一个我们刚才也完成过的环节，那就是从夯到拉，给自己今天的体验来进行一个预测和排名。好了，那么现在也是选完了他自己的评级，小明有人陪你了，你不是唯一一个夯了，而且他还在后面加了2个感叹号，感觉他比你更有自信。那下面也是要来问一下AbyssⅨ为什么会非常自信的给自己选择到一个夯呢？
毎日朝コーヒーを飲んでます。もうたくさん飲んできたんで、味は完璧です。
那在这里其实也是想要稍微提醒你一下，因为确实我们今天第1站小笼包的制作还是非常有难度的。你现在想要退出，还有机会，还来得及。
任せてください。コーヒー大好きなんで1番取ります。
从生豆到熟豆，每一颗咖啡豆都历经烘焙的蜕变，萃取出醇厚浓郁的浓缩，细腻绵密的奶泡缓缓打发，温柔融合，再以巧思雕花，随心所欲 DIY 自己想要的图案，一杯专属的咖啡就此诞生。
谢谢。ああ、いい匂い。
美味しいのができました。
老师没有 line。
1/3。
こんぐらい。雪みたいに綺麗です。
可以自己想画什么画什么。
对，你可以自己想画什么画什么。OK，
谢谢。
Finish。OK。
なんだろうな。
Yeah, I'm enjoying it.
好了，那我们的选手也是在经过了学习和制作中，现在我们的面前就已经摆了7杯非常非常浓郁的咖啡了。接下来就从我身边的我们今天特殊的来宾 AbyssⅨ 开始，我们来问他一下，今天你选择进行创作的会是哪一杯咖啡呢？
僕のやつはこちらです。どうですか？かわいい、かわいい、かわいいですね。かわいいですね。もうめちゃくちゃ美味しく仕上がったかなと思うんですけど、まあ絵力についてはちょっとこれから練習が必要かなって思います。S ランクですね。いただきます。あー、真好喝。
哇，这套没白来啊！没白来，又学了技术，又喝了这么好喝的咖啡，感觉AbyssⅨ今天的体验感完全拉满了。好，那下面问到我身边的 Yuki， 哪一杯是你的咖啡？哇，这一杯看起来是最专业的。你之前有接触过咖啡拉花相关的吗？
没有。
所以今天第一次学，第一次做就做成这个样子。
是。
哇，那你今天在选择图案方面有进行一个怎样的思考？
没有吧，是老师全靠老师教的。
然后就到了我们的 Green 选手，来拿出那一杯你亲手制作的咖啡吧。
Yeah, this is my coffee. I made this design because I felt very happy today to participate. So yeah, I have a happy face to represent my feeling.
感觉自己親手做的就是好喝一点。那接下来我们问到所有选手，哪一杯是你做的？
일단 이런 경험한 것도 굉장히 좋았고요. 근데 특히
便是第一次踏上这个舞台。
Perhaps the
即便是第一次踏上这个舞台，我们也必将展现最耀眼的自己。
도전자인 만큼 이 무대에서 새로운 흐름을 보여드리겠습니다.
Born bold, forged to face any challenge. We shall take the abyss stage head on.
We have stood in the abyss stage before, and this time we will return to conquer.
In skill and legacy, NAEU division to stand as a top contender in the abyss stage.
Fueled by pure passion, my team and I set out once again on the world stage. Third place at IBS is not where our journey ends.
...1年间，身份的转变让我不断变强。这一次，我也想书写属于自己的传奇。
上海は僕たちが初めてグローバル大会の優勝を手に入れた始まりの場所、そして今、栄光とともに戻ってきました。僕らの前進は誰にも止められません。
我们踏上过巅峰，也咀嚼过遗憾。成都狼队极具经验与韧性，追逐冠军的星火，我们永不熄灭。
1年前、優勝に涙した思い出は今も鮮明に覚えています。日本地区は COA の有力な優勝候補の一つになりました。ゼータディビジョンはこれからもこの栄光を
活動新锐 DFM 加油 ！DFM 对比你们，我们有个优势，就是去年我们打过深渊了。
紧张刺激的比赛即将拉开序幕，让我们一起期待精彩纷呈的对决。首先有请日本赛区 Detonation for COAASME。 欢迎 Bunny、Apai、Felix、Liz、Magica、Yami。接下来，让我们有请东南亚赛区 Aquarius。 欢迎 Yuki、PP、秒牌、鹤神、Joker、周周。
All right. Now is another new day for us. It's day number 6. This is Nello and that's Gummy will be your commentators for today. COA⅓ and as you all saw, AR versus DFM. But before all that, how are all of you doing? How are you doing? How are you feeling, Gummy?
I'm feeling excited for today's matches. It's going to be the Japanese professional team going against the SEA region. We would say since during the regionals, they would be at the top 5. One of the top 5 teams for Japan, one of the top 2 teams for SEA. We'll have to see how well they go against them. DFM, a very strong team, but then again, AR, there's a lot of names we've seen before. We've seen Meow, PP, and Yuki, Heshen, very repetitively. They were multiple players from last year's COA as well. Jakra being one of the newer players from my memory. So send out your encouragements to the team that you will be cheering for.
Exactly. And seeing a lot of highs and hellos for Nello and Gummy. Yes, that's us. And hopefully you guys are going to be enjoying today's matchups with us. We're definitely excited to be covering not just one, but two Southeast Asia division matches.
That's
and of course, just saying hi to Loboto Boy. I know that you've been waiting for us since the very beginning, right? Since the very beginning during the countdown itself. I see Jade Pierre, I see Neon Yami, I see Moonshane, I see Light Warrior. Pretty sure there's a lot more other people, Sasa behind the scene, Ray Martin. But right now, eyes on the prize because that's 8 million Chinese yuan. And I believe that's approximately 500,000 US dollars. But the champion will be going back with a lion's share of 3 million yuan, so on and so forth for the following positions. And right now, if you're wondering which side, which part of the leg we are at right now, it's at 15th of April, day number 6, and we're halfway through the group stages, ending on 19th of April, where the top 12 teams are going to be making it for May 1st to May 5th. That's going to be the grand finals to crown the grand champion of COA 9. So we're definitely very excited to see which 12 teams are going to make it through. And Gummy, Group A to D.
Right, we will be seeing on the side of Group A, at the moment, DFM and AR are the two bottom teams. So they really need to, one team really needs to get a win to get themselves back higher up in the rankings. We still have the second half of this group stage to happen. Starting today is the second half. Since yesterday was the end of the first half, they're gonna have to make this count.
Exactly. Yeah, you do not want to, you want to have that a slight opportunity moving up, right? And with so little games left, there's only so much you can actually do and fight to move forward. But speaking about fighting, there's the supporting event for all fans. During the COA 9 Global Finals, you get to cheer for your favorite teams and players. Players who post their own fan-made illustrations, written works, or videos on any social media platform with the hashtags #IDVCOA9 and #COA9 support will be considered successfully entered. So officials will randomly select 15 players to receive a NetEase Pay gift card valued at 99 US dollar cents. 10 of them totaling to $9.90 cents, right? So your supporting messages will be personally selected by the team and have a chance to be featured at our offline event. So guys, whatever message you have for the team, for the players, show your love, show your support, and stand a chance to win something while you're doing that as well. If you're part of the player, Gummy, who would you want to send your support? Which team would you want to send your support to if you get to send only one?
I think I'll have to abstain from that because, I want to support more than one team. And, we have to try to remain neutral as casters. So, yeah, I don't think I would just choose one team to support. But do you have a team in mind, Nello, for you?
Yeah, I mean, yes, you definitely have to remain neutral, but I'll probably support the Southeast Asia division team, right? Of course, we are cheering for, we're supporting for everyone. And of course, AR versus DFM, that's going to be the first one. RT versus Alex, we'll be covering that as well. Yes, a lot of support is going to be going for our home, for at least for my home division. But nonetheless, we'll be cheering for everyone. And I'm sure everyone in the chat also has their own favorites, right? So let's think about some emotes we can do for DFM or AR while we're at that. AR, maybe a green heart, maybe green hearts, that would do it. How about for DFM? Red hearts, yeah, probably that could do it as well, representing their region colors, right? So okay, so guys, AR versus DFM right here. What can we expect? At the moment, AR is currently at the bottom of the group stages. So against DFM, I feel like they have an opportunity if they can pull off a surprise lineup pick against DFM. But yeah, Gummy, please take it over.
It looks like DFM survivors will be going first. They have chosen Arms Factory as their pick. AR, on the other hand, they've been banning out Chinatown and Dark Woods. So Hunter up first will most likely be expecting Hessian to be their first Hunter, but since he has been playing for them in the entirety of the tournament.
That's kind of weird picking Arms Factory. We don't really see many teams picking up Arms Factory simply because it's really just calling out for an IV in this match, right? It's really hard for the Hunters actually. The Survivors are going to have a much better time here. But of course, it is the home map to Ivy and Dream Witch. So maybe they want to pull up that Ivy in the beginning games. Especially if there's going to be an Archer in the mix. That's where the Ivy trap, Ivy lineup Bandpix trap is going to lead to. But they've already made their selection. What do you think though? Do you think we're going to see a repeat of an Ivy?
Well, during the first round, are we talking about the Hunter? He has been playing.
Do you think we'll be seeing an Ivy here in the Arms Factory?
Definitely possible. Ivy can just have a lot of map control with the Ostracons and infecting survivors while chasing, and then she'll slowly start to hone in on her one objective survivor. As long as she can really be able to eliminate that first survivor early, it will definitely be working in their favor. But to the player introductions, the first survivor we'll be looking at is AbyssⅨ. We can see he plays the Lanternist and Magician, most likely meaning he is one of the survivors that will be taking the first kite and just trying to prolong that first kite as long as possible so that the other teammates will be able to decode.
Yeah, and this is a perfect map for Kurt as well, right? As long as he doesn't wear anything flashy. Up next is Riz. He's here to Riz you all with his forward and with his walling. That's the harasser and / rescuer for the team, although only a 17% escape rate. So probably sacrificing himself for the greater good is what he's gonna be doing today. And meanwhile, a lot of red hearts and green hearts in the chat, so make your support be known while we are going through the player selections. Gummy, talk to us about Vanny.
Vanny likes to take a lot of the harasser role. We can see his character picks as being the anti-Query and an archer, so a lot of good support, especially if one player goes down very early in the game. They really need to buy back that time and just prolong that lifespan a little bit longer. So very important to have a harasser on your side.
Yeah, you definitely, if you're a Hunter main, you definitely hate having a harasser in the team, right? Every single time when I play Hunter in rank, I'm like, oh my god, why is it that there's so many harassers in the game? How many harassers do you need, right? But Felix is not a harasser, but that's a utilitarian role player. Felix with the Fire Investigator and a Doctor main being highlighted right there. And I know that there are a few people who are fans of Florian right there, right? Especially Mystical Maniac. I'm not sure if you're here, but well, Mystical says Florian equals to auto win. So let's see if that's gonna really happen today, right? But yeah, DFM is definitely going to have to play their A game because it's Hershen that's going to be up next. But now COAⅨ, that's his battle dance. I would say COAⅨ is one of the coaches that I'm really interested in, simply because of his unique demeanor, and of course I just love seeing his antics, right? I would say that's his battle dance cry, you know, like something similar to Haka or something. But yeah, they're up against Hershen right here from AR, and as we all know, Gummy, Hershen is one of the top, or if not the best Hunter in Southeast Asia division.
Yeah, we can see he has chosen the Qist and the Holoblue as his main character picks. On the side of the stats, it does seem like since DFM and AR are on the lower half of their rankings, it doesn't seem as high, but he's definitely one of the very strong hunters in SEA, so we can definitely see a very good performance here once again.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely needs to pick up the pace, right? So what more to say? Like, there's the coach as well, being all serious and laser focused right there. Probably just thinking, you know what, Hershen, you gotta set the pace for AR right now. And if you can set a comfortable pace, well, AR survivors are gonna have a less stressful time, right? In the second half. So what's the game plan here going into Arms Factory? Forcing Hershen to play Ivy here? I mean, his QS is definitely very deadly, but Arms Factory is just a recipe, right, for Ivy right here. So only time will tell. First two usual suspects are usually the Seer and Doctor, but this time Seer is out of jail and Lanternist will be available. And wait, DFM is picking up Seer straight away. Gummy, a rare appearance for Eli right there.
Right. As soon as Seer is let out of that banned jail, he'll be picked immediately, and this is going to help them prolong that first kite. He can provide that support so that whichever survivor that gets chased first, he's going to be able to allow them to get another extra hit.
Yeah, for sure. But again, remember, Arms Factory is just like the home nest for Ivy, and Ivy is the natural born enemy of the Archer. So bringing out the Archer right now, not really sure if they're really forcing Hershen. I'm pretty sure Hershen has a very strong Ivy as well, but they're already pulling out all the big guns and now settling with a Meteorologist as well in this factory. I would say factory is a really strong kiting area as well. This map itself is very strong, but Hershen, what does he have in mind right here? He's already banned out the Muro, he's banned out the Aeroplanes as well. So obviously Ivy would be a point right here, would be a choice right here, but QS will also be a really good choice for him if he really wants to persist with it, because that's his main, right? But if you were Hershen, Gummy, would you go with something that's tried and tested, like, yeah, I'm sure Ivy's good here, or do you think I'm going for my comfort QS pick?
I mean, you'll have to really take a look at the team comp. Seeing that he doesn't want the Wildling, it's not going to be anything like the Hullabaloo who could actually counter the Wildling, so I think that would be off the table. If we do look at his other hunter picks, he still has the other meta hunters available, such as Opera Singer, Goatman, Peddler also, but Peddler's more of a tie or more hunter, so we don't see her coming out too much during the first round. But the good thing on the survivor side is they are able to have the Seer, so they will be able to tank a little more hits, and they're able to get that Rescuer as the Archer, who can also continue to have distance, but QS being picked for Hershen's side.
So Hershen doesn't really care that there's an Archer right on the opposing side, and that is Arms Factory, because if he plays Ivy here, it's definitely a very strong counter towards this team, right? But well, let's just say he's going for comfort over terrain advantage, and QS is his main after all. So let's see if Marcus will be able to make a mark in this matchup. I'm pretty sure the Archer's going to be up around him, annoying him and harassing when needed. But right now, with a pick like this, they're kind of forcing him to be in between the Archer and Meteorologist, but he's not going to take the bait. He's just going to block that Factory Cypher and position himself next to Eli, right? So, well, I would love to see a Clark first chase, simply because we haven't seen Eli for such a long time. But Gummy, I'm really excited for this match. I'm really excited to see Eli Clark. Although the one reason why I would not play an Eli is because I do give yellow owls at times. I'm not sure about you, but yeah. Let's take a look at the personas though.
We can see we have two Tide Turners on the Meteorologist and the Gravekeeper. They'll most likely be your two Rescuers. On the side of the other, we have 3 borrow times, so no... Oh, all 4 survivors have borrow time. And we also have 3 audience effect to just try to get the ciphers decoded as fast as possible. On the Hunter side, we're going to be bringing Blink, Detention, but this is your commentary being brought to you by Gummy and Nello for this first matchup.
All right, green hearts for AR, red hearts for DFM. Right now, Q is Hershan. That's the hunter of AR coming first, looking for that first target. Again, the classic move is to move towards the middle, make sure that the survivors get the survivors off the ciphers, get them to transition away, and then when he has enough contact points, then the chase will commence. But one thing's for sure though, not sure if you really want to commit towards where the factory is, which is why he probably has his sights on Felix, but it's yet to be determined. Everyone's still running around so far.
Hunter does finally spot the Gravekeeper, but he can tank quite a lot of hits. He's going to be looking for a different survivor, taking a lot of time trying to figure out where to go. Now he's heading towards the shack where the Seer currently is at, going to go into his demon form so he can transition much faster.
All right, AbyssⅨ will be that first chase apparently, and we get to see a little bit of a Seer action in moment. What a big contact point vicinity right here. Oh, beautiful transition, and just pre-dropping pallets, going through the window, and with a little bit of help from the knee-jerk reflex, is going to build some more distance. But Hershan, hot on tracks, and that beautiful one-touch all is going to be able to negate the first damage. Hershan, however, though, does have access to the black hole already, so AbyssⅨ needs to dodge that, and he does not have a flywheel to dodge that after all. But the blink hit's gonna connect, and now just one more hit before Seer goes down. Gummy, AbyssⅨ potentially going down here.
Right, finally is able to injure the survivor. We're gonna have the cue ball coming in, is able to capture him, will be able to take a hit here as he's out in the open, downing his first survivor. Cypher Machines 2 around 90, third one 58. So looking like we got the Archer coming in with the 100% laceration and trying to also get the body block.
What a magical hitbox, trying to get that hit, but AbyssⅨ is gonna fall again. But don't worry, because Vani is still right there, but the black hole is probably gonna save him a little bit. Oh, 100% laceration again. He really is committed to getting that body block and successfully getting the body block for the second time. Vani half health, but doesn't really matter because AbyssⅨ is already moving away. But looks like Hershan is back for he's trying to get a bit of revenge right there. You know what? You mess with me, you want to play with me, I'm going to switch targets to you instead. But Vani right here, Felix coming in as well with the support. DFM, they're really supporting their teammates no matter who's getting chased at the moment.
We're going to see a down onto the Archer. Just changing targets since she was buying up so much time for the Seer and she was already a half health, so might as well just change targets as she doesn't have any more arrows to work with. Good support on the Meteorologist, but that also means they weren't decoding. However, being the first chair, we see 2 Cypher Machines have been completed, third one almost primed.
Yeah, that's really important to note, right? Because with over-supporting, sometimes it can affect the ciphers as well. But as you can see, Felix is already on rescuing duty. He's not even... Felix. He is going to get that rescue. That's going to be the first tight turner being expanded. Felix just needs to be very careful not to get a double down right here. But the black hole just to block the entrance. Vani does not have anything else to work with, has no more items, needs to raw kite. But the one thing is important, he cannot... he needs to run far away from ciphers. He cannot allow the ciphers to be disrupted. Already, Vani going down for the second time right here. But I don't know, Gummy, it looks like everyone here is injured and there's not even a last cipher available.
But this is the second chair and she was rescued before half, so she will be able to buy a little more time. We have Gravekeeper also with Tide Turner still available. Hunter's going to be setting up the contact points to utilize the mini abnormals in his kit and also throwing a cue ball towards Felix.
Yeah. He's just ready, right? Right now, Riz is also in position, trying to Riz his way. Like, you know what? I'm gonna make this rescue happen, please. Oh my god! Okay, just tanking that hit. Okay, right now, Vani, without any items, is gonna try and kite away by a little bit more time. I mean, it's last effort after all, but he has a blink to work with, but does not even need a blink because I think Vani has recited to his fate. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna get hit anyway. Let me just use last effort and bring you as far away as possible. But the problem still presides, Gummy, because there is still no last cipher.
Right, first survivor sent back to the manor, 4 Cypher Machines completed. They have to play the slow game here. They need to prime up the Cypher Machines. Hunter is going to continuously go back and forth, continuously abnormaling the areas, but At the moment, the Cypher with the most progress is only 24%, which has just been abnormal back down to 9%. So doing a very good job stalling this last Cypher machine and continuously sending the cue ball to that 9% Cypher.
Yeah, this is where you see the QS really excels, right? Just the Cypher control, just constantly mini abnormaling, just constantly trying to get them away from Cyphers. But the good thing about DFM is at least they took the time to slow down and heal each other up. But AbyssⅨ remains to be the only person not fully healed up. But good thing he's not the one being chased next, because Felix might be that second chase. Oh, a little bit of a red light trick right there. But the black hole, will that happen? And he's gonna get caught by the black hole. That's gonna be a hit onto Felix. Hershan has his blink to work with, so all these high walls might not even matter the most. And Hershan already changing targets again, and that's exactly how he wants to play it. Cypher control, make sure everyone's injured, waste all the resources, and then that's where you go for the kill. And next up target, he's making risk with his resources. Going for him, I'm pretty sure, chasing a little bit, getting him down here would be super important.
We're gonna get out of the shovel, be able to. Oh, Hunter's gonna blink right through as he threw down this pallet, but he's still at full health. He was at full health, so it's only gonna be a half health. So far, have the cue ball outside here. He's completely left this area. Hunter's going to redirect himself towards the survivor, going right back into his shovel and tanking another hit.
Yeah, so far Riz is really doing a good job, right? Not going down and just using his shovels to take all those hit instances, right? But now Hershan, wow, that charge attack did not connect. Riz is buying a lot of time right here. Hershan has to be really careful not to panic right here. I mean, he still has time. Riz is gonna go all the way down onto the shovel again. Will still be able to take a little bit more time, but right and now the window play is gonna be in effect. He knows that Hershan does not have blink. The black hole has been utilized, and it's gonna... Did it connect? It did connect, and Riz out in the open is gonna go down soon after. And I don't know, Kami, it seems like Hershan is doing a great job just wasting all of their resources. And the Cyphers, again, the constant mini abnormal. It's no Cypher is even above 50% at this point.
Yeah, very good job being able to down this Gravekeeper, but the survivors did also heal up at that time, and we were trying to see another sneak heal. Hunter will be going back towards this Gravekeeper, and then, oh, wonderful push by the Meteorologist. Hunter will be forced to chair him just so that they won't be able to heal up while they also work on that Cypher machine. Meteorologist nearby.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta be really careful here, right? If you give that free hit again, you won't have anyone to rescue at the late game. So they gotta be really careful right here. But I feel like this is Hershan's game, right? Simply because DFM right now, the last Cypher that has a lot of progress is constantly being disrupted right here. So Felix gonna make that successful rescue. No kite turner. I assume that it's gonna chase after after the last remaining person who has full health. Just chase a little bit out away from the Cypher, then go back to Riz right here. Riz has no item. The charge attack is gonna bring him down again. The Cyphers are being pushed to 3/4 at the moment, but Hershan, realizing what's going on, is just gonna keep doing this. Rinse and repeat. Just make sure you force everyone out of Cyphers. Make sure the mini abnormal takes effect. Make sure everyone's half health. Put them on the ground if necessary, and Riz might have to expend his self-heal at the moment, while AbyssⅨ is gonna be kidnapped, but he's gonna farm that owl at the very least. So one owl to be used. Will he use it now in crucial moments?
Hunter back into his demon form. It looks like he will be going for the blink down immediately. Gravekeeper has primed up his heal. The question is whether he's going to utilize his self-healing, but the Hunter is going to be carrying the Seer next. Closer to the Cypher.
Yeah.
Oh, it's almost primed.
Yeah, that's good news. That's good news for DFM, and they have... And the good news is also they have... Everyone has borrowed time, right? So... Felix says focus on decoding, so I'm not really sure if that's cue for him to like just pop the Cypher, but honestly I think the rescue needs to happen. Riz trying to make a beeline for AbyssⅨ right there. Even if he goes down, it doesn't really matter because Cyphers can be popped. Riz probably needs to go a little bit closer. Mini abnormal is going to keep the Cypher at 84%, so this is where things can be very dangerous for DFM, because if Riz goes down here, Cyphers won't even be primed, and he realizes this. He's going to wait for a full blood rescue. AbyssⅨ is in vicinity, but the pop, is it going to happen? The pop? No! no one's popping! No one's popping! Where? Oh no, the black hole to Cam. That's probably Hershan, because otherwise why would he not pop? There's definitely a black hole waiting there, right? Maybe that's why he couldn't reach the ciphers. And just like that, Hershan, 2 people on the chair, and Felix is the only one remaining. Dungeons in the middle, Hershan knows that, and this is such a good position for Hershan to get a 4K.
Just trying to get around the map to see where Tinnitus gets triggered so that he could down this Meteorologist. Meteorologist just trying to hide and wait for the Gravekeeper to bleed out or on the chair so that he could make a dash for that dungeon escape.
That's very unfortunate for Seer as well. 1 owl and not being able to use it, but Meteorologist still has a Magician 1, like what you have mentioned and seen here as well. So it's just a matter of how are you going to utilize this. Mind you, Felix does not have Flywheel, so that one is gonna be the only thing that helps him in the very end. So let's see if Felix will be able to do that clutch play. No, he ran straight into the club of Hershan. Yes, if you go invisible, you can avoid the black hole, but but you're still walking straight to Hershan's attack. Oh no, Felix. That's gonna be a 4K onto Hershan right there. Gummy, what an impressive play by Hershan, Team AR right there.
So really off to a very good start on the side of AR. Both teams we did see they are in the bottom of their group, so this matchup really means a lot to them and they're going to play very aggressively. We saw such an amazing play by that QS. It seemed like DFM had such a good start and they had 4 Cypher machines completed, but after that one survivor was eliminated, Hershan had so much map control, he just started abnormaling all the Cypher machines and they just couldn't get enough. And then the mind games, as you mentioned, towards the last Cypher machine, he couldn't pop the Cypher machine, most likely because the cue ball was guarding it, so he's unable to access it for that entire time.
Yeah, that's the danger playing against someone who can kidnap you and sort of mini abnormal the Cypher, right? But DFM definitely did very, very good right there. 126 seconds and 124 seconds on both survivors. As a matter of fact, everyone kited way above 60 seconds right there. But the Cypher control by Hershan proven to be too deadly for them to handle, and not to mention the decision, the inability to use the owl by Apai right there might have actually costed them a little bit. But then again, you wouldn't have expected Hershan with a blink attack right there, catching you off guard. So all in all, both sides played really well, but it was down to Hershan's minute, detailed play, which constantly kidnaps and mini abnormal Cypher. And you know, when the last Cypher couldn't be popped, well, that was pretty much GG. That was pretty much GG at that point. But Gummy, any do you think there was any way, any outstanding plays or any notable moments that you have gotten from that game just now? From either sides?
For the DFM survivors, if you saw the early support, they did such a good job just prolonging the life of the Seer. They had the Archer coming in for the Seer and just stunning, getting him out. Hunter tried to play around it, utilizing the cue ball, and just changed targets at this point because the Archer was doing such an amazing harass. Then we got the Meteorologist coming in for the support the second time with the wind push, and then Hunter will eventually be able to down him with that blink, so still being able to down a survivor. I mean, I'll just say Hershan just played that endgame so well.
Yeah.
I would say they should have just popped the Cypher machine early, because once Hershan just had that back and forth, they just couldn't do anything at that point. And so they wanted the 3-man endgame situation, so they kept stalling it out. But the more you stall, the more opportunities the QS has.
I love that insight coming from you, right? I agree with you totally. And as a matter of fact, you even saw that Felix actually paying focus on decoding. Maybe that was really the cue, right? To just say, 2-man endgame, pop the Cypher, please, right? At least you'll be able to get one person out. But unfortunately, that's going to be Hershan's way of capitalizing, getting that 4K. But up next, AR survivors are going to be taking up the stage Meteorologist and Coordinator are Yuki's highlighted characters. Of course, she can play multiple utility characters as well. But Yuki, right there. Right now, AR Survivors only has one job, and that is to make sure they don't get 4K. If they can do that, round 1 is theirs for the taking. So look, they're pretty confident right there. Next up, PP.
PP, we do see that he chose the first officer and mercenary quite often, and he is the rescuer for their group. So seeing that he does have the average rescue of 1, we know that he can succeed at least getting that 1 rescue that you need to get as a rescuer player.
Yep. Definitely. That's the minimum, right? That would be really weird if you see a rescuer with less than 1 rescue, right? That would be really weird, because that would mean you fail your rescue. You couldn't even make it past 1. But PP, obviously a very important individual to rescue. But up next, that's going to be Meow 2, otherwise known as Meow Pai. Signature name, signature player, veteran in IDV scene for quite a number of years as well, playing in multiple teams and finally in AR. This guy, I would compare him to PP Shia simply because he is a hunter turned survivor, right? So, and he's been playing outstandingly well as well. So don't let his appearance fool you. Might look cute, might look like he's an innocent looking player, but his gameplay is really aggressive.
Yeah, also getting 4th in hunter containment time. Looks like we have a little bit of a sub in here. We're gonna see ZZ coming in for, usually we saw Jokra, right? But so we don't really have any stats. She does bring in the Gravekeeper and the Mercenary, another rescuer role player, but they have a rescuer PP, so I'm sure one of them will be taking the more Kaido route, so the other teammate can play the rescuer. Or they could go double rescue just to secure that 1-man escape. It's also a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, play a secondary rescuer, right? You don't have to necessarily commit to a full-time rescuer. Maybe a journalist would be great as well, or a knight as well. But right up next, MZK. That's the round 1 hunter for DFM. And he also, surprise, surprise, plays QS like Hershen. So we're going to see the battle of the QS probably in game number 1, Arms Factory right here. But Gummy, yeah, I mean, from what info I got, PP is the main rescuer of the team, right? So it's kind of, and that's the reason why we did not see ZZ before this, because she is the secondary rescuer. So maybe Jokra wants to take a break, although I feel like Jokra's role is more towards the utility type. So one of them have to give, right? So either ZZ or PP needs to do it. So I'm not sure. ZZ probably will be taking Jokra's role as the support utilitarian. We'll see. Right now, Hershen has already given them the advantage, has already set the pace with 4K. So AR survivors, they need 1 survivor out. And I don't know, but maybe this is the adjustment that AR thinks they need, right? In order to win round number 1.
A lot of the persona traits that we saw bringing in the survivor side when they need to get that 1-man escape is ensuring that they get the first survivor gets rescued with Tide Turner twice. So they may be bringing in a triple Tide Turner or a double rescuer just to be able to secure that rescue and just buy enough time. I mean, a lot of options left for the survivors, but definitely Hershen giving them a 4-man elimination gives the survivor side an upper hand coming into this second half.
Yeah, I'm really curious though. I'm really curious and excited to see how they are going to utilize this lineup. Not just the character lineup, but the player lineup. Because 2 rescuer mains on the same team. How are they going to do this, right? But yeah, I see Mystical Maniac in in the chat. Do you think we're going to see a Florian? Not too sure. But one thing is for sure, we're going to see the forward right here. So starting things off with a forward and Doctor. I love this. I love seeing this. A Doctor as well. Funny that MZK allowed the Doctor to be picked. Doctor is so annoying to play against.
It does look like he prioritized banning the Seer and one of the stable rescuers, and then the stable Kiter as the Magician.
Yeah, it seems like that, right? But do you really want to let the doctor out amok? But yeah, I mean, this is an opportunity for us to see the power of Doctor. But if you're playing against a Marcus right here, right, the kidnap might stop you a little bit from healing up, especially with the dark hole, right, the black hole. So right now, the last character is gonna be Meteorologist. So I guess we're gonna see PP on the forward, I believe, and maybe ZZ is gonna be using Puppeteer. Okay, I agree with this. It's a really strong tanker, and Puppeteer can bring Tight Turner as well. So really good here, really good right here. Going up against a QS here, a potential QS here, might be a good thing for them. Although the Doctor heals might not work on the Puppeteer, unfortunately. But one thing though, Gummy, what do you think about this lineup? Like, it doesn't really screams the fastest decoding, you know what I mean? It screams like support, and support.
Yeah, Ford is a high risk, high reward. So if he's able to get those long stuns, that's going to allow the survivor who is either rescued off or that's when the hunter is being harassed, it's going to allow them the opportunity that they need. But we don't see Ford being chosen as much. We see Archer more since she's a much more stable harasser. I feel like they're going for an all or nothing situation here, bringing out the Ford just to be able to give them the advantage that they need. Hopefully, they'll be able to support just enough, but not over support in any situation so that they don't make it a risky game.
True. But I'm already liking this AR lineup, right? Simply because they are taking risks. And that's the one thing you need to do. Like, you're a new player here, you're a new team here. You have nothing to lose, right? You have nothing else to lose right now. And I feel like taking this kind of calculated risk, right, is definitely very bold. And I would say, yes, you're showing that you don't shy away, although you just need one escape, but you don't shy away from action. So that's great for AR. But you cannot discount MZK's QS as well, because one kidnap can sort of stop the rescue from happening. And just a quick shout out to Rainbow Tracy IDV, usually spending time in TikTok Live, first time on YouTube stream. That's where we usually are looking at as well. So welcome, Rainbow Tracy. Hope you enjoy your time here as we go into game 1 second half. I like this lineup, but I won't say it's the best lineup, but I would say I love this lineup more than the previous conventional lineup, Gummy, because before this, they had no harassers at all. So here is a different approach this time. Spawn points right here. Gummy.
We're going to see the doctor spawning in the middle instead of the rescuer. We're going to see Ford up top and onto the corners, the remaining 2 survivors.
Yeah. I mean, Doctor might be the first chase though. That's really scary, right? That's really scary because but well, we'll see how it goes. I mean, it's already a very creative pick. COAⅨ and Kui, well, the 2Ks are gonna finally be able to shake each other's hands. But take us through the persona traits.
We're going to be bringing 2 Tight Turners on the Meteorologist and the Puppeteer. So Ford is not going to be bringing Tight Turner. We're going to have him see with the Flywheel along with the Doctor. On the Hunter side, we're going to see Blink, Detention, Insolence, Destructiveness, and Overwhelm. Gummy here with Nello bringing you the live commentary of this match.
All right, Marcus, you MZK, you gotta get that 4K in order to equalize round number 1. Anything less than that will result in AR's first round victory. Meowpie, the Doctor, is gonna be that first target already in vicinity, and this is a different approach. Oh no, the red light trick! Wow, gonna close distance with that Meowpie. I'm not sure if that's gonna be enough distance for him to make it through the window. MZK with a charge attack will be able to land that first attack. And soon enough, Insolence is going to be able to unlock that black hole. But Meowpie is already trying to heal himself up, although this might not be the best possible place. But it's okay. At least he'll be able to take 2 more damage before going down. Meowpie so far circling himself up. No! Was trying to heal that sliver of health, but unfortunately, Black Hole will be unlocked and Blink is going to be online in less than 5 seconds. Gummy, Meowpie, I'm not sure if he'll be able to take another hit from here. If he'll be able to heal in time.
Oh, he isn't able to heal down and will be able to down the first survivor. Cypher's at 50-50 and 60%. He's going to be cheering here outside of the factory area.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, he did not manage to use the flywheel as well. So MZK is not gonna even be needing the blink to down Meowpie. And this is where things get very interesting. You get rescued, there's still the tide turner in fact. So you gotta wait 20 seconds before you can actually heal yourself and continue kiting. But right now, Yuki coming in early for the rescue. I like this. You know that there's a risk of getting kidnapped. So good job coming early, presence of mind, but careful not to be blocked. If you get hit and you get blocked here, that will be wait. Oh, missing the hit as well. Wait, is he going for... Oh, that was an after half rescue. So Gummy, it seems like this might be Meowpie's last run.
And a flywheel, but he can't make it to the pallet, will be taking the hit and will be able to see the chair one more time. The forward coming in for the harass. Hunter does spot him out and Meowpie is going to be dying against the wall so that he can be possibly able to get back up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can really do anything much, especially when you have the black hole down, right? This is the danger of having a Marcus right here. And sure, Ford is a very trusted rescuer, but against Marcus who can kidnap you, it's really hard to perform in this area. Again, 3 ciphers being done, but this is very unfortunate because 4th and 5th ciphers are virtually non-existent, right? So PP needs to do a really important job here to kite long enough. Oh, that's gonna be that first hit. No way you are able to flywheel out of that, especially coming out of the kidnap. But MZK has done his job. He's already injured the forward. Forward probably needs to get that heal afterwards. He doesn't really care about forward because of the slow decoding. Right now, he really wants to look for that puppeteer or meteorologist. Again, okay, securing the contact point, trying to make sure he gets into range of Yuki. Yuki needs to make this kite happen if AR wants a chance to pop the cipher at late game.
So Hunter going back and forth on this window. Yuki being very patient, staying far away, but gets the capture onto the meteorologist and will be able to injure her for the first time. Ford, however, does get a 25% heal from the puppeteer, so he can still go in for this harass later on.
Oh my goodness. Right here, right now, the charge attack is gonna miss. Yuki surviving, barely surviving as a matter of fact, but without any items. Oh no, the item, the pushback happened, but unfortunately the hit also registered. So Yuki's gonna go down, no more items remaining, and no borrowed time as well. So this is very, very hard. PP's trying to finish that 4th cipher, and honestly, Puppeteer, what? I mean, during the duration of time, the only thing that can happen was the healings, right? So ZZ gonna come in with that rescue a little bit early on the Lewis, I think, but it's okay. Better to be safe than sorry. But that's the black hole right there. Now, avoiding it, beautifully done. Can you make them after? Oh, before half rescue. That's good enough. It's good enough, even though Yuki got farmed off it. But ZZ, he might be going for the double down right here. ZZ caught in a really bad position. Oh my god, MZK. He really wants to go for the all map pressure right here.
Oh, in a double down situation, waiting for the puppeteer's puppet to end and then getting the hit onto him immediately. Puppet going towards the corner will be able to chair him here for the first time, but Meteorologist was rescued before half, but she's down on the chair, so she's healing up, and the only survivor that can decode is the forward, but he needs to hide at this moment because he needs to go in for this rescue.
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like Weeping Clown here will be so much better instead of the forward. A stable rescuer would be better here instead of the forward. Weeping Clown and secondary rescuer will be nice utility as well. But right now, it seems like Yuki will be expanding that self-heal. Probably needs to touch that last cipher, but it's 0%. So a lot of progress needs to be covered. PP, a sliver of health. And honestly, ZZ already at the second half of her chairing session duration, right? So forward, wait. Okay, the stun happening. Good job. Trying to make sure he gets that rescue without being injured, but gonna buy a little bit more time. PP is gonna go back with the stun, utilizing as much as he can. A quarter of ball left right there, but that will allow ZZ to kite a little bit further away. But nice communication by AR right there, saying, you know what, MZK is going for the Cypher. But MZK is gonna mini abnormal the Cypher, going back for the kill onto ZZ and PP right there. They gotta leave this area as soon as possible, simply because of the contact point and perimeter being established here. But where can you go? This is really hard.
Instant blink down on the puppeteer. He was rescued after half, so he's gonna already be sent back to the manor. He has a little more time here. He was patient and gets the hit after the flywheel. Another double down situation. Now the hunter is able to eliminate the second survivor right away.
Yeah, this is very unfortunate, but it does look like a very high probable 4K at the moment. And this begs the question, right? All supports and harass, and not really much of a decoding, which we pointed out from the very beginning, right? Because right now ciphers are struggling, and Meowpie being caught off in a bad kiting area position also did not help. But PP right now needs to probably find another item in self-heal. I don't think decoding right now will help. He probably needs to find a syringe and heal himself up and prepare for the dungeon escape. I think that's the only best bet. I don't think he really even needs to decode at this point and pray to the RNG of IDV for a syringe and wait for Yuki to bleed out. I believe that's one of the most viable option right now.
And Hunter's just going to be utilizing this contact points, going around the map to see where Tinnitus is triggered. Forward still at half health, has a little more football to utilize, but Yuki doesn't have self-heal and neither does the forward. So if the forward does end up going down, they don't have any options left. Hunter does not spot the forward at the corner forward, making his way towards the shack where he can be a little closer to that dungeon. If he utilizes his football, he could sneak a dungeon escape. Hunter checking in all the wrong areas.
Exactly, and you can buy enough time for your flywheel as well. Oh my god, Yuki just climbing further and further away towards the corner. PP needs to stand all the way to the back. Tinnitus might be popped if he's so far. Nice communication, nice transition, but oh no, spots a little bit of the Tinnitus. But once the Tinnitus is gone, he should probably realize it's on the other side of the shack. But honestly though, that was absolutely insane. Oh no, PP's gonna be spotted out! The kidnap might not even matter anymore. The kidnap's gonna happen and that's gonna be it. PP gonna be spotted out and they will have no choice but to surrender. Gummy. Wow, MZK going in for the kill, equalizing for DFM, and that's gonna be a draw in game number 1. So guys, we will be seeing a BO3 today.
Yeah, exactly. What the hunter did so well is body blocking that rescue when the meteorologist was at that pallet, and he body blocked her so well that she couldn't make it before half. And then that forced a after half rescue. The QS is able to get rid of the first survivor with 3 ciphers completed, which means now he has so much more map control. And on top of that, he was just injuring survivors left and right. I would say not being able to get that before half rescue, then you won't be able to at least finish that 4th cipher machine. We saw in the first half, not being able to finish all 4 cipher machines, they still weren't able to get that 1-man escape. And in this situation, they got the first survivor eliminated and there was only 3 cipher machines completed. And we saw the DFM hunter do a very good job in saving up his contact points. So as soon as one cipher had a lot of progress, it was around 50, he would lock down that Cypher machine, close up the domain, and then it would just start going down and down. And then the double down situation, when he was able to down the meteorologist and the puppeteer, meteorologist had to use up her self-heal, and puppeteer just didn't have anything left to work with because he utilized the puppet into the corner.
That is very true. I mean, like, one thing leads to another, right? And MZK just pushing them into a corner just like that. Honestly, I just feel like this composition, I have no problem with this composition except for, like, they don't have a decoder, right? It's kind of slow. The decoding is kind of slow, so to speak. But the one vital information is Meowpie. I think the key person was Meowpie on the Doctor, getting caught off guard very, very early in the game without even using a blink to catch him. So I think they did not account for Meowpie to not able to kite as long as they hoped for. I think Forward is really just there as a safety net to be like the pressure character, because with a black hole, I don't think you can stun rescue either way. You would have better luck with Jokra's Weeping Clown. I think if you have Jokra and she plays Weeping Clown, I think that would have been much better because of the rocket launch, right? That would have been much better. But after all has been said and done, no decoders played a part in that. To Doctor not being able to kite long enough, also a part. But check out the highlights as we see it unfold.
でかいあ、カラストークでもいいな。カラストーク行こうか。
いいね。構えてないよ。気持ちから入るか。
リズ君3枚の他当たっとくわ。
うまいよ。
オッケーオッケー。了解。袋食べる。啊！放你吗？放我，这样有卡着。哦，可以，闭上，丢，可以，就。偏6秒牌。可以按鸟救啊，不用冒险了，真的，要活，好救，Yuki 10块。不要停。可以。我帮你补装。
你那可以按摩我啊，还可以这样。
And there you have it, the highlights. You can see the communication going on. 好壮, like basically successful. Successful rescue, successful harass. But at the end of the day, if you don't complete ciphers, the hunter is not going to be pressured to. It's not going to be as pressured, right, as compared to if you have a full man endgame. But ultimately, that's going to be the conclusion of the battle of Marcuses. It's going to result in a draw, which means 4K on each side, 5-5. 5-5 is the score. And, well, one side needs to break through. I think there's no problem for the hunters to continuously get the results, like a 3K or 4K, but it really is up to the survivors to break that stalemate. But yeah, I mean, how do you feel? Like, which game do you think, which half do you think the Marcus was having a harder time? Like, do you think that both sides are pretty much back and forth, or do you think any one of the Marcuses had a harder time against the different compositions that they had?
I will answer your question as soon as we just talk about, we're gonna see AR choosing the Moonlit River Park, and Hessian will be starting out first. They saw pretty good results with him starting out first in the first round, and on the side of DFM, they will be banning out Chinatown. So back to your question. I definitely think the DFM survivors did a much better job against the QS, seeing that they were able to complete more Cypher machines and they were able to get the rescues in time. It was just that end game play when they had an advantage because the Cypher machine was primed. The only issue was the Gravekeeper was at half health and he was too far away from the chair. So then they had to make the decision of whether to pop the Cypher machine early or to wait till they get the rescue and then pop the Cypher machine. In this instance, they didn't pop the Cypher machine and the Hunter was able to stall out the Cypher machine, down the Gravekeeper, and then abnormal the last Cypher, so then they couldn't pop it, and then he just utilized that to advantage. So I'd say really good gameplay on Hessian's side to really take advantage of that. On the Survivor side in AR, yeah, I believe just that one instance where you weren't able to get the before half rescue hurt them quite a lot. I've seen that they're not able to buy a lot of time if they can't get those two rescues with Tide Turner. if they are able to, they'll be able to buy so much more time, and they would have been able to have more Cypher progress at that point.
But one thing's for sure, Gummy, we are not going to see Marcus in a big map like Moonlit River Park. And Marcus is just deadly in this kind of maps as well, right? But I have a hunch Yami is going to come up next. Not Gummy, but Yami from DFM. He's going to come up next. And his Sangria was insane in Moonlit River Park. So AR's got to come up with a decision whether or not to ban his Sangria or not, because Goatman will be available. Goatman and everything else will be available if they decide to ban his Sangria. But right now as well, it's going to be Hershan coming up next, right? So DFM also has a decision to make. Hershan is also very good on Opera Singer. He's excellent on Opera Singer as well. So same question, will they ban his Opera Singer in this map? Or will they just draft a counter Sangria in this map and ban out the Goatman instead? So questions remain to be answered. Seeing a lot of people in chat as well. Yes, join us, Jade Pierre. Talking to Rainbow, Tracy, IDBF school at 8:30. Should I stay up as well, guys? Of course. We can pull out an all-nighter if needed, right? But I'm just kidding. Obviously, if you cannot stay that long, there's always going to be the VOD, the VODs for you guys to catch up later on. So yeah, just make responsible choices, right? But right now, just coming back into the game itself, you can see a lot of supporters. Oh, they're not shying away from the cameras, like with support as well. Kokua. Yeah. I mean, I've known him since the very beginning, right? This guy is definitely a burst of energy, very animated, and I feel like him being on DFM is definitely a nice touch as well. Like, I mean, the bonds are definitely there. They're definitely feeling very confident, very comfortable. So the question remains to be answered, guys. You think draft? What do you think, Dami? Draft an anti-Sangria composition and ban the meta characters like Goatman or Hullabaloo? Or just ban Sangria and draft the anti-Goatman composition? I mean, if it was you, would you rather play against a Sangria or a Goatman or Hullabaloo in this map? Which one would you rather play against?
I would try to avoid the two meta hunters, Opera Singer or Goatman, so you'll be able to ban out, or they're going to be banning out the Goatman, so then they're going to have a team comp that counters then Opera Singer is most likely what we will be seeing. On the Hunter side, we do see that they did end up banning the Doctor and the Antiquarian first.
Yeah, get rid of the Harasser, get rid of the body blockers, right? Because Sangria is definitely susceptible to that. We've seen compositions made to counter Sangria, and Florian being one of them. So, Mystical, your boys here, Florian into action, and Acrobat as well. Yesterday, there was also a composition with a Coordinator, and of course, a Patient. And a I think it was a Wowling or a First Officer, I can't remember. But Opera Singer, if Hershan decides to play it here, this might be a hard composition to go up against. I mean, honestly, Acrobat 4th station, you're gonna have hell trying to chase him, right? Especially when he just bombs his way zigzag across the platforms. But Novelist! Huh? No. A Novelist over Aeroplane? Oh, sorry, Aeroplanes was banned. Over Patient? Or... Wow, a Novelist. How do you like this, Kami? How do you like this composition?
It seems like they were trying to utilize him as potential support since they don't have any harassers in this team comp. I would say interesting pick. We're gonna have the Fire Investigator to place airbags or block off entryways or help other kiters transition out. Acrobat with the bombs, he does have a lot of mobility. First Officer with his pocket watch, he can buy quite a lot of time, but the Novelist against the Opera Singer, if we do end up seeing an Opera Singer, we also do see Hershan choosing Peddler a few times, so it's definitely still a possibility. Or we could see a surprise pick of the Hullabaloo coming in for Moonlit River Park.
Maybe Hullabaloo, right? I mean, he needs a 4K. He cannot say like, hey, you know what? Let's just get a draw and hope my survivors can cover up. Because honestly, this is not the case. Let's call a spade a spade. Husha needs to get a 4K here. Husha needs to continue getting a 4K here. And AR Survivors, depending on the result of Husha, needs to be the one to cover the score differences. So Husha is going to go with the tried and tested comfort pocket pick, which is going to be the opera singer right here. So I would say the chances are definitely there, simply because Novelist, after the one switcheroo, is pretty much susceptible to the fast down, right? Because he has nothing else to work with after that. But who knows? Who knows how they'll play this? But but they're keeping Jose safe and sound in the 2-floor, the 2-story building right there. And Florian's actually the one taking bridge duty. So I can foresee Opera going for Acrobat, but Acrobat is just so strong in 4th station, right? Gummy, what do you think? Right, like Acrobat 4th station or Florian at the bridge? That's so hard to pick. We gotta think about that later, but here are the personas.
So we're gonna have 3 tide turners on the side of the survivors, on the first officer, fire investigator, and the acrobat. And we're gonna have a more kiting build on the novelist with the flywheel. We have 2 borrowed times, so 2 endgame traits for the side of the survivors. I'm Gummy here with Nello bringing you the live commentary of this match.
Mikey or Jose? Husha needs to take his pick, and obviously he wants the acrobat, so he's going for the 4th station. Doesn't really mind if he uses up all the bombs, and the usual rotation would be one side. And if you have distance, just try using the pallets to build distance, and if he's too close, bomb yourself way to the other side. But it seems like Apai is leaving this strong area, so okay. Okay, so he's deciding not to use that 4th station just yet. Kind of weird though, because I feel like he could have definitely used more time. He could buy more time if he actually kites and bombs himself away from there. But now that there's no jump back to the shadows, the first hit gonna be registered. Apai, pretty first early hit. Oh.
He's going to be utilizing his red bomb, forcing the hunter out of her shadow form so that he's able to transition into the double palleted area where he'll be able to buy a little more time. But Hunter sending him back towards the platform, not having a lot of distance, may have to utilize the mud ball, but he fails the mud ball. And we'll be able to down him for the first time. 60, 50, 40 on the Cypher progress. I would say it's a pretty early down for the opera singer.
That was a very questionable kiting route for the acrobat, and I think that was a panic bomb as well, right? Because that was supposed to connect. You don't really see much of a mistake like this, especially on the acrobat at 4th station, but it happened, and now DFM is in sort of a semi-panic mode because they are having 2 survivors coming in to set up the stage 4 for acrobat, right? So it's coming in. Riz is just gonna be around just to decode, at least make sure with the balloons, the airbags, making sure. Oh no, yeah, the blink hit. How could I forget? The blink was still available, and Appa is gonna go down right here, and I don't know, looking very good so far for Hershen because Appa is gonna go down for the 2nd time.
The first officer is still nearby, so we can definitely get this rescue with Tide Turner, and the acrobat utilized this time with Tide Turner to get away from Felix's Cypher so that they could set up for the new rescue. Riz going all the way around the back. Hunter now getting tinnitus, so does realize a survivor is approaching. We still have 1 more pocket watch to utilize as he makes his way towards the chair. Hunter going back to the remnant, gets an immediate hit onto the first officer, forcing him to get this rescue.
Good thing that he's not forced to use his last clock, right? Because that would be definitely very hard for the late game. But right now, Appa is still doing a good job. Whoa, circling around, just playing around the palette. Okay, good job so far. Just trying to play around a little bit more. But the slow palette ball is gonna cost Appa his life, and that's gonna be Appa's last chair. Gonna be the first to be sent back to the manor. I mean, it's gonna be 3v1 at this point, and we've seen this happen in different games before. Different compositions, but in different games. This is where Sangria comes online as well. 20 seconds on I believe he already changed the no, he still has blink. But yeah, the next target is gonna be Felix right there with 2 airbags remaining. Let's see if Florian will be able to kite long enough for them to at least find that 5th Cypher. Gummy.
He did a very good job blocking off the Hunter, but now the Hunter's closing in, has 1 pallet here to work with, and as you mentioned, changed to teleport zone, no blink available, making his way back on the platform. Hunter's going to be dashing towards him, is going to utilize his airbag to get away once again. Great utilization of his items.
Yeah, bro's kiting better than Acrobat, sorry to say, but you know what? He has to, right? He has to lock in. He has to lock in because he's the last hope right now for DFM in order to pop that 5th Cypher. Because no way Hershen is gonna teleport away in the middle of this. Cypher's already at 40%. Doesn't really matter about the Terror Shock. He can just probably should be saving that teleport for late game, but you can already see Novelist, sorry, you can already see the first officer already coming close to the vicinity. But the teleport's gonna happen right away, and oh, what? The switcheroo into a pallet slam, and there's gonna be a roller coaster there in case Hershen wants to commit. So Hershen cannot jump back anymore. So wow, that's gonna be a free rescue. Okay, that's gonna be a free rescue. Probably heal each other up first, but they're not. They're gonna actually try and start a new Cypher. But Vanny is actually running towards where they are, so has to be really careful right here. Vanny doing a good job so far. Just trying to buy more time kiting around this tech kiting, so to speak, right? Hershen still struggling to get that first hit, and already the 6th Cypher is at 40%. Hershen needs to be really careful though, because DFM, second kite, third kite they're doing really good so far.
Is going to be going towards the corner away from that Cypher machine, seeing that it has a lot more progress. Hunter is going to be utilizing the swap, and another pallet stun for this Novelist.
Wow, Gummy again. I never thought I would see so much value coming out of a Novelist against a high mobility character like Opera Singer. But Hershen decides enough is enough. Let's go back to the Cyphers. But Vanny, oh no, there's no more roller coaster here if you want to escape right here. So you got to be really careful, Hershen. The mind game obviously worked. But Vanny dropping down. No, the drop down hit is not. It's going to cancel that attack recovery. Vanny's going to go down. But fortunately for DFM, their last Cypher, their 6th Cypher, actually has 70% progress. So Gummy right here, Riz is not gonna risk it. He's gonna use that pocket watch, get that rescue for free. But Felix is in a little bit of trouble right now with no airbags as well. Hershen caught between 2 walls and 1 pallet. He's not gonna destroy it and allow Felix to run away, but the patience paid off. Felix is gonna go down. And now here comes the problem, Gummy, because first officer, no more items. No more items for him to come in and for the rescue, and the only one is probably just... I think they should just pop here, right? You know what I mean? I think they should just pop here.
Yeah, they are just both on the Cypher machine, and they're just going to pop the Cypher as the chair is very far away and they're at half health. Hunter is now with detention heading for her next target. It looks like it's going to be Riz, but he needs to also stop that exit gate from being open, so he's going to be changing and going towards Vanny, getting the next chase.
Yeah, this is really hard. It's already 40%, but Hershen also needs to be careful of Vanny right there. Of Riz as well right there. Right? So Riz is coming in for the rescue. Will he be able to make it in time? Barely. No, he cannot make it in time, unfortunately. So right now, no choice. Vanny needs to be the one to kite. Beautiful flywheel as well. And the switcheroo is going to buy time. Look at that. Breaking ankles right there. Vanny. What an amazing kite going on so far. Riz is already at the 4th gate. I don't think Hershen will be able to make it. I mean, it's 10 seconds. I think Hershen can. Can it? 5 seconds? Oh, this is too close to tell. Too close to tell.
What? He's going to teleport right away. 80% he's not going to be able to make it. So he's going to be able to try to make it to the pallet. Oh my game. Another 4K for AR's Hunter Hershen.
Wow, clutching it as well. The cooldown definitely favored Hershen. You can see Hershen, he's like, oh my god, I did not expect that to happen, right? Like, that was really too close for comfort, right? But honestly though, DFM right there, their rebound cards were really good, right, Gummy? But it's just that when you're dealing with an opera singer and having a and that difference in such a small difference in time between cooldowns and the progress of the game, this is really hard. It is really hard, but ultimately Hushan came on top, and this is the second 4K game by Hushan. So Team AR, again, setting the pace right here. Gummy, like, what do you think? What are your thoughts about the game just now?
I mean, the opera singer did such a good
this?
job. No, I did not. I'm trying to like look back at the game, just like think of what happened. Like where did things change? The very good thing that the opera singer did was teleporting to that last Cypher machine. At first, I was like, he allowed the free backdoor rescue before half on the Fire Investigator, and then he went to go after the Novelist. Novelist bought quite a lot of time with his books and the swapping and the pallet stuns.
Yeah.
So then they were able to prime up a new Cypher machine on the other half of the map instead of just trying to pressure more on this Novelist. He went back, baited the Novelist to go back to the Cypher machine, but if we look at the match stats, we can see Vanny on the Novelist, 90 seconds, the longest Hunter containment time, and Felix with the 80-second containment time. But if we look at the first survivor that kited, 82 seconds. Extremely
Not
early
too bad.
down on the Acrobat, but they were able to rescue 2 times with once, I think it was without Ty Turner. No, they were both with Ty Turner. So then the Acrobat was able to transition to the corner tent area and then rescued once again. He just continued to stay in that area so that he'll be away from the Cyphers. So they were able to prolong the game. But yeah, the endgame play by the opera singer, just teleporting back and forth. He utilized teleport 3 times during that endgame situation.
Yeah, I mean, this is Hushan's peak comfort pocket pick, right? So his opera singer is definitely one of the deadliest in his arsenal right there. And the fact that he pressed onto the survivors so much also gave so much pressure to Team DFM survivors right there. But you know what? At the end of the day, both sides did impressively well. Although just a little bit of being a little bit nitpicky right here. The Acrobat's rotations could have if it improved, that if it was smoother, that would have helped their chances a little bit more. Because again, Acrobat 4th station with his skill sets, it's supposed to take a lot of time for him to get down at that position, right? But after all has been said and done, this is a team game. DFM covered for each other, but Hushan ultimately came on top with the 4K. So it's back to the same situation again, Gummy. AR needs 1-man escape. I don't know about you, but I feel like in this situation, an Embalmer might be very worth considering right here. Yeah, and it's Yami though. I don't know if you were here the other day, but Yami on the Sangria, I mean, he was absolutely insane. 4K, constantly changing targets, constantly going crazy, changing targets. AR still has a hurdle, has a big challenge ahead of them right here.
Yeah, Yami coming in with the stats. 5th in average knockdowns, 1st in average terror shocks, and 4th in the 4-man elimination rate, so very high stats. Need to be careful, but this is AR's map pick, and Hushan was able to get that 4-man elimination, which means they also practice quite a lot on survivors as they're preparing for Moonlit River, so they may have been practicing a combination to work for that at least 1-man escape.
I agree. Maybe they have a secret plan in mind, right? It's always good to have a secret plan. Here's my fantasy pick. I know no one asked for it, but here's my fantasy pick for AR. Yeah? Okay, fantasy pick.
Okay.
Cheerleader, Patient, Florian, and a Wallow.
I mean,
Do you think
depending
that
on who
works?
the...
Yeah.
I think it really depends on who the hunter is.
I mean,
Because...
yeah. I mean, unless if they want to ban Sangaren. I mean, I'm just saying it's a fantasy pick, right? Regardless of the hunter, right? But I'm assuming it's gonna be opera singer, also, right? But if they want to respect ban Yami's opera singer, I think that can definitely happen. I mean, do you think they'll be more comfortable playing against a goat man here? Like, I mean, it's really choose your poison, right? It's
I think they have to ban out Goatman. Goatman is just so strong. Like,
Yeah,
I would say he
smiling
is,
right there.
yeah,
He
on the
knows what's
top
up.
of the meta hunters. So I do think they have to ban out the Goatman. But they could be prepared for it at the same time. But just to be safe, I think just ban out the Goatman. And yeah, I think possible opera singer for match the second half. Seeing a lot of repeated hunters, just for strategy wise, it does look like it would be, since it's such a large map and just the Goatman can just get around so easily on utilizing his cages, so it can be very dangerous.
That's very true. And it's so hard to transition to another cipher, right? And when you don't decode ciphers, Goatman build up resentment so fast, and the cages will keep coming. So agreed, they're gonna agree with that too, Gummy. They're gonna ban out the Goatman. Okay. Yes! 1 out of 2 picks correct. There's a patient, not a wildling, but mercenary is great as well. So I think that's fair. Archer, okay. We didn't see Archer before this, right? On AR. I'm glad that they choose this, right? Because it's definitely a very strong character to kite. As long as it's not an Ivy, it's very strong. But it's gonna be a Gardener pick right here. So definitely definitely preparing for an opera singer right here, right? How do you like this lineup, though, Gami?
But Yami does also have the Ivy. He did play it during the group stage. So if he can just catch the survivors off guard, it's also still a possibility. And Hullabaloo he also played during the group stage. So just to catch the survivors off guard, it does look like they are expecting the opera singer, but we also saw opera singer do very good against Archer since she can sidestep really quickly and dodge the normal arrows. The backstep arrows usually land, but yeah, we have been seeing the Archer missing her normal bow arrows. So in that sense, opera can work around the Archer, but yeah, it does look like they are preparing for the opera singer. Just wondering what Yami will end up doing. Will he just take a swift turn and go for maybe the Ivy on the big map so that he can get across faster with the Ostracons and the Ghost?
Yeah, I mean, decisions, right? But at the end of the day, Yami can make it a mirror match if he wants to, right? I mean, if he's probably thinking, yeah, you know what? If Hershen can get a 4K, who's this? Of course, I want to try and match it, right? In this game, so he can go with that if he's confident with it. But honestly, I'm having a lot of high hopes. I'm having a lot of high hopes for Patient ZZ right here, right? In 4th station kite. But seems like he's not gonna go with a mirror match pick. Gummy, anti-archer pick right here. That's gonna be the Shadow. Oh my god. It's still gonna be a hard chase though, because Patient and Mercenary, they can avoid the Ostracons. But we'll see. I mean, usually with games with an Archer and Ivy, usually I would say... Oh, wait! Look at the placements! Gummy! Patient is at the 3rd stop. Archer at a very safe spot. Do you think they're expecting... I think a little bit of mind games right here. Oh no, 2 of the hardest targets to chase. Okay, so I think it's in the calculations of AR. But as long as Archer's not the first chase, I think things could be still okay for AR.
As long as the survivors are nearby, she can just infect the survivors and start heading towards her intended target. So with a lot of mobility on Ivy's side, we'll just have to wait and see who she ends up chasing first. But yeah, they have to be very careful as she can go back and forth quite often with those Ostracons. But if we do look at the survivors' personas, we can see a full kiting build on the Archer, so they do expect her to be chased. And 2 borrowed times on the Mercenary and the Gardener. 3 tie turners just to ensure they could get those rescues and buy enough time. On the side of the Hunter, we see Blink, Detention, Insolence, Hunt, and I am Gummy here with Nello bringing you the live commentary of this match.
All right, green hearts for AR, red hearts for DFM. That's the support sign, right there. But he's making a beeline dash for ZZ. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how the patient will be kiting against an Ivy right here. ZZ already taking only 20% spear. Oh no, 60% already with that spray. So Yami probably needs to change his mind. A hook here towards the first stop Cypher would be good, but I think ZZ is just trying to play it safe, you know, just trying to circle around first, but the spray is gonna inflict that maximum scare, getting that first hit damage. But now, taking away the coaster, that's ZZ, still has 2 more hooks to work with. Yuki is the one being infected now though. Yami though already caught up, so probably needs to wait a little bit longer right here. Oh, this is such a hard spot to be in, and this is exactly what I fear, Gummy. The spray to stop the interaction. The spray. Oh. And that's gonna be the first down. Pretty fast down by Yami too.
The Ghost also keeping tabs on the Gardener so that she just knows who's in the vicinity. She does have tie turner so she can come in for this rescue, but the Hunter already knows the blood trails are right there and the bubble comes out just in time and avoids it. Gets the pallets done as well as she's making the approach for this rescue.
Yeah, beautifully done by Yuki. ZZ, however, still has 2 more hooks to work with, has a blink on Yami, so oh, I was surprised Yami did not just blink hit right there, you know what I mean? But I guess he just wants ZZ to waste as many resources as possible. The drop down hit is not even gonna matter at all. ZZ is gonna fall down right next to the chair at the first stop, and Meowpie is just across, actually. It's just across the map right there, decoding. Right now, I think Meowpie would be the next person to be chased. Yeah, building Oscar Claus Meowpie. That was kind of avoidable, but I think he spent too much time right there, and that's gonna be a free hit from Yami onto ZZ. So AR needs to really manage their rotations and their resources wisely right now, Gummy, because there's only 2 ciphers being decoded and ZZ is gone. It's 3v1 right now.
Interesting, and the Hunter is nearby PP. The main body is nearby PP. The Ghost going towards the Cypher machines. We have 1 injured survivor on the Archer, but the Ghost is going towards Yuki, the Cypher machine, to try and slow down the Cypher progress.
Yeah, gonna be teleporting up onto Yuki. 58% scare right there. But the blink, oh no. The blink. Yeah. The blink catching Yuki off guard. And the bubble's finally gonna be applied for the 2nd time, but I'm not really sure how long Yuki can keep this up. The spray's gonna help stop Yuki from vaulting the window. And Yami again playing this to perfection, stopping interactions when it was really crucial, and AR consistently finds themselves struggling in similar type situations like window. Again, doesn't work when you're playing against Ivy simply because of the spray. So right now PP is gonna get sprayed as well, again giving a hit. He had 3 elbow pads, maybe not able to dash in time.
Hunter's going to be teleporting to the Archer. The Ghost still latched onto her. The next target at half health. All the survivors are injured, so this is not looking too good. We haven't even finished up the 3rd Cypher machine. Going to play mind games here at this pallet. Is able to get that speed boost from the knee-jerk reflex for her to transition to the next pallet. Ghost still on, so that means Scare is still available. Can't look back at this Hunter because your corruption will just keep increasing. Is able to get that 50% laceration.
Yeah, 50% laceration, but again, at 86% laceration, getting Meowpie done. And this is why you see Archer is really hard. It's really hard for Archer to go up against Ivy simply because you can't look back, and if you can't look back, you can shoot the arrows, and you look back and shoot the arrows, you get sprayed sometimes, and then you build up the scare. And now Mercenary with only one pad remaining after that dash. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what he's doing here, but Meowpie's not even chaired, so I think at this point it's really just wasting all the resources of the survivor at this moment. So EP probably needs to expand that last elbow pad. No choice. It's because you're waiting for Archer to heal up himself. So on the bright side though, Gummy, there's hope for a last cipher. It's at 60%.
We'll be able to get the hit onto the Mercenary with 68% corruption building up. But yes, they were able to finish up that fourth Cypher machine. Hunter is going to be picking up this Mercenary. We can see that the Archer did utilize his self-heal, so if he goes down, we're going to have a pause instead.
Yay. Fortunately, I'm not doing anything sus behind the screen, but but honestly, that was I think it was just the snowball effect, right? Yami just getting rid of Patient first, and then Archer not really able to do much against an Ivy, and Mercenary casually strolling near the carnival tent. I mean, I wouldn't say casually, but getting caught off guard, right? Getting caught off guard in that area, and Yami capitalized on it. He got rid of so many resources. He got everyone injured, and now with the Mercenary going down and Meowpie already utilizing his self-heal, you gotta wonder. Although the last cipher is at 68%, it's a case of so far. It's so near yet so far. It's a case of that. And how are they gonna play and pop that cipher, allowing for a late game? You know what I mean?
When they had such an advantage during the first rescue when they got the no damage rescue with the Gardener, great utilization of that bubble. They had that advantage, but after the second chair, the issue was they weren't able to get that rescue. Archer was supposed to get that rescue or just buy enough time, but he ended up getting a hit, which forced the Mercenary to have to travel across the map to get that rescue, but that attempt failed and they weren't even able to get the rescue off that chair. So then that's when the momentum kind of shifted more towards the Ivy, and then she had the upper hand and she went after the Gardener once again, but this time she expected the bubble, so since she didn't utilize Blink and she held onto that, she was able to utilize it before that bubble gets summoned and was able to down that Gardener or injure the Gardener.
Very unfortunate, right? 14 ER, but yeah, I'm seeing some people in the chat as well. Technical issue pause. I mean, these things do happen. It's a live event after all for the people at the event, at the venue, right? So I'm also seeing maybe this pause is for them to lower AR's heart rate beat. You know what? Talking about heart rate beat, right? 180 BPM to 200 BPM is definitely crazy. I'm not sure if anyone. Maybe that equates to high metabolism, right? Like usually the only way I can get my heart rate up that high is if I'm like full on sprint or lifting like lifting super heavy weights and I'm like running out of breath. But this 200 BPM playing a game with a phone in your hand, I'm not really sure how that happens, but I don't know, maybe it's just Meowpie pumping a lot of blood, using up a lot of blood right there. Gummy, like I really don't know. I really don't know what's going on right there. But yeah, it's I think based on just going back to the situation just now, right? If you're on the side of AR, and obviously Yami's already controlling that last cipher, what would your best course of action be in that situation? Do you think that they should go and probably run further away, find some items, heal themselves up, or find each other somewhere in between, heal each other up before starting a cipher? Or do you think they should just rush it? I'm so sorry, the question came at such an awkward time, but let's continue the match. Gummy.
Mercenary is going to be chaired here for the first time, but 2 survivors injured. Hunter going to be teleporting for the Archer, and will be able to get the scare and the 100% corruption, able to down this Archer, forcing Yuki to run across the map to get this rescue. But if she can just summon up this bubble in time, she will be able to get this rescue. The bubble has been summoned. Hunter is body blocking. She gets the rescue just in time.
Oh, rescue in time as well, but the Terror Shock onto PP. PP's not going to be able to run with the delayed damage after all. But Meowpie, no more self-heal. Mercenary has self-heal, but he's going to stay back in the chair. And with Yuki at half health, they're just going to bleed Meowpie to death. My god, he's already having a heart attack at 170 beat per minute on the ground. But unfortunately, there's nothing much that can be done right here, right, Gummy? Because they've already used up all their resources. They've already used up all of their self-heals as well, except for the Mercenary. And ultimately, Yami just capitalized on it. It was just another day at work, and DFM, for the second time, equalized against AR again. And Gummy, I know, I think this might really come to a BO3 overtime. It's been draw.
I'm kind of looking for an overtime, yeah. I mean...
Oh no, Chocho's gonna laugh at us, I feel. I feel like Chocho's gonna laugh at us. Oh my god.
Strong hunters coming in and just carrying the game. Continuously tying up all the matches. Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody expected this, but remember, both teams are very desperate, as they are in the lower, they are the 2 lowest in their group. So they have to at least get some kind of advantage here.
That's true. I agree. Like, you want to go home not being the last place, right? If you can, if it can be helped. But again, it came back to the exact same situation that we've talked about from the very beginning of the game. It's gonna be the battle of the hunters, and the one team, the survivor team that actually managed to crack through the defenses and get a one-man escape is gonna determine the final victor. And unfortunately, none of the teams did so far. Like, everyone kited less than 60 and below seconds, right? Even ZZ, like, although you might say that she did not kite the best in that game, but honestly, it was still not too bad, right? In that situation, it was still not too bad. It was still not a 5-second kite. And remember, ZZ was not at the usual spot that you're supposed to be at, which is the fourth stop, right? She was supposed to be at the 4th stop, but she was at the 3rd stop. So a little bit of mind game going on there. So unfortunately, that was not the best kiting route for ZZ to start with. But ultimately, I think AR, I think they also realized, from the way that you saw what happened after the match, right? I think they also realized that, hey, we can see the problem now after the match. So I feel like this is another learning experience for them. So hopefully AR can capitalize on that and bring a fresh perspective and mind into BO3, just so that we don't go to overtime with another draw. Oh my god. But yeah, Gummy, how are you loving the game so far? How are you loving the matches so far?
We'll talk about it after our highlights.
Okay. All right. All right, as you saw the highlights just now, you can see that there were definitely a lot of resources being used and not really maximized fully to get to the next kiting area, right? To transition the next kiting area. But I would have to say Mono Kamana. Well said, Nello. Sorry, I'm kind of old, so I can't really remember what I said 2 minutes ago. But one thing's for sure, the first team that breaks that 4K stalemate of hunters is going to come on top and win this matchup. Gummy, woo! Looks like we are going to a lakeside Lakeside Village right here, and Hushan's gonna come out again for the third time in a row. Hushan's there to set the pace. What do you think about Lakeside Village? Is this your favorite map for you? Is this like one of the maps that you really enjoy playing on rank?
I prefer to avoid all large maps because I'm more of a survivor main. It's very stressful. It's very stressful because you have to get the rescues, which means you have to either get a no damage rescue or you have to transition across the entire map just to get this rescue. So it takes up so much time, and then on top of that, you have to make sure that you have enough cipher progress. So a lot of thought into survivor's side, and survivors, they haven't been able to get a single survivor out. So
Yeah.
I would say very good map for the hunter side. And now that it's round 3, a lot of your meta hunters are going to be banned, since there's 2 hunters in the global ban and there's 2 bans on the survivor side. Now I think we'll be seeing more of the non-meta hunters coming into play. So survivors have a higher chance.
Hopefully a Wu Chang or a clown.
Oh.
Or a clown that will give opportunities, right? Yeah. But yeah, Gummy, I think I never asked you like what's your main role when you're playing. But what's your main role when you play IDV? Like, are you a rescuer main or a support kind of player?
I usually just work to the team comp. So if the survivors
a healer.
don't have a rescuer, yeah, then I'll just go the rescuer role. I'll just take the most sturdiest rescuers and then just play with that, yeah. And then if they have a rescuer, then go to
If
Kiter.
I play with you, if I play with you in Lakeside Village, I'm gonna help you with my postman or prisoner. So I'm gonna help you with decoding. No worries.
Yeah, help us with the decoding.
Yeah, I really hope to see more postman. You know what I mean? The letter is definitely something that will help you. The love letter coming in and helping you with the boost, right? Not really sure. Maybe it's not within meta right now. But it's really useful, right? Getting that buffs midway. Like when you're kiting, you get that Nike shoes. When you're the ones decoding, you get that extra decoding speed. I feel like, and then if the hunter's near you, your doggo, your loyal dog bites the hunter. I feel like it's just really, really useful, right? Victor grants it, ladies and gentlemen. But DFM probably has something else in mind. That's Felix from DFM. Focus me is what he says. And going through with the coach as well. Wow, that's a really, really big book. It almost looks like a wedding guest registration book, if I ever saw one. But oh wait, I'm just kidding. Koko's gonna pass that whole book to him and say, you know what? You choose. You choose. But yeah, DFM needs one survivor out. And can I just say, Gummy, why aren't we seeing an embalmer yet? Right? I think it can help. I think it can help us. I think it can help them get that draw. The coffin power is really strong. You know what I mean? So hopefully we get to see that. But any preferred characters you want to see in this huge map? Like, that's not meta. For me, it's Embalmer, but what about you? Is there any
Since
character
the meta hunters are no longer available, well, I think they're just gonna stick to the meta characters, but I believe I really enjoy seeing Lanternists.
Oh,
because
okay.
Lanternists, just the ability to just stall the chair so they can just get that last minute rescue. We've been seeing that happen a couple of times during the group stage, and I feel like that's really helpful. And also her kite against the opera singer that I saw during the group stage, she was able to throw down pallets and just keep mind gaming, putting her projection every time the hunter goes to the other side, she'll put her projection on the opposite side. And I felt like that was a very good play by that Lanternist. I should have remembered who the player was, but yeah.
But Gummy, that's a meta character.
I enjoy meta characters.
Okay, I understand. Yeah, I mean, definitely, right? We play to win, right, in ranks as well. And how do we win? Of course, not just with team communication, but with the proper lineups as well. But yeah, I mean, Lanternist is definitely up for grabs, right? Especially for DFM and AR. They haven't used it yet. So maybe they can do it. And shout out to Mashiro Burgers as well. DFM, don't fail me this time, please. That's a very good acronym right there. Don't fail me. That's good. That's good. I think they will try not to fail your expectations right here, as well as their fan support. A deep breath right there. Yeah, I think we can get that one-man escape. Well, I think we're taking out most of Hershen's meta characters. I think we got this, guys. And Cocoa's behind there saying, yeah, you know what, guys? I think now's the time. And as a matter of fact, now's the time for all of us, right, Gummy? No more. Who do we lose? We don't have the QS. We don't have Sangria. We don't have the opera singer. And they'll probably ban the Goatman and Hullabaloo or Ivy. Hullabaloo, Ivy, Goatman. 3 of them for you to choose.
Yeah, Hullabaloo, Ivy, or Peddler. He also did play Peddler.
Peddler, yeah, Peddler.
So
but
we could
needs
expect
a 4K though. Yeah.
I mean, this is the first round, so as long as the survivors can match or work around the number of eliminations that Heshen makes. Oh, but Lanternus is going to be the first banned survivor with the mercenary being banned next to her. So no Lanternus this matchup.
And no... What's that? Is that a gamekeeper?
Gamekeeper.
Oh, wow. So opening up possibility picks for Hullabaloo and Ivy right here. So okay, baiting right here. I'm not sure about Hershen, but if Aka was here, this is probably gonna be a nightmare game. Nightmare game.
That's
right
true.
here.
That's true.
Yeah. But DFM starting with an aeroplanist and escapologist. Look at this guy, man. Escapologist. His utility is so useful, right? Like just putting the chaired survivor in a much more favorable position. So basement chairs might not even mean much if you can swap them, right? Oh, wait! What?
Your postman is out!
Were you listening to me? DFM?
Take your advice.
You're my new
They
favorite
said,
team,
Nello, we
DFM.
got you. You wanted that postman? We'll choose him.
DFM, you're my new favorite team right here. Postman out! Postman is out! Oh my god! And an Antiquarian to solidify the 4th pick. Wow! Okay. I'm locked in now, Gummy. I'm locked in. I'm locked in on Apai. On the Postman. Whoever's playing Postman right here. Absolutely insane. Okay, we get to see the Postman, but here comes the question. Hershen, who are you gonna play against this lineup? Oof.
Yeah, they finally got the Antiquarian through, so they have their Harasser, they have their stable Rescuer, because no longer in the meta, the Escapologist does a pretty good rescue, and he can also change the location of chairs, especially on a big map, and if you're chaired next to a Cypher Machine, that comes in very handy. And then they have their second support Rescuer, the Aeroplanist, and most likely their Kiter, the Postman, who can also help with decoding with those letters. So with the mechanic ban, we can have that 10% decoding on Postman.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? Buff Postman. Buff Postman, please. Each time he sends letters, he can send like 4 letters at the same time. So, that would be so OP, man. But I mean, I'm just glad to see Victor Grants here, and obviously, DFM. I think they're gambling on. I wouldn't say gamble. I think they're just confident and comfortable with this lineup to go up against whatever Hershen wants to play. So far, okay, I can see Kui giving some advice, and Hershen. What? The clown? I mean, clown? 4K clown? I mean.
Interesting.
Chongai brought up the clown. I mean, of course, in different settings against different lineups, but Chongai brought up the clown, and the best that he got with his hyper aggressive play was just a draw. Oh my god, a clown right here. I mean, this is really unexpected. First the Postman, now the smiley face. Oh, Gummy, sorry, I'm so flabbergasted right here. A clown can be really, really dangerous, right? But there's not even a masonry here for you to slow drill and down with, right? So what are you gonna do? I mean, if they bring Flywheel, they can pretty much cancel off your dash as well. So we'll see what happens here. I'm really locked in for this match. This is really entertaining. This is really interesting. Okay, Gummy, who do you think is gonna be the first chase right here?
I think it had to be the Postman, since the Antiquarian can be quite tricky with her flute, and you have to keep mind gaming so that you have to dodge those stuns. But as long as you're confident with the mind game, Antiquarian obviously very close by, but then she's in the shack area and that window is pretty strong against the clown, so most likely the Postman is my guess. But
yeah, but there's a lot of walls right here, right? There's a lot of long
yeah,
walls
there's
here.
also
And
a lot of windows.
a lot of windows, and Hershen did not bring top down, the confined space as well. Gummy.
On the side of the survivors, we have 3 Tide Turners, we have 3 Borrowed Time, Tide Turner and Knee Jerk Reflex on the Postman. I'm Gummy
Only
here
one
with
flywheel.
Nello, bringing you the live commentary of this match.
All right, let's see. Wow, and this is my favorite smiley face skin as well. Oh my god, what a treat we are having right here. Going for Vanny instead. Vanny is actually giving Tinnitus out here. Hershen collecting parts. He's already equipped the third one. He probably needs the first one. Okay, equipping the first and third. And he's gonna start dashing and finding that first target right here. Postman obviously with the suicide build because he does not have borrowed time, does not have flywheel as well, so he's gonna be the one with Tide Turner. Apai right here spots Apai, but Hershen's just taking his time, moving left and right, back and forth. He knows that he needs to collect more parts for the later rounds. This is the problem with Smiley. Without parts, it might be a little bit hard for him at the late game to chase, but Riz blocking that first dash, beautifully done, and the escapologist will be able to escape out of it with the smoke screen as well. Hershen looking in the dark, in the fog. Where exactly are you guys? I hear something but I don't see anyone, and Riz is gonna drop that pallet. This is a super hard place to maneuver. I hope he doesn't spot Apai. But Apai? Close by. Oh no, is the dog gonna help? The dog gonna help? The dog is not gonna help! And the blink is ready as well, Gummy.
Finally able to injure the first survivor. Did take a while, changing targets a little bit here and there, but the escapologist went to a pretty good kiting area, very narrow, so Hunter ended up changing targets to the Postman. He's going to be throwing down this pallet so that he can keep looping this area. He might be forced to break the pallet so that he'll have less of mine. Oh, blink through, and we'll just be able to down him immediately.
No problem, no problem. At least you force out the blink, right? You know what I mean? But honestly, getting caught in that area was really unfortunate for him, because the moment escapologist was running towards the 11th area, the 11 o'clock area, that should be a sign for Apai to actually get out of there. But now, thanks to the escapologist, Apai is going to be in a more favorable position to rescue from. And Hershen and the big boat might be a little bit of trouble for Hershen right here. Felix is on top. He's looking down at the smiley saying, yeah, let's go. Oh no. Okay, the dog's gonna register, but I'm not sure if he's gonna make it to the window in time. Yes, he will be able to make it in the window in time. Hershen has a dash ready to use very, very soon. The dash is gonna happen at full speed. He's not gonna make it through, unfortunately. Yeah, the full presence clown. Here's what's happening, right? When you're at full presence, you can sort of stick to the wall a little bit without canceling the dash, right? It won't cancel the dash, but thanks to that, Apai is going to be down for the second time. Hershen so far getting Apai on the second chair, but he's not in the clear just yet because he has very, very little say in Cypher control so far, Gummy.
Will be able to take a hit onto the escapologist as he's rescuing the Postman for the second time with Tide Turner. Immediate hit onto the Postman through the smoke screen. So great hit on this smiley face. We're gonna see Apai going and dying at the very far corner to just buy a little more time after Tide Turner runs out.
Wow, how did he even know through the smoke screen as well? Vanny's in the vicinity, maybe trying to harass a little bit, but oh, nice flywheel, cancelling off the dash, but Hershen, I think he can go for the harass here. You know what I mean? Because the ciphers are almost done. And Vanny, oh, he actually did! He managed to stop it, but Hershen's gonna pick him up again. Another swipe here. Maybe by... Oh, wait a minute. The mind game's going on. The struggle's gonna happen right here. Postman is gonna go down again. Hershen probably needs a rocket to help a little bit, but the Cypher's gonna be popped. It's a 4-man endgame right here, Gummy, and it looks like they're covering for Alpha as much as possible. No detention detected. Hershen might be in hot soup right here as 4 survivors are running around like cockroaches, funny tanking the hit for him. Alpha, the Postman right here. You gotta live. You gotta live, or at least sacrifice yourself and allow your teammates to run. The blink's gonna be expanded, so no more trump card right here, Gummy. This is super important for DFM because right now they're in a position to get a 3-man escape here, Gummy. Ooh.
Oh, not carrying the airplanist is good because the exit gate's open and the dungeon is here. Is able to down this antiquarian. Now he can start cheering the survivors before the postman heals up. The airplanist is in the ship area trying to heal up the antiquarian during the time Hunter is going to be cheering up high. So the survivors haven't given up. There's still an endgame situation open, but was she hit with the slow drill? Because then that's going to take quite a lot of time to heal up. We'll be able to send the first survivor back to the manor, and now he needs to go pick up this antiquarian as quickly as possible.
They're healing him. Oh, it's not gonna even be enough. I think they have to settle for getting Vani off the chair. I mean, they're still escapologists, you know what I mean? But no more. Unfortunately, no more smoke screen available as well. So right now, Hershen actually cheering quite near, but I think DFM should play it safe. Just get the draw, because this is exactly what they need. I think they can trust Yami to fill in the spots later on. But what a turnaround! Like, Gummy, see? A draw. A draw. Like, Chongai played Smiley Face on the Moonlit Grove part and got a draw with his hyper play. And Hershen as well, very aggressive here as well. But there's only so much you can do because, again, Smiley, you're not exactly the best when it comes to Cypher control. There was no resistance to the Cypher as well. At this point, you might as well play Hermit. You know what I mean? But the Smiley Face getting a draw might not be what AR wanted, but this is sort of the result we expect out of a non-meta character like Smiley right here. No Lanternist for sure, but I feel like this might be DFM's opportunity in second half for Yami to catch up and help DFM win.
Yeah, I definitely think that during the BO3, that's the time for survivors to really shine because the meta hunters are no longer in play, and we saw such a strong endgame play because the postman did not have borrowed time from my memory. The antiquarian tried to get the hit and then they popped the Cypher machines. So really well play at the corner. The issue was when the Cypher machine was popping, they were still stuck at that corner. And so the hunter was able to down that postman pretty early on. If we look at the Cypher containment time, the postman took up majority of the time, 87 seconds, just being rescued twice with Ty Turner. I think, yeah,
yeah. I think he used up everything, yeah, except for Apai. Unfortunately, he was that person in Ty Turner as well. But Gami, honestly, sorry?
I would just say the patience on Heshen's side was pretty amazing. If he felt a little pressure to hurry up and get rid of that postman, the antiquarian could have gotten the escape through the dungeon because it's right next to the ship area. And the fact that he hit the antiquarian with the slow drill, we had 2 survivors come to heal her up, and by the time he chaired the postman, it was only 73% healed up. So really good choices made at the endgame situation, especially without detention.
Yeah, the slow drill, right, definitely played a factor into that. I agree with you. I think decision making is not the problem with Hershen. It's just that playing Smiley has its limits, and he was already playing at maximum capacity of the maximum potential of what the Smiley can bring to the table. So nothing wrong with his game sense, nothing wrong with his decision making, nothing wrong with the way he pressured the survivors. But ultimately, it was just down to the choice of character, right? I mean, you barely saw aeroplanist in action as well. You know what I mean? Like when you only locked into 1 or 2 or 3 survivors at any point of time, and the other one is pretty much just chilling and just decoding 200-300% cipher, you know that the survivors are having an easier time. right? And even the tie was a very clutch moment for Hershen. Imagine clutching a tie. That just shows how much of a disadvantage that. Oh, but well, we're gonna see Jokra for BO3. So hopefully Jokra is locked in. Oh wow, no more smiles today. I like that. Just the salutes coming in. You know what, Jokra, despite being a recent addition to AR, I think she definitely shined in a few characters that was played. Obviously, Aeroplanist might have been a little bit of a struggle, but the Magician was actually really good. The way she played Magician was actually really good. So hopefully today, she'll be able to help AR team get a draw at the very least. Imagine getting a draw and going overtime, Gummy. If they if they can get a draw against Yami, that's really impressive. Honestly, it's really impressive. Yeah.
Round 3, both meta hunters are unavailable for both AR and now DFM. So Yami, other options we do have is the Wax Artist, Bonbon, Peddler, and depending on whether Hullabaloo gets banned or not, Hullabaloo is available. So still quite a lot of options for Yami.
Yeah, and it's gonna be difficult for AR survivors as well because now the pressure is on them. Remember, Hershen was the one setting the pace in BO1 and BO2. Like getting a 4K, the minimum is a one-man out. But now that it's a draw, the minimum is a 2-man out and a 3-man escape to win it. So, excuse me. So hopefully Jokra is the catalyst that AR needs to clutch this game in a tie. You can see that the members are still sort of chilling. I think they're still confident that they can clutch this, and this is the mentality that they need. Hopefully they can play optimally with the addition of Jokra to replace ZZ right here, but the danger is still present. Yami is still up here, and regardless of what hunter he plays, I'm pretty sure he's still gunning for that 4K.
Yeah, the least he would want is at least a 3-man just to finish up the matchup.
Yeah,
but
true.
4K, yeah, if he can completely dominate that game.
So.
Huh?
A draw will make Kurola.
Oh, Kuro loves overtime, so
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. He even posts about it, man.
AR just doing so well against a Japanese professional team. I don't think anybody expected this kind of result to be taken all the way to round 3 with ties.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's definitely an uphill battle, but they've definitely shown qualities in a few moments, right? In some moments as well. But again, it comes down to the fact that it's a draw game so far. So I don't think this match is gonna matter a lot to either teams, simply because the end result might probably be just a 1-net win. So I'm not sure if that point is even gonna matter in the end. But one thing that matters the most is definitely the achievement, the morale victory. So I think they're gunning for that as well. For DFM, maybe they still have a fighting shot. We're gonna have to wait and see as we lock into the band picks selections here. And Weeping Clown, wow, huge respect by Yami for Jokra's Weeping Clown. So okay. So Yami knows what's up, DFM knows what's up with AR. Wow.
On the side of the survivors, they will be banning up the two meta hunters. So the opera singer and the Goldman will no longer be available, along with the QS and Ivy.
Well, I mean, there are still a few more choices. We'll have to see, but Lanternist is up for grab if they want to. Yami's gonna ban out the coordinator instead, so not sure if Lanternist is what they're gunning for, especially since they already have an acrobat. But it looks like they're going for tankiness. Psychologist with a global heal is definitely very viable. There was a moment when Ada was so widely used simply because she can tank 3 hits and the global heals if she does not get chased first. So that's definitely something that they're utilizing right now for AR. But the question is, what will Joker feel here? Like, are you gonna play the Magician here? Edgar! Wow.
Wow.
Painter.
Yeah, Painter.
Painter.
We haven't seen them choosing Painter in the past, so
Okay.
a definitely new comp in, depending on who the player is. Yeah, it's the first time we've seen Painter come out for AR side, so excited to see Painter's going to be taking the harasser with the type of role for their team. And since Enchantress was banned out, they won't be able to use that harasser, so they did end up choosing the Painter, as Meowpie usually takes the harasser role.
Honestly speaking, I love the unexpected picks from AR. Although I would like to see a Florian here. The airbags might actually help, right? I mean, not to shout out Mystical and much here, but I mean the airbags here can help in situations. Whereas for Edgar, an excitement kinda just negates your painting. Or in some instances, you can even see hunters who don't really care. Just number one, just walk through it, get through the duration of the painting. Number two, just backwalk, moonwalk, and not look at the painting and just hit before watching it. So Yami's gonna go with the Hullabaloo here. So this is, I mean, this is the only pick that I think he's comfortable with here, right? To cover the long distance. And if you're gonna play Sandbag, you're gonna play tanky characters, then I might as well just farm you off. So maybe that's the game plan for Yami here. But Gummy, the stage has been set. The stage has been set. There's gonna be a Painter played by Meowpie right here, and he's gonna be standing on top, actually in the shack. Gravekeeper on the side, Acrobat on the side of the big boat where the Psychologist will be having the safest spot. So I think maybe he will spawn on top of Psychologist, or maybe take up the small little spot in between Gravekeeper and Acrobat. Those are two viable options. So he's gonna take the spot in between. Here,
Just to be
first
close to
chase.
all of them.
Yeah, I want to be close. I want to stick close to you, right? Because distance is the enemy of Hullabaloo, right? In the early games. I would say he has to chase Painter first. And honestly, I really want to see Meowpie kite it out right here. But Gummy, Edgar pick. How do you like this composition?
I would say interesting. They're looking for a tie, so they need some kind of way to stall the game. Painter could definitely take up that position. On the side of Survivor's Persona points, Persona web, we can see 3 borrowed times, 1 flywheel, 2 tide turners, and we have audience effects, so they're planning to Cypher rush this hunter. Gummy and Nello here for giving you the live commentary of this match.
All right, it's gonna be a draw to equalize things, or a 3-man at least for Yami to win this. So AR has the impossible task of trying to get a 3-man escape to win the whole thing. But double surprise, already gonna land that black mark onto PP. Okay, first chase PP. I definitely love seeing this, especially since you're a Gravekeeper with the shovels that can definitely help you a little bit more right here. But this is a very hard terrain to go through, you know what I mean? Gravekeeper can use the shovel again, I believe. He's gonna use it either way, and that's gonna waste so much time. So I'm not sure why Yami's going for the Gravekeeper first, but maybe it's about to pay off right here, as one more white mark is gonna do it.
He's gonna play around here at this window,
nice.
just waiting for that rotation on the color wheel. He's avoiding that white mark, and Hunter's just gonna be waiting it out, and is finally able to rotate it. Will be able to get the hit, and will be vaulting that window.
Oh, the white mark is gonna cancel out the shovel, I think. Was the shovel cancelled out?
Yeah, it
He
was.
used it up. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was cancelled out. Very unfortunate. But again, no worries because look, almost 3 ciphers kite. So at least it wasn't an instant down. So I would say PP has done his job. Let's see if Jokra right here, if he makes the before half rescue with the 2 tight turners, I believe they can play for the late game. Yeah, I think they can play for the late game here. Jokra cannot double down here. It's such a big map. You cannot. Okay, at least the rescue went through. Beautiful job. Now try not to get double down. Good job as well. Doesn't matter if PP goes down here, as long as you don't get the double down. AR will have a fighting chance right here. Yami about to pick up PP very soon. PP just bringing him away as far as possible.
And we'll be going down here as Tide Turner runs out. Second chair. We can see the other survivor with Tide Turner is actually the Gravekeeper. He's going to chair him all the way at Cornfield, so very far. Survivors have to travel quite a distance to get this rescue. The Painter, who seems to be transitioning towards the chair, actually has wanted order, and so the Psychologist is moving as might be have to be a double rescue bait type of situation. Hunter guarding at Cornfields.
True. I mean, Meowpie does not have Tide Turner, right? So maybe just giving that Tornidus. I don't think PP will be able to kite much longer. They want to save one more Tide Turner at least for late game, you know what I mean? But now that they've used up Jokra's Tide Turner, it's pretty much no one else. So Yami gonna teleport straight away. Not gonna fall for that Tornidus trick by Meowpie. And it's gonna be Yuki right here kiting. Wow, beautiful pallet slam. Nicely done, Yuki. Right there, we're gonna buy more time. A lot of progress on this cipher, so no abnormal gonna be worked in here, so it doesn't really matter. Yuki just needs to kite. What?
Flywheel.
Yuki! Flywheel the damage and pallet slam? Yo, Yuki. The Persica of C right here showing what she can do. Wow, another pallet slam onto Yami. What a play by Yuki right here, although she is at half health already.
3 Cypher Machines completed. Last 2 Cypher Machines both at 70. She's buying so much time for the teams. Now needs to get the red bomb on this Psychologist to down her, but he's still struggling. He needs the double surprise to pop up pretty soon, but it's still on cooldown. We'll be back in about a second to utilize the double surprise and finally is able to down the Psychologist. We do see Painter's also able to finish up that 4th Cypher Machine. Last Cypher Machine at Joker inside of the shack area. 94%. He needs to pick her up quickly enough. She has Tide
There's
Turner.
a borrow time. Oh no.
Oh, they're gonna wait for the rescue. Play it safe, play it slow,
again,
because the Hunter doesn't have detention.
True. And they need to pop and make sure Joker can go to the back gate to open the gate, right? But she's a acrobat, so it's pretty slow. Edgar needs to farm. Oh no, the painting's not gonna be in effect. Meowpie needs to be very careful. Oh, the direction's not exactly what he expected, but both has borrowed time, so it doesn't really matter. Oh, the painting! Pop the cipher! It's gonna be a 3-man endgame. Gummy, will AR be able to get that 2-man to tie things up for a BO3 overtime and make Kuro's wish come true? But Meowpie, with that painting right here, is gonna buy more time for Yami. And at this rate, oh, wait a minute. Yami teleporting straight to where Joker is. I think it's still gonna be a draw regardless, Gummy. I think it's still gonna be a
seeing
draw
that
regardless.
he doesn't have detention, he doesn't have, and he just utilized the teleport. He's gonna be trying to down this acrobat as quickly as possible, but the survivors are already at the other exit gate, opening around 40%. Joker still has another bomb yet to work with.
There's a dungeon as well.
The dungeon.
Oh my god! One more damage is gonna make
95, 97.
Oh my god! A 3-man escape! A 3-man escape! Joker!
The dungeon is open! Oh, one more hit and then downing the acrobat. That secures the tie and the overtime game for this matchup.
Imagine if Yami accidentally dropped Joker in front of the dungeon.
Oh, that would have been bad.
But it's gonna be a BO3 overtime right here. AR, for the first time in BO3, AR showing signs of right here. Oh my god, that was absolutely insane. And we're going for a BO3 overtime right here to determine who's gonna win. I see Kuro straight away appearing in chat right there with the OT shouts right there. But you know what? It's only to be expected when both teams are clutching it, right? But You got what you wish for, Kuro. You got what you wish for. But Gummy, talk to me about that game just now. Like, what? What was the standout moment that allowed for the 3-man pop endgame? Like,
it's just Chocho was known to be the overtime queen, but at this
Oh,
moment, I have 2 overtimes, and she only has 1. So I'm starting to think that
yeah, she's
possibly
taking the crown. Yeah,
might be
Gummy's
taking the crown from Chocho here, but we can see excellent kite on Yuki's side, 72% hunter containment time. I was just about to talk about how amazing her kite was. They had 3 cipher machines completed. They had to prime up the last 2 ciphers, and her kite was so long. She flywheeled one of the damages. She got 3 pallet stuns that I can think of. Pallets destroyed. Let's see. Pallet stuns. Yes, 3 pallet stuns, and that was just enough time for the survivors to get that 3-man endgame situation. And on top of that, they all had borrowed time, and the hunter didn't have detention. He had to just go to the exit gate because he doesn't want to at least allow the survivors to open it up. So just trying to stall it a little bit. But now with no endgame trait, the only thing he could do was down the acrobat, and that would be a tie.
Yeah. I mean, this is what you get when you chase after the Gravekeeper first, right? And Gravekeeper, although using up all the items and, well, basically did not get rescued the second time, but he wasted so much time right there, allowing for 3 ciphers to pop early game. And couple that with what you mentioned, Yuki getting that kite of her life against Yami in this game, absolutely insane. And Joker at the very end as well. Too bad that she did not have, I don't think she already used her last bomb, I feel, to get through the window safely. I would say just walk through the window and save the bomb to jump towards the dungeon. But again, she's just trying to be safe, I feel, right, at that moment. But nonetheless, they were gunning for the three man. And I think it's the same situation. Yami was clutched the draw. Yami clutched the draw. But you know what? More of those insane moments as we watch the highlight.
Nice. Nice. 体育使ってもいいよ。いや、大丈夫、大丈夫。やりきってほしい、これもう。やりきってほしい。この場面で通電させないといい。いいよ。あげよ、あげよ、あげよ、あげよ。ナイス。ないよ、あれ。了解。2、1。
哪里是一场，哪里是一场？可以，就在海边溜，就在海边溜啊，就在海边溜啊。过去，过去。好砸。
And there you have it. The golden ratio by Painter buying so much time, and of course Joker at the very end trying to clutch that dungeon escape. Ultimately, if you have just joined us, that's Gummy and Nello. We are currently at BO3 of the first matchup of the day between AR versus DFM. The scores are tight, dead even until now. And we're going to go into a game 3 overtime. And where are we going to see this? We're going to take it to the Ever-Sleeping Town. Oh my god, we were in sync. Wow, Gummy, you planned that. Nicely done. And seems like we're going to continue the trend too, Gummy, because Persian is going to go up again. Yeah, Persian's going to go up first again. So, Ever-Sleeping Town, I think this is the map. BO3 Overtime is one of the moments that I will enjoy. Kuro, I'm enjoying OT right now because we get to see more unconventional picks. And I'll be really happy to see Toy Merchant. I'll be really happy to see Cheerleader. I'll be really happy to see all of these characters that we have long not seen come into consideration, right? So, right now, Ever-Sleeping Town. What are the hunters left? I'm thinking. What are the hunters left? You don't have any more Smiley. On the side of Persian, you don't have any more Smiley. You don't have any more Marcus. You don't have any more. You don't have more QS. QS, Smiley, Opera Singer. And then you ban the Goatman, and you ban the Hullabaloo, and then you ban the Ivy. I think you ban the Ivy here. What else can you play?
Peddler still left.
Peddler. Yeah, Peddler. Oh my god, this is so... This is so clutch. But you know what? We'll just have to stick around and find out. DFM right here. Who would have thought? DFM, a professional team from IJL, right now being put to challenge by AR team, a non-professional team from Southeast Asia division. Right now, things are getting very, very serious, guys. Can you feel the heat? Guys, everyone in chat, do you believe AR will be able to make it through against DFM? Or will DFM shut down the one shot that AR has this time around? So guys, make your support known in chat. Green hearts for Team AR, and red hearts, and red, anything red for Team DFM. Make your support known. They need it more than ever right now. And guys, please do cheer. I mean, guys, what would you want to see? What would you want to see in this game of 4? What do you want Hershen to play? I mean, with all the meta characters gone, what do you want him to play? You want to play the... Do you want him to play the Night Watch? Would you want him to play the Geisha? Would you want him to play the Mad Eyes? Would you want him to play the Clark? There's so many things you can play here. I'm so excited, Gummy. Maybe you want to play the Wu Chang right here? I mean, guys, try and guess what Hershen will play in this net. But yeah. Past Nello movement. Oh my god. Believe.
Yeah, Peddler's still available, and his inside of his hunter pool, so...
I mean, you must really like Peddler. That's like the 4th time.
Oh, I'm just looking at his hunter pool. And just saying,
I mean, for sure,
the meta hunters are all going to be banned, so... I mean, we didn't see Clown before, so Clown popping out there was very unexpected. But it got the tie, and that made them get overtime, so... Yeah, just excited to see what other choices he's going to make in the next time around.
True. Breaking wheel here can happen. Even, okay, I'm seeing some choices in the chat. Guav saying Joseph. Not too sure about that, although Devastry from Southeast Asia would really like to see it. Axiz with Joseph, that's 2 votes for Joseph. Vanilla kinda, there's Lizard. I mean, even Reptilian's pretty strong here. Obachan, Peddler is strong here as well. Apiary, Mad Eyes, how many more? Let me see. A few choices at the moment. Yes, there's a lot of choices you can right here, but ultimately, that's for Hershen's part. But for the Survivors part, I mean, Victor was already a surprise pick. And the Edgar was also a surprise pick from AR, so hopefully here... who do I really want to manifest here?
And that the painter
Cowboy Gardener. Okay, I'm just okay. Whatever. Yeah, sorry.
I mean, the painter pick actually really benefited the survivor side. Was able to get the rescue, and then the hunter looked at the painting. That's when they popped the cipher machine, so they had the distance away from this hunter. But the hunter is going to be banning out the first 2 survivors. Seer has been chosen the first time. He did let that go through. So the coordinator and the 4 ban as the first 2 bans on the hunter side.
You know what? Gamekeeper's being banned, right? So Hullabaloo is still available. Hullabaloo is still available for Hershen to use, and Hershen can use Hullabaloo. But now the Doctor is coming to the lineup of DFM plus a Mercenary, so they still have a very dependable rescuer, right, coming into this game. And they're locking it in simply because they know that if they don't lock this in, well, it's going to be taken out in the next one, I think. So they don't have a reliable rescuer coming in. Next one, a Pharaoh Lady. Okay, I like this. Invisible Girl. Although I kind of play really bad with Pharaoh Lady, and I often get caught off guard. I'm just thinking, how do Pharaoh Lady mains play so well? So hopefully DFM will be able to show us how to play Pharaoh Lady and Mind Game right here. Last ban is going to be the Mechanic. So Lanternist, Mechanic ban. Maybe a Cypher Rusher here would be great. A Luca, Composer. But no, Paddy is going to come in. So at least they still have Enchantress here, right, Gummy? It's a very strong character to have especially this late into Game 3 BO3 OT.
Yeah, just to have a harasser in the team comp usually helps out, just in case things don't go the way they want to, or just when they want to stall a little more time. Let's just say when there's a 4-man endgame situation, they're just trying to stall out that one survivor from being eliminated too quickly, then, you know, having a harasser such as Enchantress will help out quite a lot. Seeing that non-meta hunters will be coming in this round, we see survivors doing much better on both sides.
Much better, for sure. I mean, you did point out that he still has the Peddler and a Hullabaloo as well, right? So the question is, who is he more comfortable picking? Or does he want to go something else more unconventional again? Because a Breaking Wheel here could be good, but the Flywheels can be a bit of a problem. Enchantress can stun you out of the Spike Burst, especially at full presence. That can be a factor as well. I mean, Hershen needs to really consider this, right? He definitely knows what's up. I don't know how they are communicating, you know what I mean? Are they communicating via Psychic right there? I think they're just going through some potential picks. And I think Hullabaloo will be the choice right there. So Hullabaloo against this lineup, how are we liking this, Gummy?
I would say it would be very hard for the Doctor to heal up if the double surprise is up. We saw that happening on AR side as well. The Doctor kept camping at pallets, but then she also couldn't pull distance. And it's very hard to pull distance against a Hullabaloo because he's pretty fast, and then he doesn't have the attack recovery period. It doesn't last as long as other hunters.
Yeah, I mean, he has no choice but to play this right here, right? And he is very good on Hullabaloo as well. I mean, Peddler, we've seen, I think only Jin pulled off a really good Peddler so far. I think he's the one who got the 4K on Peddler so far. And not much of a success on other Hunter mains throughout the tournament. So Hullabaloo, I guess, will be the one to decide the fate of AR versus DFM. Don't forget, guys, this is not going to be determined just by score. If it's going to be a draw again, the fastest time by either side, if it's a draw, if it's a 4K by Hershen and a 4K by DFM, that means a full elimination by the Hunter. It's going to be determined by faster Hunter time. If it's a Survivor's Escape, it's going to be determined by the fastest Survivor Escape time.
Interesting. We only have one Tide Turner on the Mercenary, one Flywheel, 2 Knee-Jerk Reflex, and all the survivors have borrowed time, so they want that endgame trait. Warp, Trump Card, Insolence, Claustrophobia on the side of the Hunter. Gummy here with Nello bringing you the live commentary for this match.
Alright, Hullabaloo right here trying to find that first target. Apai might be that first person again. He was the postman before this, trying to kite. Oh, the first double surprise already missing. Apai doing a good job so far. Already gotten one white mark onto him. Doesn't really matter though, because Hershen does not have another double surprise, at least for the next 8 seconds. But right here, right now, Feral Lady trying to make that rotation towards a really strong kiting area, which is the double story. I'm surprised. Oh my god, so smart. He tried to mind game, right? Yeah, he actually fell down. He went down anyway. I was thinking, you know what, why don't you just stay there? And Hershen probably thought that he would just like bait him to think that he fell down, but what a beautiful mind game, buying more time. So one more black mark is gonna do it, but Apai, so far rotations are on point, and it's gonna have that invisibility very soon again. Oh, the warp gate gonna be employed trying to close the distance, but I'm not really sure if this is enough. The black mark is not gonna connect just yet. It's gonna connect right now, but the Feral Lady, one more red mark is gonna do it, and she's gonna go down almost immediately after that first damage. I would say pretty respectable kite, right, Gummy, leading up to this.
Yeah, 3 Cypher machines are almost primed. We see the mercenary coming in for the first rescue as he is the only survivor with tight turn and has to utilize an elbow pad to make it closer to the chair. Hunter trying to get a few more bombs on him on the way. Gonna be playing a little bit of mind games here at this pallet, but he needs to slowly make his way towards the chair. I mean, he is still close enough. We'll be taking the damage here, and then we'll be getting the rescue before half with tight turner.
Whoa-oh. Double down situation, Gummy. Riz. I mean, at least he managed to rescue, right? So it doesn't really matter. The fourth Cypher is going to be decoded right now as well. But AbyssⅨ still trying to do his best, trying to avoid that black spot onto him right here. Riz is already going to fall down right here. So quite unfortunate for DFM, but it's okay. They're still in this. Pharaoh Lady is still making that rebound kite really well. But the Terror Shock is ultimately going to bring him down. So going to the chair for the second time. Again, Gummy, important factor. No more tight turner. So what are they going to do here? Are they going to sacrifice him? Because if there's no tinnitus, Hershon can just leave this area straight away.
And they have healed up the mercenary all the way to 100% health. Hunter now running into the doctor out in the open, trying to bait the hunter to follow her, but he also wants to be cautious so he doesn't give a free backdoor rescue. Will be able to get the free backdoor rescue with no damage.
What a beautiful play by DFM. Definitely living up to the name created just now, right? Do not fail me. And what a mind game going on right here. He knows that there's a black mark already, so definitely something going on right there. Fight spot is gonna land it though, but Pharaoh Lady already out of mind. No more trapeze to use just yet. Gonna use that final one, but AbyssⅨ kiting out of his mind right here. Gummy buying so much time, and the fourth Cypher gonna be done. Am I seeing this correctly, Gummy?
Oh, Doctor.
Am I seeing this
we got the excitement coming in because he did see the Enchantress. Will be able to chair the Pharaoh Lady for the final time. First survivor sent back to the manor, but yes, you are seeing correctly. Doctor has finished up all 4 Cypher machines.
Oh my god, doctor. Apparently her job is really just decoding all the time, but right now I believe they have to start a new Cypher, because this Cypher is going to be the part where Riz is going to be kiting right here, trying to get a little bit of distance away, but this is the danger area, right? I don't think you can kite around in this area like this. It's very easy for you to get injured at this approach, but no! The return damage onto Riz as he pallet slams Hershon right here. Needs to be careful though, because AR right now, sorry, DFM is already at 50% Cypher on the 6-1, so Riz needs to survive as long as possible. It's gonna finally go down, but Hershon does not have his traits up just yet, so Gummy, sticky situation for Hershon right here.
Mercenary did buy quite a lot of time. They're almost primed up with that last Cypher machine. They're preparing for the endgame situation. The doctor already nearby this chair. And last Cypher machine already 87, so it looks like the endgame situation will happen. All 3 survivors have borrowed time.
Yeah,
it's primed.
All borrowed time. Okay, it's primed. Okay, get that rescue to happen. And pop straight away, and everyone racing away like the F1 racer in their blood right here. Felix needs to be very, very careful. What? No!
Gets the down onto the doctor. Execute, however, is being opened up. The mercenary is still not there, but the hunter will be able to chair the doctor. Exegate now being open. Mercenary halfway there. Hunter does not have his trade up. It's on cooldown at 80 seconds, so it's gonna be another 2-man escape for the side of the DFM survivors.
Insane. DFM finally locking in and getting a draw again for the second time against Hershon, but there was a no detention at the late game, right? Maybe Doctor could have
no
kept a
detention.
bit longer. Yeah, but there was no... Hey, hello. Hey, that's me. I'm the one with the glasses, by the way. Yeah, and Gummy, you seem different with your blonde hair. I'm just kidding. Okay, but honestly, the dungeon wasn't in the middle, right? If I remember correctly, it wasn't in the middle. So yeah, probably
I
Doctor.
didn't notice.
Yeah, I didn't notice too. Probably isn't, but yeah, it's not in the middle. I just looked at the replay. It's actually at the graveyard area. So really doesn't matter, because I think getting a draw against Hershon's hullabaloo which is supposed to be a meta character in the BO3 overtime, I think that's already very good for DFM. And I noticed some cheeky comments from the viewers as well saying, hey, this is a quick match composition. But hey, you know what? They got a draw with it. So I think DFM is very happy with it. But a lot of it has to attribute, right, to Apai's insane 113 seconds kite, right? Because he bought so much time with that Pharaoh lady. And
yeah,
that like almost non-existent. Like there wasn't even an enchantress factor there. It was just decoding all the time. So
I would say
miscalculation.
Very good job on the survivor side when they got the first rescue. The second rescue, they didn't have Tide Turner, but the doctor kept baiting the hunter to leave the chair. Thankfully, Heshen didn't notice that this doctor was being way too bold and realized that they were going to be able to get that backdoor rescue. So they were able to get that backdoor rescue, but he couldn't buy even more time because there was no Tide Turner. But they were going to make up that Tide Turner with the Enchantress coming in for the harass. But he utilizes Excitement right away, and that completely nullified her abilities, was able to get that one-man elimination. So as long as she had enough injury on another survivor towards the end, even without detention, he was still able to secure the two-man elimination.
Guys, you are seeing this correctly. It's all ties up until now. It's all ties up until now from game 1 until overtime. And the points are 16.
Did you get to see the time for the stats?
Let me see. My eyes are very bad. Probably need some glasses. But it's 5 minutes and 37 seconds. 5 minutes and 37 seconds. My god, I think I'm getting really old. I need glasses. But ultimately, yes, 5 minutes 37 seconds is the time to watch out for. Only if AR ties. Yeah, only if AR ties. But if Yami gets more than a tie, well, the time wouldn't even matter here, right? So let's see if Yami will be able to get that advantage over AR. That's insane. I mean, Yami was the one who actually put up a 4K fight against TE as well, if I remember correctly, right? Was it TE? Yep. So now AR able to clutch it as well. Maybe the strategy bringing Joker back was actually on point. Like, hey, you know what? Joker's the catalyst we need to clutch it. And it seems to be the case right now.
Yeah. The fact that the hunter teleported to Joker at the endgame of BO3, it was the acrobat, and his gate opening speed was very slow, so it worked out so well for the survivor side. Coming into the overtime match, AR survivor is up once again. Yuki coming out very strong with the timing. I would say she has such good reaction time with the Gardener and the bubble, and then with the Enchantress Kai just bought so much time.
Yeah, I mean, Yuki's definitely done her job with the secondary type, right? And this is just something we really want to see, like players stepping up, right? Players stepping up and showing what they're made of. And it really is the impression that was given to me. Again, there's no regions that I really am critical. I'm equally critical to everyone, but especially critical to Southeast Asia division, because again, I've been here for the longest time and seen the ups and downs of it, but definitely rooting for the growth of what we are seeing in AR right now. They're definitely growing while they are competing, and that is something that I would really applaud and admire, right? But the fight is not over yet. They still need to fight it till the end. If they can get a draw in a faster time against Yami, this will be their first ever COA first match victory, the first matchup that they win. And Yami, remember, look at this guy. He's pointing towards his head. Remember the reaction. In game number 2, he was all smiles and was just wiggling around, and now finally getting serious, thinking AR is a serious contender right now. What are we gonna do? So if you're on AR side, what are we gonna do? Yeah.
What I've seen in the previous overtime that I did is the hunter that just bought the most time actually end up winning. They got the same, it was the same 2-man elimination situation, but I want to say, I think it was Axiz against Wolves, where they were able to buy so much time with the abnormal. So just abnormally and just prolonging the game as much as possible and then getting that 2-man elimination. And it was Wolves Choi played the Hullabaloo and he got a 2-man elimination. Hullabaloo, and he wasn't able to prolong the game. So you have to think of a hunter that can get a tie and they can prolong the game even more so that you're over 5 minutes and 37 seconds.
Play Mad Eyes.
Oh.
I mean, it was looking how Mad Eyes. Yeah,
Does
I mean,
Yami
again,
play
it's
Mad Eyes though?
No, I don't think so.
I don't
It's an
think so.
inside joke. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't think anyone expects him to play Mad Eyes
Yeah.
too. But basically, if you see a Mad Eyes, the first 6 minutes it's just him playing Tetris. Like, you know, just and that's gonna be the first 6 minutes. You can go grab your Milo or you grab your drinks and snacks and come back and he'll still be blocking ciphers, right? So that's basically the gameplay if you're a Mad Eyes main. But yeah, I'm looking at Sasaba saying he will get a bolt head soon. Come on, if everyone gets a bolt head from being stressed, I think half of the world's population is gonna go bald, simply because it's so stressful nowadays, right? With what's happening to the world, you know. But you know, heal the world. We focus on the small things, the small enjoyments we have right here and right now. We're gonna see Luca. That's my source of enjoyment right here, Gummy. Because another one of my main is making it to the group stage. That's Luca. That's the prisoner and the aeroplane is making it to the stage. And seems like Yami's gonna ban off the thief as well. So what is going on in his mind? The thief? The thief?
Interesting.
Yeah,
The
it
thief
is.
counters Geisha.
I guess, but
Okay, so it does look like the AR survivors are gonna go for Cypher Rush type of comp. We see the prisoner and then we see another decoder, the Pharaoh lady, and the hunter's gonna be banning off the escapologist. So they may need to secure one of their rescuers, which they will be choosing the first officer. Pretty stable, can also kite with that pocket watch. I would say pretty sturdy team comp here.
Oh, Joker's gonna go on the aeroplanist here. Meow Pie's not even gonna be on the prisoner, so Yuki's gonna be that person on the decoding side. So Gummy, I think that this is a strong chance for them to actually tie in a faster way, or even manage a clutch 3-man escape if they can. But the question is, what will Yami play in this situation? I mean, maybe not Mad Eyes, because I don't think he has it, but are you gonna what is the longest stalling time hunter that we can imagine?
Dream Witch.
Hermit?
Does he play Dream Witch? Oh, Hermit, yeah, Hermit, Joseph. But then with the double decoder, I don't feel like Joseph would be able to buy a lot of time. But
Hermit maybe
they
is a
also
good
have to
choice too.
get the 2-man elimination though. So
True,
yeah, I feel
true.
like AR survivors, they're just trying to Cypher Rush this and get the lower time for the survivors. So
yeah.
audience effect most likely.
Sangria.
Oh.
We
That's right,
forgot
they
about
blocked
Opera
off the
Singer.
wax artist.
Yes, Opera Singer's available for Yami. And remember, we were expecting Yami to play Opera Singer in game number 2 in Little Park, but right now having access to Opera Singer is gonna change things significantly. Your kite needs to be on point. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so Yami's not concerned about faster time, he's concerned about getting more eliminations.
Yeah, I can see that now.
Yeah.
Oh my god. This is where things get very interesting, because even with your precise jetpacks, right? Sangria can still catch up to you. So and that's if you have a perfect jetpack maneuver, right? And everyone else is pretty much sitting ducks, because after that electric jolt, prisoners pretty much gonna be running barefooted, right? Without any skills. So yeah, the first kite definitely needs to be very, very strong, because this lineup, no harassments at all. So if you're down for good. Hopefully they bring something like a triple tight turner or something. Although double tight turner will be pretty standard. But yeah, guys, a draw with a faster time would help AR win, but a 3K would help Yami win for DFM.
And on the Persona points, we do see 2 flywheels, 2 knee-jerk reflex, all 4 survivors with audience effect, so they are going to try to cypher rush this, and we're going to see 2 tie turners. So both rescuers with tie turners and endgame trait on both decoders are full kiting builds. On the side of the hunter, we're going to see abnormal and trump card. So all trying to stall the game with abnormal. I'm Gummy here with Nello Mello giving you the live commentary of this match.
Alright, just a girl, make sure you drive the tram responsibly as Yami is making that first rotation. Remember, 3K and above is going to help DFM win this matchup against AR, whereas AR, the minimum is a draw in a faster time. Meowpie already in vicinity, Yami right here. Very aggressive build to begin with, and that's the abnormal. So right now, Meowpie, he knows where Meowpie is going to end up at, and that's going to be a very, very fast first hit damage.
And the hunter's just going to be cleaning up this pallets. He's kind of out in the open. He's going to utilize his cane, and the hunter does fall for the trick, and he's able to double back, losing track of the survivor for a little bit. But as she throws out this pallet, the feral lady is revealed once again. Hunter's just going to go around, try to mind trick her at this next pallet.
Okay. I thought he was going to be fooled by the red light trick, but Meowpie obviously not too bad so far. He still has a pallet to work with. Yami probably needs to break that pallet though, but Meow already the second time. Wow, dodging left and right. Meowpie's going to go down. Oh, the mind game's going to be happening. What a play. Meowpie buying so much time. Finally going to go down, but it's... I mean, 1,030 seconds, right? A 2.5 ciphers kite. Not too bad, but here's where the danger comes, Gummy, because he has an abnormal.
And he's dashing towards the middle, trying to abnormal the Cypher Machine in time. They don't finish the Cypher Machine, and so he is going to be able to abnormal that 90% Cypher Machine all the way down to 30% and come back to guard the chair.
You know, this is really sad. This is a very aggressive opera singer, right? He knows that he doesn't really need that blink to catch up, but right now they are in a little bit of trouble. The rescue is going to happen. Beautiful maneuver by Jokra, making that rescue without a double down situation. Meowpie, however, is still has a flywheel to work with if he needs to. So okay, beautifully done. But okay, the miss swing. It's gonna buy a little bit more time. Maybe a pallet vault will help him gain a bit more distance. But the tram! Oh, he's not even gonna make it to the tram. Unfortunately. Yeah, just a girl. Come on, just a girl. You gotta pick up Meowpie right there. You're driving the tram, remember? But Meowpie is gonna be left behind by the tram thanks to just a girl's grab services. But that's gonna be the second time Feral Lady is gonna be on the chair. And quite unfortunate, however, that their cipher, only one has been done. A lot of progress on the others, but PP right now has the important task of making sure he makes that rescue happen successfully. So Yami probably does not want to waste too much time. He's gonna try and farm off Meowpie. Careful, you don't want to terror shot, but beautiful patience by PP, allowing for that rescue to happen to Meowpie, and Meowpie has a second chance in life. And this kiting needs to last a little bit longer because he's bringing Yami away further from the nearby cipher. So abnormal won't be able to be used. Meowpie is gonna go down pretty soon, but it doesn't really matter because he's dying so far away from all the other ciphers. AR might be able to make this happen. Prisoner is still in fact. Gummy, look, 2 ciphers remaining.
They're both primed. First survivor sent back to the manor, so it does look like it'll be a 2-man elimination situation. Most likely going to be they're going to pop the last Cypher Machine. Endgame situation. 3 survivors up. So you're going to be changing to teleport. Now we have detention, so the first officer has to be very careful here. But 3 minutes and 44 seconds into the game.
Oh no, Joker's gonna leave the area. Very nice communication, right? Hey, wait, Joker can go back actually. I think Yami did not spot the Tenaida, so he's trying to catch someone off guard. But if PP goes down here, it doesn't really matter because My goodness, they can open the other gate. I think they can make it in time. If they can open it right now and they can escape, they will have a much faster time than DFM. Is AR making this? Is AR doing this? PP, buying so much time. Oh my god!
Survivors are already at the exit
gate. The faster time. Gummy. AR did
4
it.
minutes, 16 seconds.
AR did it. My goodness. I think they're not celebrating yet. They're still trying to, but we know.
I don't think they know the times. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they know. But Joker's like clapping. Honestly, you see, like this is how they're playing as a unit. They're really clapping. They know. AR finally rejoicing in the first taste of victory. DFM. My goodness. It's going to fall to Aquarius right here. Wow, look at the side. Like, honestly, this is a very well-deserved victory. They definitely fought tooth and nail for it, and you can see the happiness coming in. Yami, obviously not feeling as much, but after all has been said and done, Gummy, the better team today is AR. Oh no, Yami, no. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. We still have another one. It's okay, Yami. It's okay. Don't headbutt them. So I'm sorry. But I think he's just disappointed in himself.
Yeah. It's just the pick. If you were gonna choose the opera singer, you have to ensure to be able to down the survivors quickly. But I think what AR did incredibly well was the Cypher Rush.
Yeah. Exactly.
The prisoner, even though he just worked on 2 Cypher machines, so like so much Cypher progress, and then on top of that with audience effect, they continuously kept rescuing with Ty Turner. It got very dangerous with that first officer. He was so patient. He waited till he was hit before he touched that chair. So really good job on the rescues.
I agree with you. That was insane. If that missed, that would have been over for them.
It would have been over. Because then we would have been able to eliminate the first survivor, but he wasn't able to get that advantage. I mean, Meow Pie doing so good out in the open. If he was just able to hit that feral lady when he was out in the open near the fake gate area, that would have at least been able to down him so early. But then he didn't have that trait to be able to down survivors quickly, so he chose a very aggressive build, but then he brought abnormal. But
if you were gonna,
yeah, exactly. So if you're gonna choose an aggressive build, you have to be able to down the survivors quickly. But Meow Pie just bought so much time, 104 seconds. On top of that, 2 rescues with Ty Turner. That's all the time they needed. By the time he utilized his teleport to end, I think it was the Cypher machine, it was already too late. Cypher machines popped, it was a 3-man endgame. Yeah.
It was very unfortunate for him, but all's fair in wars and games, right? And in this case, AR did. I mean, DFM and AR did go neck and neck. Look at the score itself. 5-5, 5-5, 4-4, 4-4. I mean, 6-7, but whatever it is, everything's tied up all the way onto OT, and only the 1 minute difference in time was the victory, the decisive difference between both teams. So honestly, Yummy shouldn't beat himself up too much. AR, congratulations. They did amazingly better. And the first celebrated victory for Southeast Asia Division as well. So AR, I think they're very well deserved victory right there for them. So do celebrate.
I mean,
I can't wait to hear the interviews too.
Yeah, we can actually understand.
Oh my god.
Oh wait, you can understand because you speak Chinese. Okay, but I think
English, they can speak English.
Definitely. Right, they could speak a different language, that's true.
Yeah.
Definitely MVP has to go to Heshen here with the first 2 rounds, 4-man eliminations, coming up strong, tying up all the rounds with his 2-man eliminations, consecutive 2-man eliminations. But if there was a survivor that would be getting MVP, I think it does have to go to Yuki, because she had some excellent kiting during the game.
True. Yuki definitely stands out. Meow Pie also stands out. But ultimately, towards the end, everyone stood out. PP with his very patient rescuing. Because if it failed, they would have lost. No questions asked, right? They would have failed. And if Joker failed the rescue as well, they would have lost as well. So everyone played their role really well. And congratulations, I think they really deserve this. And guys, do catch up on the highlights as we release.
白 DD やったの断念するこれどこまでやりきるあと5割黒いいよあっわマジか
你死去目的，飞行修甲门，
好，救
送他 ，OK， 我送他，来。
All right, there you see it, right? Everyone leading all the way up until that moment where they got the 2-man escape in a faster moment as well. So again, I mean, it's very close, as you can see, all the way up until BO3 overtime, the difference in just 1 minute. Very well deserving victory for AR. And the reason I'm saying this is because DFM is a professional team from IJL division, from IJL League, right? From the Japan division. So getting a 1 victory like this is definitely a huge boost in morale for them. So hopefully they can continue doing this even after COA. Hopefully they can probably stabilize and make a proper team that they can compete again for the following events to come. But Gummy, out of the 4 BO3 OTs, right? I know Kuro's enjoying this, but we enjoyed it too, right? We enjoyed it too. And was there any one match that was your particular most standout match? Like BO1 all the way until OT?
They were all pretty good, and the fact that they were able to tie the entire time, it just showed you how strong the hunters were in the start, and even towards the end. I would say Hessian playing all 4 rounds, that must have taken quite a lot out of him, but he was able to pull through. On the side of DFM, at least they had a sub hunter that could kind of take the load off of MZK.
Yep.
I don't know,
I understand.
I'm not sure, what game would have been my favorite, because in the first 2, the hunters just did so well, and then the last 2, the survivors both did so well. I mean, they're such an equally matched team. I mean, the fact that I would say Appai's kite was extremely not good, and Yuki's kite was extremely good. I think those 2 really stand out to me as on the survivor side.
I see. Yeah, I agree with you. Yuki's kite is definitely on top right there. But Miaopai as well, surviving the early bad games, right, in BO1, BO2, and finally popping off as the painter, finally popping off as the Pharaoh Lady as well. That's definitely what they needed to upgrade. So yeah, without further ado, Hessian, the MVP for this round. Average knockdowns at 7.5, average deduction points at 11,000, average eliminations of 3, which is actually really good because he was getting 4Ks all the way up until BO3 with double ties and ultimately with a 3 average eliminations. Congratulations, Hessian, showing why he is one of the best, if not the best, hunter in Southeast Asia division. Even on top up there in the whole world, right? Definitely on top there. But yeah, I mean, I would love to see more of his unconventional picks like the clown, but maybe not anytime soon. Maybe the lizard.
The clown really did catch us off guard, but I mean, it was still able to get the 2-man elimination, so I think it did its part, which was enough. Yeah.
Was enough. It was a gamble too, because if Yami actually locked in and actually got a 3K out of that, that would have been AR's disadvantage and loss in BO3. But right now, heading to the interviews, let's hear what they have to say.
Hello， 大家好。
Hello， 我是 Yuki。欢迎2位。 贺神今天还带了一个小发卡，加载中，现在缓过劲儿来了，因为刚才打了一个加赛，哎。
还没完全缓过来。
还在紧张刺激的这个情绪当中。UK 呢 ？UK 刚才拿下了这个比赛的胜利，我看到你们后台也有在庆祝，然后大家聚在一起聊天，怎么样？这场胜利，我觉得首先是肯定是至关重要的一把嘛。觉得这场胜利对你们来说意味着什么？然后包括此时此刻有没有什么心情吗？打完加赛有没有感觉还是有一点疲惫的？毕竟2个多小时。
毕竟我们第1和第2把已经输了，所以我们这2把最后就是要打到我们最好的。
对，就是今天这场必须是要拼了，必须要拿下首个胜利，然后我们这次小组赛才有接下来继续再去运营、再去打的这样的一个更多的机会嘛。那贺神，你觉得今天获胜的关键会是在哪里？加载一个答案给我。
一开始比较没有紧张嘛，然后到后面的时候发现要赢了，然后就开始有点紧张，然后队友就接力帮忙抗压，很关键。
所以这4把是一开始感觉好像压力还好，就放轻松去打，结果打到越到后面开始打加赛的时候，这个压力就感觉上来了，对不对？那 UK 呢？你们求生者这边这4把整个的这个压力值或者说是心路历程大概是什么样子？是不是也像贺神一样，这个压力值得越来越高？
我们看到贺神失赛的时候就很开心，然后我们被失败的时候就很伤心。
对，下来之后就
所以到第3把我们就放松打了，然后就成功拿到平局了。
3、4把我觉得求生者的平局真的是很关键，而且我们在时间上其实也是有优势的嘛。那第一个问题就是贺神，你今天确实是完成了2把4抓，你觉得哪一把4抓你自己会比较更加的满意或者印象深刻一些？
应该是第2把啊。第二把思路比较会清晰一点。
第2把最后那个开门战的时候，解说都还在算，说能不能来得及，能不能来得及？你当时对那个传送有没有什么自己的概念？你觉得是比较有信心的，还是？
有。
那接下来想问一下 UK， 你今天那个博弈太帅了，最后在湖景村那一把，我们台下的观众都在为你惊呼，对吗？对吗，贺神，对吗？然后就是当时想问一下，你的第一视角是什么呢？就是队员有给到你鼓励，还是大家都在紧紧的就是看着你？然后你自己有没有觉得紧张，还是完全沉浸在操作当中？
其实我们没想到他会直接传我，我们以为他会移行到那个杀鸡，所以他传我的时刻，我有点懵啊，所以没有想什么，就是这样溜哦。
就是一开始是没想到，但是又牵制的那么好，那个心理学好厉害。那结束了那波牵制之后，队友有给到你一个什么反应？有没有说哇塞好厉害这样？
就是我发现他们就会夸我讲哇，UK太厉害了。
对，因为那一把的牵制真的非常的关键，是给队友拖够了时间嘛。然后今天贺神也是玩了一个小丑，怎么样？3、4把那个小丑，第3把那个小丑，感觉发挥的，
感觉发挥也不是很好，因为原本想拿出来扛压多抓，但是没扛住呀。
那相比于第4把来说，这几把就是第3把、第4把平局嘛，哪个你会更觉得更发挥的更好一点？
应该第4把吧。第4把到后期的时候比较清醒一点。
是的，而且我觉得第4把也是一个很关键的一个伏笔战嘛，而且包括像我们求生者上场的时候，你们有做一些什么样子的运营和战术的安排，就稳住这个胜利？
我们的打法就是我们要5分内平局，因为我们觉得3跑太难了。然后我们就是办了蜡像式，因为我们知道蜡像式会拖很多时间，所以我们选择打他的歌曲，选囚徒和法罗。就是成功了。
对，非常有效。当时到最后开门战的时候，还有3分钟的这样的一个时间优势，所以今天这个比赛，我觉得不管是战术上还是大家整体的发挥都很重要。好，那刚才你们在后台也是看到你们2位在 对问题的时候，队员一直陪在身边，然后还帮贺神准备了这个小挂件。现在在赛后采访，有没有什么要对队友们讲几句的？因为感觉大家的团队氛围非常好哎，后面还有几场硬仗要打。贺神，你来吧，刚才秒牌他们一直陪着你。
我们会赢的。
我们会赢的，很好，很有精神。Yuki 呢？
我们也会赢的。
好，Yuki 说贺神说的对，那也是感谢两位来到赛后采访，再次恭喜Aquarius拿下今天比赛胜利。接下来即将进行的是我们今天第2场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
It's great to meet our team. The hunter is really strong. Looking forward to a great match.
你们是击倒不了我们的，只会让我们变得更加强大。
新的冒险即将开始，让我们一起期待故事拉开序幕。首先有请东南亚赛区 Return。欢迎加拉、Lightning、Baby Top、玉字碰、Six。接下来，让我们有请中国港澳台赛区 LX 战队。欢迎奇渊、酷、可爱、Alan、可赖。
All right, so up to the next matchup. I'll still be commentating this with Gummy. We'll still be joining you guys, so hopefully you'll still be here with us as we commentate the match between RT versus LX. Gummy, AR has already made the first step. First win for Southeast Asia. You think Return can can do it as well? I mean, let's answer after this, I guess. But
Yes.
right now, why don't you bring us through the
Looks
map?
Looks like RT will be the first to select their map. They're going to be selecting the Lakeside Village, and their Hunter will be coming out first. So, our SEA's Hunter playing the first round, first match. Feeling pretty good about that. The only thing about RT that kind of puts them at a disadvantage is the fact that their Hunter player Jaila will be going in as their Survivor player. We saw that there was only 5 people on that stage, so a little bit of a readjustment stage for this team, so that could kind of put them at a little bit of a disadvantage when they're going against LX.
That's true. I mean, they don't even have a coach, right? Because it's a makeshift team at the very end, and some players not being able to make it definitely is not the best condition. But Jala is still a very seasoned player. So, I mean, if Yao Pai could play a Survivor from Hunter, I think he can, although it's a bit last minute. But ultimately, I would say both teams have a 50-50 shot at winning this game. So what does this mean? We might be seeing a drag down. This is a prediction to me. We might be seeing a drag down tie, tie scores, so to speak. But Gummy, I mean, LX versus RT. Right now, I would have to say, so far for these two teams, RT has yet to win a game. Right? RT has yet to win a game. Sure, they clutch a few games. Very, very close, but they have yet to win a game. So, what do you think they need to do in this game? And it's LX, right? It's LX. It's not the usual teams, right, from other divisions. It's a different team right here. As we look at the players' introductions here as well, Jala, Lightning, Baby Top, Yuzupon, and 6 representing C. That's Xuyuan, Cool, Cute, Alan, Kurai representing Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan division. What can RT do in order to get the win over LX? I'm not just leaving this question to Gummy, I'm leaving this question to all of you guys as well in the chat. So, Gummy, what do you think? More Red Bulls or all metas and stuff like that? As we head to LX Cube right here, Gummy, why don't you bring us through what he does?
It looks like he plays the Enchantress and the Puppeteer, so the Harasser and the Sub-Rescuer or the Kiter role is going to be taken up by Cute. Interesting name. Every time we say his name, it's like we're complimenting him.
Yeah, we're complimenting ourselves too. Like, hey, you know what? It's cute. It's cute. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, I know. The host even called his name in Chinese, which also means cute. So, 可爱, that's what he said. But not only do you have a cute player, you also have a cool player. And that's the person that we're talking about next. That's the rescuer designated player right here. Has the Jose, has the first officer, has the forward as well. Although we saw that the forward did not exactly perform up to par, but that was a high stakes situation, very pressured situation. But hopefully today we'll see more of those aggressive decoding rescuer slash harasser picks.
And next on to Alan, we can see he has the Lanterness and the Lucky Guy pick, so a lot of the kiter rolls will go into their first kite, especially if it's a Lucky Guy. Hunters do like to chase them quite a lot, so as long as he can contain the hunter for very long amounts of time in the beginning, that's going to allow the survivors to get a lot of decoding in.
Yeah, I mean, just a girl right here from chat as well, answering the question we had. For RT to win, they need to pick Ever Sleeping Town, so she will help them with the tram. Oh yeah, how can we forget? You're the tram driver, right? But yeah, the tram RNG definitely plays a factor as well. But Ziyan right here looking at us for a brief moment. That's the Doctor and Gardener in play. For the stats itself, it's very balanced, I think. Like, everything is really average. As a matter of fact, the containment time might not be the lowest. A little bit on the lower end because it's only less than 30 seconds. But hey, what do you expect when you play a character like a character that's pretty much the target most of the time, right? But Alex definitely needs to pull in deep right here to get one W against RT. Whereas RT, hopefully they get inspired by AR. You know what I mean? Hopefully they get inspired by AR, play something that's unique if they can bring it to BO3. And hopefully that will catch Alex off guard. As Yuzupon right here, I like the highlighted characters. Smiley Face and the Nightmare Gummy. But the stats though, a little bit on the lower side though so far.
He was known to play the Hermit first round, and it didn't quite work out for them, so he ended up taking a little changes in his first character pick, and so there was a lot of readjusting to do on the side of Yuzupon, so hopefully he has been able to readjust, seeing that we already played your first two matches. Another thing I noticed is that RT and LX are in the same situation as DFM and AR, as in they are both in the both bottom of their group. So getting one round win here would mean a lot of difference for them to be able to secure one win. So lots of pressure on both sides. They have to play very aggressively and they need to get the points.
True. They really need to be gunning it from the very beginning, but if we want to have an example of what happened, right? AR and DFM did go right at it from the very start. The Hunters, right? 4K, first two games. So the difference they can do here is to not get 4K. I think that is still the very basic fundamental thing you can do. Draft a composition that's not too greedy, balanced enough to counter generally most of the meta characters, the Hunters, and then go back to turtling in BO3 and BO2 and BO3. So here, if you want to, they can go all risky like rejects. Like Fennel. They can go with all the meta picks straight away from the bat to make sure that they get 1 or 2 man escape. Like, you know, just straight away bring up all Lanternists, Meteorologists, Archer. You know, just bring them all out in game number 1. Maybe that will increase the chances of you to get 1 man or 2 man out. But for now though, it is a very hard task. I mean, Yuzupon, like what you pointed out, has a Hermit first game, but would you really want to bring out a Hermit first game? Especially since the opponents already know you have it? We'll see. But the first two bans though, Doctor and Enchantress, so Seer's out of the game, but they're not gonna pick Seer. They're gonna go with the Lucky Guy and Archer instead. So Gummy, already a different pick right here.
It does look like a Lucky Guy will most likely be taking that first kite because you don't want to allow that Lucky Guy to get another item and have a double decode situation. So it looks like Seer will finally be chosen as their third ban pick, and the survivors will be able to secure the Acrobat.
Yeah. You know what I would love to see here? Would love to see a Nightmare here.
He does play Nightmare though.
Yeah,
he did play
for
it.
real, so.
I think either in the second or third round when he was going against Before You, I believe.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
wow,
it didn't perform as well.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, so.
I mean, you gotta
not
try
sure.
though. You gotta try.
Yeah, you do.
You gotta believe. Yeah. Shouts to Potch, making us believe, right? But, Gummy, a knight here though, so it's not gonna be one of those rescuers like First Officer or Walling or Gravekeeper. So deciding to take the Junken Pawn rescuer instead. What do you think about this? You think it's safe to use it at BO1?
The rescuer likes to choose knight, so it is a
personal preference.
Yeah, personal preference pick. So we don't see him often because there's an ability where you have to predict the hunter's movement in order to really be able to counter her, and if you predict wrong, it's gonna hurt you. So most of the time we don't pick it because we want a more stable rescuer that doesn't have to rely on probability. But if you're comfortable with this survivor and you feel like you can get those predictions correct, it could be very helpful on their team comp.
Yeah, well, you gotta be winning your Junken Pawn games with your friends, right? In order to actually make full use of it. And yes, I agree with you, Salty Sugi. What is this planning for? Interesting. Well, interestingly enough, Yuzu Pawn is gonna go with his round 1 Hermit. Ooh, I have to ask him for Hermit, but I don't know why I lose. I lose as Hermit, I think, in quick matches. Yeah. Hermit though, very well known for just stalling ciphers and just basically prolonging the game a lot. And the one thing good that he really has is the polarity change, right? Which allows you to stun hunters, which is very much needed to stop the hunters that are moving around a lot, right? So that can be a point, which is why he wants to choose it here. But whether or not he can make it happen in this map against this lineup, I think he has a shot. He has a shot right here. If he goes to the lucky guy first, that's going to be a really good starting point for him. So Gummy, this lineup against Hermit, wow. I mean, I would say lucky guy is the best choice to chase first. But do you think Archer could be a possible choice as well here?
As long as you can get the stuns on the Archer, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. But the problem is if they continuously share the damage, she can continuously stun the hunter back. So a little bit of back and forth here, but we're gonna have double flywheels, 2 tide turners, and 3 borrowed time. So the Acrobat does not have borrowed time with just the flywheel and tide turner. On the hunter side, we're gonna have warp detention, insolence, rage, wanted order, claustrophobia, and the last one is Gummy and Nello here, giving you the live commentary for this match.
Yuzu Pawn has to play Alva against the Junken Pawn Knight as well, but let's see who he will be going up first against. Well, the lucky guy has already left the area, so right now he really is just looking, spending quite a bit of time actually. Looking. Yeah, I mean.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. For a moment I thought we were stuck, but apparently he's just looking. But yeah, the ciphers have been connecting, has already been connected. None of them has the charge yet except for the Archer. So Alex is just playing it pretty cool. No one wants to touch the cipher just yet. So I'm not sure if this is the correct decision because you kind of want to share damage, right? You don't want to fall in 2 hits. Not against a Hermit right here.
It does look like the Acrobat will change his charge to blue so that he'll be able to share this charge when the Knight gets hit. just continuously looping this area. He may need to start utilizing his stuns, but there will be able to finally utilize the stun. Will not be able to get the hit through the window.
Oh, did it not? Oh, yeah, you're right. It did not. It missed a little bit. But honestly, he's not really afraid of the normal attacks. As long as he keeps predicting the abilities, right? I think that would help him for sure. But right now, Yuzupon is going to land that first stun onto Cool. Cool is going to get that bit of damage, but it doesn't really matter because it's shared across the entire team. So Warp Gate's going to be used to closing the distance. Cool is still in a very bad... Wait a minute. The predictions coming in again. Yuzupon, you know, just getting stunned a little bit here. But Knight so far so good. Using up everything, but he bought a lot of time though. He bought a lot of time. But Cute avoiding that Eye of Sauron stun onto him. Very, very nicely done as well. Although the Pallet Slam. Oh my god, LX playing in tip-top condition today, Game.
Yes, it looks like he is just going to be changing to this Acrobat. We do see the Lucky Guy had a Perfumer to try and negate that stun. I believe all of them had the same color, but we'll finally be able to get the stun on this Acrobat. We'll be able to hit him. All of the survivors' charges are red. He's transitioning to a better area where he can avoid the line of sight so he can continuously avoid the stuns and the colors. Charges.
Yeah, this is gonna be a very hard position to stun anyone, right? It's a long wall and it's a corner wall as well, so Yuzupon probably needs to change target honestly because he doesn't even have confined space. But now the Eye of Sauron that's gonna land onto Cute. Cute's gonna be at half health. Sorry, that's gonna be a 55% damage onto him. But again, if they share charges once more, Cute will be able to run much longer. He still has a bomb to work with, and honestly speaking, Yuzupon has yet to down anyone just yet.
And on top of that, they healed up the Knight as well, is able to get the stun. He is not sharing this charge, so we'll be able to take him down, the first survivor down. The Lucky Guy is nearby, needs to be careful not to give any extra injuries, but we'll be able to safely bring him to the chair near the ciphers that are being worked on.
Yeah. Needs to be really careful not to give any more free hits, but I don't think it really matters because Yuzupon's already at max presence, everyone else is just injured. Knight's at full health, but honestly, without any items to play Junk and Pawn with, I think he really needs to just... I think the only way he can really play cool is just to not get stunned and come early for the rescue. Oh no! Oh yeah, it's okay. He can still rescue from that position, but the stun's gonna happen onto Cute. Will Cute has red charges, right? Everyone's sharing it, so that's a good thing. Because right now, Cute will be able to kite even longer. Yuzupon not removing any, not reassigning the connections so far just yet. Cute, second time, gonna go down, but a lot of progress across the map. Yuzupon's buying a lot of time, but he's also having quite a hard time to get everyone down. But Gummy, as time goes on, I think they can just heal up pretty much at this point, and yeah, I mean, resources, I think he has to waste more resources before he can reach the late game. 2 ciphers remaining, and honestly, Yuzupon needs to delay and fail this rescue, but the gun right into the face of Yuzupon has an Eye of Sauron to work with. If he can get to the place in time. Rescue before? You have to rescue! You cannot wait! You cannot wait! Oh no!
Fails the rescue! And we'll be taking a hit.
Rescue. Yeah, I think you should have just rescued right there.
I'm just gonna take a look at the charges and the connections on the cipher machine. But you realize the warp to go for the next survive. No survivors in the area. He's gonna have to utilize his teleportation orb. Went to the middle. No survivors yet. It looks like the survivors did meet up so that they could heal, and the hunter is not able to find the next target.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. I mean, they're still not out of trouble yet. Yuzupon has already got rid of one, and if they are healed up, he will know that, oh, okay, well, they are together and the ciphers are not going to be touched anytime soon. Tsuyan, however, though, needs to find more items because right now he has no more items in his arsenal. So probably something that he can find that would help him along with the kites mid-game to late game. But so far, again, same situation. A lot of ciphers with a lot of progress, but Whether or not they can complete it is another story to begin with. So right now, Yuzupon just trying to find that next target. Lucky Guy again in the vicinity without items again. So I think he's just gonna kite raw kite here at this point.
So Hunter unable to find the archer and knight will have to just go after this lucky guy. Thankfully the lucky guy does not have any items. However, the fourth cipher machine is almost primed and the last cipher machine 65%.
Yeah, that's a lot of progress already. So as long as they can just both push the same ciphers, I think it can definitely work. Ziyuan is gonna get that hit onto him. Doesn't really matter, he still has one more hit to tank. And Yuzupon really is just buying time, right? Because he's just buying time for his warp gate to be available at this point. Alan has to move away, has to be really careful. That's the archer we're talking about. But okay, mischarge right there. Yuzupon again going to where the last cipher is, knows that the ciphers are about to be done thanks to him just checking the maps. Wow, the injuries really add up.
Yeah. And it's a big map and they have to keep meeting up again to get healed. They have a lot of progress on all the last 3 ciphers, so they could work on any of them. Cool staying hidden and the hunter just trying to wait for Tinnitus. It will be triggered here at Little Boat, so he now knows there's a survivor, most likely Cool, but now all the survivors have healed up completely.
Yeah, if Lucky Guy can find an item, that'll be great, you know, but honestly, I think they have different plans. Cool! Whoa! With just a sliver of health. Doesn't really matter how it looks like. As what this means is at least you'll still be able to take one more hit, right? But now, the red charge, no one wants to share damage anymore. I mean, because that's definitely gonna be a down whatsoever. But look at the ciphers, Gummy! Insane decoding right here as we approach the 8-minute mark. Actually, we already went past the 8-minute mark. Yuzupon just slowly dwindling all of the resources, all of the survivors, and it's already primed. So Lucky Guy has a ball around that he can use. Ziyuan coming in for the rescue. I mean, plenty of opportunity for him to rescue before half right here. So just needs to make sure he gets that rescue to happen. Pop Cypher, that's going to be a 3-man endgame. Front gate's going to be close, I think. I think that's going to be open right there, right? Archer probably has it right there. But right now, 3-man running around. Yuzupon, what are you going to do? He's already connected both exit gates, but right now no one's touching the exit gate just yet. LF School trying to run towards where the big boat is. But sharing charges, okay. I don't think it matters. You need 2 people to share. You need 3 people to share the damage in order to keep running. But back gate's going to be open soon. But Gummy, Yuzupon has a warp gate available. Will he take the risk and actually run to the back gate?
Yeah, he's not actually sure where all the survivors are, so he needs to utilize his warp now so he could stop that exit gate from being open. 81%. Now the survivors are rushing away from this gate, but is able to stun this archer and is able to down the next survivor.
Wow, what a play from Yuzupon as well. Like, taking the calculated risk, knows that there's no Tinnitus in the middle, so even now he can actually take the warp gate to go back in. So he can definitely go for the 4K if he wants to, but the question is, where is Lucky Guy hiding?
He just utilized all of his football to make it back to the chair, so he's running towards the archer. He does look like he's going to be able to get the rescue just in time. We got crows also coming in. Hunter's trying to utilize his teleportation orb to make it towards this Lucky Guy, and the archer heading around and avoiding the hunter for the time being.
Yeah, unfortunately the tension is still up. Not going to be gone for at least the next 17 seconds, but what this means is at least they'll be able to secure a tie. Secure a 1-man escape, since Alan, he knows that they don't have any more. They know that he doesn't have any more warp gate, so Alan can definitely open the front gate and allow for the single man escape. The moment he sees the charge onto Alan, right, I think he can be assured. Oh, okay, yeah, he's definitely at the front gate. So this is the thing. Cypher gate is still connected. Will he be able to... Oh, wait. Okay, Yuzupon knows right now. The Cypher gates is still connected, so it's gonna take a long time. Will it be in time though? And the answer is Alan is gonna be that only person to make it out of the gate. So Good job so far, not allowing the 4K to happen on the side of Yuzu Pawn. So good start for RT actually, Gummy.
Yeah, with that starting off pretty strong here with the 3-man elimination. It got very dangerous towards the end game because the knight was a little injured already, and he, even if the charge was shared, it actually just ended up downing him and injuring the archer, which allowed the hunter to down her next pretty quickly. I would say the lucky guy searched quite a lot of chest boxes. He had the perfume, he had the bot, and then when he went for the rescue, he had the forwards football, and then he had the stun gun. And then he went back and he found another football. So that football that the lucky guy found actually came in quite very necessarily, was able to get that rescue with that one football. Used all of it.
Yeah. That is very true. And the Tinnitus by the bot as well in the middle of the game definitely gave value to them, right, to complete it. Honestly, we do not see a lot of the archer's utility being used in this game, but it doesn't really matter because that person is the one decoding 366% of the total Cypher decoding progress. Cool was actually very good at the kiting as well, 122 seconds despite the continuous, how do you put this, continuous and relentless pursuit by Yuzu Pawn, despite the was it an after, oh wait, the fail rescue in the second chair, right? So I think it's still a very long run. If it wasn't the Hermit, I think that would have definitely been a better result for Alex, but I guess not getting 4K is more than enough for them, because right up next, Gummy, it's gonna be Kurai's time, coming from Alex, and Kurai is one scary hunter for Alex.
Yeah, in his hunter pool, he has all of the meta hunters, so definitely something to watch out for. But being able to get a 3-man elimination with the Hermit is very impressive since he isn't in the meta hunters. But also at the same time, it was RT's map pick, so that really helped the Hermit since it is such a large map, and the survivors continually had to go around the map to heal up. They had to heal up quite a lot of times since the damage kept being shared. Yeah. So I would say that it really worked out in favor for RT in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard because it's a big map, like what you pointed out, and needing to go halfway across the map just to meet up and heal, it's already buying so much time. So, I mean, they've already done their best, right? I think we can already done their best. I think that's the best they can do, which is not to get 4K. Yuzu Pawn obviously had the advantage since he was just wasting all of their resources. You can see all 7 ciphers decoding all the way up until the very end. So, good job on the side of Yuzu Pawn at setting the pace for a 3K. Obviously, he hoped for a 4K, but a 3K is still very good. So as long as RT Survivor is able to survive Kurai's dominance in the second half, I think RT will be in a comfortable position in the next game. But yo, Baby Top, what up? What up, my man? I was expecting him to blow a kiss or something, but apparently
yeah, you did see him blowing a kiss. Yeah, Baby Top, the rescuer for their group. Next, the hunter turned into survivor Jaila with the enchantress and novelist pick. Takes a lot of the just kiting and support with the enchantress.
That is true. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Let me know if I'm wrong, but a lot of the hunter mains who usually play rank after the main time, they like to play harassers. Is that true? Let me know in the comments, yeah? But Yummy, up next, that's Lightning, and he has a Mechanic, and he has a Lanternist, and I'm excited to see if he'll bring out the Mechanic, because Mechanic is actually a very good character to kite, and we've seen Persica as well, the queen of body blocking, right? Although might not be perfect in Lakeside Village, but who knows, an extra hand of decoding might be what they need to get a draw against Kurai right here.
Yeah, and he also does play the Explorer, so the decoder will be most likely Lightning. But moving on to 6, we can see Aeroplanist And the puppeteer in the ranks, his average rescue is 3rd place at 1.4, and average deduction points at 4th place, 9,281. So looking pretty good stats wise. Takes a lot of the kiter rolls, yeah.
Yeah, I mean at this point, right? You kind of, this is an opportunity for you to just not get 4K. The worst you can do right here from RT is to at least get 1 man out, and that way you won't lose to Alex in terms of round. But it's COAⅨ we're talking about, and COAⅨ is definitely one scary hunter. Although the stats might not be too impressive as what we can see if you compare it with Jin or Bailu or Pei, but don't let it fool you, because stats, this guy, if you watch Dragon Ball, right? If you watch animes like Dragon Ball where they constantly change their power level, COA⅓ is one of those people who just pop up. Like you see the stats like this, but when the time needs it for it to happen, his power level just rises up, and COA⅓ might be able to do it in this round. I mean, if needed, right, to cover his teammate. I mean, his teammate already got 3 escape, so here he needs to get sorry, not 3 escape, already got Yuzupon already got a 3K, so here he needs to power up and get that 4K to win. 3K is really the worst you can do right here, but we'll see what happens right here as we head into the ban picks really soon. But yeah, I mean, a lot of choices, right, from COA⅓. Like what are these hunter pools again? Do you mind sharing it again?
Oh, COA⅓, Ivy, Goatman, Anne, Wax, Clark, Peddler, Qist. Very large hunter pool, yeah.
Yeah, basically everything.
Basically everything, yeah.
Yeah, coming into this. Yeah, Baby Top, no more kisses today. I mean, sorry, Sasabella. No kisses from Baby Top to you today. But, I mean, it's understandable. They gotta focus up. AR has already gotten that first win. They also want to replicate that success, right? Hey, you know what? We're also first-timers, like them. We want to get that first win under our belt too. I mean, even if it doesn't change much in terms of ranking, but we want to experience that as well. And this is a perfect opportunity because it's LX, one of the non-professional teams as well. I mean, I would say that they have it a little bit easier in terms of it's kind of even at this point. But for AR, they actually went up against DFM, who's a professional IJL team. So I would say RT would have the opportunity here. Hey, is that the Weeping Clown I'm looking at? The cosplay? Oh,
yeah.
Is that it? Oh,
It was Weeping Clown next to, I think, Bloody Queen.
Queen? Oh, wow.
Yeah, so lots of nice cosplays in the crowd as well.
Are you a fan of cosplays? Like,
I mean,
as in, do you consider doing cosplays and like Kuro doing little go cosplays?
I don't think it's my thing.
Okay, it's Kuro's thing, but unfortunately did not make it past the screening phase. But yeah, for sure. Oath to false, saying the cameraman is always filming Baby Top. Does the camera want us to make a fan cam? Can definitely happen. If you wish for it long enough, it might manifest. But one thing's for sure, Lanternist is manifested into the arena right now. On the stage, that's first officer Lanternist to start things off. So it doesn't matter if it's a QS, right? Lanternist is still a very strong overall meta character, you know what I mean? And the aeroplanist to follow suit as well. So Enchantress has been taken off. Maybe sometime Archer here that could help them.
Yeah.
Archer, Meteorologist.
As long as the hunter doesn't ban her as the fourth pick, he should be able to go through. So they'll have some kind of harasser in the mix. But no, we're gonna be banning out the antiquarian instead.
Is COA⅓ going for an opera singer here? But it's gonna be the magician instead. So okay, so no harassments happening here. Focusing more on self-preservation. And Cypher control, Cypher rush. Kurai right here. What can he play right here? Which can sort of provide that pressure, the Cypher pressure presence, as long as a strong chase. It's gotta be a Q, right? But
Qist or Goatman, which is both playable on
maybe
late
Goatman,
side.
right? Yeah, I think Goatman's good.
Definitely works.
Yeah. Once Lanternist is gone, maybe use Qist in the next round. Maybe that can happen.
As long as he's not banned as well, though.
As long as he's not banned.
More bans,
true.
yeah.
True. But hey, just saying hi to people in the chat as well. We're currently in matchup number 2. Natalie Fisher Arts. Hello, first time joining the COA. Well, hello to you. We see you in the chat, especially if you're on YouTube chat. So, hope that you have a pleasant time here. As we are waiting for Kurai with his last pick, I mean, obviously, Goatman is a very strong pick here as well. And that's what he's going to go for. A Goatman in Lakeside Village. Remember, guys, Kurai needs a 3k to equalize and a 4k to win over Return right here. We've seen RT clutch a dungeon escape in this map before, and we've seen another game where they clutched a tie with Baby Top running from the big boat into the dungeon as well, clutching the tie. So hopefully we'll see some good results from RT survivors. And as for Kurai, well, 3k or 4k, that's his job. Stage has been set, Gummy. I know, all the best to both teams. Although it is going to be a pretty even game, so whichever side makes the most mistakes, I think that's the one that's going to be at a disadvantage. Spawn locations.
First officer in the middle, we got the aeroplanist on big boat, little boat, lanternist, Shack, the magician. Hunter is going to be spawning in between so that he'll be able to access whichever first chase that he will be after. So pretty standard pick for the survivor comp, pretty standard spawn points and pretty standard spawn points for the hunter as well.
Yeah.
We're playing it safe. We need to get that, we need to get that, at least a one-man escape for RT.
Yeah, one-man escape for RT. Otherwise, it's going to be it's going to go to waste what Music1 did. But Persona builds right here. Let me take over. 1 flywheel, 2 tight turns, 3 borrowed times. 4 borrowed times, and the Goatman with the 3-6 peepers built. Let's see which side is going to prevail. That's Gummy and Nello will be commentators for this second half.
Hunter will be spawning in the middle, making his way towards Baby Top, trying to transition away. Hunter's getting ready to utilize a cage. He has 47 resentment, so he can definitely utilize immediately, but he doesn't want to go after the rescuer. No, he's doubling back, and he's continuously looking back now, heading to the shack area.
My goodness, Baby Top actually hit in the area, and Kurai just went right past him. But now Jala is going to be in the vicinity. He's the magician, so definitely not an easy chase for Kurai right here. But hey, you gotta start somewhere. Kurai has plenty of resentment right here. About to be utilizing the first one. Jala, maybe that one's gonna work anytime soon here. And the one is gonna be used for the first time, allowing for that to happen. But again, a lot of resentments. So that's gonna be that second cage. And finally, Jala is gonna fall to that hit by Kurai.
Already has enough resentment for the second cage, going towards the walls to have something to work with. Hunter is going to be able to avoid the wand, will be able to throw down this pallet. He's going to go through the cage trying to catch him off guard. He flywheels and he's able to outlast another cage.
Oh, nice. Well, at least he's able to kite the duration of the cage, but now another cage to be used. Jala has 1-1 remaining and he's gonna use it either way. So beautiful play and the distance as well. Wow, definitely buying a lot of time, but unfortunately it's gonna finally go down. But very respectable kite right here, almost a 3 ciphers kite by Jala right here on the Magician, although there are no more items for him to use. Maybe top in the vicinity though, Gummy. Do you think he's gonna go for the full blood or before half rescue right here?
Well, he's feeding Tinnitus, and if he can make it to the chair, he's gonna utilize his pocket watch so that he can approach the chair without being caged too far off. Hunter trying to figure out where this first officer is gonna cage them on the chair.
Well, he's gonna tank that hit regardless, but wait, what happened? I think the rescue was a little bit late. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. Magician takes a little bit longer to rescue, unfortunately. But Baby Top is gonna fall victim. This might look like a double down. Jala needs to survive right now, unfortunately, because Baby Top's gonna go down really soon. Jala has built enough distance. Jala might not, might not know where he is, but he knows now. So Jala is gonna fall to that cage hit, unfortunately, and that's gonna be a double down situation. So COAⅨ, capitalizing on the mistakes of the first officer, getting that double down. Gonna be healed up really fast though. Yeah.
3 cipher machines completed, but he's chaired all the way at Cornfield, very far from all the survivors. They may not even want to go in for this rescue, but we do see the Lanterness utilizing her projection, making her way to the chair, but she's still far off and not a lot of time left on the Magician.
Yeah, not a lot of time left, and honestly, I don't think they can come to the rescue as well, because you know what, no items, too far away, and that's going to be a problem because they don't have mobility. But 6 is the one on the aeroplane, is plenty of mobility if we're talking about it, but no! The jetpack was a little bit too late, and despite using it, it's already on cooldown at the moment, and this is really unfortunate. 6 will not be... Oh, wait, the levitation. Okay, maybe there's a little bit of leeway chance right here, but COAⅨ also going down along with the aeroplanist, and 6 is gonna go down. Already using a 2 jetpack, and unfortunately, the basement, is it here? It's
not here.
Yeah, it's not here. He's gonna go through the harder route through the sea itself, but overall, he might be able to make it all the way to the chair. And this is scary, Gummy. This is scary. Despite Jala's rather good early kites, the cipher has just totally stopped at 3 ciphers. The resentment is just building like crazy for COAⅨ.
A lot of rotations. The Lanterness waited till the Magician was sent back to the manor, and then she worked on that Shack cipher machine. We do see the first officer already getting the rescue just in time. No damage this time. We're gonna utilize the jetpack, but run into the Hunter, sets up another cage, and immediately downs the airplanist once again.
Yeah, this is very unfortunate, but this might look like a very possible 4K for COA⅓, simply because the cipher management in the mid section, it just stopped totally. It totally stopped. It gave so much resentment to COA⅓, and he was constantly using his cages. I would imagine that this is just Tinnitus given so that COA⅓ will not leave this area. But Baby Top seems to be coming again. Yo, you're getting blocked. Oh my god, it was so close. But fortunately, the rescue is gonna happen regardless. But aeroplane is falling for the second time. Baby Top is gonna... Whoa.
Double down situation yet again.
Yeah, this is very unfortunate. COA⅓'s gold gun is scary, right? Like we kind of talked about this before. Like you get a 3K, COA⅓ can power up and get a 4K, and this is very unfortunate because this might seem like the situation right now. COA⅓, Baby Top down for the second time, does have a self heal to work with. Peeper's gonna be used up. Lightning, still healthy, still has a lot to use with. Although I think the freeze frame could have been given to the airplanes for kiting, but no, I don't think it's gonna help much anyway. But Lightning trying to get outside of the Tinnitus radius. But so far, COAⅨ just one more hit away from getting that possible 4K right here. Oh my god, if you're RT right now, Gummy, what do you think you can do in this situation?
Well, thankfully the Lanternist is still at full health, and the first officer just decided to utilize his self-heal. The hunter is going to go after this first officer so that he can get rid of his self-heal and will be able to slowly bleed out, which is going to take the attention off of the Lanternist, and they just need to get that one-man escape. So he needs to at least injure this Lanternist so he'll be able to down her quickly if the first officer ends up bleeding out, if he gets downed once again.
Yeah, that's true. The mind game's happening right here, but it doesn't really matter, right? He knows exactly where Lightning is. Lightning, plenty of resentment for him to work with as well. So Cage Hit is gonna land onto Lightning. One more is gonna do it. Has a static projections charge, but I'm not sure if that's gonna help him a little bit more. COA⅓, the mind games, again, back and forth, but waiting for him. I mean, again, one more cage after the other. Lightning is just thinking, how many more cages left to endure before I can get out of this cage hell, you know what I mean? But finally gonna go down. Knows that the first officer does not have any more watch. That's obviously the threat. Can definitely chair Lightning if he wants to. I mean, he's confident enough, but right now has no idea where Baby Top is. So the safest option is still to drag it out and find Baby Top for the second time. That will definitely help the case. So RT not out of it yet, but COA⅓ obviously have a little bit of trouble finding the ever elusive RT survivors.
It does also look like Baby Top was able to find a perfume that could just prolong his kite a little longer. He's going to start heading towards the ship where he will be able to get to Nidus, and he knows the first officers in this area. So it looks like he's going back to first chair the Lanternist and then go for this first officer.
Okay, so it's all or nothing, right? He knows the dungeon is close by, but again, this might be an opening for RT, because we've seen RT done this before with a clutch one-man escape, right? So Baby Top trying to hide, but honestly with peepers, I'm not sure how long you can hide before the scary peeping eyes of the peeper will find you. Oh, look up. Okay, that's it. Baby Top, not sure if you realize this. It probably does now, but the peeper is going to expose where the first officer is. Baby Top still trying to play a little mind game, but doesn't really matter, and that's gonna be it. Coming. COA⅓ getting that 4K against RT. Whoa.
Good patience on the...
Yeah,
I'll say very good patience on that Goldman. Once he downed the first officer, he realized he needs to down this Lanternist because first officer had spent quite a lot of time on the ground and he could bleed out pretty quickly. So he decided to just, even though the first officer got back up, to still continuously go after this Lanternist. She first puts him down, make sure he knows the location of the first officer. That way he can chair this Lanternist and then go and eliminate this first officer as quickly as possible. And the fact that he had peepers just helped him find the target even though he tried to hide, and was able to down him pretty quickly after being able to find him with that cage and securing his 4-man elimination that they needed to be able to win up round 1.
Yeah, I mean, no one decoding means that the resentment is just building up so fast, right? So this is a different story right here. As we can see in the match stats itself, no one kited above 60 seconds except for Jella. But even then, I'm not sure. It was supposed to be enough, but the Cypher just somehow stopped in the middle of the game simply because they need to heal each other up. And Baby Top getting a double down situation, not once but twice, definitely did not help the situation as well. So kind of unfortunate for RT survivors, this time unable to clutch the escape, not even one. So LX, Demi, it's gonna be LX taking that round 1 victory. So Kuro, sorry to burst your bubble, might not be an OT after all, but yeah, I mean, good start for Alex, but the score difference is not the biggest. RT can still come back in game 2. I mean, it can still come down to round 2 round wins, right? So we'll see what's gonna happen right after this, but yeah, I mean, Yuzupon. Maybe that's why Yuzupon wasn't really happy, right? Even though he got the 3k. Because he sort of think, yeah, maybe it's not enough. And I'm not sure if Yuzupon's like the rank 1 hermit in server. Can someone confirm this in chat? Is Yuzupon the rank 1 hermit? The S1 hermit in server right now? Yeah, but just to get more intel on what we have at hand, right? And Kura as well. Definitely played very dominantly. Yeah, oh my god. This is definitely something very, very exciting. We're gonna be waiting for round 2 as we head to the highlights.
不行，我要死了。没关系，不修一台吧。那就分开，那就分开。3、2、1，吃刀。没事，我们不好走哎。不会，他正好。2、1，บัลลิกโอเคคุยเก็บการมา3 10 typer ไปนี่เก็บเองติ๊กไปเปิดใหม่นี่เก็บเองไอ้กูเล่นคิวไหมฮิวกำลังมากลางเล่นได้อยู่มีใครเห็น
We just saw the highlights. We also got to see the magician did such a good kite, saying that Jaila used to be a hunter main. The issue is you can only buy so much time against a goldman because you can outlast a few cages, but as soon as you run out of items, you have nothing to work with. And after that first rescue, it was a double down, and then the hunter chaired him so far away from all the survivors, all the way at Cornfield. So then they weren't able to get that rescue in time, and just played so well against the survivor comp.
Yeah, one thing leading to the other, right? And ultimately a snowball situation. But up next, it's gonna be Alex choosing Ever Sleeping Town, and their survivors will be going first. So just a girl, guys. It's your cue. You're the tram driver, right? You're the tram driver of this map. Hopefully you'll be able to help RT a little bit, or maybe you want to help LX because they are the ones picking this map after all. So I know, Gummy, I feel like this is a very strong start for LX, and bringing it to Ever Sleeping Town. Mind you, QS can be up for grabs here. So QS is very strong here. So if RT wants to survive, they absolutely cannot get 4K by Kurai again, right? Fortunately, it's going to be the LX survivors going first. They want Yuzupon to set the pace. So Yuzupon again with pressure. He did well with the 3K, but now that it's round 2, you need to do beyond 3K because that's only going to help you in the long run and help your survivors as well. But right here, what can we expect in Ever Sleeping Town? Tram Factor, Hunters, well, you don't have Hermit anymore. What are the choices you have if you're Yuzupon in Ever Sleeping Town?
We still have the Peddler, Opera Singer, and Nightmare that we've seen so far during the group stage and the qualifiers.
Okay, so Nightmare. I would love to see a Nightmare here, but again, there's so many characters that you have here that can help you, but only so little that can help you with a 4K. If you're Yuzupon, would you want to go non-meta or meta here though?
I think just sticking to the meta just gives you the higher chance because survivors do very well against non-meta. Because they've already practiced for the hardest hunters, so when they don't have to face as strong as hunters that are as strong, they do perform pretty well. I mean, in this sense, being able to get a 3-man elimination with the Hermit in the first half round 1 was very impressive. Getting a 3-man against meta survivors definitely did work out for them, but getting the 4-man elimination later did result in them losing round 1. But yeah, I mean, we have.
That's the way to go, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, meta for a reason, right? What does meta actually mean? Like we keep saying meta, 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 right? It kind of makes you wonder what is meta defined as, right? Well, something that's tried and tested, always played, and professionals are using it. Basically, a copy and paste formula for success, right? So yeah, with that, I believe meta might be the answer to what Yuzupan in Team RT needs right now. But the question is, which meta hunter, right? Because Ever Sleeping Town, the town where Dream goes to live or die, and unfortunately for RT, they are at the receiving end of a potential match point here. So Yuzupan needs to set the pace. 3K is good enough, like what you mentioned, with a non-meta character like Hermit. But right now, it's in Ever Sleeping Town. What can you play that can allow you to get a 4K? You gotta consider this. And a hunter that doesn't make too much mistakes, which you can bounce back from mistakes. A hunter that's good in chasing, good in cypher pressure. I don't know, Gummy. I feel like it has to be the QS, right?
We haven't seen him playing the QS though.
Yeah,
so
and that's unfortunate. That's strong.
The only meta hunter that we have been seeing so far was the opera singer.
Yeah.
Which you can make a few mistakes as long as you down survivors fast enough.
Yeah. I mean, it's a small map though. I would consider Ever Sleeping Town a small map. I would consider it still a good map for Marcus, but if you're not playing Marcus, well, survivors are still gonna have a pretty good composition they can play in this game. So same conditions, I think. As long as you don't get 4K, you're pretty much good to go, and Kurai will cover it. I almost said Kuro, but Kurai will be able to cover it. So again, what can you draft right here? Are you going to draft a balanced team? Are you going to draft a Cypher Rush composition? Because AR did that in this map against Opera Singer, right? By Yami. And they managed to get a 4 minutes escape, a draw game. So maybe Alex might want to do that. Draft a prisoner or postman. That will be interesting to watch.
But we will be going into the picks and bans, the Doctor and the Enchantress being banned out. On the Survivor side, they'll be banning the Goldman as they don't want to really go after Goldman still being very viable pick. But for the Survivors' first 2 picks, they're going to be able to secure the Magician and the Lanternist. The 2 survivors we saw in the last match will be coming in for LX Survivor side in the round 2 first match.
Yeah, Seer's finally gonna go into the jail again. But this time a little bit of creative pick right here. That's gonna be the Journalist. I have mixed feelings about Journalist. Journalist is obviously a very strong character, actually. I think it's a strong character simply because you can sort of use, when there's no one else to body block for you, you have the little boy to body block for you if you can position it correctly. So it's a character. Oh, as if the Journalist isn't enough. Gummy, we have the Prospector as well. So very creative pick, I think. But
I would have to say Cool likes to choose the personal preference picks. We saw the Knight coming in first half and the Journalist coming in. So not the meta rescuers, but personal preference. I mean, it worked out for them. They were able to get that 1-man escape, so we'll see how this team comp does against Yuzupan in the second round.
I'm surprised. I'm actually kind of surprised with this, right? Because it's only BO2, you have plenty of other choices. I mean, Meteorologist is up for grabs. It's not bad. I mean, you want to get more creative. Escapologist with the smoke screen can give you some more value. But you know what? It's okay. I mean, they can play their comfort characters because that's what got them the win in the first place in round number 1. Whereas Yuzupon's gotta be wondering, okay, maybe Opera Singer here is still good. Opera Singer here is still good.
Opera would be pretty, since he has played it before. Or Peddler. Peddler has come out quite a lot.
Peddler, yeah. The Grandma Peddler definitely can be played here, but is it a 4K character? You know what I mean? Is it a 4K character? You're confident? Yeah, it's not. Oh my god, got me shaking her head. But yeah, I mean, oh my goodness, guys! The boogeyman himself, the wax artist, the ice cream seller right there. I have mixed feelings about wax artists because I've seen wax artists fail in Ever Sleeping Town more often than not. Is this the character you think you can get a 4K with? Maybe if you have the perfect start and if you don't go chasing in the graveyard first, then maybe, yeah. But it depends on the persona builds as well, and we're gonna see that later on. Confined Space can definitely help if you want to chase in graveyard, but you have to sacrifice something else. So right now, spawn locations: Prospector on top, Journalist in the middle, Magician at the bottom, and that's gonna be the Lanternist at the right side. Whereas the Wax Artist is gonna be spawning next to Norton. So possible first chase might be a Norton, might be a Lanternist. Both can work either way. But of course, if you want to go straight for the Journalist, that can work too, because then you remove Team Alex out of their rescue. Well, stage has been set, and I don't know if Loboto has noticed my accent, but yeah. Time to get things started. Game number 2 right here. Persona Webs coming.
We have 2 Titurners on the Magician and the Journalist. We have 3 borrowed times, 2 audience effects, so they are trying to get some cipher decoding in, and 2 flywheels. So if they're able to flywheel that 100% 99% wax, they'll be able to avoid getting stunned. I'm Gummy here with Nello, bringing you the live commentary of this match.
Alright, the Ice Cream Man, Yuzupon on the Wax Artist, trying to find that first target. Obviously, this is a huge risk to take, but Alan already, wow, moving out of sight. Yuzupon is not going to fall for that. He's not going to be going to the graveyard. Yuzupon's still trying to find that first target. Cute is in location. A little bit of bumpy transition right there, but Cute doesn't really mind. Yuzupon trying to cut Cute off guard with the red light trick, although I think the teammates has already communicated the red light trick right there. But so far, Cute would be a pretty good first chase, although the Magician Wands can do its fair diligence in blocking those wax as well. Rotation's gonna be happening soon. Alex Cute trying to find that transition. Doing so far so good. Yuzupon, this is not an easy area at all for the wax to connect. Gummy.
Doing a very good job hiding behind the buildings and the walls. So far, so good. We do see he hasn't quite utilized his wand yet. He's going to utilize it to transition out. 96%. No flywheel on the Magician. Hunter still trying to get one hit onto the Survivor. Finally gets the 100% wax and will be able to land the first injury onto the Survivor.
Yep, I mean, all's going according to plan so far. Cute already using that one. That first one, you know why? Because there's a speed boost, and that's gonna allow Cute to run even further away. But Gummy, impressive start so far for Team Alex, because 3 ciphers are about to be done, and Alex Cute is still running around. And still safe.
And since the hunter does not have insolence, it does look like he's going to have to injure the survivors to get the presence. We'll finally be able to down this magician. First presence finally being unlocked. We'll be able to chair the magician. Looks like he's heading towards the old geisha hearth. The basement is here, but it doesn't look like he has giant claw, so won't be able to take him all the way down there. Dropping a peeper as Cool is coming in for the rescue.
Yeah, not the best first start for Yuzupon, right? He's gonna use that wax bomb, block off the target, but it doesn't really matter. Magician still has a wand to work with for a secondary kite. So the journalist successfully coming in for rescue. Cute's already so far away. It's kind of make you wonder if a warp gate would be better here, but Cute gonna go down pretty soon. The tram's not gonna be a factor here even. Cute just wants to make sure he kites far away and die the furthest away from his teammate Cypher, because my goodness, Gummy, it's only the magician's second chair, still has one more one, and look at the Cypher progress.
Thankfully, the wanted order is on the prospector coming in for the rescue. Hunter is aware and has tinnitus, so it does look like he is slowly trying to make his way there. Hunter continuously threatening him with the wax gun. Hiding around here, it finally made it to the chair, pushes him away with the magnet and is able to get the rescue.
My goodness, he actually resetted the attack recovery for Yuzupon, so a little bit of miscalculation there, but I'm sure it's okay. It's gonna be, oh no, I don't think that pop was good. I think he should just use that. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he didn't use the wand as well, so that's very unfortunate. So this does open up an opportunity, right, for Yuzupon to get a draw and not a 3-man escape. So that's very, very unfortunate. Alan trying to just block it through, breaking the pallet. Okay, it's fine. Alan is gonna go down, and you know what? Despite the very good start from Alex, right, at least Yuzupon did not end up with a 3 survivors escape, because that would have been really, really bad, right? So a draw is the best that Yuzupon will be able to manage at this point, and I'm not sure if that's going to be enough for the RD survivors to cover the second half, but I think they'll have to live with it at this point.
So getting the 2-man elimination for round 2 first half. Did struggle a little to down that magician fast enough. Magician bought so much time. By the time he was on the second chair, they've already finished all 3 Cypher Machine, and the last 2 had significant progress. I don't think the magician expected to be alive for that long, since he didn't have borrowed time in his persona trait. But if he did, that would have made the world's difference. Thankfully, on Yuzupon's side, he didn't, and he was able to just down the magician immediately and chair him and at least secure the second man elimination by changing to teleport and stopping the lanternist from opening that exit gate, which was really close. It was around 72%.
Yeah, it was really close. I agree with you. Magicians probably thought he would have been gone by the time Cypher has been popped, right? And of course, I think he probably would have thought, oh yeah, maybe I could have brought something else rather than Tide Turner. That would have definitely helped me to survive the end game. But the match stats speak for themselves. It's Cute on 124 seconds containment time. Everyone else barely had a glimpse at the Hunter except when they came to rescue. So this just shows how much in control Alex had with their game against Yuzupon, which continues to prove that Wax Artist might not be the best choice for a 4K right here. But after all has been said and done, all decisions have been made. They have to live with the results, and RT right now needs to get a 3-man escape in order to keep them alive going into game number 3. Well, if they get a draw, still okay, but they will be at a huge disadvantage going into BO3.
Yeah, I would say the
6-3, yeah, they will have a disadvantage going to BO3. But yeah, I mean, Was there anything else that could have? I mean, Magician first chase. You know what I mean? Like, was there any other better targets there, or do you think that it's just the Hunter's limit right there against a Magician?
I would say they set it up very well. The Lanterness with her projections, she could always hide her projection body behind a wall or behind somewhere, and she was also making her way inside of Graveyard where she'll have a lot of objects to hide behind while she's transitioning, so that would have been a pretty hard chase. We had the Journalist in the middle. She can utilize the Orpheus for body block, so it was very hard for the Hunter to come up to find his first chase. The issue was they all transitioned very well, and the Magician expected to be chased, so he was always hiding behind the buildings and hiding behind walls. He was constantly avoiding the line of sight, so the wax just couldn't build up quickly enough, and so that's why he bought so much time. And then they were able to get the safe rescues each time. The first one with the Journalist, the Magician made sure not to go down at the near basement, so that's why he transitioned all the way to the opposite corner of the map, and also made sure not to give him another second hit so that the Hunter won't have full presence by that time. So he only got full presence when they came in for that second rescue with that Prospector. So by the time he had full presence, he couldn't really utilize it to his advantage. Cypher Machines popped, and he already had detention.
Yeah. I think it's overall also just an indication of the limit to Wax Artist, right? Because you're going up against a team that sort of had the advantage in this map, like not just the Lanternist but the Magician itself. So damage has been done. Yuzupon has to live with that draw, and in a lot of situations, I would say, in a lot of situations, a draw is usually still okay, right? But in this matter, it's just unfortunate that the stronger faction with both of these teams, right, is probably their Hunter counterpart, right? I would say that because right now, if a draw was enough, I don't think they would be so stressed right now up against Kurai, because Kurai got a 4K against them, and now that it's only a draw from the side of Yuzupon, what are you gonna do? Oh, a fan for Baby Top right there. Look at all the fans of Baby Top. That's Baby Top right there. Cheers for him. So hopefully he sees that message and gets encouraged, because his team is definitely not out of this. As long as they can get a 3-man or a draw at the very least. Easier said than done, but a draw unfortunately is the minimum passing mark for them to go to BO3. And not having a coach is kind of hard as well, but they gotta draft something that they can counter Kurai, and unfortunately Kurai just has so many Hunters he can play. So yeah, this is a disadvantage going up against Alex with a draw in the first half. Because right now, what are you gonna do? What composition can you play in Ever Sleeping Town that counters Kurai's Hunter pull?
Yeah, we still have lots of meta Hunters available for Kurai. He played the Goldman in the first round, so Ivy and QS, other meta Hunters in his pool, are still available. So depending on which one gets banned, he still has options.
A few options, right? What are they gonna ban here? Are they gonna ban the QS? Are they gonna ban the QS, or are they gonna ban the Ivy? Then they can bring out an Archer. That work. Wait. Oh, okay. They're gonna ban out the Ivy. Yep. So they're preparing for a QS play. This way, RT can draft an Archer if they need to. Oh, an Enchantress. Yeah, okay. Enchantress works too. Meteorologist would be great here as well. Meteorologist, Puppeteer, that can work as well. Let's see which one Kurai doesn't want to have though. Seer, yeah. I mean, Lantern is auto banned, so honestly, Meteorologist, Puppeteer, that would be a great third pick. Are they considering it? Kurai though. Yeah. I mean, he can play the QS here, but he would sort of walk. Oh, okay. not the meteorologist, not the meta picks, but the novelist. So guys, in the chat, novelist being the choice, the third choice for RT right here. So maybe there's a game plan going on right here. Maybe expecting an opera singer here. Like maybe thinking, oh, you know what? Maybe that might not be Marcus. Yeah, meteorologist band. So yeah. Well, you still have escapologist. No, not really. I don't think you usually need it. You already have a Merc. You will need someone else. Oh!
Embalmer. Self-rescue just to buy more time. More decoding.
This kind of lineup. I mean, if it's a Marcus, well, your coughing wouldn't matter that much. You know what I mean? But if it's an opera singer, then, well, maybe it can help you a little bit. I think COA⅓ might go with the opera singer though. Like, a QS here would be great. But an opera singer to chase, I mean, against an enchantress, right? Like sometimes you might accidentally reset the hunter's attack recovery simply because opera singer is really fast in just dashing and lunging forward. So here begs the question though. No. So I think, yeah, interesting choice, right? The novelist and the embalmer in the same team. So interesting choice. It's a little bit of everything. So we'll see if COA⅓ will go with the opera singer or just go with a really strong meta character, the recent one, which is the QS right here. What do you think,
I feel like QS will be able to buy a lot of time with the normals so that he could just prolong the game and just get a 3-man elimination. So I feel like QS would be a pretty good choice. But from what he's chosen, it does look like, oh, okay, we will be seeing the QS. So just prolong the game, get lots of injuries on the survivors, and slowly eliminate them one by one.
Yeah, waste their resources, keep meaning up normaling. As long as it doesn't tunnel vision onto any characters, I think that can definitely work in favor of COA⅓. And of course, this map is really good for Marcus as well. So it only makes sense for you to choose this map. So the stage has been set. It's going to be the Enchantress and Embalmer, Mercenary and Novelist against the QS. The win conditions for RT is to get a 3-man escape. A draw will tie it and bring it to BO3. Whereas for COA⅓ right here, a 3k is gonna win them the series. Win them the matchup 2-0. I don't know. I think RT needs an incredible first kite, and if it's gonna be the Enchantress taking that first kite, he needs to do an amazing tree cypher's kite, like the Magician just now, at the very least, right? So Marcus is going to position himself in between the Novelist and the Enchantress. If it was you, would you go after the Novelist first or the Enchantress first though? Or just go for the Embalmer first? Take a stroll to the middle, then catch the Novelist off guard.
Probably just go for the Novelist because he needs to charge up for the book, whereas if you spend too much time close to the Enchantress, she can continuously stun you and prolong her kite. But for the Persona build, we can see Flywheel on the Enchantress, 2 Tide Turners, 1 on the Embalmer and 1 on the Mercenary, Knee-Jerk Reflex on the Embalmer and the Novelist. So no full kite builds, we have 3 borrowed time, so 3 survivors with the endgame trait. Gummy here with Nello bringing you the live commentary for this match.
Marcus, standard QS play would be just to circle around the middle and then build up your contact points and then really go for who you want. He's just gonna pass up on Giala, so definitely hearing what you say. Gummy, which is like I don't want to deal with an Enchantress early game. That's gonna be Baby Top. So getting caught in a position like that though. So not sure. They're both gonna be ending up in the same place. Korai realizes this and like, you know what? Maybe I should go for the graveyard anyway. So Jala's gonna be that first chase. He did an amazing job in the first game, but right now in the second game itself, Jala, wow, not even gonna care about the pallets right here. Okay, Jala, beautiful. Not getting that free hit from the pallet drop. Korai though is gonna try and buy a little bit time. Okay, and this is why you see it's so annoying chasing after the Enchantress first. Wow! The blink followed with a flywheel to counter it, but the awareness of Korai, like delaying the hit for a second right there.
She's out in the open here, will be taking the hit and will be going down here for the first time. One Cypher Machine is primed up, second Cypher Machine 70, first chair on the Enchantress. It doesn't look like the basement is here, so she will be chaired on the first floor. We can see Baby Top in around the middle getting ready for this rescue.
Yeah, Baby Top has 3 pads to work with. Already used up 1, however, so 2 pads coming in for the rescue. Might not even need to use the pad anytime right here. So Baby Top, yeah, it's gonna risk it. Oh, okay, nice dash right here, but that's the black hole, so you gotta be careful. He's gonna bring you far away. That's gonna be an after half rescue. Got me! Oh, the tram!
The tram!
It's Baby
Top! Takes the hit and after half rescue with Tide Turner. The Enchantress going back inside of Graveyard and the Mercenary just leaving, making sure that isn't a double down situation. Going right out of his demon form inertia, helping him out to try and down this Enchantress once again. But a triple stack stun on the QS allows her to transition away.
Oh my god, just a girl. I thought you were supposed to help RT with the tram, but right now it's gonna be Jala's last kite, and unfortunately that's gonna be the end of Jala as this is his final chair. Oh my goodness. Alright, now it's gonna be a 3v1 situation and Gummy. 3 ciphers yet to be completed. The third one's almost done though. However, this is where the nightmare actually begins because Korai can constantly go back and forth between the remaining ciphers and continuously mini-abnormaling the ciphers.
He is checking and seeing the blood trails of the survivor here at Geisha Corner, Old Geisha House. It is going to be Lightning. Already has his coffin out. We'll be waiting for him to drop down and follow him behind, setting up his contact points so that it'll be easier for, not going to set up his contact points, setting up the contact points at the pallet so he can place his cue ball and capture the Embalmer, getting the first hit onto him.
Yeah, I mean, getting the hit onto Embalmer, wasting its coffin might be the next move for Korai right here, right? Lightning! Oh my god. The charge attack into a pump fake into a go through hit. Wow, that's just how well Kurai's reading the situation as well. 6 is gonna try and go back towards the Cypher and complete it, but Kurai's already bringing him back to this nearby chair as well, so 6 needs to be really careful here. Maybe a mini abnormal here will stop things a little bit more. The coffin's just in the area though, Gummy. So Lightning really only has 5 seconds to get to the nearest pallet possible. Okay, 5
we'll
seconds
be trying
gone.
to kite away from the last Cypher Machine, and with the cue ball also, 6 unable to decode it. We'll be able to get the immediate hit onto the Embalmer here at the Dragon Gate area, and we'll be able to chair him for the second time.
Yeah. The Ciphers, on the other hand, are doing pretty well though, and both of the survivors are healthy. But Mercenary has no elbow pass to work with, and if he can get 6 out of this Cypher, that's going to be a mini abnormal as well. So right now Cypher has been popped. It's only at 55% and mini abnormal working its wonder. 6 is going to be injured. Lightning as the Embalmer. This is his last chance, by the way. This is his last chair. So they probably need to go for the body block right here. Novelist is just going to take the hit. Korai doesn't want to waste any more time. He's saying, you know what, it's fine. I know it's only at 55%. I know it's fine. Oh, nice juke by Lightning. But the blink attack is going to help him close the gap. Gummy, 2 versus 1 at this point. Last Cypher so close to completion, but I'm not sure COAⅅ is gonna go straight back for it.
And Baby Top will be taking this next kite. Novelist just healed up, so he is back up. But the cue ball gets the capture on the mercenary. Will be able to hit the mercenary. Also abnormaling that Cypher machine, taking it down to 71%.
Yeah, COAⅅ is constantly watching behind. He knows that 6 has already expanded his self-heal, which is why with the contact point, he's gonna go back to where 6 is. If he down 6 right here again, 6 will not be able to get back up. And remember, the victory conditions for Alex is a 3K. So what does this mean? It means that if 6 goes down again, this might be it. Oh wait, circling around the Cypher. Pretty smart move, but it's a pretty small area to kite against. Right now, no more self-heal. Baby Top really is the only one left standing without items. With a self-heal though, but only at half health. How are you gonna survive against a QS? Wow, this is really gearing up towards a 4-man elimination, Gummy.
Dropping down to the basement, trying to avoid the cue ball, but now he's stuck in this area. Hunter has all the time he needs since Novelist can't get back up. Baby Top just staying and going further deep into the basement. One more hit and he will be down, just hiding behind the obstacles, just waiting for the Novelist to possibly bleed out. Dungeon doesn't seem to be anywhere nearby though. Oh.
Yeah. He's just having fun right there. It's a basement party after all. Guys, make some noise. It's the basement party right here with Baby Top. But honestly, it's not gonna matter more a lot because like what you said, the dungeon's far away and 6 can bleed out all he wants, but if Baby Top's down, that's it. You know what I mean? So the most sensible way to play this right now without expending any more effort is wait for 6 to bleed out and then chair Baby Top. If you, but okay,
the win condition
so
is 3-man elimination, so
yeah. I mean, you want to get a 4K, right? So if you if you don't wanna go look for the Novelist, you can wait for him to bleed out and then you chair the mercenary. But obviously RT realizing, you know what, you gotta call it what it is. It's over, guys, so let's just get it over with, and LX is gonna be able to take this 2-0. So congratulations, and take that, girl. So but LX though, they were definitely stable, and it's all thanks to COAⅅ as well, because COAⅅ very steady and back-to-back 4K helped LX survivors to be out of the stressful situation, right? Wow, Chella's really tall. That's like 8 apples tall. Okay, everyone's like 7, 6, 7, 8 apples tall. COAⅅ's probably 5, but it's okay. We all love our short kings, right? And COAⅅ, 4Ks back to back right there. I think undoubtedly he will be the MVP for this matchup right there. But Nami, were you expecting the 2-0 right here? I mean, that was definitely a very strong game from LX. And share with us your thoughts. Like, what do you think about the matchups?
well, in this situation on today's game, it was SCA versus HMT. If we just take a quick look at the match stats, we can see Baby Top with the most hunter containment at 103 seconds. Quite unfortunate that the tram hit him. He was just trying to get the before half rescue, so he utilized his elbow pad. I thought the tram was helping him because it blocked the hunter off away from the mercenary, so I was like, oh, maybe he can get this rescue, but instead it stunned the mercenary and he had got an after half rescue, and that actually ended up, I think it would have been one of the big factors that actually led to RT's the more man eliminations, because that means you weren't able to rescue before half. And QS, it's important to have as much ciphers finished before the first survivor is sent back to the manor, but not being able to get that before half rescue. These are today's results. We have the 3-6 in the first round and 2-7 in the second round. 4-man elimination both times for Alexis Hunter.
Yeah, I mean, look at the results itself. 6-7 right there. But Soapy, come on. You and just a girl forgot to press the brakes on the tram, which is why it knocked over Baby Top, right? But yes, I agree. It's definitely a very RNG situation when you go to the Abyss:Ä in town. But ultimately, Alex solidified their standing, and that's hugely thanks to COAⅨ's 5-0 game, not just once, but twice. So that's really good, and ultimately helped Alex to get that 2 net win in this matchup itself. But yeah, I mean, one team definitely needs to give. One team definitely needs to give away, especially when only one team will be making it through next, right? So unfortunately for this case, Alex will be the one team that moves on with the 1W, and yeah, RT definitely played hard, but unfortunately Alex was the better team today. Yeah. And yeah. Well, I'm excited to see who they're gonna be interviewing, but I think
that's right.
MVP should be COA⅓, right?
Yeah, I think so. Most of the time, if the hunter gets a 4-man elimination, they usually just get the MVP. But first, let's take a look at the highlights.
Oh my god.ต้อง60
You see? Even Baby Top was like, oh my god, why did the trap hit me? But
that was a little unfortunate. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, just a girl. Come on. You should not text and drive. You know what I mean? Yeah, you should not. Okay. All jokes aside, though, they definitely did play to the best of their abilities, and it's just a matter of which side makes the least mistake. And COA⅓ capitalized on the mistakes that was done, and a little bit of RNG help from the tram that definitely helped him to get that after half hit, right? Well, the before half rescue from the top. But honestly, I wouldn't feel too bad because it's not my fault that the tram decides to ram me at the wrong time, right? The tram was at the wrong place at the wrong time for RT, but at the correct place and correct time for COA⅓. So, ultimately, it's going to be a 2-0 sweep. Today we had quite a long time together, right? I mean, starting with a BO3 overtime, and then now a 2-0 sweep. It's an almost 5 hours match overall, but I think I'm just happy. I'm just happy to see a Postman. I'm just happy to see a Luca. I'm just happy to see an Edgar. But what about you? Gummy, out of the 2 games just now, which one do you think is the one that you, I would say, are most surprised at, like the way things turned out?
Yeah, that definitely have to be that tram match. I feel like that tram made all the difference in the world. I mean, I would just to say, the user pawn getting a tie isn't a bad result. But the issue is, with Meta Hunter still available in round 2, tie is just not enough sometimes. And in this case, it just wasn't enough. But, I mean, being able to still get a tie with a non-Meta Hunter is good, but it's just not enough. And since I also feel like, since the Meta Hunters aren't really available on RT's side, the survivors also don't get to practice as much with the Meta Hunters. So when they have to go against Meta Hunters with other teams, they don't have as much practice and the knowledge of the team comps and stuff like that. So I feel like that might have been one of the reasons. But that's also the issue is Jaila was the meta hunter pick. He played the Opera and Ivy, so not having him available, I do feel like does hurt RT side quite a lot.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, Jaila's definitely that meta hunter for RT before this, right? But again, not being able to play that meta character definitely hurts RT a little bit, but that's not the case for LX because COAⅨ enjoying both Goatman and QoS in both games, getting that 4K back-to-back, and that's gonna be the best deduction. MVP right here. Congratulations to COAⅨ from Team LX. Maximum deduction points, maximum average eliminations, and honestly, good for them because I think that this is a W that they really deserve. I would like to hear their thought process though, if they will be talking about the trap hit, if they will be asked questions about the trap hit later on. But yeah, looking forward to seeing who will be the ones being interviewed later on. But right now, I believe, do you have the records, Gummy? I believe this is LX's first victory as well.
I think, yeah, it is their first victory.
As well.
Because they're both on the bottom of their group, both of them. So,
well, it's gotta taste sweet, right? Pretty sure we're gonna see them ecstatic later on, excited. I mean, getting that victory is definitely something that's encouraging, right? Especially coming into COA⅓ group stage as well. So today, surprisingly, guys, chat, it's gonna be the first time for each team, AR, the first team in Southeast Asia Division to get that W, and for Alex, this is going to be the first W as well. And now, going to the interview section. That's our time. Hope you enjoyed having us. Please enjoy the interview.
大家好，我是 LX 的COA⅓。
欢迎COA⅓。
好，大家好。大家好，我是可爱。
欢迎可爱。欢迎两位选手，这是 LX 第一次参加到深渊，也是你们两个第一次赛后采访。COA⅓还是有一点点小小的社恐，对不对？今天2把4抓最佳演绎很秀哎，感觉第一场胜利拿下如何呢？这次这个深渊，包括赛后采访，包括在台上的这样一个感受怎么样？
就是很开心，
还是很开心的，对不对？那可爱嘞？
有点小紧张
啊，有一点小紧，明明是COA⅓看起来更紧张一点吧，结果你也说很紧张。那刚才结束的这个比赛，虽然你们说很紧张，但是这个2比0，我觉得还是非常非常顺利的，因为毕竟从比分上来看，你们是一直处于一个领先状态。就首先还是想问一下，因为对面的这个影视确实是绝活，而且是几乎可以说是名牌，那你们有没有去针对这个 BP 上有一些自己的一些战术上的准备呢？除了这个角色，还有没有说是想要去针对一些其他的角色去做一些防范？
我们那个阵容就是什么都防吧，就是他的歌剧跟杂货商我们都有防到，这样子。
感觉你回答起来还是感觉不到紧张的，非常好，保持这个稳健的台风。那接下来，因为还是很好奇的，就是他那个影视确实打得非常有压迫感，而且是一度有一个4抓的机会，但是你们最后还是成功跑下了一个。那一把最后的这个运营啊、沟通拉扯是怎么做的？因为那个分数真的很关键。
就最后指挥说硬点门，就这样跑了一个。
所以你们当时指挥是不是就给我点那个门，自信一点，点它？
对。
很果断、很关键的一波指挥。在完成了上半场那样一个对局之后，下半场我们的COA⅓也是非常漂亮的完成了一个4抓，然后你们第一局就拿下了一个领先。因为挂飞第一个人的时候，场上密码机其实对你来说非常的优势，所以你当时会不会觉得这个4抓还是比较稳的？
因为那时候那个大副冲倒了嘛，那他们要补状态跟大副修第2台的时间会比较久，所以就如果很快拿到第2波节奏的话，就胜局有望吧。
因为那把节奏从头到尾衔接的都非常顺利，但是最后你跟大副还是有在船上有这样一个躲猫猫的这个环节，你需要去找他。当时你是如何看到大副的这个位置？我们解说还有在说，哎，有没有找到？有没有找到？你是比较自信的关于他的这个位置，还是你也在琢磨，这家伙藏到哪里去了？
就因为耳鸣在大船嘛，就比较自信的说，在挂换的是那个时间就，可以找得到大副。而且大副也很幸运摸不到针。
对对对，是一个半血状态的一个香水。所以就是说，因为看到大副一开始的这个位置了，也是很十拿九稳的一个状态，知道他肯定在大船。那下一个问题就是在第2局的时候，可爱你牵制了3台耶，好秀！我在这里有这样夸你，你的队友一定也有这样夸你吧？他们是如何评价你这个操作的？有没有说哇塞，好厉害，牵制了这么久？
赛后的时候也是有说很帅之类的。
那你当时是怎么规划你整个的一个牵制思路？有没有做好就是他开局就会去追你的这个准备？
有的我有防，然后牵制的话就是有弹射就用，然后拉快上门就要换灯片这样子。
因为你牵制的很稳，那在这个过程当中，你们的队友有给到一些什么样子的指挥和安排？比如说去修这台机啊，或者说是你们准备最后打开门战？
就是叫我倒哪里吧，然后
反正就倒远一点嘛，都溜得那么好了，
差不多这样子吧。
反正也是拿下那个平局之后，能看到下半场COA⅓就发挥的更加，我感觉打得更飘逸了，因为你开局很快的就找到了非常关键的一波节奏点和优势。那你是不是也已经规划好了开局就要去针对他？所以一切好像也在掌握之中。
是的，就开局追宙斯嘛，就先干扰佣兵的第1台，然后就等闪现把宙斯秒了，这样子。
对，因为开局节奏就很好了，但电车那一波是不是自己也会觉得比较有戏剧性？你作为一个主角第一视角来看的话，哇，那个佣兵千里迢迢过来，然后电车唰就这样开过去，大概是个什么样子的情况？
就很感谢电车吧，上次撞完我以后撞他，不错。
不错，很认真的感谢了一下电车。可爱呢？你们是不是也在后台？感谢这个电车。
没错。
就感觉今天确实是在第2把的时候，那个电车来了之后，场面的局势一下子更加明朗了。那你们今天2-0拿下了今天比赛的胜利。我觉得刚才在后台跟大家复盘，太关键了这一把，如果不拿下这场胜利的话，后续容错率就很低了。所以今天拿到了这样的一个结果，有没有什么接下来的一个目标和接下来的一个小小的 flag？
小组前3吧。
小组前3。打进12强，那觉得这次深渊有没有什么最大的收获？想在这里分享一下。你替COA⅓也说一说，COA⅓也很社恐，现在他的，可爱交给你了，加油！
我觉得职业好厉害
哦。职业好厉害，那后面想不想挑战一下职业？有机会的话，一定要。好好的跟他们 battle 一下，对不对？那也是期待2位在接下来比赛当中的表现。感谢2位来到赛后采访，再次恭喜 LX 拿下了今天比赛胜利。接下来即将进行的是我们今天的下一场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
，PR 的各位，你们好。我们俱乐部是有名的喜欢吃各种美食，所以这里想就请教一下你们，韩国那边的特色美食有什么？
심한의 보름에서 우승한 전적이 있는 동시현 선수와 경기를 하게 되어 영광입니다. 최선을 다하겠습니다.
各位选手已经准备就绪，将在赛场上展现顶尖的竞技水平。首先，让我们有请中国大陆赛区 FPX 朱雀战队。欢迎一花、袁、金少天、东璇、3岁、玉林。 接下来，让我们有请韩国赛区 Pororo。欢迎 Trump、Granny、Nali、PR、So、Seba、Witon。
Ladies and gentlemen, do not adjust your screens. You're not seeing double. You're seeing the tandem of Kuroshiro Gaming and Poch Spice. Kuro Spice, if you would. Kuro, we have two teams that are locking horns on the Call of the Abyss stage. How are you feeling about this matchup?
It's going to be an interesting match and a challenging match as well from the side of POR. We've seen as well from their side too. I would say from Hunter's side of POR, they've been doing quite a good job, especially for their round 1 Hunter trap, in which they've never failed to lose a game here just yet. But for our first matchup, it seems like it's going to be POR banning out the Hospital and Darkwoods while they allow their Hunter to come out first.
Interesting choice here. FPX.ZQ always... Actually, every time there's a map pick, it's always Ever Sleeping Town, or if they get map picked on the 3rd round, it's Hospital. And FPX.ZQ kind of went through the ringer. They went to their first best of 3 overtime, courtesy of Chocho. Shoutouts to Chocho. I don't know if she's still the queen there. But yeah, I agree with you. Tall task ahead of PRR because they're still looking to get on the board because it's 2nd place versus 5th place in the group standings right now.
Yes, and I'd say for this map choice being Ever Sleeping Town for FPX.ZQ, it's more suited for survivors but also for Donex as well. However, let's not forget, this was the map where PRR went up against Zeta in round 1, where Trap was actually able to also secure a tie game, if I'm not wrong, up against Zeta Division. So with this coming in and knowing that PRR's Hunter plays Ivy, I think ZQ might try and cook something up with their survivor team comp and then allow Donex to handle the pressure during the later on rounds.
Yeah, we've seen that tried and tested at ACT, right? It was that matchup really came down to Dongshen's opera singer towards the tail end. But yeah, I think when it comes to PRR, we got to talk about their Hunter picks because Trap comes out first with the Ivy, and then we saw Granny with the Goatman, and then Vuitton. They have 3 Hunters in the mix, right? But usually Trap is the one, like you said, the point bearer of the team. 3K, and they went to the likes of Omni and FL, so I'm excited to see how they're going to fare. This is their 3rd matchup here, and we right in front of your screens, FPX.ZQ. It's Yihua, Wan, Estienne, Dongshen, and the rest, while we have PRR's Trap, Granny, Neri, PAHR, Sol, Saber, and Vuitton.
It's PRR's 3rd matchup now, as they still do have one more matchup, but we're not too sure what the date is just yet for their 3rd match, in their groups right now, up against ZQ. If they do not win this, it's going to be a little bit hard for them to secure a place in the top 12 spot for our playoffs on May the 1st to May the 5th. But of course, right now, as we do move on here as well to just the players overall, you can see ZQ Survivors already up and ready to go. Their performance up against Omni the last day, especially Sans himself with a COAⅨ flywheel gun to cancel the teleportation.
Diabolical. That flywheel to the gun to stop the teleport. That's definitely one of the big highlights, other than the Enchantress and the Coordinator. Sans has brought out the Antiquarian, sometimes the Prospector, the Forward. Trust that if Sans comes out, he wants to go for team fights, he wants to go for harass, and he wants to go for the victory.
Yes, and not only that as well, I'd say Santa's been putting in quite a lot of the work, especially when it comes to leading FPX.ZQ as well. As you can see here, our next survivor from ZQ side, Yuan, who's been playing for almost a year now in FPX.ZQ. Overall, stats-wise, it does not seem as impressive, but that's also because ZQ were going up against pretty strong teams, strong powerhouses, as you can see as well. Aeroplanist and Lucky Guy as their preferred character picks.
Yeah, he's used the Aeroplanist twice in this group stage. Also, Coordinator, Magician, Lucky Guy. I mean, the stats really don't speak for themselves, because if we take it back to how they performed in the qualifiers, right? They went through the ringer because they lost to ACT, but had that redemption arc here in the group stage. So excited to see how they're going to perform, because if you're teammates with Dongshen, he kind of outshines you. So moving on to our next survivor in STN here, we're seeing, again, conservative numbers, but again, STN being one of the main kiters, has a doctor, had a great puppeteer performance, fire investigator, meteorologist, and also brought up the mechanic.
Yeah, and you can see as well with his average containment time being 75.5 seconds. However, the average containment before first knockdown is a tiny bit lower, being 51 seconds. A lot of the time for FPX.ZQ Survivor, their early game may not be the best, but it's really where mid-game is where they shine the most, especially when it comes to selling and Cypher Rush throughout this scenario too. And then last but not least, we also do see Ling as well as the only survivor in FPX.ZQ still maintaining that 100% win rate. He's the current rescuer of FPX.ZQ who has been subbing in for Yihua, and as you can see, it's Mercenary and First Officer as their preferred character picks.
Pretty impressive escape rate considering they went up against Jin Zhou, which again, he was one of the strongest hunters to come in from the qualifiers. But as of late, I mean, that's a topic for another time. ACT is kind of struggling, right? So we'll talk about that when they're going to come in. I think it's going to be a tomorrow matchup, but those are the survivors of FPX.ZQ and TY as their coach. Hopefully they'll be able to have that solid performance, but unfortunately, Kuro, it's going to be at the expense of PRR.
Yes, and for PRR side, as we can see, it is still Trap for their round 1 hunter. So I would say, you know, they have done well the last time during their groupings when it was up against a full counter comp, but still maintaining a 900 average deduction with 8.5 average knockdowns. Second overall from both these stats with only 1 hunter when you're always being counter comped is something seriously that we can praise him for.
Yeah, especially going the likes of Team FL and also Omni to have impressive stats like this and being the round 1 hunter and to stay this stable. Hopefully he gets to keep these numbers up as he goes up against FPX.ZQ survivors. So I wonder also if, like, we've always seen him use the Ivy. Is he actually going to change things up, or is he just going to stick to the tried and tested Ivy?
I'd say probably for FPX.ZQ, their best bet is to go for a full counter Ivy comp, even if Goatman does come out, or even Opera Singer. We know that Stian has Puppeteer, Stian has Doctor, so it's just one character that counters all 3 meta hunters that Trap can potentially pull out in the round 1 phase. However, yet again, still, I do believe for our ban pick phase today, Trap's bans, 4 survivor bans in this game 1 first half is going to be very obvious. So probably from the side of the coach for FPX.ZQ, they've already probably pre-dropped a numerous number of counter comps that they will decide to go depending on whether or not they can get the map pick or not.
Let's talk about that, the map picks, because we are going Ever Sleeping Town. If we'd bring the Ivy into this, how do you feel first about an Ivy match in Ever Sleeping Town, and what are the survivors for FPX.ZQ to cook to counter the Ivy?
I would say it's mainly about distance pulling here, and of course just to flywheel the Ostracon corruptions, right? Because especially with such a big map like this, when you are targeted, usually you'll be able to rotate towards a single area where your Cypher machines aren't being harassed by that ETM, by that Phantom. So I'd say for FPX.ZQ survivors here, up against an Ivy, Kai is guaranteed no matter what for them, knowing that it will be an Ivy being played in round 1. So the biggest hurdle for Trap would be, can he maintain his 3-man elimination streak? Because if we get this tie game, then it just means Donex next game can play whoever he wants, whether it's Goatman, Opera, or Qist.
Yeah, I like what you pointed out there. Pull distance, right? Stay away from the range and the territory of Ivy. And I would say also in the previous matchup, that Tram hit onto the rescue was just very painful to see if you are a rescue main. Hopefully the Tram gods, I don't know if the Tram driver, whoever is driving the Tram right now, is in favor of either FPX.ZQ or PRR. We're going to head towards it. As you pointed out, no surprises with the bans, but the pickups are going to be interesting because they're going to get Enchantress and First Officer on FPX.ZQ Survivor side.
If that's the case, we should ban Puppeteer now, since Puppeteer synergizes really well with Enchantress, especially when Trap is going to play that Ivy as well. Archer will be a no-no alongside with Anti-Current, so Ench being picked up here is good news. Having Puppeteer on the side just allows you to harass and allow Puppeteer to reutilize that little Lewis after he does get Balloon rescued.
And speaking of that Puppeteer, yeah, they do have Puppeteer in their arsenal in Estienne's repertoire. He used it, I think, twice in this entire group stage, so that's a good ban out. But as you pointed out, you know what, characters that can pull distance, we have a lot to offer when it comes to that. You have Aeroplanist, you have also I don't think they want another stunner in Archer, but Archer could just keep on going, and Lanternist being actually prioritized over the Puppeteer.
Then I say for ZQ here, you should try pick up Puppeteer. If not Puppeteer, then it should be Meteorologist or Arrow. But instead decided to go with the Magician to force the deleach of the Phantom. It's not bad. I do believe they kind of want to save a lot of meta characters potentially for round 2. But now, while we're missing a healer, Trap decides to ban out the wildcard Lucky Guy to prevent any further additional harass, such as that gun, such as that additional Mechanics 35% bot, and of course ZQ. Puppeteer kind of would be the most obvious pick for them.
Nice. I think it worked out in their favor. You know what? They prioritized Magician, but they still got the Puppeteer to be able to kind of have the team synergy kind of complete and wrapped up in a nice bow. We note that Magician also has been getting a lot of stage time with a lot of teams because of the invisible meta being really dominant. So I'm excited to see how Trap is going to try and counter this. But how do you feel about this lineup up against an Ivy that Trap usually gets a 3K from?
It's a bit harder to say how much Ivy can do here. I think best case scenario is to chase after Enchantress first, because you can get rid of her early on, especially with only one stack early game. That probably is Trap's best potential for 3-man elimination, as just all the other survivors out here is a bit too tough to deal with, honestly.
Yeah, you raise a good point there. If ever chase the Magician, we've seen, especially in really good kiting areas, you can get mind game and even kind of just blocked off with the wand. But we are going to switch the script here, Kuro. We're not going to see the Ivy, but the Opera Singer. So I like this because the only time they brought out an Opera Singer was by Vuitton. But, I mean, against this lineup, the hits are going to come real fast, and mobility is going to be on the side of Trap.
Yeah, and it's also Trap playing this Opera Singer. Well, I mean, it's a good map for Opera Singer. However, for Survivors Team Combo as well, it does counter Trap quite well. It's still tie guarantee from the side of ZQ Survivors. As we can see here, in the area selection mode, it's going to be Officer at middle, Magician at the School Gate, and it's Puppeteer Balcony alongside with Enchantress in towards the entrance of Graveyard as Magician switches himself towards Tram Spawn.
So we are going to wait and see where Trap is going to bring out his debuting Opera Singer. Once again, we did see the Opera Singer, but it was in Vuitton, one of the hunters of PRR. So it seems like he wants to get closer towards that Enchantress and just kind of see if like maybe the Enchantress will pull distance away towards that Graveyard side. So yeah, the map selections have already been locked in. Coaches will give their handshakes, and we're going to see the Persona Web in just a bit, folks.
And let's just see here, right? Because if it's all flywheel from the side of FPX.ZQ Survivors, then in that case, Opera is going to have such an easy time with this game. But no, it's not. It's only Enchantress with knee-jerk reflex here, alongside with flywheel on that Magician tie turner. Puppeteer and our first officer will be bringing tie turner as well, up against an abnormal trumpet detention, alongside with destructiveness and Berserker Opera Singer.
Yeah, again, excited to see how PRR is going to try to get on the board. Once again, folks, it's Poch Spice and Kuro Shiro Gaming for your first game, first half FPX.ZQ versus PRR.
Opera, it seems like it's directed towards middle for Lin here, but also Stian on the other side of the map playing this puppeteer. As you can see him rotating now towards the back of Graveyard, with Sans inside as well.
So now they're both kiting on top of each other here. I think Enchantress has to rotate away, but it seems like still stuck in this area. And Trap, realizing that, it's going to try to go for Enchantress this time. Still not spending any items. We have a first stack. We're going to pre-drop some pallets and just contain here. But lower left side of the screen sees that there's 2 survivors in this location.
Oh, Stian shouldn't really have stayed in this area, as Enchantress's best chance of containment is in Graveyard. Once again, Sans attack hit will land just on time. And of course, we're almost 2 stacks available to use, as no knee-jerk reflex from the pallet as we make our way towards the window. However, will be countered by Trap's movement speed, as right now it is still abnormal from the side of Sans. Nice stack down, but it's a terror shock down for Trap.
Yeah, kind of a slow vault there on the side of the Enchantress, and I would say a little bit of time wasted on could have a cipher or could have decoded some ciphers, but Estienne still in the area, might have to take this first rescue. But yeah, it's just an incredible start for Trap to start out the snowball effect here. He's already at the middle checking the ciphers. Let's see if he's going to catch anyone. And he's going to kick one also just to bring it back down to 0. So excellent usage of the abnormal there.
It's 1.5 cipher machines done here by ZQ, but it's okay. We now know that it's abnormal, not blink, so we'll take the normal hit as yet again our first officer back towards multi-decode. Sans 3 stacks on hand to use here as well. So the rebound kite potential is huge, knowing there is no blink that Enchantress here has to worry about. That's going to be a knee-jerk reflex out immediately for Sans as we make our way towards middle, and it's Shadow Leap in towards cooldown for Trap.
Sans already making his way towards the 11 area just to open up the map for some cipher or some decoding to be done. But as you pointed out, they already know the trait. They don't have to worry about blink. We're dropping pallets, forcing him to vault, forcing him to break these pallets, and Sans slowly siphoning another stun. So he already has one. So let's see if he can transition towards this side of the map.
Ooh, that knee-jerk reflex came out so clutch there for Sans, rotating towards S pallet now, as double pallet here can be dropped down. But let's not forget, Shadow Dance back here immediately and countered by that. Whoa, Trap came on time! Just by the edge of that turn. My lord, Trap now still having Shadow Dance thankfully here to use alongside with Shadow Strike just to catch up. But Sans is already at this double window 1 pallet error, in which even for Trap, missing that Shadow Leap yet again and having no Shadow Dance to counteract and to put this Shadow Leap into cooldown. Sans back towards S pallet we go.
A full 360 kite. We're back here. He's about to gain another stun, all courtesy of another tram hit that could be pivotal. The tram is taking no prisoners, folks, and unfortunately Trap is on the receiving end. Goes for another stun just to make it towards this pallet mind game. He's gonna go for another quick vault, and Sans really, it's stalling out this second down. Go through, but we finally okay, Kuro, we can calm down. Okay. We finally get the second down, but man, the cipher progress not looking too good for the Hunter.
Yeah, like Trap also could not break the pallet there, the last pallet at S pallet too, because that just allows Enchantress to rotate towards the 2 pallet 1 window as well, which is why Ent was able to contain for such a long time. However, right now with Abnormal currently ready, last cipher is already at 85%, and it's Magician Tide Turner that's coming in for the rescue.
Oh man, he's just gonna stall this one out just to get that cipher primed, and now just eats that hit totally fine. As you called out, Tide Turner is in effect just for him to pull more distance away. Lin's already at the exit gate, so Sans could just eat this hit, and now they could kind of push for that end game. Gets the last effort. We pop the trap. Please be careful. Please be careful.
Okay. Okay, that was very close. But the dungeon is in middle as well, and we do have Niche Reflex here to use. However, Trap currently changing targets straight towards Lin, who is playing first officer with Pocket Watch available at hand to use as well. Let's not forget, with dungeon at middle, Lin pops open the Pocket Watch with 5 additional seconds here. 4-hour items, but it doesn't matter. Teleport straight towards you. And on the other hand, Magician's Wand here instantly as we took the window out. But of course, for Trap, giving additional 50% movement speed, which is not really the best here. But yet again, let's not forget, this is the easiest chase we can go for, as this Magician does not have a knee-jerk reflex.
Oh my goodness, able to actually bait out another hit with the wand, and he's just hugging this pallet. Everyone's actually getting a real good kite time. Like you said, Dungeon is in the middle. We're trying to transition, have one more wand to work with. STN is in the area to probably provide some support, but now he's gonna get the flywheel off, and now he's still in the pallet.
Hold on. STN does have a tighter here to use as well. Can we vault over? Oh, we did vault over on time by Yuan. But look at this timing right now. This Puppeteer can tank 1 Terror Shock hit. So that means Trap has to bring this Magician straight towards the other side of the map as much as possible. But in this case, if we drop it just by Graveyard, the timing might just be more than enough for this Magician to get out. However, at the same time too, we see here we want to wait until the tension is gone. 35 seconds here left on the clock. And knowing this as well, we need to perform a pure half rescue. But here we can see Lin coming in for the rescue. Crows being popped there by Enchanters. Stian at middle will be caught off guard.
Okay, so this is actually a good find. We can Shadow Dance back just to push away. We're going to bait out the puppet, and this is actually really good. But as you called out, we have about 10 seconds left on detention. So now anyone can kind of come for the rescue, but they really want to go for that tide turn and also open up the exit gate. Lin is going to stay dangerously close towards the exit here. He's going to be forced out, but now the teleport's going to be used. No more detention. We can eat a regular hit, and now we have to body block.
Hold on, Enchantress is also on the way in as well, but we aren't that close enough here, as it seems like right now you can take one between the two, but it's just Trap utilizing her own body here for the side of for the side of Opera Singer. But Puppet, on the other hand, a little bit too close for comfort. Enchantress is nearby to provide harass as well, by the way, as we're able to get out here just about on time. But Enchantress right now with Crows still left on her hands to use. That means Trap has to hit sand, so Sting can crawl out just about on time as well. Just one star from the side of Enchantress, and it's a 4-man escape for FPX.ZQ.
An incredible performance on the survivor side with a lot of help from the tram, I'd have to say, because the kite of that Enchantress was so long. Everyone performed very well. And Kuro, remind me, or chat, remind me, I think this is the first 4-man escape in the whole group stage.
This is, and not only that as well, it's always on this map. Somehow it's always on every sleeping town. Yeah, it's the tram. It is definitely a tram here. But like, you know, we just recap that game as well. What ZQ Survivor has done really well was that Enchanter's rebound kite with triple stacks, knowing no blink is available to use, being able to utilize that knee-jerk reflex to rotate towards the double pallet window at the gate, and then towards the S pallet, where we forced the tram to hit the Opera Singer, just bought Enchantress that additional 60-second containment time.
Incredible performance, and I feel really bad because I was really hyped to see the Opera Singer of Trap, right? And it's Ivy that usually nets him the 3K, and we thought like, okay, he's gonna change things up, he's gonna go super aggressive. Turns out, even with an amazing start, right? He had 2 survivors in the graveyard area. Ciphers weren't that scary just yet, but as you kind of broke it down, the Enchantress kite really paid dividends there. And talk us through the match stats here.
Well, it's 162-second containment time by the Enchantress. We also can't forget how early game throughout that scenario, right, Posh, was where we want to go after Puppeteer first. Enchantress took the collateral damage, and then Edge wanting to contain in Graveyard as Puppeteer still remained in Graveyard, wanting to decode that Cypher Machine. Our Cypher Machine decoding progress were barely at 2 ciphers when Edge went down. And of course, with that final abnormal kick towards middle, the Cypher Machine should have been really bad from the side of FPX.ZQ, but by the time Ench went down, last Cypher at 80.
Yeah, and also the build he brought, right? He really wanted to go aggressive, went with the abnormal. If he brought maybe a conservative one like Blink, could have blinked down the Enchantress. I like the risk, but the reward was not there, and the consequences, we're living with it right now because they were so ready for that type of performance. It's hard to see, but PRR can come back at this. Well, at least Trap can, or at least maybe the second round Hunter can come back in game number 2. We switch sides, so hopefully the survivors can kind of rebound from this. And as you pointed out, FPX.ZQ Survivor is setting up Dongshen to play whatever he wants.
Exactly. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's all eyes on Donex now for game 1 second half. I would say it's most likely going to be either his pocket pick of Dream Witch round 1 or just Goemon Opera Singer to secure a potential 10-point lead for round 1, in which it is very difficult, even when you reach to round 3, for PRR now to come back. But aside from that, I would say, leaving the Enchantress Posh after that rescue and then going towards the gate instead. However, Enchantress coming back once again to allow Puppeteer to crawl out because of the double stack she had available on hand.
Yeah, man, it's a bit of a heartbreaker, but dems are the breaks. We have to kind of roll with it. And we have to give our flowers and congratulations to FPX.ZQ with how well they played that. And Trap really played into their favor. So we're going to introduce the survivors of PRR, starting with PHR, 10th place in average rescues, has the Lucky Guy, has the Gardener. PHR also has used the Lucky Guy twice, Prospector once, as well as the Forward. So what kind of survivor lineup do you want to see here, Kuro?
I think it'd be nice to see Gardner, considering knowing that it is Donex are going up against. It's good enough to go up against his, Dream Witch, Opera, and Goemon. But if not, Lucky Guy can also do quite a decent number on Donex as well. But I say for PHR right now, after their MRC matchup last time, is it MRC? I could be wrong, but after their match, no, it's not MRC, yeah. After their matchup last time,
yeah.
Yeah, FL. I'd say it's more about here saying how much confidence that we actually can have going into this. Because we remember them playing up against Omni 2, in which in game 1, I'd say for both teams, especially for their very first game, it was kind of obvious that they were nervous and it was their first time on the professional scene. But now already in towards day 3, I do wonder how much they have improved.
Yeah, hopefully the warm-up was there. That was Saber, by the way, the Magician, for Fire Investigator, Puppeteer usage. But now we're going to move things over to Sol, rescuer of this team. You definitely do not want to be nervous when you're rescuing. Oh gosh, and I just remembered Dongshen in this map, able to get that Terror Shock up against ACT survivors. And they don't get nervous when the lights are bright. So hopefully Sol can bring that confidence of this round, this third match. Well, this is their third game to play, right, in the group stage. Hopefully they've learned a lot and they can come at this and give it their best shot here.
Definitely. And our last survivor here from the side of PRR will be Nari. Nari as the Batter and Enchantress main here. And as you can see here, average deduction points of 5,953, containment time of 58.84 seconds, average decoding of 124%, and average containment before first knockdown is 35.28. Unfortunately for PRR, their groups are considered really hard for them, especially as a new team coming in. But with Nari having that additional batter could do wonders if we can maybe pull it out as a wildcard in either this game or the next game, after more potential, hunters can be banned in order to counter Donex and just to bring back this 5-point deficit from the first half.
100%. I'm all about the wild card picks because as of now, you do see Dongshen here, filled out stat, second when average Terror Shocks, fifth when it comes to average knockdowns. Note that he also has an An. He brought out an An round 3 just to tie it out in Hospital, just to bring out the Opera Singer in overtime. Also has a crazy Qist, Opera Singer, Ivy, you name it, Dongshen can play it. Yeah, I remember you in the chat, Kuro, when me and Chocho we're in ACT, and we got to put respect on Dongshen's name, guys. You got to respect the Mr. President himself.
And he was the one that saved his Opera Singer for game 4 overtime in that matchup as well, right? In which he did return a 4-man elimination that puts the survivors of FPX.ZQ at a huge pedestal in which they only need a 1-man escape to secure the win. So right now, Donex could potentially speaking do the same thing. As we can see the crowd here, a lot of good cosplays, good costume. You see Mechanic, Lock4, alongside with BLK Mechanic as well. But I would say just from the overall side of fans of FPX.ZQ, it is a long veteran powerhouse team, so they have to be respected.
Yeah, they're the home team in this matchup. PRR does have their supporters, but I'm pretty sure majority of people there would be cheering for FPX.ZQ because they're the franchise team. So again, PRR, nothing to lose, everything to gain in this matchup. And hey, go up against the best of the best. you might as well go all out, as we actually prioritize banning out First Officer and Seer.
Oh, okay. So Gravekeeper here being forced out immediately with the Lanternist. In our case scenario, then Lanternist coming out during the first half provides a lot of additional information for Donex as he decides to go with Doctor for his third ban.
I like this. Usually it's Dr. Seer, but now they're able to cancel out one of the, I would say, peskiest rescuers, right? And also coupled that with an aeroplanist at the end, you kind of force out like an aggressive start, like you point out, the Lanternist. You want to save that usually for later, a game 2 or game 3. So seems like Archer, Magician, Lanternist, Gravekeeper will be the selection for PRR.
Donex here surprisingly decided not to ban any harassers at all, but instead going for characters that can prolong containment alongside with providing mini supports and Cypher Rush. In that case, I think for Donex's main job, as we all do know, a one-man elimination is not hard for hunters, especially when you have detention endgame alongside with Blink. So wildcard aside from all that, Donex on this map, considering, look, we do play Dreamwitch. Since Doctor's ban, Dreamwitch can always be a possibility. Since Seer's ban, Dreamwitch can also still be a possibility. And when Aeroplane is out of the equation, that additional 2% decoding buff on ciphers to whichever cipher machine he touches allows him to pull out a lot of good pocket picks that he does have.
I'd love to see a Dreamwitch. That's his calling card of a character, right? That he would bring out. If he wants to end it here and now, though, Ivy is pretty good here because it counters. It's at the Archer. You can also bring out QS to stop the Cypher rushing and just have that control. We saw how well QS can perform. And then at least you're able to kind of carry over that threat of that Dreamwitch in round number 2 if need be. But I just wonder what Dongshan is feeling today and what he'll be doing, because his survivors kind of set him up for like any type of game. It's all good. Again, it's an easy layup. You just need one. You can even carry it to detention endgame, right? And just get one man elimination.
So Donex's signature picks are Dreamwitch. We've seen him play Bloody Queen and a lot of Disciple Ants, but his last Disciple Ant did he play Disciple Ant? I can't quite remember.
He
During the AC
did.
team,
Anne,
he did.
Yeah, Anne in Hospital.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, right. Yes, I remember. That early game wasn't really the best, so maybe not Disciple Ant this time for him. Peddler would still be a better option if you want to go for the
Peddler,
tie. But knowing Donex is probably Qist on this map, where a lot of good Cypher camp can come through, alongside with knowing that there's a Gravekeeper in the middle. We can push him off first and then maybe even force a shovel.
Yeah, I think that would be more terrifying, a terrifying matchup to go up against if he wants to go like just super control at the start. But as we mentioned at the start, Ivy is also a really good option because it just counters Archer. Like, that's an easy first chase. She can only do a backstab or just for her to be able to get those heart shots. Everyone just has to pull distance away from the Ostracons. And Kuro, I'm going to bring it back to the point we mentioned at the start. This was Trap's character that gives him the 3K, and he's going to show him that, okay, this is possibly what you should have played. So it is what it is, though.
It's not only that as well. You see as well, it's Archer spawning by Schoolgate with Lanternist at Balcony. Magician here currently at Geishas with middle given towards Gravekeeper. Donex, knowing his spawn style, he most likely spawned at the double pad at one window near towards Graveyard Gate, but this time changing his spawn location, being closer to the Magician by spawning at the entrance towards Graveyard. That means most likely what's going to happen here is we're going to put our main body towards Magician and then slowly lock the Cypher machine around the middle and Lanterns, and then finally going for that Archer.
With that being said, it's going to be tough for them to make that rotation happen. So the first kite needs to preoccupy Dongshan before he's going to be able to get map control. So now looking at the persona webs, I'm seeing 2 flywheels and also 3 tide turners on the side of PRR. Meanwhile, on Dongshan, you have Blink, trump card, detention. So I'm excited to call the match here with you, Kuro, because PRR needs this match to just try and tie it out and just go on the defense. So can they do it? We're going to find out in just a bit, folks.
We're in the match now, and Dongx Phantom here currently being brought out as main body towards Magician. Phantom body in middle, looking for both the Lanternist and the Gravekeeper. As the first the first revelation came through on time. However, Gravekeeper on the other hand, 60 stacks already this early on towards the game. One revelation can force him out as we do jump down right now. There is still main body revelation, but it seems like we're just waiting for the Phantom revelation to be ready. But we can maybe even get the first hit. Gravekeeper, we're going to vault over. No terror shot just on time. Sold. That was so scary, but the first hit is so early as well with another 44 stack.
That was actually a very risky vault, and it was quite unfortunate because I believe Sol went into shovel form and couldn't. Yeah, he couldn't go into shovel form again, so he had to take that risky vault. But that could have easily been a terror shock, and Dongshen was foaming at the mouth to try and get that. But it's still fine on the survivor side. Gravekeeper does have some items to work with. Just can't get that corruption too much. We're still sitting at that 44%. That can go up real easy at 84.
What a cancellation. Then not only that, PHR is right in front of us, so we can leech on here and force Gravekeeper to maybe take some additional more Ostercon corruptions, but it does seem like it'll happen right now. But it does limit his movement here by quite a lot. Going into a shovel mode here does not matter, as all what Donex needs to do here is one last revelation from the side and force GK out of this shovel. Nice revelation as he finally goes down 90 seconds in.
So they're down one rescuer here. The Tide Turner is not going to be in effect for him. PHR is in the vicinity. Magician does have Tide Turner. Luckily, they brought 3. But this is where it gets very scary because now this is the wheelhouse of Ivy. Just set up camp, make sure that I'm able to stuff any rescues, and then start harassing the ciphers.
Leech straight towards Magician, as we can see which direction he's currently looking at. But Magician currently at 84 stacks, 85 stacks. It could be a double down scenario here as it hits straight on towards Magician.
No.
It's going to be double back here just on time, but it does not matter as much as we want to get Magician here down first. So a double down gives Ivy so much more time since you still can't leech on towards Gravekeeper just yet. But Donex is playing the old Ivy traditional strategy in which you pair the Magician and keep Phantom body on whoever was initially on chair, then teleport towards them and potentially a blink down as it is still on the hands of this Ivy.
True. I mean, just being able to spread out the attention of everyone. We don't have to lock everyone down. You can play with the Tide Turners, but if you're constantly changing targets like this, there's a reason why it did work in the past, and that blink down to get the Gravekeeper down. So 2 chairs, 4 ciphers. IDV math is not in favor of the survivors, and also couple that with a basement chair.
We can actually bring this Phantom straight towards Magician right now, but he's almost full healed with Lanternist here currently at middle, who did use her living frame to get towards the chair. But right now it seems like up towards balcony we go, no one coming in for the rescue as Leech on straight towards Lanternist here. She might not even be able to vault down here just about on time, but that's okay. 69 stacks with a beautiful flywheel, but you can't really flywheel of Leech revelation. Now then, back straight towards Phantom form we go. A Saber here, very nice prediction from his side and reaction as well. But Gravekeeper will be returning back to the mainer as we're only around 3.5 cipher machines done, or even 4.
I mean, yeah, it's looking distributed pretty well, but up top says 4 ciphers remaining, so it's a little unfortunate. So now we're still focusing our attention on Saber, while the Phantom body is trying to still center cipher control just to keep the map in a chokehold and just cut off the survivors from coast to coast, right? So let's see if we're still going to continue on chasing while PHR thinks they're in a good spot, but now forcing out another magic wand.
98 stacks. It's okay though, so Donex wants to get 1 normal hit, but it seems like PHR will just force the corruption stun instead. However, right now, 4 cipher machines are almost done. We're going to teleport back towards middle here towards this 87% cipher machine, and with upstairs being 43% as well. 2 survivors here up for grabs for Donex as Blink ready in 44 seconds.
Still looking kind of okay, but I mean, at least they're able to heal up, right? They're trying to just have the resources ready just for the end game. They can still kind of push it, but yeah, right now they're just kind of spreading their attention really far just so that they don't get caught up. And speaking of which, let's see if the PHR is going to be able to make the transition. Had to use the final magic wand, and Dongshen, like you said, can just go for a drop down here and just continue to chase down PHR.
I think we missed a bit of information there, but Donex brought back the Yetian on time to cancel the drop down animation. He ran so fast towards Magician there, so that's something new that I don't think we've ever seen happen before. And now with this Phantom going straight towards Saber between the two right now, you can actually teleport towards him and then bring the Phantom back to go after Magician, who has no items left. There we go, 100 stack here straight on towards Lanterns, who is in living frame there, however, but the rescue from inside of Magician does not matter here as much as Corruption Transference here still not ready just yet. And ladies and gentlemen, blink on the hands to use here for Ivy. This is a guaranteed 3-man elimination as long as Saber cannot finish off this Cypher.
Yeah, so and that Cypher is not that close to being finished, and everyone's still kind of hightailing it out of the areas that they set up Ostracons. So PHR now trying to just rock hide it with no items, no Tide Turner, but we do get a hit. Oh wow, okay, we get a bit of a silence as well because of the heart shot, so that's good, buying a little bit more time.
Archer bought so much time with that, but now we're trying to bring the Phantom back straight towards Saber here once again. That bow and arrow shot was beautiful as now Saber Cypher Machine current at 87%. We got Leash once again, and the teleportation over comes through. But ladies and gentlemen, do not forget that this Phantom body can still go out to look for Magician, in which Archer is healing him as of the time being right now. Just by putting this Phantom body on top of Magician means that no survivors out there can touch the ciphers. Magician can't decode, and alongside with Archer needing to be nearby to assist the Magician just in case he needs it.
PRR handling the mid game pretty well, not falling or not overextending, really pressuring the ciphers here. Now we're just waiting on the main body to actually be just to hunt down PHR. Gonna drop down. We're gonna try to get a leech on him, and now the corruption is building on this Magician. PHR just kiting for a really long time, but that is gonna be the blink down. Magician's gonna sit on the rocket chair once again, and they push for the exit gate. So at least it is a 3-man endgame.
Donex can drop down his Phantom here as he teleports to the Ostracon on the other side of the map, meaning Nari here cannot decode anymore. Yet again, ladies and gentlemen, let's not forget, it is trump card detention on the side of this Ivy as well. No incidents, so Peepers is ready in 7 seconds, as if we can push out this Archer and then drop down a Peeper, then which Corruption Transform still not ready just yet. Donex is going for a full map control as we did not get the bow and arrow stun on the side of Archer.
That stun could have changed things, but right now it just seems like they will reside themselves to just get a 3-man elimination. But Dongshan wants to go for more, tries to go for the backstab, and we continue on, gets the corruption and gets hypnotized, and now Dongshan has his 3rd survivor in a chair.
It's so unfortunate there by Nari. The crossbow backstep was the right choice to make. However, they went in between a wall in that scenario too. As you can see, Saber on their way to rescue. No corruption transference. However, we do see where the lantern is. So potentially speaking here, teleporting in immediately on effect as well. As no pallet here remaining from the side of Saber to use. 1 living frame, yes, might be enough. But a charge attack here, Saber playing the mind game successfully. But now with 1 last pallet in between yourself and the chair, Saber is now stuck in between a tight place. And of course, with the Peepers here placed out once again, we can leech on towards Saber in another 20 seconds for Parasitic Desire. And now knowing where Saber is at the same time, to Revelation will not land. Teleport currently ready on the hand of Donex to use. The rescue will come through on time. But Dungeon is actually, wait a second, gate actually can be open here. It's going to 53% right now. We need to get as much Revelations here as we can. As now, very nice Revelation from the side of Donex. But now Pure looking for that tie game here. Can we get this gate open on time? Is it currently at 75%? Stun from double-sided end right now. But 10% opening speed. And of course, hitting on towards either one of the survivors. Donex needs to use his body here to block as much as we can. But it's down at 91.
91 says Dongshan, read him and weep. It was the perfect plan, but unfortunately they don't have that much time on Tide Turner, and that is going to be a perfect game on FPX.ZQ side at the expense of PRR. Man, if only, I don't know if that could have been enough. If the gate was primed a little bit more, we could have seen a different scenario, but Dongshan able to manage the end game pretty well. But I have to give it up to PRR. They managed the mid game pretty well, and of course they would, because their teammates would trap. I'm pretty sure they ran the Ivy matchup a lot, but this is a different type of Ivy. This is Dongshan we're talking about. A really good game, really good end game management on his side.
Yes. And It's also that, look, PRR did really well with the rescue. I'd say we didn't expect Lanterns to get the rescue too. It was a 20-second tie turn time in which somehow Donex was able to buy out so much time with Lanterns putting Living Frame on that X gate with 10% additional decoding speed, and survivors were only able to get 40% of the gate done instead of it fully done when it was at 50% as well. So I'd say in that case, it most likely should have been just the Archer continuously body blocking 4 Lanterns as she opens the gate. But no, Donex was able to continuously hit the one who's currently opening the gate to disturb them as much as possible to prevent it from being opened.
Yeah, and also there was that moment where the back step didn't quite work out. Again, I think it could have gone any which way, but Dongshan played that really well. You got to give it up to Neri with his excellent stuns at the midway point of the game. And also, I'd say tough start for Seoul. Like, he really chased after the Gravekeeper at the start, really putting on the pressure. And we know Dongshan to be able to do that type of strategy, like you said, just not really have tunnel vision on one survivor and just continue to map control and also like change targets whenever. At one point, there was 2 survivors on a rocket chair.
Yeah, and it's also with the, well, to be honest, Seoul did really well early game as well, especially with that very brave vault towards the window of Graveyard. Definitely would have been a terror shock there, as not a lot of, survivors would have vaulted that in the first place. But because of his bravery, he was able to buy 70 seconds of containment time as well for the side of PRR. But look, they did actually get their Cypher Machine done pretty fast, as it was dispersed between 3 Cypher Machines at 80% too.
Yeah, I would say also the PHR, the Magician, also performed really well. Again, just pulling the body away from any of the other survivors. So incredible performance, or good effort on PRR side, but we have to give our flowers and our congratulations to FPX.ZQ, scoring themselves or netting themselves a really strong game number 1. But it's not over. We have game number 2. It is PRR's map selection, so hopefully that would come into an advantage at in their first or second half. So we just have to trust the process here. And PRR once again debuting here in Call of the Abyss. No, really tough task going up against FPX.ZQ, but hopefully they give us a good performance in game number 2.
And I would say it's just unfortunate maybe for the side of PRR, because like we saw how Lanterns was able to push the Cypher Machine so much, forced Donex to be a little bit confused on which Cypher Machine needs to be decoded, alongside which, even though, yes, there was 1 Cypher Machine remaining at Graveyard that needs to be decoded, however, it was because of the push and pull by PRR that they were able to get the last Cypher Machine done, even with the harassment of the Phantom. I would probably say as well, we can clearly see Ivy after her Ostrakhan nerf during the past few patches. It does show that, throughout the games now, with her mid to end game currently being weakened compared to before, it does showcase you, even up against a bad early game, still very doable when it comes up against even an Ivy from Dongshan himself.
Yeah, I think changes were necessary, but you can still feel that threat of just her presence around the map. So, yeah, leave it to Dongshan to show us the Ivy matchup. We were expecting it on Trap side, but unfortunately, Trap did not bring out the Ivy, brought out the Opera Singer, thought that that would do the trick, but it turns out FPX.ZQ preferred that type of matchup because they got all their survivors out. So, let's check out the highlights before we head to game number 2, folks.
我去讲门6行吗？可以。硬冲，红圈岛门里我 OB。
准备走地窖，周手地窖可以走。哎，没事，牛他，往后退一点，周手别。
吃一刀够了，吃一刀够了。哎，走。어디야 그래?
외지.
무슨 애? 나 떡단가?
덥다.
확인. 복 써봐.
불전 아니야. 불.
킬 거야, 바로 킬 거야.
켜, 풀 없으면 안 죽어. 켜. 나이스. 불전 빠짐. 구수 죽다.
죽어. 가면 될 거야.
그대로 구출. 그렇지.
네.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just finished up our first half, well, game 1, match 1 between PRR versus FPX.ZQ, in which a beautiful 4-man escape from the side of ZQ, leading 5-0, and then another 4-man elimination by ZQ's Ivy, leading another 5-0, in which in total 10-9 for FPX.ZQ up against PRR.
Big tall task for PRR coming game number 2. Like I said before, you know, debuting team, tall task ahead of them as they go up against a huge point differential and a round differential. Heck, just perform at your best. Nothing to lose, everything to gain. I feel like maybe they should try to surprise them. Maybe bring out that batter courtesy of Neri. So hopefully, I want to see some fun matches here, and I want to see them kind of push FPX.ZQ to their limit by changing things up, and they will choose and decide to go Darkwoods in this match.
Oh, it's a good map for Vuitton to play if PRR decides to get Vuitton. If not, Granny playing Peddler on this map also can do quite a number alongside with his opera singer as well. It just depends on now as well, right? Because we're bringing in Trap once again for first half up against ZQ Survivors. And knowing that ZQ Survivors were able to get a 4-man escape during the first game, I would say for the Hunter now who's subbing in for PRR, they have to be very mindful and careful. And, you know, securing that 1-man elimination is probably going to be main priority for them.
Yeah, for the uninitiated, if you guys don't know, PRR has 3 Hunters. So we just saw Trap. There's Granny that came out once that used Goatman. And as Kuro mentioned, Vuitton or Vuitton. I don't even own Vuitton. I'm not really sure.
It just depends on how people pronounce it. I say Vuitton. I say Vuitton for our casters. I think it's VUI. Yeah, it's just different English pronunciations. It's fine.
It's okay because we're going Granny. Yeah. So I hope chat will correct us with Granny because Granny's coming in. I hope Granny does have a Peddler because, like you said, in this map it could work out, but. If we look back at Granny's performance, did bring out a Goatman in the BO3, and here you have it. Average time of knockdown is 53.63 seconds. Only played this once, by the way. So we still have to see how much he can go with this character, if he'll bring out this character, that is.
Yeah, and like, we did see him play Granny in Lakeside Village before up against Omni. However, we also saw that the proficiency from his side wasn't really the highest. So now moving on towards this matchup, knowing it is second half. Well, game 2, right, where you get to have 1 Hunter ban, knowing that ZQ will ban this Goatman too. I guess it allows him to play his other specialty characters, but it's just more, as you can see from the faces of ZQ here as well. They're not too worried, they're not too sweated, especially when they got a 4-man escape last game.
Yeah, they got to be feeling themselves. That's quite an amazing feat, and the first team to ever do that here in the group stage. Considering also, I guess what's off the table is the opera singer, right? So we can't assume that he doesn't have that. Even in the past, Ivy is the one that's picked up by Trap. So in a map like this, aside from Peddler, are there any other Hunters that you want to see in Darkwoods?
Darkwoods is, we've seen in Darkwoods most of the dominant Hunters being played right now are Opera Singer and of course QS. You do have probably on the odd time depending on whether it is an IGL or an IVL team, but I would say it's usually like, you know, Opera and QS that are the most formidable ones, as the Cypher machines are so close. We don't know as much on, you know, Granny's side as well, as they could potentially speaking have another pocket pick that we don't know of, especially knowing that the team PRR has a lot of pocket picks. As you can also see here too from the coach's side, it's just trying to de-stress Granny right now as much as we can, and it's FPX.ZQ Survivor. It is going to be hard, so you gotta bring the best one out, even if it's non-meta.
That was a really reassuring, like, okay, just be your best. You know that meme of that guy that just holding, like, hey, you got this, okay? Let's see how this one will shake out. And chat, I know you guys have been spamming. Sorry, apologies. The match has been going by really fast. I want to see some. I saw penguins in the chat, like emoji of penguins, because that's PRR's mascot, and FPX.ZQ, I think it's a phoenix. So please spam those emojis in the chat. The players would possibly see this in replay, so they want to see your support and messages. Also use the hashtag, the COAⅨ support chat, for you to be able to have your messages shown. Again, that's, I believe, on X. So let's get to the picks and bans, Kuro.
Okay, let's see here. Dr. Anti-Current first 2 bans by Granny. Seems like it will be a goal man to come out. However, banning other goal man here from the side of FPX.ZQ just nullifies these 2 early bans quite early on as well.
But we do get up the lucky guy, and the lucky guy being that wild card factor that FPX.ZQ kind of leans towards, courtesy of Yuan. So Mercenary also, quick pickup here, not going with Gravekeeper, wanting the mobility, and also the delayed down. So Mechanic being banned out makes them want to pick up the Aeroplanist.
Yeah, that additional decoding speed would be nice. Banning out the mech just doesn't want a double bot scenario of both the lucky guy and the mechanic, so it's alright. You also do see here as well, Meteorologist currently on the way out, as they still do have Archer remaining on the hands to use if they want to counter. Well, maybe not Archer, but since Opera was played round 1, excuse me, they should go maybe something a little bit more solid of a container. You still can play patient here. You still do have Lanternist as well, but it seems like they want to pick up the Fire Investigator instead.
Yeah, Fire Investigator has shown a lot of utility. We've been seeing it a lot of Moonlit River Park. And as you said, there's a lot of these ciphers are kind of clumped together, so at least you can have that escape plan for you to use the balloons just to transition away to better kiting areas. So pretty solid lineup so far. Now the question is, what will Granny play to counter this lineup?
Granny could still potentially play Ivy, but we did choose Fire Investigator and Aeroplanist for that potential counter as well, as she's probably the 3rd overall in power rankings of Hunter character approvals. You still do have your other options here, right? Yeah, the coach just hang there,
Words
buddy.
of wisdom, yeah. You
hang in there, buddy. Play your best, buddy.
Come
It's
on.
all right. It'll be all right.
Oh man,
Whatever
chat,
happens,
please,
happens here.
please make Granny feel better. Come on, chat. Let's do this. Let's cheer him up, man. This is. I feel like this is a good stage. Going up against FPX.ZQ. We're gonna go with the Axe Boy. The Axe Boy. That's what he was trying to convince them to play. Oh my god. Oh, break it down for me, Kuro. Break it down for me.
The only potential I can see, Posh, is Fire Investigator drops down airbags. Axe Boy immediately pulls in a Fireball or a Soul Orb, and then it counters the pushback from the ball that Arrow can get. Not Arrow, that Fire Investigator can
Fire Investigator.
Yeah, but like, I would say in this one, it's all about the lucky guy. You can see here from ZQ side as well, they did not expect this Axe Boy. However, knowing there is 2-story areas where you can pull fireballs when they swing, I think that's probably what Granny here is trying to take advantage of, especially on this map as well.
I'm all for this. We talked about how you want to surprise FPX.ZQ, and the South Korea region is kind of known for these surprise picks, especially in their qualifiers. So I'm all for it. We're seeing a square spawn here next to the river, and it seems like Axe Boy will be on the left middle side, closest to the Mercenary towards the center.
We want to protect Lucky Guy here, but the good news is that there is a chest directly near the staircase of back entrance of Treehouse. Therefore, it means Lucky Guy can start this game off with 2 items, as he is potential first chase, since if you're playing a non-meta character, you want to go after the easiest survivor after all. So it should be Lucky Guy here from the side of the Axe Boy as our most potential or priority first chase.
All right, folks, let's lock in, because the Axe Boy is going to be the one that Granny will decide on using. Looking at the persona webs here, we have Blink, Trump Card, Detention, and a bit of Claustrophobia, Wanted Order as well on Granny's side. Meanwhile, we have a Flywheel on the Aeroplanist. We have 2 Tide Turners, Aeroplanist and Mercenary. You have Borrowed Time as well on the rest of the 3 survivors. Ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 2, first half between FPX.ZQ and PRR. And no, we're not adjusting our TV sets. That is an Axe Boy. You got Kuroshiro Gaming, Potch Spice calling the action.
Ay, ay, ay. Evil-rooted Axeboy here, directly on our route to middle. As you can see as well, Aeroplane is already at the staircase of Treehouse. Meanwhile, Lucky Guy, let's see which item he does get first towards the backside of Treehouse.
Seems like he's got a bot ready. And now he's gonna try and see if he can change the elevation. A gift from the gods, Kuro! Do you believe in miracles?
I do, as that is the treasure that has been bestowed upon us from heaven. And now Fire Orb can just land on towards Lucky Guy. It did just on time! And that's Granny, ladies and gentlemen! It's not even been 60 seconds, and we don't even have 50% Cypher machines on either survivors.
Chat, are you a believer now? Can I get an amen in chat? Granny cooking with the Axeboy early game. This is the best possible start you can ask for. So now he's built up his first present. Lucky Guy didn't even set up his bot. He does have football to pull distance away. Trying to pull, gets the rescue. We're gonna get a bit of a speed. But now we see they are scrambling away, so we gotta still lock in with this Lucky Guy here.
Lucky Guy did drop down the ball, so some rugby ball remaining on her hands to use, but a blink open just to negate the rebound containment time. However, ladies and gentlemen, we're very close towards middle right now. That means either two-story basement or treehouse basement, but it seems like we just want to share this towards campfire gating set. This is a bit further away from the survivor Cypher machine, but that no damage rescue from the side of Mercenary, in which Granny did not expect, gives the who gives the survivors of FPX.ZQ such a huge comeback, as right now you can see Sans with Wanted Order trying to rescue.
Yeah. So now Wanted Order playing into Granny's favor here. Able to get the flywheel. Excellent timing on Sans' side. So now the defense got to come in. We get the terror shot, Kuro!
Oh no! This is so good right now, as we can get the instant pick up there with the other two survivors being so far away. Sans wanted to go for it, but Granny knows since Mercenary did this their first time, Granny will not fall for it for the second.
Granny don't play around, guys. Do you believe right now, chat? PRR Granny cooking with the Axeboy. What was he so nervous about? And now we're gonna get the speed boost to get the fire investigator injured. We're gonna get the rescue, but there's no tide turner. It was the aeroplanist that had that tide turner, and right now Granny can keep holding on because Kuro, Cyphers, they don't have the last Cypher yet.
Oh, it's the third Cypher's not even done as well. Nice dodge by Sans. Two pilots here left around to play with, but 60 seconds until Blink is ready. This Sans has to be the man, the hero of ZQ. If he can contain for the next 60 seconds, then it'll be absolutely brilliant as we can get the last Cypher machine done. But the speed was here from the side. Nice jetpack out straight towards on time as well. And Granny just a bit short on that hitbox. Axeboy once again, the man who cries wolves, the boy who's always alone by himself, will take down Sans as we have yet to start the last Cypher.
An incredible kite on Sans' side, but right now I'm looking at an aeroplanist with no jetpacks. Fire investigator has one balloon to use. Mercenary is the safest to come for this rescue, and that's going to be one survivor off a Cypher. Two Cyphers still remaining. They don't have their last Cypher just yet. Granny's still cooking. He's asking you to come over on Sundays. We got baked cookies here. That's what PRR is trying to do. Try to get this person off this rocket chair. I dare you. I double dare you, says Granny. Let's see what Lin can do here.
But once again, if we do rescue here, wait, can it be a double? Then it can't because of the block, and the fireball got consumed by the rocket chair. We got some damage rescue here just on time, but now still trying to body block. Nice spin around the circle here as the hit lands on towards Mercenary. But ladies and gentlemen, in that case scenario, aeroplanist can rotate out as Mercenary Fire Investigator looks for the heal. But if they don't do that right now, Granny, airbag, no, not airbag, sorry, Blink up and down. Nicely done here as the flywheel did not consume any of that fireball buff. So now with the last Cypher machine currently being decoded, we do swapped out to teleport, but it's two survivors at half health.
Yeah, so just one down, and he could... Kuro, maybe... Wow, a 3K at the very least with an Axeboy in Darkwoods. I did not... That was not in my 2026 bingo cards, but yet here I am saying it. You know, trying to go for it. He dodges the balloon and goes for the hit. No one can stop this man. PRR Granny on a tear, on a rampage, and FPX.ZQ is standing in his way.
We do have the bot nearby that's being picked up alongside with Lucky Guy's other items here used. But if we destroy the bot here, then it simply just means that we know Mercenary's current location. So Merc will not be able to pick the rugby ball to counter this. Oh no, he did. Oh, he picked it up on time. Okay, that's fine. But
Dropped it, yeah.
yeah, we still have to touch a Cypher because of crows.
True, very true. So now a slugging strategy. Last Cypher is worked on, but the most is at 24%. Survivors are so far apart. Mercenary has that football to work with. Granny just has to stay the course. Okay, chat?
Yes.
We just need to send the goodwill to Granny, call her up, say, hey, how you doing? And just give that faith to Granny to get this 4K. Because if that happens, wow, COA⅓ history here on PRR side.
Yeah, but it's Mercenary with a needle there too, as he's almost fully dapped on as well. It should be back to full health Mercenary alongside with additional rugby ball here. And we see here as well, Fire Investigator is already close towards half health bleed out. So what's most likely going to happen here is Fire Investigator will end up leading himself to 80%, where Final Deduction will take him down for that very last hit down. But Lin by himself at the corner. We get Tonight is here, but there's blue stickers on the ground, so if Granny can't see... Ooh, Fire Investigator picked himself.
Try to see. No one's here. Oh no, it seems like Mercenary not even... Is he close to healing up? I think he is. So now he's just gonna turn this corner to see the pallet slam. Surprise, surprise, says FPX.ZQ. And now this is where the Fire Investigator can really be able to cook here. But Teleport is ready. Let's see if we're actually gonna go for it. Maybe if this chase isn't gonna go well. Granny's still in the lead in this matchup here.
A ball here being pulled away early straight towards the staircase is nice. However, yet again, it's Fire Investigator back on towards the ground. Nice bait there from the side of Fire Investigator's Granny. Will be forced to break the pallet in exchange. Now, Fire Investigator is around 50%, well, not elimination, but a pushback there just about on time to rotate towards the single pallet window. As right now, Mercenary getting rid of the pine cones nearby, and he still has 2 elbow pads left, ladies and gentlemen.
Really exhausting all the items here. Let's see again. Nice dodge, but that's going to be the Terror Shock. One less survivor to worry about, close to bleeding out. So he needs to cut off or at least chair just for him to not get that dungeon. So now it seems like we're just going to wait and see Mercenary just removing the pines because he knows he has to get this endgame kept going.
But it's overall okay. He's currently primed that pine cone, so by the time that Granny does get nearby, Merc will just dismantle it, and then I think we'll play around the slides and then go towards 2-story and the potential final double elbow pass towards the dungeon. Let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, it's a Mercenary we're talking about. Additional free 8 seconds of mini tight turn time after the first hit. That means Granny, if he wants to guarantee it, 3 hits is necessary.
3 hits, hopefully a flame snipe and a regular hit, but now we see the scratch marks on the floor halfway through the rocket chair. FPX.ZQ Lin is gonna just use the elbow pad. That's 1 out of the way here. Granny's gonna get that first hit, Kuro.
But with another fireball here being upstairs, our Mercenary needs to focus on dodging this right now. But Granny, can you land this fireball on time? There is a pallet underneath for us to use, and it's going to be back upstairs we go. Still trying to look for a fireball, but it wasn't nearby to us just yet. Lin currently going straight towards the other side. Okay, we dropped down just that one pine cone, but the L-Pal once again just proves why it's such a strong item to use, as dungeon will be opened, and Lin taking that dungeon escape.
Wow, incredible salvage here. You saw Granny actually hit the table. He was so close, but guys, it's all good. He was able to cook with the Axe Boy. It's totally fine. Still able to get that victory, but Granny wanted that perfect game. I think he made a lot of believers in chat.
Yes.
Kuro, how do you feel about that? I feel like that's a performance you should be proud of.
Yes, definitely. And like 3-man eliminating up against DQ, Wish and Axe Boy out of all characters as well. It wasn't even considered a meta hunter there too, but yes, it was kind of unfortunate that once again it was a Mercenary. Because like if this was any other rescuer, we could have even potentially said, look, it'll be alright. Because if it's a Wildling, it's either going to be a 30-second board after, you know, first 2 rescues. And then what? It's a 60-second chair time, so it does not matter as much, as Wildling does have movement debuff when he's not on board. But since it is a Mercenary, you had you had 2 elbow pads left, 1 rugby ball left, a needle that you got, and of course mechanic stall that was used for containment as well on the early stages.
Let's just look at the match stats here. Again, a gift from the gods, STN. unfortunately dropping down to get that early hit. 27 seconds, not like, it's very uncharacteristics, but the stars align on Granny's side and the terror shock as well. We don't need any trams here. We just need that confident PRR Granny to be able to get this type of results. And an Axe Boy in this meta, in this economy, an Axe Boy, holy smokes, Kuro, an incredible performance by Granny.
Yeah, definitely. Like, you see Lucky Guy 27 seconds of containment time with 0 decoding progress too. It was quite literally one instant hit and then a meteor fireball that landed on towards this Lucky, where survivors of ZQ only had 27% of decoding progress available. But also at the same time, they also did not have audience effects. So from their point of view, they're being able to actually bring that game back after such a bad early game deficit, I'd say was a very tough call.
Yeah, quite. I think he played. If maybe, I mean, again, we're just nitpicking at this point because you can have a better performance, I'd say. Personally, like going up against FPX.ZQ survivors and an Axe Boy. But if the Flame Snipes were there, if something else, yeah, it could have been different. But man, Granny really cooked. Do you think the chair should have happened? Because I think that he had the chair, right? He was close to bleeding out.
Yeah, he definitely had to chair there no matter what, especially like that bleeding out time was around 90%, so it would have been around 40 seconds until Fire Investigator gets fully eliminated and then the dungeon opens immediately. If you got him on the chair instead, because of the chair animation time, dungeon would have opened a little bit slower. But I guess once again, right, it is Mercenary with 4 items on hand to use, and he was very lucky as well to get that syringe.
He was. It just kind of aligned. I think IDV Gods kind of gave too many gifts to Granny, and it's like, let me give something to FPX.ZQ just for them to kind of rally back into this. Here, take a syringe. You really need it. And considering also the Mercenary used the bot to distract, dropped it in time, got the football. I think this Mercenary was really a secret lucky guy. He used a lot of the items.
Yeah, but like, once again though, the terror shock from the side of Granny when Aeroplanist came into rescue, their first flyover was absolutely brilliant, and then we did a mini flex hover, jetpack hover down with only 1 puff trying to get the rescue on time, but it was Granny who was able to salvage that scenario, knowing that Aeroplanist only used 1 of his huff and puffs, still having 2 left on hand to use. If he let go of that chair, he wouldn't have been able to make it to the rescue, taking a normal hit, and then potentially fail as well. So that terror shock on Granny was severely well done, severely well calculated, as finally we go on towards the second half.
Yeah, Chef's kisses onto that terror shock. Again, an incredible, I'd say legendary and star-making performance by Granny, one of the hunters of PRR. But now survivors are going to grace the stage here to try and survive it out. They just need to tie it out to force a game number 3. I think if they're able to do that and they do the same performance in game number 3, the perfect round 1 won't even matter if they could just do that. But then again, you're going up against Dongshan, and he just, I mean, he needs to get a 3-man to tie it out, or a 4-man elimination. So it's still in Dongshan's wheelhouse. He's more than capable of doing that, but hopefully PRR survivors can kind of surprise everyone and shock everyone, as Granny did.
Definitely, but PRR's last game performance was good. They were also able to make it to a 3-man endgame as well after the blink hit down on Magician with no borrowed time. However, for Donex right now, knowing that he needs a 3-man elimination to tie everything out to maintain their lead during the first matchup. Now on towards the second matchup, they're probably just considering the potential pickups that he can have, with Ivy currently gone in towards Permabands and still having Goldman and Opera Singer available. I do think probably best case scenario here is to try counter his Opera, his Color Blue alongside with QIST. Then it is easy enough for you to tie this game and then move on to round 3 with 1 win on both sides.
It's definitely the game plan. Hopefully, I know it's easier said than done, but hopefully their coach could kind of rally them back. I don't know, he's got some magic words. He was able to convince Granny to go Axe Boy, so hopefully we get that going on. And we did see some supporters of PRR in the crowd. So yeah, I hope that they can rally back into this, because I'm all for seeing these teams, the one from different regions outside of Chinese mainland and Japan, really showcase their skill and their talents and their style, right, in the COA stage. Because we always go to the gold standard of IVL, IJL, but it's nice to see how other regions also push past the meta of this game.
And we can see here as well during the fan pick phase, it's going to be Seer Doctor banned for Dongshan once again. Doctor being banned with that potential Qist ban from the side of Survivor, leaving Goatman available to be played.
As you mentioned, Goatman, Opera Singer also can use that in this lineup, but with the first officer and Enchantress pickup, could be a little tough. We are going to see what else we are going to get banned. I like that you're going to go Lucky Guy. Hopefully this Lucky Guy would be a lot luckier in this matchup, and rounding out the bans with the Puppeteer and the Mechanic on Dongshan's side.
Oh, but this team comp is very susceptible to Dreamwitch. You have Enchantress Stun that doesn't do much against the Leech followers. You have First Officer who basically gets patrolled early game for a free hit. So then from the side of PRR, locking in that Gardener gives you the potential of having a multi-hit character for PHR. But then once again, after that shield is over, what else can you really do? The shield may be able to buy out one biding time, as it does give you 6 seconds of that mini bubble. But up against a character like Donex, especially with his Dreamwitch on such a small map where the Cypher machines are so close to each other, it's either that PR is going to run full flywheel on this comp, or they're betting on Dongshan running Dreamwitch for his 4K.
Wow. Again, a tough gamble here, going up against Dongshan and the character that he's really known for, right? We have to just trust this is PRR's map, but I didn't like how you pointed out that, I mean, that is the matchup, how it goes if he brings out that Dreamwitch, right? So it's really not in favor of the survivors, especially like you mentioned, early game Officer doesn't really work out. Leech onto the Enchantress, stuns are ineffective, you can just switch out followers. Yeah, it's gearing up towards that, but we can't also look past the meta hunters that are available. Goatman is still up for grabs. We also have the Opera Singer. We saw Nye bring out the Hullabaloo, so I'm not sure but those are the three metas that we usually see, plus Dongshan's Dreamwitch here.
Yes, as now we're kind of waiting on Dongshan's final decision making here, 15 seconds left, as yes, Dreamwitch is, genuinely speaking, the best case scenario here for Donex. This team comp just, it just works too well for him. Because, like, there's only a Gardener early game, 50 seconds, and then what? And then what? Lucky Guy, one Leech, one hit, First Officer, literally one Patroller, two Patroller down. And since the Cyphers are so close, it's very easy to camp middle. Since there's around 3 Cypher machine, one at middle, one at Treehouse, and the other one at Watchtower.
And none of these survivors can pull that much distance, right? They're usually just tight kiting just around the area. Enchantress has to get close for stacks, but yeah, if there's so much Leech followers around you, it's all, your stacks don't really mean anything. So we see like a broken L-shaped spawn here at the shack area where there is the First Officer Gardener and the Lucky Guy surrounding the Dreamwitch that did spawn next to them, while the river spawn near the treehouse is the Enchantress. So luckily we won't see any drop down of Enchantress or Gift from the Gods from at least for Dongshan.
Yes, and knowing Dongshan as well, who plays Instance Detention Dreamwitch alongside with Trump Card Detention Dreamwitch, I think for this one it should be Trump Card Detention because of First Officer, as you need that Patroller boy, as you can see here with Trump Card Detention, Hunt, Berserker, Overwhelm. Alongside from the Survivor side, Flywheel Enchantress, Tide Turner Ninja Crewplex Gardener, Fly Tide for Lucky Guy, and Tide Turner First Officer. This will be the second half of Game 2 between FPX.ZQ versus PRR, with the professional commentaries being brought to you by Posh and Kuro.
Chat, I need y'all to believe in PRR and spam some penguins in the chat because they need it now more than ever. A tie game would guarantee us a BO3, but Dongshan looking to play spoiler here with his Dreamwitch already locked into the Gardener. As you said, Gardener shield, just wait for it. We get the instant down. Already leeched on him. Patroller will be ready in less than 10 seconds. Soul has to be very careful not to stick around this area too long.
Oh, we got the palace done on time. That's good. However, the leech is still on follow, on route right now. As you can see there is the leech of the gardener at middle, but now trying to get the hit in towards this invisibility form of officer. As right now, can this patroller bite on time as the pallet drop down there as well? But the bite just about enough. As you can see here, it's quite literally just Dongshen waiting to get in between that pallet and then forcing the hit on towards this first officer. And now one pocket watch gone.
Pocket, I mean, he really likes going for the rescuers early game, right? Pocket watch gone, and we also have already injured first officer. So now moving on the main body onto Saber and also the treehouse area here. Let's see if we're able to actually get a leech going on. Hopefully not a leech hit here. Trying to force some activity. We drop down as well just to drop another patroller. Breaking ankles here.
Yeah, and not only that as well, let's not forget, Patroller basically leeches on towards that invisible first officer, so that pocket watch can only buy 10% of additional movement speed boost. But you see here as well, it's triple leech for Donex right now. One first officer, one gardener, and one lucky guy at middle. And not only that as well, Gardener still yet to be able to get that D-Leech mark for herself. Now, it's a full map control for Donex, who spent a lot of time early game double controlling Gardener's Leech alongside with the main Leech while getting hits on towards this first officer.
That's a good point out there, but as you mentioned that Enchantress at least getting the anti-curse here, just the D-Leech, lower left side of the screen, already getting rid of Gardener's Leech. Lucky guy as well, so he will be trying to get rid of the Leech, but very interesting drop down here from Saber. Does have the perfume, but will just eat the Leech hit just for him to get the rescue. Nice farm off hit though by Dongshen.
Blink. Do we want to blink here, Dongshen? It seems like we do not need to do so right now, as there is still just a lucky guy here at one end of the corner. We can quite literally... it got forced out on time, but Donex decided, you know what, since you gave out flywheel anyways, it doesn't matter. Let me just blink this one out here just to respect you, as the Leech is still available on the side of Officer, but instead sharing Lucky Fly first, and you can see as well, right, Soul's Leech currently following quietly behind him.
So a double down situation, and now PRR has their Leech situation under control. But as I say that, we get another Leech onto the lucky guy. We're going to try to camp it out. First officer is getting healed up by the Enchantress, so Enchantress can get some stacks if the first officer will get those hits, while PHR has the bubble, can make the approach, but the rescue is going to be very tight.
Wow, that D-Leech by Enchantress here was so good as well. Alongside with now, that's a hit on towards Gardener, but it seems like we don't want to go after Lucky Guy here just yet. Still looking for more map control from the side of Dongshen here. We're almost 3 Cypher Machines done. Still trying to look for the Gardener for the double down potential. Blink will not be necessary as the normal hit down will come true. Nari is still nearby as the Enchantress to stun, as Blink here on the side of the Leech of Lucky Guy is ready, as Saber, as you can see, his Leech is now following behind him, and of course leeching on towards Enchantress at the same time, just kind of guarantees some form of harassment. And once again, it's Donex back to his map control.
So in that process, they only started to push Cyphers once again. The 49% move just a little bit. Flywheel bait once again. We get a bit of a stun, but no, Enchantress unfortunately does use up the flywheel. So constant activity on Dongshen's side. Everyone's getting a time on the rocket chair. They still have a tide turner to use in first officer, and first officer already making his way towards the presence of the rocket chair.
Yeah, and it's Sol here who will get caught off guard towards the outer sectors of this chair. And now Enchantress trying to come in here once again for the rescue. However, 2 out of 5 stacks will not be enough, as we want to stay away. I know! Pallet's done on the lucky guy. He was 91% de-leash there as well. Nari wanted to come in here as PHR's leech is also coming back towards the same time as well. Now with 3 leeches on the map still. Officer trying to heal back up to full health, but Gardener is after halved once again.
Yeah, just the constant pressure here. If you de-leech and heal, okay, I'm going to be chairing survivors. Dongshen seems to be one step ahead of these survivors. We do get a rescue, though, and used up the tide turner, farmed off a hit off the first officer. So now Gardener is the main priority because that's her death chair. But right now, just seems like 3 Cyphers still remain, 1 close to popping, but Dongshen still has a foothold on this matchup.
And I do think this really showcases how in our game here as well, you do need to focus on only one survivor down, especially with the fact that here, as you can see, Donex, who keeps continuously to change targets across the map. Lucky Guy with a third needle, and Officer already getting 2 needles here as well. Everyone is back up to full health there. Meanwhile, Gardner will, unfortunately speaking, have to go down at the same time. But you can see here too with Donex having such a great early game with the mid-game map control, but instead deciding not to tunnel down the first chase of being that Lucky Guy will bite back to him here, as once again Enchantress got the heal for Officer. Blink is already open to use, but it's max out Officer, so we kind of want to save it to down him instantly when he is at full health here.
I just have to say, this is the most hits I've seen in a match. Like, everyone's just getting hit, healing up, de-leeching. So just a lot of activities from all fronts. Dongshan finally has his first survivor down and out. That's totally fine. 2 Cyphers still remaining. We finally blink down the first Officer, and this is where the war of attrition benefits the hunters. Because you do have Enchantress. She is injured, so she has to use that stack, or that 3 stack early on. We do also have the heal onto the Lucky Guy, but first Officer, no Tide Turner anymore. Flywheels are already ready to use, but Dongshan now just controlling the pace of this match, slowly but surely securing more eliminations as the match goes on.
And you can see here as well with Blink being ready. I think Donex's main plan now towards the mid-game is to stall out for all your Leech Blink to be ready, and then just in case that they can actually jump dungeon here, especially with how well POR performed last game, it's a huge respect from the side of Dongshan as triple stack instantly to prevent the Blink down. And now we're just waiting around, seeing Sabers behind us, but still trying to get Enchantress knocked down.
Okay, Saber is the one to try and go for this rescue. Dongshan just gonna get the regular hits, distribute the damage, and now we can just focus on to Soul just for him to secure the first Officer down and out. We're still stuck at 2 Cyphers, and Dongshan reminding everyone why his Dream Witch is feared and revered.
And you see here as well, hey Blake, trying to get up the stairs here, but it's unfortunate since that area was blocked just by a tree. Now, with Lucky Guy still having Flywheel and Elbow Pads ready on hand, I do believe what Dongshan wants to do here is just to prevent the fast bleeder and elimination of Final Deduction. So we want to knock down Lucky Guy here without giving him any additional 20% stacks, alongside with now also, Lucky Guy being able to get healed back up to full once again. Wow, that's 3 needles, and it's
that's a lot,
first
dude.
Officer
that's
2
like
times,
doctor.
and then it's 4 heals in total, self-heal as well.
I want to see the stats on this match. It's a lot of itemization, a lot of heals, and a lot of hits on Dongshan's side. He's gonna try to Flywheel just to get through, and Dongshan still being very patient here as the second to the last Cypher will be popped already. So Dongshan's still not, forcing anything, trying to see if Saber's gonna do anything. Tries to de-leech as well, but we continue the chase here on the lower left side of the screen. He's trying to transition away while Dongshan really tunneling in on this Lucky Guy.
And to be honest, while with the Lucky Guy only at 7 to 10% of deleting progress, even if Enchantress can pop this one open, Donex is playing a very slow endgame, as we can see with his heartbeat rate as well, right? Only at 110, which is the average of a human being. All what we need to do here is to blink down Lucky Guy when he gets hit, and then finally go towards Enchantress, re-leech on towards her as we finally get our 4-man elimination game. As you can see here as well, it is Enchantress on the Cypher machine, meanwhile Donex still walking around, not seeing that a Cypher is currently being... just saw it on time. But even with this, no self-heal on Lucky Guy.
No self-heal and no borrowed time as well. So even it's so close, yet so far, 98%, it was so close to being prime, but GGs are going to be called Dongshan, reminding everyone why his Dream Witch is so scary. And in this lineup also, right, they were trying to prepare for a lot of things, but this really played into the matchup of the Dream Witch, and FPX.ZQ, ladies and gentlemen, are the winners in this matchup.
And it's once again, right, I would say for POR, they've lost in the drafts. Because like that draft pick of being Enchantress and then First Officer, it wasn't a bad early start. However, when you finally locked in that Lucky Guy as your third pick, Donex realizes that it's such a great team comp for Dream Witch to play, as you only need to go after Lucky Guy or First Officer depending on which one you prefer more. And you saw as well in their area selection mode, it was them declaring that First Officer is the weakness of the team, putting him in 2-story, meanwhile Lucky Guy at middle.
Yeah, I think they really were able to actually win the draft, but the way they played that out still was quite commendable, right? Oh man, with that, just you gotta have the two sides of the coin, right? You see Dongshan really happy, but you also see the little bit of the heartbreak on the side of PRR. But I'm here to tell you, PRR, they have nothing to be sad about. You gave an amazing performance, and considering once again, folks, this is their debut, and you go up against giants like FPX.ZQ, like FL, and established teams. Also, I mean, Omni as well, that's been constantly a recurring presence in Call of the Abyss. So we can only support them and cheer for them. Hopefully they make their second attendance next year, but they still have one more match. Hopefully they go out in a bang.
Yes, and I mean, it's once again, right, you see as well, like from the side of PRR, it was unfortunate for them, but of course for Dreamwitch, on the side of Day6 being able to get that formal elimination, he's definitely very happy about that, especially when it is his signature Hunter pick as well. But yet again, let's congratulate FPX.ZQ for winning up against PRR, but PRR still has one last final matchup as well in their groups.
I believe it's up against ACT. That is their group, so hopefully they can prepare for that, but that'll be a matchup for another day. But yeah, just as we talk about what we just witnessed, right, how many self-heals, how many hits, how many D-leeches, right? Just constant activity left and right, and it was just at 98% before they could pop that endgame Cypher. PRR showed us that they have a lot of grit, a lot of survivability, and you know what, this is just the start for them. I really hope they still stick around as a team, and I'm a big fan of them as we speak. I've turned into a big fan as we've seen them, but talk me through the match stats here, Kuro.
Oh, look at this. It's 3 healings on the side of Nari here. But let's not forget as well, First Officer has healed himself twice, along with Lucky Guy with no 1 needle, 2 heals as well. So overall here in this game, there were 7 heals in total. 7? But of course... Yeah, but of course, like, look, 19 hits on survivors as a Dreamwitch, especially when usually on average it's 11. But Day6 focused more on map control the moment he got his first survivor eliminated, as of course you can see here the results of this matchup.
Yeah, the first match really went in FPX.ZQ's favor, but PRR showing us they had a second wind in them. 6-3, it was just so close, right? And I think now maybe Granny was thinking, oh man, for sure Dongshan's gonna try have a perfect game. That did happen, but I really feel like PRR, you have nothing to be ashamed of, because FPX.ZQ is just that hard of a matchup. And for you to get that 6-3 and, you know what, have highlights of Survivor kiting and also having an amazing Axeboy performance, what more could you ask for?
Exactly, and like with the points in total, right, it's 16-13. It seems very dominant from the side, but that was also because of the game 1 from the side of FPX.ZQ leading at 10-0. If game 1 was just a tiny bit more different, then potentially speaking, we would have seen an easier time from the side of PRR. But it's still Dreamwitch. It's Day6, it's Dreamwitch. It's a team comp that gets heavily countered by a Dreamwitch as well, and I do believe it was a small error made by their side as well, because you know, you don't see Dreamwitch as much anymore. I do believe they were trying to prep for that Goman. They were trying to prep for that opera singer.
Yeah, so just a bait into that Dreamwitch performance, and yeah, Dongshan played that very well, constantly just making map pressure happen and kind of giving them a little bit of slack in that sense, because they were able to heal up. But in the end, it's just a slow constriction of the resources, and the matchup didn't quite work out in their favor, because Enchantress with Dreamwitch, not the best matchup. But before we get into the MVP, folks, let's check out the highlights.
괜찮아. 이거 탑 누가 할 거야? 행운아. 야, 플래시. 나 죽어. 나 떴다. 할만해. 1번 죽어. 1번 더. 행운아 쪽으로 뭐 하나 간다. 이거 오케이. 항에서 아니야. 플래시 있어. 플래시. 3번. 오케이. 돌아간다. 율사나 어그로 올림. 9번들 빠져.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. We just finished the match 3 of FPX.ZQ versus PRR. And finally, we're on towards our MVP discussion of this matchup. I do believe, Posh, that we could probably predict who the MVP will be of this matchup as well.
Well, you also have to consider the survivors, Kai. I mean, the Enchantress, right, at the start. That was pretty good, but I don't know. Dongshen back-to-back 4Ks, 5. I guess it goes to him, but if not, I would definitely. Who is the Enchantress again? I think it was Sans. Sans the Enchantress. So that was. I think that's MVP worthy if you take match 1 in isolation. But if you consider match number 2, then in totality for me it has to be Dongshen. But yeah, Koro, you can't. Yeah, I admit we've been seeing a trend of all Hunter MVPs. It was only Maiken that got Survivor MVP, right?
So I would say, look, like when we now move on towards like just seeing Dongshen's performance overall, because like I'd say it's nice because seeing Dongshen in IVL not being performed to his best, and we also seen a lot of kind of close calls from his side as well. Seeing the improvements here in COA, I would say is a really good spike and encouragement for him as well. And at the same time, I'd just say it's the pressure too, being in FPX.ZQ as such a good powerhouse team. But also, Survivors has made a lot of improvements from their side as well, so it does give Donex more of an edge. It does give Donex more leeway to play whoever he wants, especially being able to guarantee woman escapes by the Mercenary, even after a bad early game of Lucky Guy. As long as we can just maintain the woman escapes, I think for Donex it's less pressure compared to a 4K.
Yeah, I think also it's a lot of pressure on. I was saying also it's a lot of pressure being on a Survivor team when Dongshen's your Hunter, because you want to live up to that standard, or like make sure that you're not that team that's like, oh, we just rely on the Hunter, or like because it's Dongshen, he kind of outshines us. They want to be able to at least give Dongshen a little bit of that leeway for him to kind of work with. So yeah, Lin having a great escape. I believe that was Lin as the Mercenary in that last matchup. So yeah, I think FPX.ZQ also, they didn't have the easiest journey to get to COA, right? They had a pretty they almost actually fell in the group stage because they fell to ACT. They had the long road to get here, and I do believe the people that have the longest roads kind of have the most experience, or they're a little more grateful, or they have no appreciation of not or going through adversity. I think that's FPX.ZQ's kind of journey we've seen here, going up against ACT and winning up against them. And now I believe their last match of the group stage will be FL. But here we have it, folks. Best deduction, Mr. President himself, Dongshen.
It will be 11,950 average deduction points, 0.5 average terror shocks, with 9 average knockdowns, alongside with 4 eliminations. Palace destroyed being 4.5, and this is his 3rd best deduction overall. 3 wins here from the side of FPX.ZQ, as his Hunters played was Ivy and Dreamwitch, and I would believe in this case they've kind of secured top 2 with 3 wins, just depending on their last matchup of their groupings. If they can win that, then it's guaranteed 1st place, straight towards top 8 FPX.ZQ goes.
Congratulations, Dongshen and FPX.ZQ, for an amazing performance here in the group stage. And yeah, I think you are correct there. They will at least guarantee the 2nd place spot, so they will have priority when it comes to seeding come playoffs. That's happening 1st week of May. But yeah, I hope we see an interview of Dongshen. Dongshen's usually the one that gets interviewed, so we'll just have to wait and see who they will be interviewing. But dude, 3 best deductions. I feel like it's kind of hard for these survivors to get MVP, bro.
Definitely. But we'll move on towards interview stage first, and we'll be back for match 4.
Hello， 大家好，我是东璇。
大家好，我是朱雀的远。
欢迎同学，欢迎远。今天又是一个很漂亮的2比0，而且我采访朱雀战队3次了耶，你们现在已经有3场胜利了，有没有感觉东璇，特别是最近的比赛，我就觉得这个手感是火热提升当中，因为今天也很漂亮。
是的，手感火热。对，
手感越来越好了，而且刚才最后这个总结的时候，这个叉腰也非常的帅气。这个
因为我最后在
台上就是下半场的局数太少了，所以我一下子没适应。
哦，一下子还有点没适应，对不对？OK， 但是我觉得其实不管怎么说，今天这个比赛还是太精彩，太多可圈可点的地方了。袁，你们今天第一局的时候那个10-0开天辟地，简直是这个小组赛第一个求生4跑，而且我们解说其实又在说你们这张有棉阵经常选，特别喜欢，觉得今天这个是不是真的是战术发挥出来了？
只要溜起来就能发挥出来这个阵容。就是把木偶师这个角色发挥到上去。
没错，而且特别是在自己适应的地图上，发挥了一个非常好的一个战术安排。虽然说最开始节奏好像有一点点看得我们很吓人。东轩提起了话筒，是吗？是当时在备战间？
是的，很吓人。
都把东轩吓到了。所以你们就是当时在台上有没有赶紧说是调整一下状态，指挥一下，还是你们觉得哎呀轻轻松可以运营回来？
我们觉得大概是能运营回来的，因为它有3层菇嘛，而且后面我们确定它使用了失常，就大概率能2-6起来给它。
所以是猜到了对面的一个天赋，你们自己觉得还好，而且最后确实是3岁牵制起来嘛。那他在牵制的这个过程当中，有没有给到你们一些指挥或者安慰，说我还能溜，你们放心，该干嘛干嘛，有这样讲吗？
是这样，他后面溜起来了嘛，就说他能牵制很长时间嘛，就让我们随便修修，差不多就够了。
哇塞，很帅！你们随便修，我肯定能牵制。而且特别是到了最后，你们那个4跑，就因为你的牵制也很重要嘛，最后你是把这个1刀斩给拖过去了。你自己本身有在做一个什么样子的打算呢？为了那个4跑？
我那波就是其实能拖就拖嘛，就尽量拖到1刀斩嘛。我们已经决定要打4跑了，就是看我能拖长时间，然后就到他们后面就是拉扯的时候就更容易一点，可以。然后上挂飞的先稍微躲一躲嘛，然后就是我们出来卖3个。
那所以到了最后，特别是看到对面也想卡位的时候，东轩你在备战间有没有替他们祈祷一下，能走？你那会儿是怎么判断的？你觉得他们能4跑吗？
因为周之师在外面满状态没有1刀斩的，然后操作空间很大，好吧。
所以是很有信心的。那3岁是什么时候被你们从那边给调过来的呢？因为少了那个咒术师的话，还真是会有一点点小危险。
在我们上椅的时候，就说他在救下来之前他先躲着嘛，救下来之后他就可以发挥出来了。
老早之前就已经喊他过来了，对不对？所以这个4跑真的是运筹帷幄。然后包括第1局下半场的时候，东轩也是完成了一个4抓，就看到求生者上半场完成了4跑之后，下半场有没有什么？你是带着一个什么样子的任务上来？有没有想到说是咱也来个4抓，还是打着打着，我运营出来了一个4抓？
就是先因为他们4跑了嘛，然后就想着先保平嘛，保平成功之后就想着能不能3嘛，然后3的话看到2个人没开，想着能不能4嘛。
好，就是先保平，再3抓，最后发现我能4抓。那个开门战对你来说是不是也是比较一切尽在掌握之中的一个结果呢？因为2个人开门战的爱。
是的，因为我知道那个门加上插眼应该是点不开的。
那第1局完成了这样一个大比分的领先之后，第二局我们看还是很提心吊胆的。这个爱哭鬼，东轩又点头，是不是？补充一下，你在备战间是不是？
确实就是没想到，确实打得挺吓人的。
对，而且爱哭鬼掏出来的时候，现场也有就很意想不到的那种反应嘛。但是你们好像是有考虑到他可能会选一手爱哭鬼，对不对？就最开始是如何应对的？
最开始，我们是在台上的时候可能想到他有爱哭鬼这一手，但是还有个版本强势的台球嘛，所以说我们更主防一下他台球，次防一下爱哭鬼，但是还是被这样。
对，没想到最后真的是个爱哭鬼。因为局势一开始好像就是被对方握在手里的，你们是什么时候开始说不行了，咱哥几个跑一个吧，先赶紧把这个跑一个稳住？是怎么运营的这个局？
就是少一个人就少一个就是跑的人嘛，就是这想，就是4个人就想跑4个，3个就跑3个，只剩2个的话，只能跑1个了，说实话。
对，那你当时在椅子上的时候，你有没有在想说，快飞呀？这个淘汰进度有没有动得快一点？有没有很着急呢？因为你是看到玉林他在操作嘛。
那是有点急啊，那时候，而且我也比较 但比较相信他们，他道具也比较多，他也比较能牵制，我觉得。
东璇刚才又点头，东璇他说自己有点急，你呢？
我感觉应该是能走的，因为是2个护腕嘛。如果是1个护腕的话，我还得掂量掂量。我觉得2个护腕应该是稳走的。
2个护腕还是很稳的。然后我觉得下半场的时候看到你的梦之女巫出来，我觉得这个4抓和2比0也是很稳。这么多可以，我觉得对于东璇来说，这么多可以4抓的角色，怎么就是选到了这样一个梦之女巫？
有段时间没亮相了吧？亮相一下。
哦，就是给大家看一下，确实这个梦之女巫选出来的时候，台下都沸腾了。那这个梦之女巫，你会不会这个应该是抱着要4抓，有没有想说4抓2比0终结的这个信念去的？
看着打吧，一步一步打吧。
哦，也是好像跟第1局一样。那到了最后的时候，我觉得有打完那个双倒之后，包括还有一个98、97的那个密码机，马上就要修开了，差2%。你是如何判断的呢？
也不是很怕他开吧，因为开了还有计划 B。
没错，最后毕竟还有开门战嘛，所以我觉得不管怎么说，这个4抓还是已经是收入囊中的一个状态了。那今天这场比赛结束之后呢，就像我说的，已经采访过3次了，就证明你们有过3次的胜利了。这个小组赛其实截至目前还是非常顺利的。那后面就还有一场面对FPX的比赛。远，你觉得最后一场比赛来给大家介绍一下，你们可能重点会去关注哪些方面？包括你们整个的出现局势目前是不是比较明朗的这样一个阶段？没事，不会回答就甩给头鱼教练，让他自己回去做 BP。怎么说？
想打吗？我觉得。反正我觉得差不多，就遇到谁就打谁。
遇到谁打谁不怕，而且特别是最后就只有1支队伍呢。东璇呢？
加油！
加油！好的，感谢2位来到赛后采访，再次恭喜中学战队拿下今天比赛胜利。接下来即将进行的是我们今天最后一场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
我会期待和你们最强。
未来的小组第2，你们好。
探索深渊的冒险充满危险，但也可以带来无限可能。让我们有请日本赛区 Axiz。欢迎 Lim、Takako、Atto、Nyang、Takili、Kakaka、Monopi。让我们有请中国大陆赛区 Xteam。欢迎三叶、凌云、星辰、雨梦、夕阳、永次郎、奇迹火。让我们一。
Folks, it is main event time here in the group stage, and you have Xteam versus Axiz Wave, and Xteam having an amazing performance up against GG, but here's the big task up ahead of them. Non-professional Chinese mainland team going up against one of IJL's best. Kuroshiro and FPX.ZQ, your commentators for this one. Kuro, what are your initial thoughts on this matchup?
Wow, you can hear from the fan side as well, right? Between these two teams as the bomb picks comes out first. But of course, it's actually with choosing ever sleeping. Oh, they get the map choice this time. And Xteam banning out Chinatown and Stark Woods. Well, Posh, this is my third commentary for Axiz Wave. I've done it with you, I've done it with Gummy, and I've done it with Chocho as well. Unfortunately, I won't be doing the last one, but for Axiz Wave, if they win this, I believe they secure first place, at least guaranteed, guaranteed for Group B.
That says a lot, because Group B is that group of death that people have been claiming. So if they're able to do that, what a feather in their cap if they're able to do that. I'm looking at my notes here. They usually, they usually go for Lakeside, Moonlit, and also Church. This is Axiz, but now going with Ever Sleeping Town, and Ever Sleeping Town kind of gets not actually chosen by any of these teams. So I'm excited to see it. It was Ever Sleeping Town where the Wu Chang came out.
Yes.
That is the one time they tried that. Chocho did not believe in the Gamekeeper, but that's the Gamekeeper that won them that match. Are we leaning towards a certain team here, Kuro? Where are your apples placed, if I may ask, if you may be so biased?
Oh, if I may be so biased, I think it might have to be Axiz Wave, but it's the only IGL team here up against 4 IVL teams. So in that case scenario, it is quite literally 1v4 in the sense of, no pun intended, of IDV as a whole as well. But I would say Underdogs is still Xteam in this case, being the amateur team. But if Axiz Wave is able to take care of, take out Xteam, especially knowing that they won against GG, I believe for them it solidifies their groupings alongside with, beating 3 out of 4 IVL teams is already a huge feat for Japan.
Huge. But on the other hand, the underdog team surprised everyone with getting a victory over GG, having a rough start with GR, but still taking them to the limit in best of 3. So let's introduce the teams. Axiz here, Lim, Takako, Atto, Nyan, Kakiri, Kakaka, and Mono P to round out Axiz, while we have Xteam, Clover, Lingyun, Xingchen, Yum, Xyang, YCL, and Fire. So let your voice be heard in chat. Who you guys have put your apples on? Is it the underdog team, or is it the sole IJL team in this group of death? It seems like Xteam will be the surviving team first. Well, we have Axiz Wave's Hunter, probably Kakiri, that will be coming up to bat first.
We can see the first survivor as well of Xteam being Lingyun, currently 7th place overall with the average rescues of 1.33. He is the rescuer and the sub-containers here, as our, preferred character is actually the Gravekeeper and the Magician. Xteam is a bit more versatile when it comes to character pool picks, especially with Lingyun as their captain, being the pre-professional player from GW. Not Lingyun, sorry, Xingchen, pre-professional player from GW.
Yeah, I noticed that Lingyan, he does tend to use the rescuer traits early on, or the rescuer items, just to safeguard things, but hopefully that won't be the case, especially with Kakiri coming in. But we have Clover up next. He had some choice words when he did the pre-speech before they go out to bat. All of them, you know, signs of confidence, right? They're not they're not a franchise team, but if they're able to at least secure playoffs, man, would that open the floodgates for, you know what, more aspiring players in Chinese mainland that aren't necessarily part of a franchise-based team to try their best here at Call of the Abyss and showcase their talents.
Definitely. And now moving on towards our next survivor here to Xingteng, who has brought out Professor in the regional Beast 4 alongside with his Gardener as well. The strongest container in this team is currently 6th overall from every survivor in the group stages. 81.26 seconds on containment time with a preferred Parker picks of Professor and Gardener.
Yeah, I forgot also Clover brought out the cheerleader. It was the cheerleader and Professor in Leo's memory to guarantee their win in round number 2 up against Xiaoma. And their round 3 was just an immaculate performance, our display on the side of Yum. But we're going to round out the survivors here with YCL. Has the aeroplanist used that most? Lucky Guy is also on his roster. He also has a Magician. Brought out the Prospector as well. So I'm excited to see what YCL brings into the table.
And we also know as well from the side of Xteam, this aeroplanist is probably going to be the most important factor for round 1 up against Kakiri. But in a nutshell too, you kind of have to consider the Lucky Guy wildcard, especially on this map, how well he has performed during our previous matchups too. But we will be panning our camera straight towards Xteam's coach as well, sooner or later, but it should be Tundai, as you can see here. Previous professional player of X-Rock, then becoming the coach of GW, but now, of course, joining Xingteng, being a part of the roster for Xteam.
Yeah, he was pretty intense in the previous one. Me and Chocho were thinking that something happened in the picks and bans, but he gets very intense and he motivates his team. Hopefully he'll bring that same type of fire as they go up against Kakiri. You see the opera singer, you see the soul weaver, but he brought out a Bonbon in Moonlit River Park. Holy smokes. Goatman, Ivy. At this point, I don't even know what he's capable of bringing out at round 1 if he wants to risk it all.
Yeah, and like you can see as well from Kakiri's stats, overall from day 1 his stats were immense. However, as the group stages go through here, it got pushed down by quite a lot, but still maintaining 2nd average terror shocks, being 1 in total, is still decent as well. It's really hard, you know, for the players of Group B to maintain good stats. Even though Axiz is currently on the lead, it's still very tough rankings where it's literally fighting for silver scrapes, as we can see the coach from Axiz, who's Toki right here.
Toki, former rescuer of, I believe, Axis Wave, or I forget which team it is, but former pro player as well, turned coach, led the team into the previous victories and also other notable victories and performances in previous COAs and IJLs. But right now, he's going to try to do the same up against Xteam as... let's talk about it. It is going to be Ever Sleeping Town, another potential crazy matchup with a tram coming on in as a factor.
Yeah, and it's also knowing the fact that Ever Sleeping Town allows for Professor to deploy his skills, and it's easy access for survivors to rotate in between these maps. For this map, I believe it's all about solo game rotations. When it either comes to the Aeroplanist, Puppeteer, and Potential Professor, that is a full counter towards the Goman that Kakiri has as well. But let's not forget, since this is still just the first round, considering the fact that we're going up against the Hunter, who is Yum, who has a lot of potential pocket picks as well. Knowing Kakiri has that Soul Weaver is another threat as we now finally move on towards the ban pick phase.
It's kind of scary because, yeah, he brought out Bonbon in a really unfavorable map, and he risked it because it was a 3-1, not in his favor, right? So if a man has a Soul Weaver also, and in a map that does work in its favor, that's something you always have to keep at the back of your mind. So 2 good pickups here, Puppeteer and Enchantress to start things out for Xteam. Meanwhile, we're rounding out the bans here with Seer, Doctor, and now Gravekeeper.
We're choosing a first officer as it seems like Xteam is now fully focusing on trying to counter that Goatman in round 1, but also the potential AbyssⅨ that he's chosen out quite a lot. But finally getting rid of Sinton's Professor here, meaning there is Gardener or Perfumer that will be picked up as our final pick for the survivors of Xteam.
As the group stages have been panning out, we've been seeing a lot more priority, or at least usage of the Perfumer, AK using the Perfumer, and I forget which other player, but yeah, with her new shield buff, when she's able to actually use the Perfume, it can add a little more value, and considering that the Professor, as you pointed out, might have been a priority for Xteam, we make sure to respect ban that on Kakiri's side, forcing Xingchen to go for the Perfumer instead.
Yeah, and it's also with us knowing that Perfumer can run Flywheel Tide Turner in order to prolong containment before Perfume cooldown has ended, and of course the no damage rescues as well that you can get after Perfume and back near the chair. With Survivors has a really good tanky team comp. However, Perfumer will have to be left on her own unless Enchantress can come in to support while her Perfume is in cooldown to prevent the broken bottles of Perfumer there too. But still, I'd say it's a solid enough team comp right from the side of Xteam. It's just depending on what Kakiri wants to play, as either of the 3 meta characters here being played is a huge potential for Xteam to secure a tie.
Yeah, we did talk about this before we went on the mic, right? We think that this might have potential to go the full BO3. So let's see if Xteam could actually take Axiz Wave to that limit. And kind of duplicate that same type of performance they did against GG. And you called it, Goatman will be coming into the ever-sleeping town.
So he wants a very dominant round 1, so Axiz Wave survivors can choose accordingly round 2. But of course, because of this as well, Xteam decided to go with a full rounded solo containment alongside with a mini harass of Enchantress for the later on phases too. But Kakiri, what he has to focus on here is he needs to be very careful when it comes to deploying those cages to lock out Enchantress, because if Enchantress is too close, then the stun can still come through as well, in which chip damage will not be enough to knock the survivor that was initially rescued from the balloon to be incapped once again.
Almost a T-shaped spawn here. Perfumer getting center control. Puppeteer is in the balcony 2-story. While we see that the Goatman is actually going to surround himself with the first officer, Perfumer, and Puppeteer, keeping himself away from that Enchantress.
So with Puppeteer in front of us, I do think it's most likely going to be a rotation towards Puppet first, as it is basically the easiest chase here for Goatman as well. It'll be a lot of cages consumed, but knowing Kakiri, he'll definitely bring Blink for the opening, a grand opening, as we want to Blink hit down survivors earlier on 60-second down, and then look for item consumptions, item expenditures on the side of survivors for him to have an easier end game.
Big handshake on both coaches. We're going to see the persona web on both sides. Peepers, trump card, detention, a bit of wanted order as well on the side of our Goatman here, while we have borrowed times on the Perfumer, first officer, and Puppeteer, while we also have 2 tide turners. Full kiting build on YCL's Enchantress, but this is the lineup, folks. Xteam versus Axiz, your matchup here. Game 1, first half. COAAⅨ Gaming and Potch Spice at your service.
Goman, Kakiri, first chase here. Oh, going close towards Officer and then towards Mill to look for that Perfumer as well. But Perfumer is not going to be the easiest chase, as Clover, for some odd reason, is running towards the inner side and now going towards Kakiri, not Kakiri, going towards Enchantress. And it seems like Enchantress is our first chase.
Yeah, we've seen Chongai do this also, right? With his incredible Goatman and Lakeside. Just rotate around the map, get a lay of the land, and now it seems like Enchantress, as you said, first chase, gonna be tough with the mini stuns here, but already dropped down the cage. Gonna put a little bit more stun into him, and now this is gonna be where it's a bit tough. Has to use another cage, hopefully gets the hit, and finally does. Kakiri gotta build up that resentment to down YCL.
YCL stuck in between these two pallets here as Kakiri can just drop down a pallet to prevent any more containment, but a very nice chip damage. Could have been a terror shock hit there, but once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's not forget, triple stun stack on the hands of YCL to use guarantees him to nullify this next cage.
All right, triple stack and try to remove the cage. Already does. Resentment needs to build up. He's going to be in this palleted area. Can just go for a regular hit, baits out the flywheel. It didn't provide enough distance for him to get to that pallet.
If only Enchantress was on the pallet instead of actually being collided into it, the fly would have been able to bring her out of the attack range of our Goatman. But right now, as you can see, First Officer having that wanted order as Puppeteer is coming in potentially for the Batgirl rescue, as we just want to wait around here for a little while longer.
Yeah, I don't want to rush the rescue just yet. We're feeding that to Nidus. Kakiri extending himself a little bit just to drop down a peeper, but now he's going to try to attack the exit chair. Going to get a chip damage onto the Puppeteer, but now the focus still is on this Enchantress.
Enchantress 2 out of 5 stacks though. Nice chip damage landed here once again, as we're still trying to gain more than enough for a triple stack. However, still with 2 pallets here left on hands to use, Kakiri needs to block out at least a window or one of the pallets nearby. And it seems like YCL here currently by himself, 2 stuns available to use, ladies and gentlemen. It should be enough for the cancellation, but the vault over just on time for this Enchantress guarantees a rebound, Kaish.
Oh, tried to backstep it, but we see the stun just to provide a little bit of support. Gonna get the down. Unfortunately, no 3-stack stun just yet, but he was still able to kite it out for the Cyphers to move on accordingly. So I'd have to say it's still pretty even, because now, hopefully wanted order not on any of the ones who's gonna go for the rescuer, any of the rescuers. So First Officer can come in and bring Tide Turner.
We got Puppeteer to use his own puppet there, but it seems like Officer will be forced to rescue here instantly as 2 people drop down to slow down the rescue of this Enchantress. But right now we know that there is no BT on hand to use, as well as Puppeteer trying to get rid of that remaining peepers. But then still tight turn 20 seconds here should be enough time, as the hit did not land towards anyone just yet. And Ling once again wants to get rid of this cage, but then let's not forget as well, Kakiri does not have any stones left on hands to use, and that's an instant hit down on Enchantress with no rebound containability.
Man, the wherewithal of the survivors just to play with the seconds, right? We already know that YCL is on the last chair, but then Kakiri still able to farm off a hit here. But in that process, Kuro, we have already our last Cypher. They can push for the end game and just heal up with the borrowed times and force a 3-man end game.
We're going to pop open the final Cypher machine there. As you can see, 80 stacks of resentment on the side of Kakiri to use with Tram Senpai nearby. Alongside Teleport, Tram right behind Kakiri. Needs to be a little bit more careful here. Okay, just about on time as Clover used up their Lil Lewis just to get away. But let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, Teleport straight towards Ling right now, who is playing that first, not first officer, that Perfumer here, so who can still tank 1 detention hit at the same time. Does the hit come true? It does not. As right now, trying to get rid of this Perfumer as soon as we can, but then Pup is getting the gate open on the other side with barely any resentments on our hand to use. This guarantees a tie game from the side of Xteam.
I think this is the best possible start for Xteam, right? Kakiri round 1 really goes guns blazing, but the fact that they're able to tie things out was really good. Tram Senpai, as you said, was so close to actually going for the survivors and downing Kakiri. So best possible start you could ask for Xteam. Puts a little bit more, a little less pressure onto Yum's side. So, yeah, just the incredible, I'd say, kiting that we did see on the Enchantress's side. That's the most you could probably ask for with that up against the Goatman. And again, Kakiri, incredible chair camping.
And it's also the fact that, let's not forget, it's a full counter team comp as well for Kakiri as he went up against the Enchanter's first chase, in which we saw as well, it was quite literally one stun and it's one cage over. So for Enchantress to be able to do so well solely just with one stack on hand to use up against a Goldman, we can see with her rise as well in the meta, you can't really play Goldman into her anymore. Potentially speaking, even for, you know, Kakiri there, AbyssⅨ might have been better.
Yeah, I hate to admit it. I think also that would be the case because of how insane. Look, the 85 seconds being bought, they didn't get to the triple digits, but that was enough time for the decoding progress to reach the last cipher pop. And maybe also considering he could have chased Puppeteer at the start. He was getting the lay of the land, but I think if he was able to down Clover at the start, which he did get good couple of hits off of Clover, it might have been a different story, but you got to live with it. Actually, I take back what I said. Axiz comes online round 2 and 3 until overtime. So maybe just a diesel start, maybe?
Yeah. It could be. It's kind of just a trend of Axiz in total as well. They don't usually win the round 1, round 2s, but it's usually where round 3 and round 4 comes in, as we can see as well. That's when they do pop off. But right now, as you can see, after the first half of game 1 has just ended between a tie with these two teams, we're now looking towards the side of Xteam's Hunter Yum in what they can pull out up against the survivor team of Axiz.
You said it best. Round 4? Kuro sure in OT?
Oh, OT?
What? Is Chocho here? What's happening?
We can always go OT.
Gummy actually made a really funny stat. Actually, she's the one with the most OTs in the group stage. She's at 2. I have 1. You have 1 because of Gummy. I have 1 because of Chocho.
I have 1 because of Gummy. You've 1 because of Chocho.
So if all our powers combined, if you and me are a tandem, I wonder who. If this goes BO3, then it's on them. So just letting chat know that that's the record. Okay, 2 on Gummy's side.
But of course, from our
1.
caster side, we always look over time because that's where the best games also comes in as well, right? So with that now currently being tie game, as long as Axiz can maintain the tie, I think game 2, game 3, we just keep it flowing as it is. And the more games, the better, because Group B is the group that gives us the most spectacular game styles and gameplays throughout COA⅓.
True. We will see if that will be the case. But knowing Xteam, they still have not yet reached that overtime territory. And if it does, I would have to give it to Axiz because they do have KKK to lean on if they go to OT. But again, I don't know if we're going to talk about that. We'll cross that bridge when we get there because we got to introduce the survivors, starting with Atto here. Dr. Lucky Guy also brought out the Lucky Guy twice in this group stage, has a fire investigator, puppeteer, aeroplanist, really the kite supporter of the team.
And you can see here as well, 29% escape rate. It's also because we do play kind of weaker character sides, such as Lucky Guy and Doctor, who, if they do not have a good setup early game, can lead to disaster throughout the mid to end game, as we did see between PR versus FPX.ZQ. And also at the same time, for our next survivor from the side of Axiz, it's Takako, who's been playing the Rescuer First Officer alongside with Mechanic as well. And you can see here with him, 57% overall escape rate, with an average of 0.86 rescues.
Yeah. These stats, hopefully they'll be able to bring it up. I just want to bring up chat too, saying what's up to everyone that's joining us. I think Hanibai is asking how we are. Me and Kuro, we're chilling. We're actually having the best seat in the house and enjoying the games as much as you guys are. So shout out to each and every one of you that's still with us. Let your voice be heard in chat. Who are you guys for? Is it Axiz? Is it Xteam? Mono P? Look at this. The man is full of energy. He's going to be make sure. Is that a TikTok dance?
I
wouldn't know.
I think both. To be honest, I think both of us are, unfortunately speaking, pretty old to keep up with the trend now. I would say so myself.
I'm
but
old. You are not old, Kuro. You are not old.
Whoa. Aside from that, you can see Monopi as well. I'm just hearing the cheers from the fans. I believe today will be his day as well. As we did see his aeroplanist in Factory, as he did contain 4 cipher machines, and it was that, I think, tie game that we were able to get to because it was Twice Ivy after all for endgame.
I'm pretty sure they're going to turn that to a GIF of Mono P dancing in the pop-off. But now, We got a pop up for Nyan having an amazing containment time. I believe, yeah, a lot of highlights come from this survivor in particular because of his 5th overall is average containment time and also decoding. So he's not just kiting, but he's also pushing objectives. So Nyan also staring at it, just making sure, like, watch this, guys. We're going to be able to win this for you guys, all the Axiz fans out there, because not only does he play the Enchantress and the Antiquarian, he also plays the Magician, Novelist, and also the Archer.
Yeah, and his Novelist as well in the Arms Factory match up against Wolves was his Divine Savior Grace, as it was almost a cause for catastrophe up against that Peddler. So for Nyan, it's deserving. The stats are definitely very deserving for him. And of course, a new hunter from the side of Xteam, which is Yum, who won against the GG themselves, Chengdu GG, being 5th overall with average knockdowns of 8. And you can see here, right, it's Gamekeeper as their preferred character picks alongside with his QS that has been very formidable against these professional teams.
Yeah, I would say good start for them. I think GG, honestly, if we're going to talk about that, they've been kind of going through a rough patch. Even when it comes to the qualifiers, they were actually the last team to qualify. So X team, sure, good performance up against them, but now I feel like this is one of the biggest measuring tests they have to go up against in Axis Wave. If they're able to get this, I'm sure they're going to turn a lot of doubters into believers that they should get picked up as a franchise team. And Axis Wave is here to prove that IJL is here to stay. And you know what? Like you said, the one IJL team in this group of death, that's a lot of pressure on their side.
Yes, and we are seeing here as well, like I would say, look, for Axis Wave already securing 2 wins for their first 2 games against relatively hard teams to go, well, really hard teams to go against, being Wolves and GG. For them, even if they do lose up against X Team, they still guarantee top 3 here no matter what. But I would say for them it's probably best not to, because currently I'm quite sure if X Team wins this one, there's like a 3-way tie between 3 different teams. So it's best not to risk it as much, especially in a group like this.
Yeah, because I believe that's how the group stage works. If they trump Axis Wave, who beat 2 teams, it's gonna shoot them up in the standings. So a famous man once said, if you come after the king, you best not miss. So hopefully X Team doesn't miss their shot here, because this is their best case for them to actually claim a spot in the playoffs, or claim a seat at the table come May 1st. So big pressure on the side of Yum, and the man just looks nervous in general. I hope he's locking in here.
I mean, as long as it's not a Wu-Chan, I think we'll be fine, Posh. As long as it's not a Wu-Chan, we will be fine. I mean, it did come out day 1 in which we did tie, but I would say that is more...
I think that's just, If I would just, I think that's just his intrusive thoughts getting the best of him. It's like, what if we Wu-Chang day 1? That's out of the way now. All right, didn't work out. I'm glad we did it. Let's not go back to that. Let's stick to the metas.
Yes.
Or not go Axe Boy. I'm kidding. Let's not go Axe Boy. You're not Granny. Let's not do that.
Yes. And you can see here as well, right, with Dr. and Sia currently being in towards the ban phase, we decided to pick up Archer and the Puppeteer together as our first 2 option picks.
Looking at my notes here, and I'm trying to see if he does have an Ivy. And it's actually, he hasn't brought out the Ivy. It's their sub-hunter X-Yang that has the Ivy that brought out in the qualifiers. So not sure if he brings it out, because that would really help out against the Archer since they picked it up at the start. But now Magician being added to the bans.
We picked up Mercenary in exchange. I'd say with Magician being banned, it does make it very obvious that we want to play QS. And of course, for the lucky guy here to get rid of that additional bot decoding alongside with a potential gun, I say for Axiom right now, Novelist being chosen.
Novelist in the mix here. Nyan, one of Nyan's favorite characters to pick up. So really going, I'd say heavy harass here. If might go to support actually Nyan on the Archer and Atto onto the Novelist. Meanwhile, Monopi on the Puppeteer and Takako on the Mercenary. Kuro, talk to me. How do you feel about this lineup?
It's hard to really talk about it, right? Because you're drafting in a Novelist up against a QS, in which you could probably say yes, can get some storybook stacks on your QS is in demon form, but Let's not forget, even if QS does switch around with the Novelist can get the pallet stun on QS when inertia is activated as well. So a lot of this is probably forcing Yum to play QS to go after our Novelist, and then putting Novelist at a max new stage, and then having Archer to come in to support and harass afterwards for him to store up more storybooks for potential good rebound kites. But then, let's not forget, it is max pallet breaking for, you know, QS most of the time. So unless Chunzai, our coach, has a different opinion, let's just have a look and wait what the Hunter Yum will choose.
Oh, gonna go with a Goatman. So he has not brought it out in my notes just yet, but he has been quite effective with it. No, actually didn't even bring it out during the qualifiers. So interesting choice to bring out Goatman, because I was on board with the QS. I was gonna say also might try the Opera Singer because he's quite effective with that, and just go for the chase downs. We know that being in the shadow form, or at least you could sidestep any of the Archer arrows and you could just close the distance. But how are we feeling about this Goatman, Kuro?
Oh, I hope he brought excitement. I believe with Archer and Archer and Novelist, excuse me, we have to bring excitement here to prevent the early game stuns, alongside with just Archer containment overall as well.
Yeah, hopefully he does. A Z-shaped spawn here. Novelist having access towards the graveyard. Puppeteer at the center. Archer is just there to support whoever he's going to chase first. Where is the spawn location going to be? Either at corner house or maybe closer to the graveyard. Seems like we're going to go closer to the graveyard.
With Goatman spawning just by balcony, I say Mercenary being away the furthest is good. It's also the fact that Axiz didn't expect the Goatman to come out, because this Mercenary gets full countered by a Goatman. The elbow pad cannot take you anywhere at all except for back towards the chest of this Goatman. A very wide chest at that, so willing, genuinely speaking, be willing for that too. So having this spawn Mercenary at Transform as we now move on towards the Persona points. It's Puppeteer Tide Turner at middle, alongside with Flywheel Knee-Jerk Reflex Archer. You have Knee-Jerk Reflex, Great Power on Novelist, and of course Tide Turner Audience Effect for our Mercenary, alongside with Trumpet Attention, Rage, Wanted Order, Peepers on Yum. No excitement here, as this will be the second half between Axiz versus Xteam for our COA9 group stage. The professional commentary is being brought to you by Posh Bice and Kuro Shiro.
A Goatman mirror match of Yum versus Kakiri, but will we have different results? Seems like Yum already is just gonna rotate around. We've already seen someone actually make their way towards the graveyard side, possibly wants to go for Nyan in this scenario and build up that resentment.
That Peepers wasn't really placed correctly, because Nyan can just rotate towards these two pallet areas to get outside of the Peeper debuff range. Right now, Yum being able to destroy those pallets are nice. However, let's not forget, open areas is where this Hunter can get counters, as Knee-Jerk Reflex here allowing Nyan to go towards a safer distance. And let's not forget, it's an Archer with 2 crossbows, 3 bow and arrows.
Backstep, not going to be used. Oh, used right away. Just gets a clean hit. We're still at 80%, so this is going to provide a lot of distance. But unless he cages, if he puts the cage down and gets the 100% resentment, no, unable to put it down just yet. He's still in this area, so like you said, this is a great place to have him in. Nice flywheel.
Just on time. And of course, this Goatman cannot take the backside as well for this cage, so it will be countered in exchange, but no flywheel left on hand to use as well. Nyan, Mind Games will not come true. But it's okay, it's a 75-second containment time. Your first crossbow did miss, unfortunately, but this is still on a way towards a tie game.
Yeah, Atto now in the vicinity will have to be careful. Trying to pop that Cypher is quite persistent. Novelist, does have that wanted order. Mono P is in the area to kind of go for this rescue. Just gonna get the chip damage here just to build a bit of presence, and now the rescue. No, not quite. We're gonna keep it going for now.
We are back straight in towards the chair. You can actually get the rescue here instantly as well, consider no damage rescue while still have help Puppeteer. But look, it's okay. Total hit on towards Archer here. It seems like Yum just wants to guarantee the tie game. The Cypher Machine at Graveyard does not need to be decoded until Mercenary comes in for the rescue, as this Cypher Machine is currently at 90%. And as you can see, both Puppeteer and Novelist are already starting the last 2 Cypher Machines across the map.
So it's looking quite good, still in tie range for both Hunter and Survivor. They still have Mercenary with the elbow pads already at the 2nd floor. Let's see Takako, if he's going to make the drop down happen anytime soon. He's feeding that tinnitus, while everyone else is still working on ciphers. So no need to rush anything just yet, but you don't want to run into him. And now we see that the Goatman could kind of trap the Mercenary here.
But it's okay, one elbow pad straight towards the chair. There shouldn't be a failed rescue here happening at all. But with another 9-meter rage KD as we... Oh, didn't get the double down on towards Takako just there. So unfortunate here, but it seems like Takako once again mind gaming through toward the side, going towards middle right now. It's a double down, but it's okay, ladies and gentlemen, because we're finishing up the 4th and 5th Cypher as Archer is very far away with 20 seconds until Flywheel is ready.
Archer still has some items to work with, and Yan doing a good job just tiptoeing. Let's see if Yum is going to catch him. Probably knows already because the peeper was dropped, and now the bow has been drawn. Tries to go for the 100% shot, able to get it. We're kiting out the tie turner, but now it is going to be the down onto Archer.
We see Mercenary is actually really close towards Puppeteer as well, so Monopi can actually pick Mercenary up as well as healing himself at the same time. We're basically finished 4 Cypher Machines and a half here, as you can see Monopi being able to pick up Merc on time, but once again, it is just the fact that, you know, that case should be on the other side of the building, or else you'll just block yourself off and 40 resentment stack wasted.
Yeah, so now maybe a bit of an opening for the Survivors to kind of re-rotate around here, but I'm not liking how Mercenary is so close to actually falling down. Resources are still okay. Yeah, he still has 2 elbow pads to work with, and Mono P seems to be in the area here, so we have a little Lewis to work with to tank some hits.
But Teleport is going to be ready soon as well, ladies and gentlemen. So, because we can't finish these Cypher Machines nearby, we've opened our 6th and 7th Cypher. Nice vault over, but it's a terror shot in exchange. Yum was able to react there on time. And unfortunate for Monopi there, not having muscle memory. He definitely could have vaulted that over and on time, but now, once again, another terror shock at hand. Mercenary Cypher Machine at 50%. And you can see here, we basically primed almost all of the Cypher, and it's up to Novelist for this final rescue.
Oh, and it's basement, probably? No, not basement. Okay, so it's all good. Atto still in the area here. Luckily, they all have borrowed time. We do have trump card ready. We're not going to use it just yet. Atto in the vicinity might get blocked off here to just force more chair time. See if he's able to capture him. Able to get the hit onto the onto Atto here.
But Tram Senpai coming for support. Can we maybe get something off? Nice switcheroo here just about on time as we're trying to body block here for... Oh, Lil Lewis here once again and breaking the cage there as well as trying to pop open this Cypher Machine there too. Currently 90. Nice target shot get down. Still trying to get the Cypher Machine done about on time here. And Novelist just needs to pop open the Cypher. It's okay. We can still go for one more rescue and let's farm some storybook points as Mercenary primes that final Cypher.
Ooh, and now we showcase the basement here. So really intense final showdown here with a lot of borrowed time on the Survivor side. A primed Cypher. Mercenary's already here to force... Oh, sorry. Novelist is here to force out a rescue. And now we're going to get a cage ongoing. This pop needs to be immaculate here.
But Novelist was blocked over a little bit, unfortunate. However, all Survivors do have BT, so it's really just Puppeteer needing to get out here as well at the same time. Puppeteer maintains the full health as our Mercenary is on the way towards the other side, but Monopi can tank a detention hit. So I think we want to try get him down ASAP with 60 stacks and then teleport towards Merc to see what we can do. But of course, once again, this is Puppeteer, 10 seconds on hand to use, alongside with the fact that it is a beautiful Palace Stun in exchange.
Okay, so Yum using the warp to try and catch out Atto, but this allows the Puppeteer to make his way towards that exit. We're gonna get another stun here, courtesy of the Novelist. Axiz Survivors looking pretty good here at the end game, but the drop down hit will register, and now that looks like a tied game.
Oh, yeah, we need 58 stacks of resentment here to even catch up towards Monopi, as Monopi still does have two Little Lewises on hand to use. But as we do make our way towards the gate here, let's congratulate them from the side of Axiz, a beautiful tie game, and not much really that this Goldman can do, especially when he blocked himself off towards our second cage activation.
Again, this is what they wanted, right? Just get a tight game, try to take them into unfamiliar territory just for them to be able to get more bans on the board. But yeah, Goatman, it kind of struggles, or at least struggled to get how he was in the previous iterations. And you really see the resentment before you get to spam those cages. But right now, you really need to be purposeful with them.
Yeah. And I would say, right, Xteam did do really well there in towards the early game during the first half. And now when we look at the survivors of Axiz here, they didn't necessarily speaking do bad, but I feel like for the rooms of improvement as well, in which the first crossbow from the side of Nian, as you can see here, overall containment time of only 65 seconds. I do say only, but it's also because the fact that it is an archer, but you're still up against a Goldman, so it is fair enough. But if only that crossbow registered properly and stunned the Goldman, it would have allowed Nian to have an easier containment time instead of such an early hit in which it gave him a lot of pressure to try prolong it and then rotate towards Graveyard.
Usually it just takes that one hit, one misstep to really solidify a game's outcome, right? So a lot of should've, would've, could've's, but this is the reality. It is a tied game. What a great moment in this group stage. Axiz versus Xteam still locked horns in this matchup, and coming into match number 2, Xteam will have that map advantage. So I wonder what they'll be bringing to the table, because it seems like Axiz not very familiar with overtime, very familiar with dragging it out. Xteam still kind of getting used to like the group stage, but I feel like they're already warmed up here.
Yeah, and you also saw there as well, right? Axiz survivors in total 650% decoding progress throughout the map, in which a map only has 7 ciphers. So we basically opened 2 additional cipher machines because of the fact that, we did chair Nian towards Graveyard, and now Novelist was forced out. But also at the same time, towards the end game, where Puppeteer was trying to force that cipher to be opened, Yum knew that he couldn't use a cage, because if he used the cage there, he wouldn't have enough for endgame work. They could have immediately popped all ciphers. And then I think it was very scary there after the pallet stun from the side of Puppeteer, had to change targets with the warp, looking for a Novelist, and then getting that final down as he was very far away from the dungeon.
Yeah, again, really well contested and evenly thought out match. I think if we compare both Goatman matches, is there was it Kakiri or was it Yum that stood out to you, Kuro? We'll talk about that after the highlights, folks. So let's watch the highlights before round number 2.
OK。不要！这个龙子可能要死，这个龙子可能要死。可以，我死墓地，我就死墓地，我就死墓地，可以救。怎么说？可以救，可以救。可以，没看到。好的。
As we are back from the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, we can see there as well how well Xteam survivors performed during the early game chases, in which it did force the hunter of the Xteam survivors in the first half performed really well up against Kakiri. However, in the second half, it was Axiz survivors who was able to prolong the game, decoding an additional 2 cipher machines, in which it also concluded as a tie game between these 2 teams.
Yeah, so bring back to my question that I asked, which Goatman performance, or was it that even that no one had the slight edge over the other, because it is a tie game for both sides, and both kind of had different moments to shine in, but I feel like survivors also had some big moments as well. But what are your thoughts before we close the chapter on it?
I would say probably from the side of our map ban picks first, it is going to be Leo's Memory here selected by Xteam. So that means it gives them more of an edge towards the survivors, in which, you know, as we saw during the previous game, the survivors did manage to handle Kakiri really well. I'd say probably the highlight has to be given towards Yum, as this is his debut Goatman in a group stage team, especially up against Axiz. Being able to get such a great tie game is also very impressive too.
So, not the first time we're going to see Leo's Memory here. We saw it in the previous Xteam match up against GG. And they were actually in a pretty big, well, not really pretty big, they were in a point deficit coming into Leo's Memory. And this is where the cheerleader and the professor came out. So, I'm excited to see Leo's Memory. This is a map we rarely see in this competitive stage. What are you expecting here, Kuro, on Leo's Memory?
Probably, as you said, the cheerleader and the professor, especially coming in towards their second half here as well. You don't necessarily see QS a lot in this game, especially with the amount of pilots, but as the professional team always kind of does like to run it off with Opera, with Ivy, so I do believe for them, having banned out potentially as being Opera Singer, you can still run Professor and Cheerleader together to counter the stuns, but then as well, if there is the QS, just in case, the Professor still does a good number on him alongside with his Cheerleader as well.
So I'm expecting a lot. Well, same possible bans on the side of Axiz. Really respect banning that professor coming out. Cheerleader might make her way into this lineup. Again, Xteam, this was the map. I guess I'm expecting a little more from Xteam because this was a map they were able to get the win over GG. But I mean, I'm pretty sure Toki, or the coach of Axis Wave, saw that match and knew, okay, we need to prep for Leo's Memory, and hopefully they will be ready for this matchup.
Yeah, I'd say they probably are, but even so, in a map like this, it does allow Yum to play his Gamekeeper. It does allow Yum to kind of play his mini pocket picks as well that he has currently stored in hand. But then once again, I guess, as we saw him before as well in Leo's Memory, it was I think it was the FL's games where they played up against an Ivy as well, in which they were barely able to get a tie game. However, once again, it is just dependent on the team comp here being played by Xteam, whether or not it is sufficient to go up against Kakiri for our Game 2 first half.
Okay, so we're going to see Xteam Survivor grace the stage, so we will see if they will. I'd say respect ban the professor, or their professor, and maybe possibly their cheerleader, because in that matchup against GG, the cheerleader actually was able to kite for a while. So it just depends on how Kakiri wants to play this one out. Again, he brought out the Bonbon. He has an Opera Singer, Soul Weaver, Goatman, Ivy. How would you like to see an Opera Singer in this map?
I think Opera would be the best choice, wouldn't it? Especially when you can quite smoothly dash between one area to another quite easily. However, two-story is our biggest issue. The amount of pallets is also another issue as well. But Opera does get more wins on this map compared to Ivy. Ivy, the only good thing about Ivy really is just, oh, look, that's Sculptor's cosplay.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Anyway, sorry. Back to topic, Posh. Sorry.
No, it's all
I'd say
good.
in this map, probably Opera Scene would be for the best, but I believe that Xteam will ban Opera to go up against either QS or Ivy.
Yeah, the reason I bring that up is because, yeah, I really think we might want to see the Opera Singer from Axis Wave, but you brought it best. I think I totally forgot that they do have one extra ban, so you want to take that off the table and not face up against Kakiri's Opera Singer. So, yeah, leaving them with QS or Ivy, and they could try to counter comp and not just play into his hand there.
Yeah. Whew. It's a bit of a tough call here for Kakiri, but you know, we see as well from both coaches' side, I do think, right, it is a good map for Soul Weaver. It is a decent enough map for Bloody Queen, except for maybe two-story. But if you run Bloody Queen, the good news is you can counter a lot of the heavy pallet areas, but with the condition of you being in a good perfect position first, and then them having no flywheels to counter you.
So while we're waiting, Kuro, I gotta ask, how are your apples doing?
Oh, I'm currently, well, group stage wise, I think I'm 50% plus on predictions. Apple wise, I'm 100k up. So I'm
100k up.
I haven't been spending.
Man. It's
I've
so
been
up.
saving.
Oh, sorry. I thought you earned that this year. Okay.
No,
but hey,
no,
that's
I've
still
been
pretty
saving.
good. The group stage is still halfway there, and 50% still pretty good. So that's all right. I don't want to talk about my.
What about you? What about you,
that
Posh?
good.
How are you keeping?
We don't ask a gambler his losses. I'm kidding. Not too bad. Not too bad as last year. Last year I was cooked. So this year, I just made a risky play. I actually put Xteam above Wolves. That's kind of risky, and I'm kind of second guessing that. But I put. Okay. So I have to check it again because unfortunately I put GG kind of low. So I either put Xteam to make it or Wolves. I put Xteam instead of Wolves to make it. So my top 3 here is GR, Axiz, and Xteam.
Oh, okay. So we need Xteam to win this one then for your Apple, Posh, don't we?
Hey man, I'm a commentator first. I'm a commentator.
Exactly. And of course, what's most important is that both teams give us the best games. As you can see here as well, I'd say for Leo's memory here being chosen out by Xteam as we move on straight towards the ban pick phases as well. COAⅨ will be our first hunter coming out up against Xteam survivors.
All right, not wasting any time, taking out Seer and Doctor. Really good ban outs, not giving away too much. And as you predicted, Kuro, Opera Singer, not going to make it to Leo's memory. Has to prepare for either the QIST or the Ivy. And we're going to start things off. Again, Prisoner and Escapologist. This lineup is looking really annoying from the get-go.
Yeah. Like, we banned out Lanterns as well for Ivy potential pick, alongside with it being countered by the Lucky Guy, which is a potential mechanic stall for additional decoding speed. Once again, as COAⅩ did realize what Xteam wants to do, banning out the Aeroplanist is the next best option. For Xteam, their pickup will be the Postman. And as you can see, they make it quite obvious that they want to utilize Turbo Chair Change for additional decoding time, alongside with Prisoner, Cypher Push, Lucky Guy, Mechanic Stall, alongside with 10% decoding speed from the letter of Postman.
This is a interesting pick here. As you mentioned, this is Cypher Rush and also just an annoyance of changing chairs and depending on what the Lucky Guy brings out. I know you said when you were commentating with Chocho, Lucky Guy Mechanic to have a double Mechanic Doll thing. You could actually just have that here with the Prisoner and the Postman buff. The Cyphers could pop left and right. COAⅩ needs to try to control the Cypher Rush. And they're double downing on what their hand is. They just want to get out of there.
So, ladies and gentlemen, COAⅩ, on your hands, you have a Joker, my friend. Do we want to run it down Joker style, or do we potentially speaking, we can't even run solo over here, so because of how fast the decoding speed, you don't want to waste time early game. There's Joker, Bloody Queen, Ivy available on hand. If not, QIST can be played as well. But QIST on a map like this, it's going to be quite tough for the early game chase, even though all survivors solo containment is below average. To say as well, because like, what is Prisoner going to do after one shock? What is Postman going to do after one bite? And what is Lucky Guy going to do after, one of his items here being consumed?
Well, we'll find out as he plays into the QIST matchup here. Oh man, with how fast the Cyphers are going to be going, I don't know if his mini abnormals are going to be a big factor, because they could just easily push it. Like you said, first kite needs to be immaculate for them to have dominance over the map and control over the map. We will see the spawn selections here. If you were the QIST, what would be the best? Okay, we're not even going to ask that. It seems like he wants to go Postman.
Wow, Prisoner is actually pretty far away at Shack with Lucky Guy and Moongate containers for Escapologists alongside with that Postman here at Factory. QIST just spawning by water tanks bottom right on our side of the screen as well, meaning it's most likely Escapologist first chase, even though he is the slowest decoder. Once you get him on chair, I don't think there's anyone else that can actually rescue.
That's true. I think they don't want to rescue. I think they just want to get the hell out of there. Maybe, just Cypher Rush, get a tie at best, or at least just aim for that and see if we can go for more. But yeah, interesting strategy here as the coaches are going to shake hands, and we are going to head towards the Persona web here. Kuro, talk us through it.
It's Tighter, Ninja Reflex, Lucky Guy, Tighter, Ninja Reflex, Max News, Escapologist, Ninja Reflex, Prisoner with Borrowed Time, with Tightener, Postman, alongside with Audience Effects, Max News. It's going to be COAⅨ running Instant Attention with Destructiveness, Overwhelm, Blink, as this will be the Cypher-ish comp between Xteam versus Axiz, with the professional commentaries brought to you by Posh Boys and COAⅨ.
COAⅨ making his way towards the two-story area where we have the postman that might have to take this first kite. Already establish a connection. Got to be very careful here not to get caught out by COAⅨ, but they've already made their first switch. A pocket watch now, so Lucky Guy may have to be the main rescuer here while Escapologist is going to move the rocket chair. YCL now. Lucky Guy does have a football and a pocket watch for him to contain this hunter.
Oh, we're going to get back towards Maxwell Demon form and just see whether or not... Oh, Lucky Guy vaults down first as Pocket Watch available to use. Pallet drop down just on time. Still a quarter of a rugby ball left alongside with one Pocket Watch here currently on hand to use. Well, playing with the mind games here as not going to be able to win here, unfortunately, for COAⅨ. Another knee-jerk reflex boost out as early game is already really good, currently eyeing at 50 seconds.
Yeah, he needs to maximize him before he gets that black hole capture. We're going to play the pallet mind games and we're going to move on along. Let's see if he's going to bounce back for the backspin. No, it's Xingchen now that has to take this rescue. Postman doggo bite just for him to be able to continue on this kite.
Ooh. Wow. We lost a pallet stun, but it's okay. We have two cue balls here, contact point, excuse me, on the side of COAⅨ to use. So it's quite literally instant blink down, or we get our cue ball capture to use right after contact point here currently being dropped down. And it seems like for COAⅩ, no time wasted. Good night to the postman, as that is our first Tightener gone from the game.
I think it was a good call for COAⅩ not to invest too much time on the Lucky Guy and just made sure, all right, let's wait for the ciphers to move on accordingly and catch these survivors off guard. We're taking the postman away from the two-story, but Escapologist may want to change. No, YCL's already on the case here, so he will go for this rescue.
We can triple contact points to lock Lucky Guy's Cypher, but YCL here seems like he will be forced to rescue earlier on. Xingchen, on the other hand, as our postman here with only one wick left on hand to use, will be forced to rotate out as 4 out of 8 cue balls here currently ready. Meanwhile, trying to lock that Cypher machine at the same time, contact point dropping out and the cue ball for the capture, as we did manage. But the capture still come through. Oh, okay.
I mean, he won that pallet mind game, but he won't be able to win that one. So quite unfortunate, Xingchen getting hit at the factory and getting hit here. Still all good. We do have Escapologist's chair, and the Cypher rush is still ongoing because he got that prisoner to just boost some Cyphers here, while we do have some domains being set up here just to stop, or just mini abnormal some of these Cyphers.
And with Lucky Guy taking time to decode this Cypher machine, it doesn't really do that much, especially when it was barely decoded. As right now we do change targets. Oh, there's Clover right in front of us here, Torble ready, but it does not seem like COAⅩ knows where this Escapologist is. So best case scenario is kind of just to walk around here to try and find the Escapologist. But right now you see how fast the Cypher machines are, as now, no damage rescue. Instant hit target for Postman. But this does guarantee a tie game at least up against a Cypher rush team comp like this.
Yeah, could be a 3-man endgame here. Again, last effort is going to get popped. He's going to just try to pull COAⅩ away from the Cypher machines that are working their way. And one is already at 60%. That's the second to the last Cypher. We still
captured?
have some compact. Yeah.
Oh, captured!
Able to
captured!
Get it.
Oh my lord! Wow! And not only that as well, Posh, you now have an Escapologist without borrowed time in your face for the instant next chase.
Yeah, but he does have Factory to work with, so let's see if he's going to commit towards Clover. What a great capture. Seems like he's just going to try to hug this area. Doesn't get through the window, and now COAⅩ might have to move on to the next target here.
YCL, our Lucky Guy, is still nearby. It's kind of a choice between Lucky Guy or Escapologist, depending on which one COAⅩ thinks that does not have the borrowed time. As we're now trying to lock these 3 Cypher machines, which does make sense, since it is the last 3. So pulling out any further will not be the best interest for COAⅩ to do, as we see right now Prisoner being pushed out towards Christmas tree once again, and COAⅩ just perma-locking these 3 Cypher machines as much as possible.
looking at Escapologist's item, does not have any more smoke screen, but he was able to get a syringe. So he can kind of heal up and kind of go for these rescues. But right now, yeah, slowly controlling the pace of this match is the Hunter. But then it's kind of a stalemate at this point, right? We're all at 0% in these ciphers, so nothing is moving just yet. Lingyan finally makes a play to try and push the 5% cipher, but with all these contact points set up, yeah, he's gonna have to chase someone on foot here just to see if anyone is going to go. It seems like YCL, they really want to try to make this a numbers game and just try to keep distracting Kakiri.
Also at the same time too, Kakiri, like in this point of the game, he can use 3 cue balls to lock 2 cipher machines and then just put his main body towards the one that he did not lock down as well. So right now it's kind of just looking at who we can find off guard. As Clover hiding, not really the best case scenario here. We do have Needles, however, which is the good news, in which that's what Lucky Guy has dropped down. But of course, changing targets here one more time. The cipher machine at 40% is on that Lucky Guy, and now we do see where he is nearby is Lingyan, still trying to push the cipher machine nearby. Being able to get the rugby ball towards the pallet is good, but we didn't vault because we were scared of the blink.
Yeah, so yeah, practicing some patience there, it's all good. But now Escapologist did heal up, used up that syringe, and in that happening, 42% and 43% on 2 ciphers, but we're locking it in once again. It drops down to 28%. YCL has to be very careful. Uses the pocket watch in time. We predict the hit.
What's really bad about this now is cue ball coming out straight towards Prisoner, in which, unfortunately speaking, did not land on towards a single contact point. However, with Turbo still available to use for this Escapologist once again, it quite literally is just continuous cipher rush from the side of Kakiri, in which we dropped the survivor near Prisoner first. So that means we might want Prisoner to rescue as much as possible, as he's the only one with borrowed time.
Probably on the last one, but yeah, it seems... Oh, actually, he's already here, so let's see. As the ciphers are still moving on, just eat that hit. Lucky Guy still has a bit of a football to work with. Let's see if he's gonna bait out a blink from Kakiri this end game, and it seems like we are gonna see YCL gonna use him to just turn this corner, gets through the pallet, but unfortunately didn't bait out the blink.
The bad news about this is Prisoner will get forced to rescue as Blink is open, available, ready to go as well. As you can see here, we're currently carrying this one towards basement. However, with 2 struggles already on hand, Kakiri realizing that basement is not possible anymore. So our next best case scenario, ladies and gentlemen, is to go and use our body to block this area, throw down the triple cue balls here for this Prisoner, and then force this Escapologist to either rescue or disconnect the cipher.
Okay, we see that is the case. Clover is actually going to be forced to rescue, while our Prisoner here is going to try to just rush these ciphers. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Lucky Guy slowly expiring. Kakiri just holding all the cards here. He's going to get the rescue. Need to body block just for the transition to happen.
Blink?
Nice, but no, forces out the blink, and we go for the pop, and it's quite unfortunate. It's a 2-man end game.
It's good news here. 3 cue balls ready on the contact points, on the hand of our Kakiri to use. Alongside with Escapologist here, not having much to use as well, but we ran straight towards the face of this character too. And now, just with 2 contact point, instant lockup and drop down on towards the center. Lingyan is already at the gate, which is nice. However, knee-jerk reflex given for free here. For Kakiri is unfortunate, but now Clover getting towards the other side right now. The dungeon is right there. However, we can immediately counteract this with just 1 normal hit down. But of course, this guarantees the 3-man elimination from a full Cypher Rush team comp by Xteam. And in a map where this is Xteam's choice, it's a great benefit for Axiz, as they do still have map choice for round 3.
Yeah, the fact that Kakiri was able to realize when the situation wasn't in his favor, he just transitioned towards the next best target. That being the Lucky Guy being chased first. Didn't quite work out. Shout outs to our commentators over there at CN. So shout outs to you guys. And also, I think that, yeah, just the midway point of the game, it was just really tough for him to, for the survivors to kind of get control of that Cypher Rush.
Exactly. And of course, as we do have our screen on the JP commentators as well, you can see the players here going up backstage. You just look at the center of the screen at the same time too. But now we kind of eye on towards the target to who? To the Axiz survivor side, in which with the match stats, as you can see, it was an initial 40-second containment time after we changed targets from the lucky guy, who does have 107 seconds of containment time in total.
Yeah, so incredible performance, incredible control, and it's back to us. So again, shout outs to our casters that are there on the ground in at the stage in CN. So shout outs to them. But yeah, it was really tough. I mean, I liked the idea that they were trying to go for with the Cypher rushing, right? But you play too hard into that you won't have any endgame traits or any endgame skills to work with. And yeah, it kind of played into the advantage of this COAⅨ. So great stuff on Axiz Wave's side. At least they didn't give them the 5-point game.
Yes, and I would say as well, from the side of Xteam, having a prisoner on the team and knowing the Cypher machine layout, still leaving a triple chain Cypher machine at endgame where there was only one Cypher remaining was a big mistake with prisoner, with a postman alongside with the lucky guy on the team as well. Even though postman was first chase, we were able to get our decoding letter out towards our survivors, and of course, yes, it may be a COAⅨ, but I would say in this scenario, it was a heavy mistake by Xteam. It definitely could have been guaranteed tie scenario if we just broken the triple chain. And then when it came to that endgame scenario, a potential dungeon jump, as we saw from Clover's side, would have been doable if only we had a better setup in mid-game.
Yeah, and if we take it back even further, if the pallet mine game wasn't lost in factory, Postman could have had a longer kite and just prevent the first skill from being unlocked, waiting for insolence to pop. So just quite unfortunate that it's these minute moments and details, right? Positioning of the ciphers, just losing the pallet mine game that could really swing the game into one faction's favor or the other. And just so happens here it was in Kakiri's favor.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that we didn't win that pallet mine game earlier on for Postman, giving the hit for our COAⅨ and then blinking down instantly after target change forced out Escapologist from decoding the corner's abandoned cipher, and then, well, no, that wasn't Escapologist, forcing Lucky Guy to get out of the corner abandoned ciphers, and then back to the center one where he was forced to rescue on the early phases.
And also the captures were so on point, right? The long range one, right? Getting the Escapologist off his cipher and just forcing him to use his last smoke screen. So yeah, just excellent performance on Kakiri's side. Luckily, Yumkin tried to battle back into this, but that would be going up against the survivors of Axiz that will be setting themselves up on the stage.
Yes, and you can see here as well for AxiZ, very happy with the result, how, you know, it was a map, it was Leo's memories. It's, as we do say as well, more survivor-sided than it is hunter-sided, and with Kakiri being to guarantee a 3-man elimination for them in a heavy pallet map, heavy window map, heavy containment map, I'd say for AxiZ themselves, they know they all need a tie game in this round to take the win for Game 2, and then in Game 3 when they have more advantage of map selection.
I have to ask you this, Kuro. This is a more personal question, but which is your favorite IJL jersey?
Or
uniform, because the jackets also are pretty cool.
Yeah, the jackets are, well, to be honest, if I would say one that stands out from IGL, it should be RC. They went full white this year instead of their full black compared to last year, so they're white and blue now. But for IVL jerseys have always remained the same. They haven't changed their color scheme overall. So for me, it probably is still for me it's probably WBG's jersey. I like black and red a bit more.
Okay. I personally, for IJL, I think Fennel has a really cool design. It looks kind of like a NASCAR. It has a collar as well, but yeah, Reject's kind of surprising us with all white, really clean look. I really like how that looks. If we go IVL, I kind of like how GR, because before they were red and now they're pink, and that's one of my favorite colors. And yeah, that really stands out to me. So I've been a GR fan ever since, man. Like the different iterations of it, yeah, they're pretty good. So I would say GR for me. But I understand Weibo Gaming has a really cool uniform. Dou also has a really cool color as well. I can understand
Yes.
people liking the Dou color there. If Xteam would get picked up, right, and there's Xteam in IVL, what color would you give them?
Xteam, I think Xteam might be. I think a lot of colors are chosen, right? Xteam might be green for me. Green. Or purple. Yeah.
Okay. Purple's nice. I think that would be cool. Because right now they're just having like just a placeholder jersey, right? And they have
yes,
just just kind of like what Southeast Asia and EU, right? They just give them that uniform to wear. So hopefully, I don't know, like hopefully they can keep shocking the world here and just get a placement, or at least have these players kind of picked up by other teams as well. But I would like them to stick together, since if they do go far, this is the winning team, that the winning formula at least.
Yes, and of course for Yum as well, it is pressure because this map was chosen for the survivors initially, not really for the hunter. And knowing that Yum does have a QS, I believe Xteam will ban out QS first, in which we force the Opera and Ivy to be played. And knowing Opera Ivy can get Cypher Rush with just 2 Titaners on the team, Axiz can actually play pretty safely here, as we did see them in round 1. Every survivor bringing borrowed time except for the Enchantress, except for the Archer, who was the initial first chase.
Yeah, kind of playing into their strengths, right? Or like playing into their game plan. So yeah, I do see that happening. So you personally don't think that we're gonna see a pocket pick here of like a Wu Chang or Gamekeeper?
I think in this map, a Gamekeeper is decent in Leos in rank, but I do believe from Survivor's point of view, they won't rotate back into Factory after the traps have been placed down. The only sad thing about Gamekeeper in this map is 2 traps early game is not enough to lock any of the containment spots. And as we now move on straight towards the ban pick phase, Seer alongside with Anti-Current here currently being banned for our first 2.
Wants to avoid those stuns, and we're locking out the Qist. Teeing up either, as you said, the Ivy or the Opera Singer for Yum to work with, and gonna take something out of their playbook, going with a Prisoner pickup, just so Yum will have to make haste in getting that first chase down to control the Cypher Rush from happening.
And with a per ban here, I believe from their point of view, if you want to go up against Opera, Aeroplanist wouldn't be bad if you want to contain Anti-Decode at the same time. But knowing how strong Meteorologist can be on this map, Yum just decided that it's probably best to get rid of her as well, as now we move on towards the 3rd pick.
Let's see if they're going to get a main rescuer, but no, actually going to go Aeroplanist this time. So Aeroplanist, Coordinator, and Prisoner. Aeroplanist, if Meteorologist gets banned out, at least you have Aeroplanist to kind of take to the skies or be able to pull the distance away. And we're going to lock out the Wildling to just finish off the lineup here. And this allows them to pick up that first officer.
Getting Wildling out showcases that Yum does not want to play Gamekeeper, as Wildling is afraid of Gamekeeper, especially from his hooks as well, that can hook him up immediately from the boar. Picking up first officer here is good. It does maintain their Cypher Rush ability, especially after their first rescue. But not only that as well, you do have COAⅨ support and alongside with Aeroplanist secondary rescue, just in case something does end up happening or something does end up wrong. However, right now you see here, right, Axiz is utilizing the Leo's Memories map that they have chosen and utilizing the same synergy that they have used during their first half to try and counter Yum in our second half.
Yeah, so I would have to say a lot of pressures on Yum because he does need to make this Leo's Memory map pick work, or at least just tie it out with a 3-man elimination. Of course, he wants to go for more. He's really deep in thought with what he's going to be playing. Either QS is not on the table, either Ivy or Opera Singer, which is usually round 2 type hunters.
Yes.
Personally, I would like to see his Opera Singer. His Ivy, I don't have notes on it yet, but his Opera Singer was the one that won him in this map, in this match up against GG.
And there it is. That's the Opera Singer that will be selected out. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's not forget, 2-story building for Opera to chase is proven to be harder, as you can dash towards the upstairs areas and just overall in Factory as well, except for the outer side near the palace. that's the only place that allows you to perform easy dashes. But with this, I believe X-Team Yum, for him, it has to be Prisoner first chase. And I believe for Axiz survivors, Prisoner should be running max knee-jerk reflex flywheel alongside with Snooze.
Yeah, and stay at that area that you mentioned, right? Just to give the hardest chase potential to the Opera Singer. So now, looking at the map selection, surprise, surprise, let's see who's going to spawn over at the factory area. It is going to be none other than the Prisoner, while Coordinator right across him in the shack area, Aeroplanist at the center, just to give a little bit of support. So, where will this Opera Singer land in this map? It seems like lower right corner to just try and chase out the Prisoner.
What I like about Aero spawning in middle here is he can touch the Cypher Machine in middle to give the 2% boost initially, and then just in case he does get chased, or if Opera Singer changes targets to him, First Officer can come in to rush that Cypher Machine at a bit of a faster pace, right? 2% might not seem like a lot, but it is when it comes to a fast hunter like Opera. As we see our coaches here shakes hands, let's move on straight towards the Persona points we go then.
Persona build here, Blink, trump card detention on the side of Yum, while we have a kiting build on Atto's side since he is the Prisoner. We have Borrowed Time as well as Tide Turner on the Aeroplanist. Same with the First Officer, while we have Borrowed Time, knee-jerk reflex on Nyan. So folks, Axiz Wave versus X-Team. Axiz in a bit of a lead here. Let's see if Yum can tie it out here at round 2, second half. That's Kuroshiro, I'm Poch Spice. We're your commentators for this matchup.
Opera, okay, Prisoner is not actually on the staircase here just yet, so it will take a while for Prisoner to make it up. But you see how fast Yum is with these leaps, as now Prisoner is just barely at the staircase upstairs. We might be able to actually get the window here on time, but I don't think he can pull as much distance as he wished to.
Yeah, so now Atto's just going to kind of run the gamut here, but forcing the window here. Blink is still about to be on a 30-second cooldown, so just really making sure he's going to maximize this area. Probably already made the connections happen, forcing the pallet breaks here. And Yum just really hell-bent, and look at that, winning, just able to actually hit him as he vaulted through the pallet.
Oh, I was scared that it would have been a terror shock there, but thanks to muscle memory, it did help us out a lot more than expected. But Atto right now, nice electrocution as the pallet dropped down on time. 4 seconds left, ladies and gentlemen. We did a terror shock. Oh no, if we terror shock, that would have been so good. But now with flywheel available on hand to use, Atto, even after the vault, after flywheel, we got it just on time. Thankfully, no knee-jerk reflex, but just so much time Bosch afterwards.
Yeah, again, Yum at the start here, you want to get as early as you can, but that's possibly the best he could ask for. Again, it was kind of under 2 minutes. It was like 1 minute, 11 seconds, and he used the factory. So you do have a lot of tanky characters to go for this rescue. You have Aeroplanist, you have First Officer. Coordinator there is there with that gun, just in case, like get the rescue, then goes for the shot. But some ciphers are going to start popping.
Yeah, and you see as well, Mono P is already at the back of factory. We left Cypher Machine at middle undecoded for First Officer to decode, as he will be next rescue. And Mono P, one nice jetpack towards the chair, as we will be able to split off here safely, as Prisoner just has to run away as far away from this corner as possible, just to allow Mono P to Cypher rush this Cypher. As you can see as well, Cordy now rotating to the final Cypher Machine.
Yeah, so Axiz Wave doing an amazing job. We're also going to try to get a connection, but full presence is going to be gained on Yum's side. But Cypher Rush is still not in his, is in the favor of the survivors here. Going to get an instant share here. Let's see if he's going to try to camp away and try to get more survivors down, as Takako is going to come in for the rescue.
Oh, but it seems like for Yum, our main priority is to get rid of this connection, so it allows him for an easier time in. Not only that as well, I feel like if we went for Takako, it would have been better, or maybe a failed rescue, but the prediction here was, unfortunately speaking, wrong, as we make it towards his chair, and the rescue comes true.
Yeah, able to hit a farm off a hit, so at least the injuries are stacking up. A Tide Turner will be able to land an effect. At least he wasn't at the pallet, so just gets a mini stun here. We're going to still get a connection going by Atto. And now Cyphers are looking quite healthy on the survivor side as Atto will be sent back to the manor.
The scary part here is teleportation is ready and our aeroplanist is at half health. So let's see which teleportation goes through towards Nyan first and foremost, 65%. That's fine. Cordy here maintaining full health, which is okay as we took the knee-jerk reflex out of speed boost. And yet again, Nyan, no hit on towards him just yet. Ooh, nice mind game by our coordinator. But of course, the hit will come through as thankfully not a terror shock.
Yeah, so coordinator really holding on to this flare gun, and they really brought accordingly because they do have that borrowed time. So it's going to be really tough. He's going to try to make it all the way before he hits that window, able to make it through. No, we get the shot off just to get the vault going.
Oh, just on time as well, ladies and gentlemen. To the Shadow Dance back here, just to go back and see whether or not we can Cypher control that Cypher machine too. But as of now, you can see here, it seems like the one at middle is at danger. Monopi, on the other hand as well, we believe that he does not have borrowed time, but instead, no, he does, as he only carried one Tide Turner. Now, on the other side, very nice jetpack, but we couldn't get out as we got stuck in between the wall. Did we? Yeah, we did not get stuck in between the wall. But with this, we're double backing towards the 74% Cypher machine, and Axiwave once again on the run.
Nyan getting caught out here. Got to be very careful, but able to actually make, man, Yum is able to actually make his way through the map, like back and forth, but the numbers are just overwhelming, right? Just slowly pushing one Cypher after the other. Monopi does have one last jetpack to use. We get the hit, and we also jetpack away.
The only... Oh, no, this might be really bad. His teleport is ready in 7 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Coordinator is currently on the Cypher machine as first officer trying to make his way in for the rescue with one last pocket watch. Yum, teleport comes out here. Could be just about enough to secure at 3k. But with Takako here currently on the outside, 90% Cypher machine decoding progress here. We know the Cypher is almost primed, but it doesn't really matter because this is the first officer we're talking about. Yum didn't get the prediction there correct as we're trying to play around this area just one last time. And their pocket watch could be activated at the same time here too. We get the cancellation, but that's okay. That's an instant pop as 5-second cooldown here. Teleport straight towards the other side. We got the rescue on time. However, Takako will have to face the wrath of this operator here as he will not go down just yet. Okay, that's all right for now. Still no hit on towards Takako here. Very nice dodges from his side, but finally, as he does go down, we will have to get a share here no matter what. But Yum somehow clutches a 3-man, well, I guess a 3-man endgame with 1 man already eliminated, but Cordy not at the gate here just yet.
Yeah, first time, first officer on the rocket chair here, but we see Monopi in this vicinity. It might actually be able to get it, and if he dashes his way towards the exit gate, can he actually go for it? No, he wants to secure the 3-man elimination. So we're still all tied up here, Kuro.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, this is what matters the most. Game 3, and it's a tie from both sides, but it is Axiwave who gets the choice of map selection here. However, once again, Yum did a brilliant job handling the pressure of that mid-game where he needed to control 2 Cypher machine, one at Moongate and another one at Factory.
So my question here is my question to you is, do you think if he dashed towards the the aeroplanist, would that be a play, or would the aeroplanist heal up in time to go for the rescue? Do you think the 4K would be an inevitable, or this 3 is the best he could have go for given that scenario?
I think 3 would have been the best he would have went for. Potentially speaking, right? Maybe even if you force out the pocket watch and then teleported. I think in that case, there would have been a chance there as both Aero and First Officer had no items left. But I believe from Yum's point of view, the Cypher machine was done. So we just decided to aim for First Officer first and then go to see whether or not we can 4K afterwards.
Okay, fair enough, because that was actually a really good Axis Wave game, and like the mind games, the palette mind games, are working in favor of Axis Wave, and even though this match did last less than 6 minutes, they were able to Cypher rush, but I believe Yum only really got his hold on this match towards the late game. It was a 3-man endgame, but at least he was able to predict accordingly on the first officer away from the rocket chair and force the pop to happen and just keep landing detention hits from there on.
Yep, and also with the fact that when we teleported towards Coordinator 65% Cypher Machine decoding progress, we also saw that both our aeroplanes and officer wanting to meet up to heal. But instead, since Cordy was being chased and trying to bring out the hunter from that Cypher, it was officer coming from the back, trying to backdoor decode that Cypher Machine at factory. Meanwhile, aeroplane is also decoded the one at Moon Gate. So maybe even there, potentially speaking, if we have just healed with those two characters, it may have been enough, right? With the rescues and decoding that can come true during the later on phases, but it was Yum's final last decision into camping that Cypher Machine, leaving Cordy, which put the Axiz survivors at such a big stalemate.
So I'm just, I just had a funny thought. This goes overtime, and we were blaming Chocho and Gummy. I was like, are we the problem? Oh my god. But it could go that way. I'm just letting everyone know that overtime is very much a possibility. I'm all for it because, again, it's Xteam, right? It's Axiz. First place or first seed versus third placer. It's going to be an intense one. We are going to check out the highlights, and right after that, it is going to be round number 3. So stick around, guys.
我直接救了，角落低啊，角落低啊 ，OK， 角落给了一个点啊，满了，3叶，拿满，我来救，可以救吗？可以往木，哎，来把红队，好救，打住了，卡住了，闪现吃，跑一个，哎，得放心点，はい離れてね。 立て直すさんの相手間がっついたいてあ6割あぶね出てんなこれ LJ8 ね OK めっちゃ突っ込んでくるこいつないのか逆行くしかないもんこれ
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just finished up Game 2 between Axiz versus Xteam, as now straight towards Game 3, we're going to be fighting for the Silver Scrapes. And moving on towards this matchup now as well, it will be Axiz who gets the selection of map. So that means a vantage point back towards Axiz, as now Xteam having to deal with the map that they choose.
So looking at my notes here, Axiz likes picking Lakeside, also Moonlit River Park, and Church. Those maps have not been selected just yet. Meanwhile, Xteam likes banning out Chinatown, Lakeside, Hospital, and Dark Woods. So I'm pretty sure we're going to see either of these 3, as you mentioned. Is there any map in particular that you think Axiz can perform well in between the 3 of Church, Moonlit, or Lakeside?
I think if they want to counter Yum's Gamekeeper, in which I do think is a huge possibility, as you have seen here as well, Arms Factory on their side. Yeah, but like I wanted to say, Axiz should choose Chinatown to allow Kakiri to play more, but it seems like Xteam knew themselves as well that, look, Kakiri performed really well here up against, I forgot which team was it, but it was a CM team for sure, up against the previous CM team in which they did a reverse sweep. So now instead, they decided, okay, let's do Arms Factory. There's Bomb, there's Soul Weaver, there's Bloody Queen available to play, there's also still Qist as well, and we can permaban the Qist for Xteam's Hunter. And then in this map where Gamekeeper is not good, you have an additional ban to whoever you want to give it to.
Interesting. Yeah, I think that is possibly what they're trying to go for here. Again, this opens up, like you said, Bon, Soul Weaver. Heck, even Peddler can come out on Xteam's Yum, if ever. I know Kakao did come out, but I believe that was OT. And he did bring out that Peddler up against, I think it was Wolves in that matchup. Creating, was it Wolves? No, sorry, it was, Wolves.
Wolves,
It was you and Gummy that covered that.
Remember, yes. Yes. But I would say, right, with this matchup now in Arms Factory, like we've seen Kaka play round 4. If we remember correctly, it was overtime round 4 with Axiz versus Wolves, in which he played Peddler to continue his streak moving on forward. This was also the map where Kakiri got the 3-man elimination as his Ivy, in which Ivy is still available for him to play as well. So it's very dependent on whether or not they want to get Kakao for his Bonbon, for his Ivy, for his Hermit picks, or do you want to maintain Kakao still for if we want to maintain Kakiri still for round 3, you utilize his Soul Weaver or even potentially Ivy if it is not banned.
what I'm nervous about, and you mentioned Ivy, because Ivy works really well here in Arms Factory. I don't see Ivy on my notes for Xteam. So they will have to play around that, I'm guessing. So possibly Peddler, maybe bring out Hullabaloo, I think, or Gamekeeper, or something else besides the Ivy. Because Ivy, we've seen so much win potentials with this Hunter. So still up in the air. It can potentially go overtime, but it seems like the Hunters are starting to ramp up their momentum here. And it seems like a Hunter-sided game between Axiz and Xteam.
Yeah. However, let's not forget Axiwave Survivor team did almost get a 3-man escape on this map as well up against World. So I do believe from the point of view of both Axiwave, Survivor and Hunters, they believe that this is a map where they can do a lot of team plays. This is a map that they can counter Peddler as well with their, previous mechanic and Fire Investigator they're being chosen. And alongside with Monopi, who did kite for 3 Cypher machines with his Escapologist that is still available for them. But as of now, during the first half, it will be the Hunter of Axiwave up against the Survivor of Xteam.
Okay, Kakiri still on the Hunter seat here, while we did see the Survivors of Xteam getting ready, so they have to be careful of the picks, or at least have to respect ban the Ivy, respect ban maybe the Soul Weaver as well. As, well, it seems like there is a fan, like a question poll here. I wish I could read this, but if you guys can, let us know. It seems like a lot of people are raising the 2s up in the air. Some 1s as well.
Well, unfortunately for us, language barrier, which is
I know.
Kind of
Chocho was able to I think they were talking in the previous ones. They were talking about like food and all that, just to get the crowd like lively and whatnot. So if anybody knows how to translate that, much appreciated if you can.
Definitely. But For Xteam, however, let's not forget, they do still have Cheerleader. They still do have Prospector on their arsenal to use on a small map like this. Definitely very doable. We know that Cheerleader has been very, very prominent with her recent, buffs being the fact that you only need 25 stacks instead of 28 for that mini borrow time. So I do believe, right, if Xteam wants to, their Cheerleader being pulled out on this map with Antiquarian still available, or even Prospector or any other harasser, can bring them a really good mid to end game, or even possible to fight for a 4-man end game.
Hopefully they'll be able to come out. We've been seeing a lot of respect ban onto the Professor, but no respect given on the Cheerleader, because you got to give it to Xteam for trying to go for that like really Cypher Rush heavy composition and Leo's memory. Now maybe they're gonna bring it out in this matchup in Arms Factory because of the points that you did mention. So we just have to wait and see. And you gotta trust in Xteam if they can actually win this over Axiz. If they're able to do this, what a win on their side.
Yeah, and of course for all teams from Group B as well, we've always went BO3, we've always also went overtime as well, so this still being the toughest group for Axiwave does prepare them really well mentally going in towards the top 12 too. But still, I know from Axiwave's point of view, we really want to win this. If we solidify this win, I do believe, look, you're guaranteed top 8 for sure, to say the least. And not only that as well, for Xteam, this is very important, as if I'm not wrong, they've only Wolves left to play up against after this, so
yeah, Wolves will be their last matchup because they faced GR. That was their first match. Their second match was against GG. Third, this one, and Wolves. Oof. What do you think is the harder matchup, Wolves or Axiz? If you're Xteam,
I think it might be. I think it might be Wolves for Xteam, because Xteam doesn't really do well up against Hawaii from my knowledge. But let's move on towards the ban pick phase though. First 2 bans should be Seer alongside with a potential Doctor or Antiquarian.
And you called it. Antiquarian is going to get banned out. Kakiri here still has a lot to work with. I think he has more pocket picks of Hunters. But let's see if we're going to get any respect bans onto his pocket picks here. Or will they just stick to the meta bans? Just to take off the table of Kakiri, since only Goatman and Qist are logged in from game 1 and 2. It seems like they want to go pocket bans here. Bonbon and Soul Weaver out of the table.
We left. Oh wait, forward Doctor first 2 picks. We want to counter both Opera and Ivy at the same time, as Doctor here, as you can see, tearful eyes finally out of the permaban phase. But standing this case for Kakiri, we want to ban out a potential good container, which is Meteor, as their third ban, because a lot of already good character picks has been used by Xteam, and with getting Meteor out of the way, it forces Xteam to play hard counters in towards this Hunter of Kakiri.
Yeah, they still haven't yet got a solid rescuer in the team. I think they might have to go for that, but no, they go Acrobat, so solid container, as you mentioned. Oh, sorry, first officer is actually picked up in the first one, so they have only access to Mercenary, I believe Gravekeeper as well. So let's see what the last ban is going to be on the side of Kakiri. Pharaoh Lady.
Pharaoh Lady. Okay, we want to play Ivy here then. And I do think Xteam realizes too. So if we want to counter Ivy, last pick. Arrow is still available, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
If they don't pick up Arrow Planus tier, especially on a small map with Cypherrush ability, I think Xteam here will lose out on a loss.
Oh, we got a lawyer in the building. I think first lawyer pickup in this lineup. So kind of veterans here with the lawyer and the doctor. I was actually thinking lanternist. I was thinking also aeroplanist, but they went lawyer, Kuro. Please make sense of this. What was going through your head with this lawyer pickup?
Oh, they want the additional 5% movement speed boost from lawyer to counter Ivy's Ostracon corruptions. I do think it's also a way to counter the Opera as well if lawyer is not first chase. However, for Kakiri right now, knowing that you also still do have Peddler available to play, Peddler goes really well into this team comp. It counters it counters Doctor, it counters Forward, it counters Lawyer, so this is really tough to say because Lawyer is too hard of a wildcard to predict.
Yeah, Peddler is good. I don't have my notes with Kakiri using the Peddler. It was Kakaka. But if I look at my notes here, Kakiri, Goatman, Opera Singer, Ivy, Qist. Yeah, Peddler is usually Kakaka, Wax Artist, Clown, Bonbon. But you just gotta trust. I don't know. I'm kind of liking how Xteam is kind of making this draft happen. Again, I was turning into a believer. Maybe I need more faith, chat. You guys have faith in Xteam? Let us know, because bringing the lawyer into this mix, the wild card is going to force out the opera singer coming out of Kakiri.
Yeah, it's
no Terror Shocks.
Yeah, there's no Terror Shock potential, and Forward can't really... Well, Forward can buy time, maybe not harass as much if Kakiri brings out Mischievous Fast Balloon pickup. But what will be scary is leaving Doctor outside and allowing her to continuously heal forward and buy time to allow survivors to guarantee the tie game. I believe with Xteam, their survivor team comp chosen here is to tie up against Kakiri's Hunter pool and to move on towards overtime where they will get the map choice up against Axiz, as they can't ban any maps afterwards as well. But let's have a look at spawn selections though, because there's two survivors that can't really contain well up against this Opera.
So let's just get priority. Doctor is gonna get the factory area. Forward at the center. Acrobat gets Shack. Oh no, they're gonna switch it up. They're giving the lawyer the factory area. Sandbags is gonna go straight to the doctor. So an L-shaped spawn here. Again, Arms Factory, a close quarters map. Let's see where Sangria will be spawning here from Kakiri.
Now, Lawyer does get a triple additional stack on vaulting during the first 30 seconds of the game. So, with Kakiri spawning by Moongate, yes, it will allow Lawyer to stack the triple towards 15% vaulting boost in order for him to prevent the hits after Shadow Dance back. Now, the good news here is we're very close to Doctor as a potential first chase, in which we can blink and, well, normal hit and then potentially either blink down or have a relatively fast enough catch-up.
Let's see if that'll be the case. The coaches are going to meet at the center, and we're going to check our persona webs. Again, it is still all tied up, folks. We have no leeway on between these two teams as we look at the persona web here. Oh, okay. We got window blocking, blink, detention, got mischievous, as you pointed out, as well as the wanted order. Meanwhile, kiting build on YCL with some borrowed time. Same with Clover. The tide turners are going to go to the lawyer and the forward. So, folks, Game 3, first half, Xteam versus Axiz Wave. Paunch Spice and Crucier Gaming at your service for your commentary action.
Okay, COAⅨ, first chase here is straight towards Doctor, as we can see, making our way towards sandbags, and then to the factory area.
Factory area is going to be occupied by two, actually. Ling Yin and I believe not the lawyer is actually, maybe they might give way for the lawyer, but YCL is also here. So two ciphers are being worked on. It seems like lawyer is going to try to pull away Kakiri and in the palleted area outside the factory.
Oh, mind games, mind games, mind games. Lawyer doesn't have to be too worried here because he does have knee-jerk reflex and he does not get terror shock at the same time too. So that's no hit past the pallet, unfortunately. And Lawyer once again will lose the pallet mind game there in exchange. Can definitely take the window on the inside, but oh wait, confined space was just expired.
Yeah.
So this allows Lawyer to pull even further of a distance while also maintaining veteran speed boost.
Excellent stuff, and able to actually control and kite towards the middle area. We have some pallets to work with. Gotta pre-drop those just in case. Shadow Dance baits out the vault, but we also get a stun. So not sure if that was, well, bought a little bit of time. So let's see if we're still gonna go for some support here on the forward.
It's unfortunate because we cancelled attack recovery animation and Xteam will be forced to rescue here instantly as well as COAⅨ knows his current location. Our forward here might be forced to pull a rugby ball there as well at the same time, but now let's see here, might be blink open and then Shadow Dance back as forward pulls and didn't pull another ball out. He got the knee-jerk reflex, excuse me, and now seeing two survivors decoding outside forward once again, only at around 60% ball remaining.
Yeah, so just has to eat this hit, gets the rescue, pull tide turner, no body block, but we are gonna try to stun the Shadow, and now that is gonna be a double down, Kuro.
Lawyer did manage to pull away. Nice stun here once again, but Lawyer playing mind games around. There is a pallet for him to use here as forward still trying to body block as much as we can. Blink here currently ready on hand to use, so Shadow Dance back on time as well. And now Doctor coming in for the support with the heal on time, but that's going to be blinked down instantly. And good night, Lawyer. Lawyer didn't get hit. Wait a second, there's a Doctor here for the block. Actually missed the blink open hit on towards the Lawyer. Once again, it's just Doctor. Annoying character here on hand to use as well, but let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, we can pick up the Sing Tongue and then bring him close towards where Lawyer is as Lawyer still on the run away from this area. Doctor being able to get the heal, but that blink miss was so unfortunate.
Very pivotal miss blink there. And also, I can't believe he didn't hit the Lawyer. Though he just whiffed that one. We got to see that again in instant replay. But holy smokes, now if the Lawyer gets healed up, can go for a tide turner rescue. But Doctor is fine. She can actually go for this rescue. We can use the football to actually pull distance away from this side. And as this is happening, ciphers are still moving, but not as fast as we wanted to.
Forward pulls the ball away straight towards the next nearby window here as he does get blocked by a chest. But let's not forget now, COAⅨ straight on the chase towards the back. Doctor healing here once again. No items on hand to use, no blink as well for this Opera Stinger. As now forward with a one last rugby ball chase here. We're going to change target straight towards Lawyer here once again. But he's at such a great area with so much pallets.
There's so many pallets here, and everyone's really scrambling to heal up and try to provide as much support as possible. Ling Yan needs to be very careful. He's been doing well thus far in terms of kiting. This will be a second chair if ever. Waiting for the Shadow Dance mind game. He's gonna go through once again. COAⅨ just has the reaction time for him to be able, or at least baiting the reactions out of this Lawyer.
But still, Axiz has a huge chance to still trim and eliminate here. Let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, as there is a forward who was on chair, no borrowed time, and then Lawyer here also no borrowed time, second chair. We're going to push this forward away once again as we want the force of rescue to come true. And of course, with the pallet there currently being destroyed, 8-second ball, that's going to be a rescue there straight by the Doctor. But it's okay, even if it was forced. However, now the question is, can we body block to death?
Yeah, that firebomb actually was very pivotal. YCL gonna hang out in this area, unable to get it, but this Ling Yun has to make it, and through the... Yeah, he wanted to go for that body block, but right now, they're gonna have to say goodbye to the Lawyer.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is bad because Doctor should have stood in between the pallet instead of just trying to camp it as well. If they got in the heal there and then dropped the pallet, healed back up once again, he could have body blocked the pallet there twice, but unfortunately speaking right now, we're going to go back straight towards Clover here as he does have knee-jerk reflex and borrowed time. However, Kakiri on the onslaught, we do not have teleport, let's not forget. So at best here, if you want the 3k, forward is the way.
Yeah, forward has already sat on that rocket chair. You've already expended the football. Xingchen does have access towards that shack area. Let's see if Kakiri is going to try to commit towards this forward. Sees the scratch marks on the floor. Will try to go for this forward that, as you mentioned, does not have borrowed time. And now has to kite over here at the back of shack. Oh,
no, we're trying to Cypher camp so hard here by Kakiri. One more Shadow Dance to go towards the back. Did not force any items out of forward, unfortunately speaking. And now back towards the Acrobat as we're missing 2 Cypher machines. But look at the decoding progress as Doctor is going to finish off the 94%. And the 2 Cypher machines at middle is 75 and 83.
It's getting too close, Kuro. Look at that. 2 Cyphers are past the 70% mark. So Kakiri has to be careful, has to commit towards someone. We do see lower left side of the screen, the Doctor is opening up something. We do have a perfume, so that can help the forward out. And also the Doctor does have a magic wand and a syringe to work with. So let's see if these items will come into play as they're opening up a backup Cypher just in case.
Yes, and I do believe, right, with one survivor at a gate each, for being a moon gauge and Doctor being a factory gauge, it guarantees them a good end game tie, especially with no trump card available on hand to use as well. But Ford here getting caught off guard. He's the only one without BT, ladies and gentlemen. So now with double pallets here currently being dropped down, Kakiri still trying to look for a lot more. As yes, the perfume was beautiful. However, once again, Doctor on the Cypher machine middle. As long as Kakiri just chases after this forward, it guarantees a 3-man elimination game before here putting towards Junkyard just to get away. And now YCL not being able to pop open the Cypher machine here just yet. But with Blink ready, Acrobat slow gauge opening, it is still very doable.
I like that they're not forcing the Cypher, not forcing the issue. YCL's gonna have to just heal up here. Gonna get too close for comfort, trying to just guard the center Cypher. So they left the 48% one and 75% one. Clover does have a bomb to work with. We're gonna try to go slow, but we sidestep just in time. Totally fine, has borrowed time, and now they're slowly pushing that 60% Cypher just ever so slightly.
We see Doctor as well just outside of that factory window, and then Sinton, our forward, wanting to come in to get the rescue on time, but it seems like he will get baited. Does he get baited? He doesn't. Towards the back right now as Doctor is still decoding, as she is not afraid of this opera singer. Now Kakiri seeing where this forward is before staying at the back is a very good plan, as all what we need to do here, ladies and gentlemen, is just to get the forward down and pop open a Cypher for a guaranteed tie game. But of course, Blink hit down instantly. We're just going to pop open a Cypher machine instantly as it's Acrobat at the exit gate. So this allows Opera here to have an easier time to get towards the gate. But a Shadow Strike is ready in 5 seconds. It's a race against time.
Yeah, let's see if they're going to try to just open the gate with the Doctor already making his way lower left side of the screen. Already the Doctor is there. We're past the 60% mark, slowly but surely. But Kakiri is going to try to chase down these two, and it is open in time. They need to exit.
What a tie game by Xteam. They're very beautifully done, especially with the misblink earlier on as well, which denied Kakiri's early game performance. A tie game in this scenario, and all what we need to do by Yum is another tie game to guarantee an overtime.
Yeah, incredible performance. I'd have to say also, even though the survivors did have, I would say, a bit of a blunder situation in the Doctor not body blocking for the lawyer, because that could have been a really scary scenario for Kakiri. It was a tied game all throughout, because I think back and forth it goes. The momentum kept shifting on Survivor's side to Hunter's side, and having a tie here is all good, because Yum can come into this, keep tying it out, or try to go for that win. We're still on this even playing field here. But yeah, I'm excited to see what's gonna happen next, man. This is quite the intense turnaround here for Xteam versus Axiz.
It is. You also see here as well from the side of Xteam, they use Lawyer Doctor here for their game tree. So going towards overtime, they have way more characters to use. But Lawyer 83-second containment time alongside with Doctor's body block being able to buy him that much more time. Best deduction will be given to Doctor.
Yeah, YCL, incredible performance. Hopefully we get to see some Survivor MVP in that sense. But, you know, I'm getting a little ahead of myself. We got to still play out the second half and potentially play out an overtime here. So this just shows that both these teams are really leaving everything on the table here for them to be able to claim victory. And I'd say the victory is going to feel sweet, but the loss is going to sting a lot if it goes all the way till OT. So there you have it. Perfect. Oh, man, Chocho would just love this scoreline. 10 out of 10 here.
Exactly. Not only that as well, as we do now move on towards the second half, it is Yum that is playing. And we saw Yum bring out the Goldman, we saw Yum bring out his Approximate, which guaranteed a 3-man elimination. But now with these characters gone, as the survivors of Axiz can ban out Ivy alongside with his QS, that means all what's remaining is either the Hullabaloo or the Peddler as well. Axiz has done well up against that Peddler before in Arms Factory, especially when it was Monopi who was first chased being the escapologist.
Let me ask you this. How do you feel about Gamekeeper in Arms Factory?
I don't feel good about it. I personally speaking don't feel good about it, especially when you still have meta characters that are available to counter, and it's not really the best map when it comes to landing those hooks as well.
Let me ask you a second question. How do you feel about Axeboy in Darkwoods?
Honestly speaking to you, I don't remember that game.
You gotta believe, Kuro. Chat,
exactly.
Do you believe? But then I admit, maybe Gamekeeper not yet. I think the way they were able to bring that out is because they had map selection. So I think if he wants to bring that out, probably best in overtime if they can reach that portion. But to get there, yeah, bring out possibly the Hullabaloo, bring out whatever is not going to get banned out from your lineup. Because I'm pretty sure, Opera Singer is going to get taken out, possibly QS as well. So he's really looking at Hullabaloo or Peddler, which you said Axiz Wave looks kind of decent going up against.
Yeah. Exactly, and it's now Axiz Survivors Team Comp, right? They tied game 1, they got 1-man escape game 2, and they're going straight towards game 3. They need to tie this one up, or if Yum gets a 3-man elimination, then we will be able to just end the game, and with Xteam, winning 2-1, or no, sorry, 1 win and 2 ties, considering these both teams right now are currently head-to-head.
Yeah, I think Xteam just proving a lot, you know, to play at this level, to go up against franchise-based teams. You don't necessarily have to, be participate in IVL just to go toe-to-toe with these guys. And, man, I could just imagine also the pressure that these IVL, IJL teams are feeling, because usually non-pro teams, they can kind of handle. But Xteam is a different beast. I think being in Chinese mainland, it just really elevates the quality of the games that they get, and also having access to quality coaches and scrims as well. Just shows that this is a really strong region.
Yeah. Not only that as well, you can see here too, it's like Axiz definitely put up a really good fight, but for an amateur team like Xteam to go toe-to-toe once again up against Axiz here, who's, in my opinion, ranked 3rd in IGL, I would say now for the Hunter of Yum, look, he has a lot of pocket picks. In this map, even Wu Chang can be doable. It's now a selection between his Wu or his Gamekeeper.
You believe?
I think
you believe.
I believe in the process, not in the results. I believe in the process, Posh. That's what I believe in.
You gotta trust in the process. But you think a Wu Chang would be better than a Gamekeeper?
I think if you want to tie a Wu Chang, might actually be better than a Gamekeeper.
I like how you're being very safe with your chosen words here, Kuro. But yes, the Wu Chang did come out round 1 up against GR, which was bold move, bold strategy. He was able to get a tie, but that was Ever Sleeping Town. We're talking about a different map completely here. So
yeah, but it's a smaller map, Posh. It's a smaller map. It's a map where the gates is 1 umbrella away, and you can control Cypher machines 1 umbrella away as well.
I like this, Kuro. I like this version of you being very hopeful on the non-metas. Is there a hunter that you haven't seen yet that you want to see? Not necessarily in this match, but like in any group stage.
I think in any group stages, I would like to see Geisha being played a bit more or Bloody Queen. I think it's a choice between those two, yeah. Because still, with this current meta being distance pulling, alongside with solo containment, with the Archer, Enchantress, and current harass, single hit Hunters is something that I kind of want to see a bit more, especially when it comes to Perfectionist Hunters as well. But just kind of going back to this as well, right? Wu-Chan is a single hit Hunter. Gamekeeper could be considered a single hit Hunter if you disregard his torn hooks during the first presence. But we really have to see what, Yum wants to cook up here.
Yeah. Again, there were a lot of people in chat also hoping for the Bloody Queen. Geisha as well. I think Nell would want to see that Geisha as well. But man, the meta has kind of evolved past that. It's kind of weird not seeing a Bloody Queen. I mean, I remember like if you watch the early codes, it's all Dream Witch, Bloody Queen. That's all the hunters you'll ever see round 1, round 2.
Yes.
But now it's barely spoken into existence here because of the Ivies, the opera singers, and the QIsts. So, you know what? For a time, also, I keep bringing this up. Night Watch was short-lived. Like it was just that one time, and you barely saw it in competitive. It was just that one, like a couple of months. It wasn't even a quarter. I think. Then it kind of fell off.
Found out Wu-Chan.
Hullabaloo? Are they forcing a hullabaloo here, or?
Could be. We're currently looking at whether or not there's that possibility. Well, look, we're running the same team comps again. It's Mono P's Escapologist, and then, if I'm not wrong, Takako's Mechanic.
Yeah. This is interesting. And they're still running the gamut of trying to Cypher Rush here. We're still not out of the woods yet, folks, if we want to try to OT this. But there is a big possibility for the survivors to get a 3-man escape, or if Yum can actually win this all. It could still change. Again, a tie is taking us to overtime, but either of these factions could actually take this. And it seems like they want to double down on this. Escapologist, Mechanic, and Lanternist. So the Cypher Rush is very present here in this lineup thus far.
And Yum banned out Composer as well, as they did see before in the GR match. And then finally, last but not least, the Pharaoh Lady. So this is a 100% Ivy from the side of Yum, in which he wants to look for the win game. It seems not even a tie anymore. So with the last pick up against an Ivy, you still do have Enchantress remaining. But I don't think they want to run Enter, as they're still missing one last rescuer.
Yeah, I understand them taking out Pharaoh, but they will go Antiquarian here. So Antiquarian can provide that harass. Again, this is quite the annoying comp because of Escapologist. So we just have to wait and see what Yum will be bringing to the table as they fully lock in this lineup.
And with Andy here being chosen as well, I do think it's a counter to just the Ostracon range, especially with your spin being additional 5% movement speed boost. It does serve not a bad quality to the Lawyer as well, because it's a bit comparable. Lawyer 5% movement speed boost, and the current when she spins, it's also a 5% movement speed boost. But now, let's not forget, Yum is really happy with his current ban picks as well. We got rid of 2 fast decoders and Lucky Guy out of this equation with his additional doll decoding progress as well. But for Yum, still, do we have Ivy available to play? Because if not, this team comp is really hard to deal with. Unless you're saying, okay, we want to play Peddler into it, but playing Peddler into a comp like this where you do have the living frame from the side of our Lanternist, tough call. Really, really, really tough call as well. And for Yum here, look, we did ban out his Wu-Chan as a respect ban. We did get rid of the QIS as a respect ban as well. That means for our final last pick, it will be Ivy, as it is the best option here secured.
Yeah, so I'm all for Ivy. We talked about how Ivy is really good in this map. Heck, even a 4K potential on this Ivy. However, I don't have any notes on Yum using that Ivy. So him bringing it out here and now, I'm excited to see it, but I'm also quite nervous because the Cypher Rush is there. You don't have anyone to really pull distance away from the Ostracon area, so that really helps. So still kind of in favor of Ivy, but the big question is his Ivy actually tournament tested and ready for the lineup of Axiz Wave?
Oh, we see the selection here. Mechanic out middle with Anti-Current here at Shack. Meanwhile, our escapologist will be spawning just by factory gate, and of course, junkyard for lanternists. Ivy spawning by the corner rock as first potential chase could. Oh no, we're changing to Moongate, but first potential chase is either the mech or that lanternist.
Yeah, might as well try and get rid of the bot just to eliminate the bodies onto the map. So he can go for that. Lanternist could be also a good potential chase just to get rid of the living frames, but it's still going to be a tough task because the escapologist could just change the rocketeers. So you got to be able to set up the ostracon areas, make sure that you're able to actually set up early, especially if they're going to push for endgame. Coach is still talking, but they will be shaking hands as we head towards the Persona web build.
Yes, and as we now do move on, it's going to be Instant Potential alongside with Max Hunt and Berserker on Ivy with Blink. Then, double Titanner Lanterns Escapologist with Flywheel Ninja Reflex Mechanic, Flywheel Anti-Current with 1 audience effect on hand. This will be Game 3 second half between Xteam versus Axiz with the professional commentaries being brought to you by Kuro and Posh.
A debuting Ivy by Yum. Can his Ivy actually take the victory or at least take it to overtime, or will Axis Wave survivors reign supreme as we see the Phantom form try to leech onto Takako?
Oh, 62 stacks. We shouldn't really have changed our course of direction there. Could have gotten up with 59, but instead wanted to go in towards factory instead of taking the windmill there. As Takako looked at where the hunter was, we want to use the Phantom now to get the free 100 stack.
Okay, we drop down the bot. We do see that it is here. We leech onto it just to get a bit of presence and also get rid of any decoding potential. So it's still all good. And now we still try to hone in and just circle into just downing this mechanic to start off this match for this Ivy.
Pilot drop down early. Neon Cypher Machine will be locked as we have to bypass this anti-Korean, but also at the same time, Anti can tell Mechanic the current location of Ivy, so she's going to be able to safely rotate out. As now, anti-Korean baiting the stacks on. Do we want to get it on time? Because we don't want to chase after Mech, especially after getting a hit. And now it's Neon for the instant next chase, as we do have 9 seconds of disarm. And then finally, ladies and gentlemen, instant 100 stacks of corruption, as we are going to be able to get back in with 56.
I thought he was going to try to swing through, but no, still 2 possessions here and unable to get the swing. We go through the window once again, and the bamboo flute is going to try to make this rotation continue on here. Blink hit, but not blink hit down, so it's still looking all good for Axis Wave survivors.
Now, Mechanic has a doll outside here, and you can see Cypher Machine's 2.5 down. Currently, Flywheel available to use, but it's going to be Lanternist on the other hand that provides that living frame to counter the stun just initially on our side note here too. So we're going to be able to get the vault in on time as Revelation. Nice! Revelation on time with the disarm just to counteract it all. Nyan, you're an absolute godsend, my friend, as now the pallet drop down once again. 2 stacks of corruption on this Anti and another bamboo stack to use.
How many times did the silence happen on Yum? He got corrupted so many times, but now the bamboo is about to have its course and finish its course. And we do see the Antiquarian still able to kite blind, walking in faith and not by sight. We just know, we believe that we're able to last long here. And now no more bamboo flute. Trying to go for a red light trick and finally able to get the down onto Nyan.
But let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, Mechanic Stall is still outside as well as we're decoding that current Cypher Machine. Yes, it is Lanternist here for the first rescue, so all survivors is now just making the rotation out at the same time. Well, Cypher Machine should be the one at 40%, which is the unfortunate part, but with that terrible exchange, we got debated on towards this escapologist who will tank the initial first hit. But ladies and gentlemen, let's not forget, it is a free rescue for Anti-Korean, still with Flywheel left on hand to use.
Yeah, they also have their last Cypher, by the way. So now Yum is pretty much on the back foot here. He needs to start getting survivors sitting on rocket chairs to try and control this tempo that Axis Wave has set for the team. But now we see that the Mechanic Doll is healing up the Escapologist. So it seems like the numbers game is still against Yum.
And of course, 2 survivors here decoding a Cypher machine each. You can see there as well, 93% Cypher machine about to be done. Alongside with, if I'm not wrong, Mechanic is the one starting the new one. As of course, no, the Mechanic finished the one. Atlantic Courier is now on the chase, but 59 seconds just about on time. Blink ready in 20 seconds, as we did manage to get the pallet drop down on time. But Nyan just wants to running a straight line here, potentially speaking, trying to reutilize this Ostracon range to get rid of the corruption. Flywheel ready to hand Nyan once again. 3rd time is the charm, as we got rid of the corruption 3 times in a row now with Blink ready in 9 seconds.
Nyan is just running roughshod in this area. Yum can't actually catch up, and they're still working on their last Cypher. Antiquarian is still unable to force out the blink this late. Could be the difference maker here up against Axis Wave Survivors. 2nd time Nyan's gonna sit on the rocket chair.
But now the issue is there's 2 Cypher machines decoding at the same time. Not only that as well, Atto Cypher currently at 92%. Here comes Escapologist for the rescue, ladies and gentlemen. And also, let's not forget at the same time that we can teleport towards Lanterns just in case something odd does happen. But this Titer comes out first and foremost. We want to try to get a hit on towards either one of the survivors. And now a Mechanic with the doll at the gate, getting rid of the Ostracons. The hit comes through as well, and the pop will also negate at the same time. Monopi has to be very careful here as the doll just on the other side here. Let's not forget, this is the scary part of this game. Leashing out towards the doll is fine, but now it's all about that mid-game map control.
Okay, able to set up an Ostracon on this gate. We need to set up another one and just try to hold out the tension. Mechanic doll is no longer in, but Kuro, we're at the end game and 4 survivors are out and about. So can they get at least 3 survivors out to end this matchup, or will we have a bounce back here on the Ivy? Everyone's still kind of spread apart. They can't overextend here because Yum constantly moving in and around the map.
Oh no, anti-Korean additional rugby ball to use as now Monopi 2 turbos on hand, ladies and gentlemen. Let's not forget, blink 71 seconds, detention 74 seconds. You don't have enough time to blink someone down as now Neon on the run out here. No one on the other side. The Phantom is there as well, as you can add. The Ostracon also just depleted after that 60-second cooldown. But of course, last 60 seconds left on the hands to use for Yum here. You can see his heart rate, 149.
Oh my god. But look at the survivors as well, 152, 140. Everyone's heart rate is racing. You and mine, and also everyone in chat. Nyan again trying to be able to just run away, but we see another Ostracon's going to be placed down. Nyan has a football to work with. He's going to get possessed. He moves on away at 51%. Let's see if he's going to commit towards this Antiquarian as they try and open the exit gate, but no, we keep going back and forth.
Oi, that didn't hit on towards the other side. Lantern is the Divine Savior Grace here, as now, yes, Living Frame will end on the other hand there. The other gate is currently at 65%, but for Yum right now, we're trying to chase after the Lantern, but it does not matter as your Phantom isn't even on the other side just yet. Monopi needs to get out here first, no matter what. He cannot be leashed as Anti-Current trying to make her way out here, but as long as Anti can leave, that's all what it matters. Dropping down her Phantom here one last time, teleporting over for the last chance just to get out of this area. Anti with that dungeon nearby, as now, yet again, let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, the tension will be officially over, but it is still that Lantern is trying to force open this gate.
And the blink down could be ready, but you have to go for the Antiquarian. It is Nyan has a football to just pull more distance towards this pallet area, and it just seems like the blink didn't even connect. Axis Wave controlling the mid to late game of this match, and now it seems like 4 survivors are gonna exit the Arms Factory.
But we want a body block for our survivor, the only one. The legend of Axiz will go down, but it does not matter as Axis Wave takes the Tree-Man escape. It's not the IVL versus the IGL, it's Axiwave versus the IVL, and they like those odds as a Tree-Man escape. Brilliantly done by Nyan as he full-on carried this game.
Nyan absolutely has to get best deduction. I was watching his screen the entire time. He was making the right reads in his kiting routes. Again, a great performance by Xteam. Yum in particular debuting the Ivy, but it couldn't matter because Axis Wave was ready. And as you pointed out, I believe that they're in the top spot in the playoff. They have one more match to play out, but man, well-deserved, well-earned with that performance.
Wow, that is crazy. It was Nyan, the only survivor. We needed him the most. 3 corruption cancellations early game, allowing Mech to pull away, them decoding Cypher machines for free after the blink miss as well, Posh. And with this, it's Axiwave securing the Tree-Man escape, being able to bring us to the silver scripts and no overtime, unfortunately.
Oh no, Chocho, Gummy, no over because they're not here. That's why. Darn. I guess you got to save the OTs for Gummy and Chocho. But anyway, match stats here. I got to look. There's Nyan, best deduction. 188 seconds. Count it, chat. 188 seconds. Call 1-800-NYAN if you want a bad time if you're a hunter. Want a good time in decoding because he can contain the hunter that long.
Yeah, not only that as well, it's now 3 teams down, 1 team left to go. GR needs to get ready to go up against Axiz because they're coming in hot.
They are. My goodness. I think it's, they haven't faced adversity just yet, GR, but Axiz just doing an amazing job. I know GR still has to face Wolves as well, and then they have to face Xteam. So there's still, Wolves has to face Xteam. So there's still a lot of matches to look forward to, and I'm excited about. But today's results, my goodness, 4-4, 4-4, then 5-3 down to the wire here. And it was not a hunter matchup. It was the survivors to actually tank the win here for Axiz. So congratulations to them.
Exactly, and not only that as well, it was like it's just back to Nyan here once again. He showcased why he has 2 of the best stats here in our group stages right now, especially in Group B, where it's the hardest for you to even get stats like that. He basically showcased his own prowess alongside with adaptability, especially up in Ivy after being force chased, trying to buy mechanic time, trying to force mechanic to get away, and then yes, triple bamboo sticks, 15-second disarm time, cancelled 2 of corruption stacks.
The way he was able to manage the bamboo sticks also, like just the silence and then the corruption. He got corrupted like 3 times, and all those 3 times were silenced because of the bamboo sticks. Not to mention he also had the forward football. If he was able to actually escape the game, oh man, that could be like a Hall of Fame performance, but it's still a great performance nonetheless. Axiz getting 13-11, winning the final game buzzer beater. Man, full court press onto that exit gate. Everyone is trying to block Nyan. Incredible performance on Axiz Survivor side. Again, my heart goes out to the Xteam. Not their night, but we do have to congratulate Axiz.
Exactly, and like, look, the early game was actually looking really good for the side of Yum, especially when Mechanic decided to not take the 59 stack out from Corruption range, from Ostracon range, but the target change from Nyang, who was able to successfully bait the fish out of the water, then instant free 15 seconds of disarm time, and then rotating from her original Cypher machine, by the way, at Shack Ruins, Junkyards. Posh was basically the tide turner, especially when the Cypher machines outside were being decoded so fast.
I think also, and someone in chat brought it up, it was, you can also feel the stress on Yum's side, him not being able to even land that blink, when usually he's really good at just controlling the pace of that match. And you saw the stress meters, or you saw the heart rates on everyone was just through the roof. And I need to check my heart rate after this this broadcast ends. But my goodness, what a way to end the night, right? Axiz on top, potentially Survivor MVP coming in hot, because the Hunter only was able to get a 3-man elimination, which is all good. But I don't know. I really like to see a Survivor MVP.
And also from Axiz as well, I do believe they do get the quad group stages spot. They always perform really well, right, in global international stages. In comparison to their, let's say, regional stages, they might not perform as well, but it's the group stages, it's the IVSs, where they have spectacular. But we'll be moving on to our highlights first, and then we'll be back for the MVP.
And there you have it, folks. Axiz Wave, the comms there. I mean, in round number 2 and 1, they were kind of quiet, but here you really saw the intensity in their voices that they were able to actually get the 3-man escape, which is what they needed to win this set. And I like what you brought up. In the regionals, they don't really have the best performance, but international, they're like, they're so good. It's like, you know, that person that's like, no, trust me, I swear, I'm really good, but I just need to be in that COA stage, and then I can cook. But locally, I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe?
locally,
I'm not sure.
locally, I do believe it's probably also because of the fact that Zeta and Orsi knows them really well.
That's true.
Like,
that's true.
Yeah, because like, it's always been like Axiz Wave and FL that fights for the 3rd and 4th place. Meanwhile, Zeta and Orsi is kind of like the one who fights for the finalist. But still, we have seen between Axiz Wave and FL, you know, them performing really well. 3rd place 2 years ago in COA 7, and then I'm not wrong, FL won IGL once as well recently too. So I would say it's just between the IGLs themselves, they know each other way too well. And then for internationals, for Axiz Wave, they really like to pull out pocket cards, especially choosing Arms Factory, where it was the same, almost the same team comp that played against Wolves, but this time they secured a 3-man and not the tie game.
You'd love to see it happen, right? Just the hard work and the pocket picks working out. Axiz Wave staying on top here. Their next match will be up against GR. That is another barn burner of a match to watch. But also, again, big ups and props to Xteam for really taking it to that limit. Again, non-professional team in the group of death, still swimming with sharks and still taking them to their limit. Is still something you want to see. And there you have it. Nyan getting the victory here. Best deduction.
Exactly. That game 3 anti-Korean was impeccable of a performance from his side as well. His first best deduction too, and our second Survivor MVP. Survivor MPs overall are given towards the Japan divisions as of now, since we are still only day 6, still 4 more days left, and with that as well, more chances for other survivors to get their potential BDs.
So I just want to point out too that the IGL teams are the ones getting best deduction for survivors. It's Maiken and Nyan. So pretty good stat to have on the side of the IJL teams, that their survivor teams really are able to get these best deduction awards in a best deduction Hall of Fame full of hunters. So congratulations, well earned to Nyan. Kited amazingly up against Yum. Unfortunately, it was at the expense of Yum.
Yes, and I'd say for Yum here as well, look, his IV actually was not bad throughout those throughout those gaming and laning phases too, because like we saw how we routed ourselves from factory then towards the shack and then trying to bait out Nyan's anti-Korean. But even so, it was Nyan who was on the upper hand throughout that game, being able to buy 4.5 cipher machines to be decoded that forced Yum to go towards the mid game, in which the middle of the map, excuse me, not mid game, in which it allowed all survivors to recuperate and allowing anti-Korean to get that additional rugby ball.
Yeah, incredible. Again, nothing to take away from Yum. I think that he might be biting himself in the back, or like just hitting, just being a little too hard on himself, because it could have been there, but a lot of pressure, right? Anyway, let's go to the stage for the interview portion of Axiz Wave.
我们请到了塔卡口和摩诺皮来到赛旁，先打个招呼吧。
では勝利おめでとうございます。高子選手、モノピ選手、自己紹介お願いします。高子選手からで。
アクシズウェーブの高子です。
アクシズウェーブのモノピーです。
欢迎两位！哇，好燃好在状态啊！今天 Mono P， 因为面对这个 Xteam 呢，我相信因为 Xteam 他上次是赢了成都基金嘛，感觉他们状态很好。其实他们之前是没有对阵过 Xteam， 所以很好奇。先问一下塔卡口，他们面对这场比赛有做一个什么样子的准备呢
？GG に勝ったことある X チーム、今まで戦ったことがないかもしれないんですけども、どういうふうに準備してきたんですか。では高子選手お願いします。
そうですね。X チームサバイマーもハンターもすごい連動が高くてすごい強いチームなので、GG とブルーブズに勝ってすごい勢いづいてたんですけど、一回チームみんなリセットしてまた一から気を引き締めて練習に頑張りました。
因为对方的那个球神和监管我们都知道是非常的强，虽然我们在这个小组里战胜了比如说狼队或者说 GG， 但是我们还是就是从零开始调整了心态，就是从0到1的这样一个准备去迎战今天这场比赛。
没错，这个组冠军太多，所以压力也太大了。但是我看到今天 Monopi 的赛前，感觉他很自信啊，包括在赛后采访的时候也是很帅气的。问一下，今天是不是 Monopi 觉得整个队伍，包括他自己的状态还是很自信、很敢打、很轻松的呢？
では本日モルピ選手結構選手席とかで、今のインタビューでもすごい自信を持った様子を見せてくれて、では本日ご本人様とチーム全体の調子はどういう感じでしたか？
そうですね、まあ今日すごい大事な試合、全部そうなんですけど、特にここを勝ったらトーナメントが確定するっていう試合なんで、もう硬いよりかはやっぱりはっちゃけてもうパワーのある感じでいった方がいいと思ったので、もうすごい元気な感じで頑張りました。
就是虽然每场比赛都很重要，但是这场比赛对我们来说可能更有意义一点，因为赢下的话就可以确保晋级嘛。所以说比起怎么说呢，就是很拘谨啊，我们还是希望可以赛出自己的状态，就是拿出自己的活力和元气，然后去应战这个对手。
是的，3连胜了，今天这场比赛的胜利很关键，而且能够看到这把比赛其实大家赢下来也是有来有回，很焦灼的。前2把的时候大家都是完成了一个大局的平局，第3把他们有通过一些什么样子的战术安排完成了这样的一个突破呢？想问一下高。
では高子選手、第1ゲームも第2ゲームも分けという結果で、それに調整するために第3ゲームでどういう準備をしてきましたか？
そうですね。相手のハンターの方が本当にビリヤード、オペラ、そうですね、足投げもすごい高い連度で、2戦目は惜しくも3釣りやれてしまったんですけど、本当に。限りハンターどっちも最強なので、その2人につなげられるようにしっかり、4釣りはされないように自分たちで、冷静に立ち回れたのかなって思います。
就是对方的监管可能台球啊、格局啊或者羊这些都特别的强，然后我们在第2局的过程中也被就是不幸的拿到一个3抓，但是呢第3局我们的目标就是因为我相信我们的2位监管队友都非常的厉害，所以说我们就尽可能的不要被4抓，创造一个对他们来说相对有利的这样一个局面，这就是我们的作战方针。
没错没错，能看到其实今天就是2边的阵营也是双向奔赴，一起在发力，而且最后看到我们刚才结束的这局，样是拿到了一个最佳演绎，他那个古董伤好秀。那他在牵制的这个过程当中，我们团队的队员们有在做一些什么样子的运营和沟通，去预备完成接下来的这个3跑，甚至他们好像还想尝试4跑。
では最後のゲームでニャン選手がすごい骨董賞のチェイスを見せてくれて MVP を無事取れて、ではその過程の中で3逃げを狙ったり、4逃げでも狙おうという姿勢を見せてくれて、ではそれに向けてどういうふうに BC で連携を取りましたか？モノピ選手お願いします。
そうですね高子さんが内地してからもう結構すでに高子さんが結構稼いでくれてる段階でニャンさんに掛けチェンして、でもうすぐに VC で飛んできたのにショーを合わせてもうすぐ叩いたって言って、もうそこら辺でもうなんか結構安心してて、結構チーム全員もでそこからもうさらにすごいスーパーチェイスで伸ばしてくれたんで、もうニャンさんが最初釣られた時点でもうチーム全体的にはこれもう勝てるぞってなって、もうここからは逆にもう安定した行動で絶対にミスをしないようにそうですね、堅実な立ち回りをしてもう勝ちを狙いに行ったって感じですね。
首先，那个监管追的是就是高子这个我们的这个高子选手，然后在途中有一个换追到那样的这样一个操作，然后高子已经在就是给到争取了一点时间的这样基础上，然后那样选手呢又是在就是语音中给到了说，我就是用那个枭已经打到了就是羊，然后我们听到这个消息我们就非常的怎么说呢，有了自信，然后在接下来的过程中就是打到了一个比较好的坚实的基础，在可能他被一挂的时间就已经是对我们非常有利的，所以说。 说在那个时间点，我们的心态发生了一个切换。我们就像之后的我们的想法就是，我们如果可以比较安定的，就是比较稳定的去求稳，去打下我们就是打出我们应该有的这样一个风采的话，那我们一定是可以拿到至少胜利的这样一个结果。然后我们就把它给发挥到了底，就是落实到了最后。对。
哎，那很好奇，最后看到他们几个人也都去见面了，偷偷问一下塔卡沟有没有队内沟通一下，尝试一下四跑，当时他们队内的语音是什么样子？
では高國選手、最後のそのゲート前のニャン選手を迎えに行ったシーンで VC はどんな雰囲気でしたか？
そのまま引き止めるが切れてたので、ね。
ニャンさんも近くにゲートにいたし。
现场教学中。
ニャンさんも近くにいてすごい4人ゲー。壁決まんなくて悲しかったけど、でももう少し4人ゲできたのですごいいいレゲ取れたかなと思います。
就是首先看到那个监管其实已经没有一刀斩了，然后那样的话他已经也是在离门非常近的地方。那我们就是想，既然有这样一个机会，我们就一起去拼一下，争取一下，然后就一起去实现了这样一个操作。
还是做出了一些很热血的尝试，就像今天大家Axiz Wave整个的状态一样。那说到热血，最后一个问题，因为3连胜了嘛，他们马上还有最后一场比赛，很关键的比赛，然后很漂亮的这一场小组赛之旅，我觉得接下来让 Mono P 最后在这个赛后采访来给大家用他自己热血的方式，给自己的队员们加个油鼓劲儿。
では最後にモノピ選手、アキュスチームに対して自分らしいそのやり方で応援のメッセージだったりアクションをお願いします。
じゃあいいですか。いきますよ。アクシス加油！アクシス加油！アクシス加油！アクシス加油！
谢谢两位，也是感谢台下的观众对Axiz Wave的支持，感谢两位来到赛后采访，再次恭喜Axiz Wave拿下今天比赛胜利，让把画面交还给解说席。
Mono P, the GOAT there, Axiz Jayo. I'm excited to see them in the playoffs. We have one more match left, but
yes.
I mean, again, with the way they played that out, that was not how I was expecting it. I really thought Kakiri would be the one to cement their win, but just trust in the survivors, trust in Nyan, trust in Mono P, trust in Takako and everyone there.
Yeah, and it's not only that as well. Currently for Axiz Wave, if they win up against GR, then they will be the heroes that is ranked by IJL as well. Beating 4 IBL teams in one group and coming first place for the standings puts them in a very positive position as well.
Yep, and we're going to round out the day by giving you guys today's results. Congratulations to AR, LX, FPX.ZQ, and Axiz Wave for getting the victories. 1 overtime today, courtesy of Jigami. And then match 2 and 3 ended in a 2-0 from LX and FPX.ZQ. And the last one is Axiz Wave. But here, Kuro, talk me through the group stage rankings.
Group A is RCWBG, TE, AR, DFM. Group B, Axiz Wave, GR, Xteam, Wolves, GG. Then Group C, ZQ, FL, Omni, ACT, and POR. Then last but not least, Group D being MRC, Zeta, B4U, LX, and then finally ORT.
Yeah, incredible shakeups here in the group stage. Axiz Wave on top of the group of death. You see MRC, FPX.ZQ, as well as RC also with the net wins. Axiz Wave and FPX.ZQ actually winning 3 out of their 4 matches. So kind of solid, at least in the first or second place matchups. But yes. RC and MRC still up for debate with how they're going to perform. So we will be seeing the matches of Weibo Gaming versus TE to start things out. Then B4U versus MRC and IVS, a grudge match, if you would. FL versus Omni for the third match. And we're going to round it out with Wolves versus GG. Both teams still looking to get on the board. Wolves and GG. Oh, my God.
Yeah. I'd say maybe tomorrow in like... It's day 7 tomorrow, so after these matches, we should be able to see more solidified of a standing. But not only that as well, it's about, I think Wolves versus GG. If GG can win up against Wolves, they still have a chance to try and make it to top 3. Because it's all about now tiebreakers, getting as much wins as possible. We may have lost against Xteam, but it's still okay. Because it's really just between the two. It really, really, really is just between the two right now.
True, and I think it's what comes down to net wins and also how many rounds you played and the point differential for you to keep the scores in line. Again, we're gonna summarize it as the days goes on because day number 7 is gonna happen tomorrow. Group 6 is day 6 is Day 6 is done and dusted for today, so it's gonna keep changing. But as we mentioned before, it's net wins and then you go round wins, and it's a lot of math. We're gonna leave it up to the production team to do that, and we're just gonna trust in their standings. But yeah, if your favorite teams are in the 1st to 3rd spot, they are secured for the playoffs. But if they're in that blast zone of 4th and 5th place, if there are tiebreakers that need to be played out, we will update you guys along the way.
Yes. And with that as well, I'd say the most important part of tomorrow's matchup is probably between WBG versus TE there. As between these two teams right now, it's kind of a battle between for 2nd place, right? So if TE wins against WBG tomorrow, TE will come 2nd, then WBG is 3rd, and then vice versa, depending on who actually has the upper hand. But I would say it's also interesting as well because it is Alex, previous hunter of WBG, now as a coach in TE. It is
the betrayal.
Bittersweet fight.
How dare you? I mean, I mean, he has to get. Yeah, he wants to graduate, right, from being a player to a coach. Totally understand that.
Yes.
For me, the matchup I want to see is Wolves versus GG because that's. I mean, that's still in the group of death here, and both of them, crazy enough, previous COA champs, by the way, are not even close to, well, they need to win their next 2 matchups just to even contest to get towards that 1st to 3rd place spot. And it's gonna, man, that's gonna be a heartbreaking matchup if I would see it. So yeah, you gotta lock in tomorrow, chat. Thank you for everyone that did show up for today. If you guys also have been here since day 1, since qualifiers, big shout outs to you guys. Chaos is here, Identity Memes is here, Tomato, Oats, Rebilang. I don't know if anybody else is still here from the start. I know that, yeah, they still are. So yeah, we're still kind of signing off here, but I hope you guys enjoyed today, guys.
Yes. Exactly. And of course, I think we kind of did conclude today a bit faster compared to the usual as well. So with more exciting matches coming up tomorrow, I believe we should be able to, see even more gameplays as now. I think almost 70% true now throughout the COA group stages. And yet again, let's not forget, May the 1st to May the 5th will be the official playoff standings for the top 12.
Yeah. So, guys, that does it for us today, Kuro. It's been an amazing time on the mic with you. It's been a minute, right? But so far, we can just say we are not cursed with the OT. But yeah, hopefully we'll see you guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow for day number 7. On behalf of Share Gaming and me, we're gonna sign off. See you guys tomorrow for day 7. Peace. Bye.
Oh my God. 어이! 불사다 어그로 올림 구멍들 빠져.差不多要帮你。OK。哎呀，脚都低了。OK。脚都给了，给点了。拿满了，3叶。拿满。我摸你。快，哎，没给到。感谢了。摸，哎。哎，给不炸了啊！你那个。